Chapter 1 No.18 Spirit Town Street. Spirit Town Street, number 18, to Suka Place area exists in District 52. Angyang mumbled to himself, as he eased quickly over the sign in front of him, before settling on the address section of the contracts he held in his hand. Upon confirming the accuracy of the address, a bitter expression crept into his face, one that conveyed a profound sense of frustration. This was a large contract for the inheritance of Oral, boldly marked in red. And the beneficiary of this contract was no certainly Angyang himself. Even now, he found the existence of his volatile purposing. Just 3 days prior, having graduated over a year ago, Angyang was grappling with the dual blows of heartbreak and unemployment, wallowing in despair in his rented apartment, drowning his arose in alcohol. How Dave thought that this solitary figure, with no relatives in Zhangzhou City, would suddenly receive a quarrel? In his foul-mirrored, Heinisch Elias meditates a cruel duke from some without less acquaintance, and so he dismissed it. Yet, Thule continued to appear at his doorstep day after day, unperturbed by ailments, and yesterday it had delivered a final ultimatum. Reluctantly, Angyang picked up Thule and read through thoroughly. To his astonishment, he discovered that Thule had been drawn up your distant uncle Hum Harden Limetons, even more bizarre waste the content of Thule, which bequeathed him a pawnshop from Spirit Town Street. What can nonsense say is this? His first reaction was to think he had been duped by some idle trickster. Indeed, Harden Lime at this distant unclean seat was I thought had been doing quite too well in the capital, Beijing, a figurio mestature, however, hard proceed away to a spire under mysterious circumstances. Moreover, setting as a deathy question of kinship, how could Haperzi bly Bethy beneficiary of the quarrel? Angyang wanted nothing more than to disregard this absurd document, yet this curiosity got the better of him. After a few days of hesitation, he decided to follow headdress listed on Thule. But, damn it, I should never have believed in the existence of good fortune falling from Thesky. Angyang spat in frustration. Heglan said at the name he heard meticulous listened on the contract, feeling thoroughly humiliated and played. It better leave at this place a quickly District 52 is not place far away bidding citizen likes him. After all, even if there was a Castro Kofluck, it certainly wouldn't land in my head. Just thinking about the pawnshop in District 52 feels utterly unreliable. Shaking a sheet in self-deprecation, he prepared to turn away, only to feel a sudden trip in his holder. Turning around, he was confronted by severe old burly men sporting gleaming bald heads. Couldn't my luck be any worse? Angyang sighed, his expression turning grim. District 52 was notorious in Zhangzhou City as Salasoni, said to have existed for many years. Ever newly to Kofas Vidrus to Rodron District 52, yet despite numerous changes in leadership, the situation remained unchanged, making it a haven for criminals over time. Hey there, brother, you seem a bit lost, only off the bolt men sneered. Of course we have buzzines, and your loc unfamiliar. You must understand relation District 52, it's not a play we're just neck and wander freely. What's this? You ask for directions and expect all you've without offering something for the trouble, is that though you sure respect us? The leader, a human with a scorpion tattoo, grinned menacingly. Brothers, I was merely asking for directions. I meant no harm, if you don't mind. Harisa 100 bucks or sato Kenneth good will a literally some thing for you to enjoy the shot day. It'll be in my way no. Angyang hesitated, reluctantly pulling good bill from Thilas 200 he had oft, offer Anjit with a foreseed smile. It went that Angyang was particularly coward live to being unceremoniously impeded by his girlfriend, a hard-faced a string of misfortunes, losing his Japan struggling for moments to find a new one, with on the 200 of to his name, parting with her felt like a blow to his pride. But what cold he do, there was no air fresh like graduated student could taken this intimidating thugs, old half-used particularly afraid of trouble, hesitatingly didn't want to escalate the situation over a mere $100. Or his man avoid sunny Sisurai conflict. $100, Scorpion, this kid is clearly disrespecting Jiao, one of the bold men behind the leader whistled. At this, Scorpion's face twitched anger. Kid, $100 is an insult, you go mad with her, yet you to shortchange him. Every onek knows the name Scorpion in District 52. You better show some sincerity, or don't blame us for being crude. Today, since I'm in a good mood, just give me $5,000 to make hers all happy. Otherwise Scorpion sneered, flexing his muscles threateningly. $5,000 for it all. Angyang Neuroedices, responding coldly. What's wrong? Got a problem with that, kid? Don't say it'll give you a way out. If you don't have the cash, hurry up and call some monotos and over. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. If you are late, you might end up missing a limb. At these words, Angyang's face turned edgy. Having studied in Zhangzhou City for over a decade, his roots lay in the countryside, his family had gone into significant to support his education. Angyang was inherently proud of Arno, with a little 100 left, he hadn't dared to ask his family for help. Go home for money. He had initially thought to defuse of the situation and avoid offending these here gangsters in District 52, but now, the anger he had suppressed for months erupted within him. Get the money now, don't waste our time. Scorpion doesn't the veal day. Seeing Angyang's hesitation, Scorpion clenched his massive fist under Jedimon, his companion sloughing ominous liest he began to close in. Fine, I'll let you. Angyang gritted his teeth, reaching into his briquet for his no phone, gripping it tightly. Then, with all his strength, he swung at Scorpion's gleaming bald head. Having grown up in the countryside, Angyang possessed considerable strength, and he intended to make the Zethux regret erections, with their sounding crack, the Nokia now need for its durability smash it into pieces. Blood erupted from Scorpion's head, instantly drenching him. The thugs surrounding Scorpion were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how this seemingly weak young man had suddenly turned violent. Even Angyang was taken aback by his own ferocity without pausing to relish his victory. Hesh hovered past only of the bold men and bolted for the exit. The bold men exchanged bewildered glances. Hey, what are y'all standing around for? Hurry you pan chase him down, damn it. Scorpion is a big name in District 52. Today, I go fit by some punk, and you're just going to let him go. Do you want Metaskyne alive? Scorpion shouted, blooded and furious, slapping Gani of his comrades on forehead. Only then did Hethug snap back to reality, there was Bailey with fierce harassed after Angyang. Run, just run. Angyang's face burned with embarrassment, and a cold think of nothing else. His legs fell to Shivia's lead, yet forced himself to sprint down the street, not daring to look back, his eyes fixed on the pate head. These Ethugs were a clear-eyed aggressive court, he might not as be beaten but could end up severely injured. With this tort, he didn't dare to entertain even the slightest notion of stopping. He ran for a solid whore. Eventually, Angyang felt his legs give way beneath him, collapsing to the ground with a thud. He was utterly exhausted, every muscle in his body aching. He realized he had pushed himself beyond his limits. Har, what a rush, I can't believe Angyang, still have it in me, that felt amazing. Turning to glance behind him, he confirmed that the thugs were no longer in pursuit, and he burst into laughter, feeling as if few 8 moments of frustration had been lifted. After resting for a moment, however, he began to feel something ways amiss. A cold breeze swept past, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Where is this place? Angyang looked around, noticing that the desolated street was devoid of any human presence. Old outer buildings and shops were plentiful, and near a sullen separated area. Just as she was lost in thought, a pitiful voice called out. Oh do, master, you finally arrived. Chapter 2 You and Angyang and the master of the Bargwar. The verse belonged to forlorn lurking art and how floated from a shop in front of Angyang. Indeed, he read to float. The attendant seemed weightless, his lower body a place be swirling clouds, a most peculiar sight. Angyang nearly cried out as Tetendant lifted his sheet and saw Angyang standing in shock, his expression brightened immediately, and had drifted eagle-eyed to Angyang's side. Master, time is of decence. Our twas steam a guest shave been waiting for quite some time. Our porn show fasn't open edinages, and if well it has to slip away, a performance at his ear will be utterly dismal. Before Angyang could respond, the attendant took it him toward the porn shop. Frontal of the porn shop was implied created, just as Angyang had imagined. It was separated by an iron mesh, and a mirror or doornet the space behind the counter. As Tetendant pulled him along, the mirror reflected Angyang's appearance. At that moment, his sport headed in mistake, wore a felt hat, and a nether grey robe, with the word Master clearly inscribed on the hat. If it weren't for the briefcase he held, he might not have recognized it himself. Master, me. Angyang was filled with confusion, momentarily forgetting the attendant's bizarre nature. Master, what's the matter today? Our esteemed guest shave been waiting for quite a while. We finally have a chance to secure this deal. We can't let them left disappointed. That is crucial for a pawn shop's performance at this year. You must understand, the assessment period from the underworld is fast approaching. If we fail to meet targets, we might not be able to keep this pawn shop open. The attendant's expression grew increasingly anxious as she noticed Angyang standing like a statue before the mirror. As if he had no interest in entertaining any esteemed guests, Angyang rolled his eyes. Wait a minute. Underworld? Pawn shop? Under Natendant with no feet? Angyang began to feel a sense of dread. He lifted his foot, red-eyed to fleet his strange place, beauty shedded, his mind suddenly buzzed. His briefcase inexplicably opened, and the wool float died, ignited by a green flame. A voice of immense authority resonated. From Thunderworld's decree, Angyang is appointed to replace the ergoist acting master of Spirit Town Street Pawn Shop, receiving a salary from Thunderworld. The probationary period lasts a year. Performance will be failure to meet targets will result in the termination of life and their turn off the soul to Thunderworld. As the voice faded, countless thoughts and stipulations flooded into Angyang's mind. He felt as if his brain had completely stalled, struggling to breathe. Even for someone as self-assured as Angyang, it took several deep breaths to regain his composure. He could be certain thighs was no dream he had indeed become their master of Spirit Town Street Pawn Shop. He understood the implications of the words regarding the termination of life and their turn off the soul to Underworld. Angyang feared it had no desire to die. After a violent tremor, he surprisingly found himself remarkably calm amidst the violent shaking of his body. A flicker of excitement and joy emerged within him. An opportunity. Angyang wage uncertain whether inheriting I's uncle Liergus Pawnshop waysable singor occurs, or had hem again from it. However, he was certain a phony thing he had lived or Norden Rye life thus far. Without semestro cofortune, he would likely continue etter struggle lili keating toiling away from survival, with no hope for turning his life around. But now, he hard received or nequi opportunity. After a long moment, Angyang took a deep breath and turned thoughtful attendant, smiling broadly. Wary wreath these steamer guests, led the way. As Angyang stepped into the inner hall, the two guests who had been waiting for 3 days see meter have lost their patience, pacing gristlis lion thrum to say they were pacing good banacura telike at the attendant, the to a poor red tafloat. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a thick moustache, his chest very and his fizzy querubust dressed rather flamboyantly. The other was an older clad in a dowstrobe, exuding an iro featherell wisdom. Lusharn, 13th generation master of Bagwasect, a minnow figure in the Mashel world, a spirit from the Song dynasty. Yuan Tiangang, Erino Nediviner, a spirit from the Tang dynasty. As Angyang's gaze landed on the two figures, information about them automatically flooded his mind. Lushan's profile wasn't way unremarkable while he found it intriguing, a minnow figure in the Song dynasty held little allure for him. However, the dowstrobed Yuan Tiangang cortes at Tian. Goodness, these ways a historical figure of great significance. A top diviner from the Tang dynasty, a legendary figure of the earlier period. Even today, Yuan Tiangang's work, the 2 eBay 2, I revered as a class I seen the field of divination. Yuan, you're quite impressive, Angyang cowed and felt but stared Yuan Tiangang for a moment longer, until field began to fill and comfortable under his gaze, prompting Angyang to reluctantly look away. Hecklered his throat and spoke in a mirk serious tone. Gentlemen, my apologies for the wait. Mate inquiry what brings you out to a spirit town pawnshop. Master, you've kept yous waiting for too long. I, Lusharn, ways on see prominent figure in the Mashel world. Us the master of the Bagwasect, Epex Britter horse Betalithanthes, you've made him wait so long without having a proper meal. You must give me an explanation. Before Angyang cold finish, Lushan below we angrily. Master Lu, respect your older sang, show some understanding. This is not a big resect, you don't get to act like a lordo. I fury and happy waiting, feel free to leave, I can't be bothered. Angyang lifted his gaze at Toglin seat Lusharn, feeling a twinge of impatience. Old how few still some you ought bewildered, he understood nothing. Whether they were wandering spirits or lost souls, they were registered in rehosts. The Spirit Town Pawnshop, after all, hard an official background historically, commoners did not challenge authority. Us the master of the Spirit Town Pawnshop, usn't a letter wandering spirit dictate his demeanour. Casting aside long glancey at Lusharn, Heta Ned his attention to Yuan Tiangang. Lushan's aggressivity burst the backfired, and while he wanted to explode, her surprisingly held his temper in check. Mr. Yuan, what would you like at a pawn? Angyang was curious about Thai's esteemed figure. Greetings, Master Dotty wish to point this Jenyang Tong, my uniquescal, it can be the living gorated porn, beautifits a dead porn, ire pethy price while not below than 8,000 pounds of in virtue. Yuan Tiangang hesitated for a moment before producing a load booklet from his robe. What's this? As Angyang pondered, Ulja materialize Eden he sharned. Jenyang Tong, the uniquescal of Yuan Tiangang, Erino Nediviner from the Tang dynasty, it can perceiveth an Angyang, observe fortune, and discern fate. Estimated value 1200 points of in virtue. Note Thai's item cannot bear porny days of item can be lamed. Jenyang Tong Orni Queskel. What a treasure. Ivanly I could learn it, wouldn't that be incredible? It's surely Mariah beautiful highest, becoming a CEO, undrethipinarcly off life, transforming from anno botatosum extraordinary. Beaut what exactly are Rethus burns of in virtue? Angyang hesitated, being new to these roles as the pawnshop master hickled and lied draw upon the impressions he gathered from television shows, just as she was contemplating, words appeared in the ledger he held. Points of in virtue, the universal currency of the underworld, currently quidishi of the Spirit Town Pawnshop, 387 points. Items born need can be learned by the pawnshop master but must not be disclosed. Learn. Angyang's eyes lit up. However, Heiser and Tunkley had left him with few at hand 400 pounds of in virtue, making it impossible for him to acquire Yuan Tiangao's Jenyang Tong. What Odo? Angyang's mind raced, and a plan began to form. Mr. Yuan, with Spirit Town Pawnshop would certainly like it to acquire your Jenyang Tong, I one thagalu can agree to your asking price. However, may ask if you're in urgent need of the pounds of in virtue? Not particularly, Yuan Tiangang replied, initially pleased but handshaking his sheet. Very well, to show your appreciation to our valued customers, the Spirit Town Pawnshop is currently offering a promotional benefit. I wonder if I'd like to hear about it. I believe if I are Reno to Narush, taking advantage of this offer will yield even greater returns. Angyang smiled even very brightly. Promotional benefit? Yuan Tiangang stroked his board, intrigued. Meanwhile, Lushan Hoasi thing with indignation perked Yufi's ears, curious about the conversation. Chapter 3 Installment Payments. Here it is as follows. Our pawnshop in Seoul Street has launched an installment payment promotion. As a client of the deceased, you are eligible to participate in this initiative. Li Angyang observed Yuan Qiangang's expression, pausing momentarily before gradually intensifying his tone. In other words, when you pawn your belongings with us, we will pay you an upfront 20% of the yin virtue. Subsequently, you will receive 10% monthly for a duration of 8 months. For instance, regarding the heavenly eye technique, after 8 months, you will accumulate 1100 points of yin virtue. You merely need to wait a little longer. Is that truly the case? Yuan Qiangang, initially reluctant and suspecting that the young proprietor might be concocting some trickery, found himself unable to contain his excitement as Li Angyang finished speaking, immediately rising from his seat. An additional wait of 8 months for an extra 100 points of yin virtue was indeed a remarkable opportunity for souls that had perished thousands of years ago. Time was the least valuable commodity. Absolutely true. However, this promotion is only during the trial period, thus it is limited to select clients. I have long admired Mr. Yuan's esteemed reputation. Would you be interested in participating in this advantageous offer? Certainly, I am most willing. Yuan Qiangang's face broke into a broad smile, eagerly intent on transacting with Li Angyang. Maintaining his smile, Li Angyang respectfully escorted Yuan Qiangang to the door before returning to prepare for the second transaction of the day. Mr. Lushan, may I inquire what you wish to pawn? Proprietor, I intend to pawn the foundational martial arts of our Bagwar Parm lineage. You must offer me a fair price. That old man casually pawned for 1100 points of yin virtue, and our Bagwar sect's foundational martial arts cannot possibly be valued lower. Finally, it was Lushan's turn, and with a haughty snort, he retrieved a booklet from his pocket. Bagwar Parm, low-level martial arts, valued at 30 yin virtue. Goodness, this so-called Bagwar master Lushan spoke so fiercely, one might assume it was something of great worth. In comparison to the heavenly eye technique exchanged with Yuan Qiangang, this low-level martial arts skill hardly held any merit. Li Angyang cast a sidelong glance at Lushan, smirking as he announced the price. Impossible. Bagwar Parm is the foundational martial arts of my lineage. It cannot be worth merely 30 points of yin virtue. I shall file a complaint at the supervisory hall. Lushan's anger flared. He had previously fantasized about the Bagwar Parm fetching a good price before going out to enjoy himself. Upon hearing Li Angyang's price, he nearly spewed blood in frustration, his fury nearly causing him to combust. Complaint, be my guest, just turn left upon exiting. However, Mr. Lushan, do not forget that our pawnshop in Seoul Street is officially authorized. I harbor no ill will towards you. Feel free to complain, and whether you choose to pawn or not is entirely up to you. Li Angyang shrugged, having discerned the Bagwar master's bluster. After all, in the underworld, the number of deceased martial arts experts was staggering. A once mediocre figure in the martial world was hardly significant. Yu Lushan pointed at Li Angyang, rendered speechless. What of it? I am the master of my own domain. Have you not heard that? Now, shall we proceed or not? As the proprietor, my time is worth millions each minute. I have no time to waste with you. Li Angyang, eager to learn the heavenly eye technique, paid little heed to Lushan. Were he not the proprietor, he would have long since dismissed the encounter. 30 it is, how unfortunate. Lushan glared at Li Angyang for a long while, and upon seeing the latter's unyielding demeanor, he struck the armrest of the chair in anger. Crack! Lushan's strength had been excessive, and the armrest shattered instantly. I apologize, Mr. Lushan, but this chair you have damaged is crafted from ancient Nanshan wood, a luxury item, valued at 1 point of yin virtue. Consequently, your foundational martial arts can now only be sold for 29 points of yin virtue. Li Angyang smiled with feigned politeness. Deal. Lushan almost ground his teeth as he exited the pawnshop. Witnessing Lushan's dismay, the beleaguered attendant gazed at his proprietor with stars in his eyes. Well, business is thriving. The first transaction was rather genuine. Li Angyang chuckled, issuing instructions to the attendant before retreating into his exclusive small office. I've struck it rich. I knew this seemingly unreliable venture would be brimming with opportunities. As the proprietor of Seoul Street, I am now on the path to prosperity. Li Angyang slammed the door of his office shut, securing the bolt, and then leapt in exhilaration, his joy evident. For Li Angyang, his emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. Just moments ago, he had been trembling with trepidation over the uncertainties ahead. However, after completing his first transaction, his mood took a dramatic turn. No one is a fool. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Li Angyang hailed from a rural background, but as a lad who had ascended from a humble upbringing to complete his education at Jiangju University, he was, contrary to appearances, a thoroughly astute individual. Setting aside the role of the sole street proprietor, he could clearly see the myriad benefits within this position. He could actually learn the secret techniques that had been pawned in the shop. What did that imply? The profound heritage of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, how many heroes and luminaries had perished, and how many exceptional individuals had emerged, the heroes of Liangshan, the champions of the Sui and Tang dynasties, the great sages of Gigu such as Confucius and Mencius. Li Angyang could hardly count them all. The thought of becoming the proprietor of this whole street pawn shop, where he could witness and learn from the skills of these once renowned, now deceased heroes, made his fists clench with excitement, and he waved them a few times to release the surging emotions within. After a considerable time, Li Angyang gradually calmed his racing heart, clutching two ancient booklets in his hands and preparing to examine the spoils of his earlier endeavors, Heavenly Eye Technique. The unique secret art of the renowned Tang dynasty diviner, Yuan Qiangang, capable of perceiving yin and yang, observing fortunes, and discerning destinies. Pawn value, 1100 points of yin virtue, available for study. Bagua Palm. Low-level martial arts, pawn value, 30 points of yin virtue, available for study. Seated cross-legged in his small office, Li Angyang's mind raced through the introductions of the two secret techniques. Without hesitation, he dismissed the Bagua Palm, his gaze firmly fixed on the Heavenly Eye Technique, the unique art of the Tang dynasty diviner Yuan Qiangang. Yet, as he opened the booklet, Li Angyang found himself momentarily bewildered. He discovered it contained an array of peculiar characters, resembling pictographs or a series of enigmatic illustrations, all of which he failed to comprehend. How does one learn this? Just as Li Angyang was lost in confusion, a line of text materialized before his eyes in the ledger he held. The ownership of the soul techniques resides with the underworld. The proprietor has the right to examine and learn from the items pawned in the shop, but must pay yin virtue points to utilize them. Upon learning, or if the pawn shop ceases operations, the items will be returned to the underworld. Heavenly Eye Technique requires 100 points of yin virtue. Li Angyang's eyes lit up, and he mused to himself, so that's how it is. To learn these extraordinary secret arts, one must expend yin virtue points, specifically 1/10 of the pawn value. I thought it was too good to be true. This made sense. Excess in all things is counterproductive. If the proprietor could indiscriminately learn all these techniques, it would indeed be an unprecedented stroke of fortune. As a property of the underworld, the Soul Street Pawn Shop would never commit such a blunder. 100 points of yin virtue. I wonder how many I possess now. As Li Angyang's thoughts began to form, a line of text promptly appeared in the ledger in his right hand. Glancing down, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Angyang, in turn proprietor of Soul Street Pawn Shop, base salary, 0. Compensation is derived from 1% of each transaction. The current salary balance stands at 10.3 yin points. Why is there a slight deficiency in my 10.3 points of yin virtue? Li Angyang paused momentarily upon observing the yin virtue points at his disposal, but soon he comprehended the situation. He acquired the Chenyang Tong through an installment payment plan at a price of 100. In addition to 30 yin points from the Bagua Palm. He was originally entitled to receive 11.3 in yin der. However, he has now fallen short by a significant margin, indicating that his wages have been settled according to the valuation recorded in the ledger. It is rather miserly, isn't it? The pawn shop must settle accounts every day, and I currently possess only 10.3 points of dark virtue. How can I hope to learn the wondrous technique of the Heavenly Eye with such a meager amount? Li Angyang felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. He had long coveted the miraculous skill of the Heavenly Eye, having fantasized since childhood about possessing the ability to see through all. Should he miss this opportunity today, he feared that sleep would elude him. Yet, acquiring the Heavenly Eye required 100 points of dark virtue. Where could he possibly obtain such a sum? Unconsciously, Li Angyang's gaze fell upon the ledger belonging to his pawn shop, as he realized that all his queries seemed to find resolution within its pages. The ledger flickered momentarily, and after a pause, it finally produced a response. Payment can be made in installments. My goodness, is this a case of learning and applying simultaneously? Li Angyang exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. Would the proprietor care to pay 10 points of dark virtue for this knowledge? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Angyang clapped his hands, nodding enthusiastically. An orange-yellow glow enveloped the technique of the Heavenly Eye, transforming into a stream of light that surged into Li Angyang's mind. Almost immediately, a refreshing sensation encircled his eyes, and in a mere instant, countless fragments flashed through his consciousness, as if he had experienced all the trials endured by Yuan Qiangang during his own mastery of the Heavenly Eye. The myriad applications of the Heavenly Eye coalesced seamlessly within Li Angyang's intellect, yet, in reality, only a few seconds had elapsed. In a moment, Li Angyang opened his eyes, only to find his surroundings shrouded in a haze. He promptly discarded his glasses into a corner, suddenly realizing that his severe myopia of 600 degrees had remarkably improved, and the world around him appeared astonishingly bright. Everything seemed to have become extraordinarily clear. He could even discern the intricate and complex patterns of the wooden counter in the distance. My eyesight is almost akin to that of a magnifying glass now. This is incredible. Li Angyang chuckled, and reflecting on the wondrous insights he had just absorbed regarding the heavenly eye, combined with the extraordinary sensations he now experienced, he felt invigorated, as if a beautiful future was beckoning him. Once he acclimated to the changes brought forth by the heavenly eye, Li Angyang's attention turned to the bagua palm. Without hesitation, he decided to learn it as well, utilizing the installment payment method to acquire this skill. Even the legs of a mosquito are flesh, no one would deem them insignificant. After mastering the bagua palm, Li Angyang felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him, a warm current pooling in his dantian, as if he could effortlessly dispatch a bull with a single strike. Is this the sensation of a martial arts master? Wow, this feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Li Angyang exuberantly practiced the bagua palm, the air around him crackling with energy. Just as he was caught up in his fervent training, a series of knocks echoed from outside the small room. Li Angyang paused his movements and opened the door, only to find his beleaguered assistant standing there with a sorrowful expression. What is it? Li Angyang inquired. Master, the time is nearly up. Should we not close the shop for the day? The downcast assistant hesitantly suggested, glancing at his master's flushed face brimming with excitement. Close the shop? Li Angyang was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand decisively. Close the doors. We shall cease operations for today. As the words left his lips, Li Angyang felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and he was instantly overcome by dizziness, collapsing into unconsciousness. Chapter 4. My brother, unbelievable time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Li Angyang slowly opened his eyes, feeling a disorienting fog enveloping his mind, while an unsettling turbulence churned within his stomach, compelling him to suppress the urge to vomit. It was as if he had just plummeted in a malfunctioning elevator. The intense sensation of weightlessness left him struggling to discern reality from illusion. Shaking his head to regain his composure, he surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that he was leaning against the wall of a dead-end alley, adjacent to a pile of refuse emitting a foul stench. A wave of nausea surged in his throat, and he dry-heaved several times, bewildered by the bizarre circumstances. Where am I? Wasn't I just at the pawnshop? Could this be a dream? The peculiar scenes he had just witnessed filled him with an inexplicable sense of unease. However, Li Angyang soon realized that something was amiss. He blinked in surprise and gazed outside the alley, where everything appeared strikingly clear, as if he were peering through a magnifying glass, even able to discern the subtle expressions on the faces of passers-by. Above each individual, vibrant columns of light, varying in height and hue, hovered, which he recognized as the manifestation of one's fortune. The phenomenon was a manifestation of their heavenly eye. This is no dream. The pawnshop in the Soul Town is indeed real. I have truly ventured into the underworld and become the proprietor of a pawnshop. Li Angyang exclaimed in astonishment, springing to his feet as if to validate his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he casually pressed his palm against the nearby bluestone wall, only to feel a surge of warmth emanating from his dantian. With a delicate crunch, fine particles of bluestone cascaded down. Li Angyang lifted his hand, astonished to find a visible palm print etched into the wall. I've struck it rich. This is a stroke of fortune. He blinked in disbelief, a smile blooming within him as he contemplated the imprint. Just as Li Angyang reveled in his fortune, a menacing voice cut through the air. You little brat, why aren't you running, damn it? Do you think you can just waltz away after what you've done? Do you take me for a fool? You're clearly asking for trouble. Today, I intend to teach you a lesson. Turning around, Li Angyang saw a group of bald men at the alley's entrance grinning wickedly, with the leader being Scorpion, the very man who had demanded a toll from him earlier. Yet, at that moment, Scorpion's head was wrapped in several layers of bandages, stained with blood, suggesting he was in a furious rage. Under normal circumstances, Li Angyang would have been apprehensive, contemplating an escape. Yet, emboldened by the power of the 8 trigrams palm, he found himself intrigued, ready to critique his own handiwork. Well, if it isn't he, Scorpion, you seem to be thinking of me. He whistled playfully. You've finally been caught, haven't you? Do you think you can escape my grasp? I'm a prominent figure in District 52, a renowned enforcer for the Bold Gang. If you slip away today, where will I place my honor? Scorpion sneered, cracking his knuckles, the sound sharp and ominous as he advanced towards Li Angyang. In the underworld, what mattered most? Reputation. Scorpion, being one of the foremost enforcers, had never anticipated being outmaneuvered, lest he become a laughingstock in the underworld. 100,000, isn't he that a bit low? How about 200,000? Li Angyang narrowed his eyes. Now you're talking. If you can produce 200,000, I'll let you go today, and I'll treat you like a brother from now on. Scorpion laughed heartily, though his expression suggested he viewed Li Angyang as a fool. Agreed, Li Angyang responded with a slight smile. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the alley as Li Angyang struck Scorpion across the face. How dare you? You're asking for it. Someone break his first leg, and I'll reward you with 5,000. Scorpion roared in a fit of rage, his face contorted with fury. As he shouted, several of his henchmen, emboldened by his words, charged at Angyang with their weapons raised. The foremost bold thug, the first to react, swung a steel pipe aimed directly at Angyang's left leg, envisioning the reward he would receive for his efforts. However, as the steel pipe struck, he felt as if he had collided with iron, the impact reverberating painfully through his hands. "Did you skip breakfast this morning? That was feeble," Angyang remarked nonchalantly, shaking his head. At that moment, the warmth from his dantian enveloped him, nullifying the blow entirely. With a dismissive twist of his mouth, he swiftly countered, his palm striking the bluestone wall beside him with an unanticipated force. Boom! The wall crumbled under the impact. "Wow, even mediocre martial arts can be so formidable. Impressive, my brother." Angyang was momentarily taken aback by the power of his own strike, regaining his senses only when the wall collapsed before him. He gazed at the debris, excitement brewing within him for the mastery of higher martial arts. However, he had misjudged the situation. While Scorpion and his gang were indeed thugs of the underworld, they were still mere mortals. The 8 trigrams palm, a sacred technique of the 8 trigrams sect, was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary practitioners. Even those of a lower tier, the foremost thug, now utterly dumbfounded, stared at Angyang and then at the fallen wall. In a panic, he let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, a stream of foul liquid escaping as he lost control of his bladder. Meanwhile, the remaining thugs stood frozen in shock, their sinister grins replaced by a pallid complexion, collectively gulping in disbelief. What manner of being was this? A single slap had obliterated a wall. Without regard for the complex emotions of Scorpion's thugs, Angyang charged forward. In moments, not a single one of them was left standing, leaving only Scorpion staring at his defeated minions, eyes wide with despair. What do you want?" Scorpion stammered as he beheld Angyang's approach, his voice trembling in fear. "What do you think?" Angyang raised an eyebrow. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call the police." Scorpion whimpered, on the verge of tears, as he glanced at his stunned henchman. "Scorpion, we're the mafia," one thug stammered, seemingly unable to comprehend. "Call the police? You think I'm joking? This isn't a game. If you don't call them now, I might just die here." Scorpion yelled, his face bruised and battered, filled with regret that he had never imagined a day would come when a member of the underworld would seek police assistance. In the realm of crime, bloodshed was commonplace, but this young man seemed like a force of nature. How could anyone believe that a single punch could demolish a wall? Angyang found amusement in Scorpion's desperate plea. Was this a farce? However, he was too engrossed in familiarizing himself with the techniques of the 8 trigrams palm to pay heed to Scorpion's plight, deliberately restraining his strength to merely 1/10 of his capacity. Even so, Scorpion was left battered and bruised, while Angyang felt invigorated. Chapter 5. Moly brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. The Scorpion knelt on the ground, utterly desolate, tears streaming down his face. Behind him, several similarly bruised bald subordinates knelt in a row, as obedient as a class of elementary school students. "How could you be wrong, brother Scorpion?" Angyang grinned, casually seated on the bluestone bricks in front of Scorpion, lazily lifting his eyelids. "Brother, we were genuinely mistaken. Whatever you say I did wrong, I will accept it. We absolutely should not have targeted you. We deserve to die, considering our sincere attitude of admitting our faults. Please, show some mercy and let us go. We will never dare to show our teeth at you again. In the future, if you are within sight, we will immediately steer clear, so as not to tarnish your vision." Scorpion, holding his evidently rounder bald head, wept profusely, terrified that this formidable figure before him would unleash another beating. Scorpion was truly frightened to the core. Having risen to the status of a gang leader, he had encountered numerous ruthless individuals and had seen his fair share of brutal confrontations. Yet, this particular figure was simply too formidable, vicious beyond compare. For the first time, Scorpion encountered someone capable of collapsing a wall with a single slap. Had he known earlier how powerful this individual was, he would never have dared to extort him. "Speaking of which, did you want to demand toll money from me?" Angyang cast a sidelong glance at Brother Scorpion. "I was wrong, brother, truly wrong. That never happened. How could we dare to ask you for money? I was merely joking with you," Scorpion quickly denied, feeling a shiver at the mention of past grievances. "A joke, so, does that mean threatening to break my legs was also a joke?" Yes, Scorpion nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a garlic clove. "That's good then. It's all in jest, and no one should take it to heart, but it is commendable that you can acknowledge your mistakes. We are the good youths of the new century." Angyang smiled. "Since you recognize your errors, I shall not make things difficult for you. However, you have taken this joke too far. Even now, my heart is still racing. How about you leave me some compensation for emotional distress? How much do you want?" Upon hearing this, Scorpion's heart trembled. Emotional distress compensation was a concept they often used to extort others, and it now sounded particularly jarring. Rest assured, it isn't much. If you buy me a leg, it would cost about 5,000. Given the severity of my emotional damage, a casual 10 or 80,000 would suffice, Li Anyang said with a smile, causing Scorpion's heart to sink further. 10 or 80,000, just like that? Brother, I acknowledge your prowess, but this is outrageous. You have unleashed your fury upon us, leaving us battered and bruised, while you remain completely unscathed. Scorpion's face turned pale, yet he lacked the courage to voice his thoughts. For the first time, he was genuinely afraid. What? Are you unhappy? Li Anyang sneered, his voice laced with frost. When dealing with such lowly gangsters, he felt entirely justified in making exorbitant demands, devoid of any guilt. Had he not become the proprietor of the Seoul Town Pawnshop and fortuitously learned Bagua, his fate would surely have been dire. Of course, I'm happy. Scorpion dared not retort, hastily instructing his bold subordinates to rummage through their clothes for money. Unfortunately, those with wealth had long since left the underworld, and after much searching, Scorpion could only produce 20,000, and even that was thanks to a subordinate who had just withdrawn it from a nearby bank. Only 20,000. Li Anyang scrutinized the thick gold chain around Scorpion's neck with ill intent. Brother, that's fake, a mere facade. If I had money, who on earth would still be in the underworld? I'd be enjoying life already. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Oh, I do have a little trinket, a gift from a subordinate. Would you like to take it too? Scorpion, fully aware of Li Anyang's intentions, felt his face flush with embarrassment as he awkwardly laughed. He then pulled out a palm-sized jade guanyin statue from his pocket. Li Anyang frowned, preparing to leave with the 20,000, but his gaze inadvertently swept over the jade guanyin, and he was instantly captivated. Within his sight, a vibrant green aura swirled within the statue, revealing a remarkable piece of information in his mind. South Lake Imperial Green, glass type, sourced from South Lake. Unlike the more common jade-producing regions, South Lake jade is exceedingly rare, yet it is transparent, spirited, and highly saturated. Though not complete, it has been skillfully crafted into a guanyin statue, its flaws overshadowed by its brilliance. This is it, the eye of heaven. Li Anyang's eyes ignited with fervor as he seized the jade guanyin, thoroughly examining it. The more he inspected it, the more detailed the information about the jade guanyin became in his mind, leaving him astounded. Just as Li Anyang was engrossed in studying the jade guanyin, a melodious female voice rang out, "Police, raise your hands." Instinctively, Li Anyang turned to look, only to find a police car parked at the alley's entrance, with several armed officers cautiously approaching. As the 52nd District is known as a haven for the lawless in Jeonju, the police force stationed here is considerable, and due to the district's unique circumstances, officers are permitted to carry firearms. The officers, on high alert, entered the alley and were taken aback to see the bold gangsters kneeling in unison, as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't comprehend what these petty gangsters were up to. Police, remain still. I'm Li Moli, officer number 00544. Who made the call? After a prolonged moment of confusion, the previous melodious voice rang out again. Li Anyang looked up to see an extraordinarily beautiful police officer, appearing to be around 21 or 22 years of age, with a stunning visage and impeccably applied makeup, her crisp police uniform accentuating her commanding presence. I made the call, I did. Without waiting for the officer to finish, Scorpion seized the opportunity as if he had found a lifeline, his face a mixture of tears and snot as he clung to the striking officer. May I ask what prompted the call? The officer inquired, furrowing her brow. Officer, I confess, I am Scorpion of the Bold Gang. I have committed robbery, extortion, and collected protection fees. I am guilty. Please take me to the police station, for I wish to linger here no longer. A Scorpion wailed, and upon hearing his confession, the other bold subordinates quickly followed suit, confessing their own crimes, creating a rather absurd scene. All the officers stood in stunned silence at Scorpion and his gang's admissions. Had they heard incorrectly? While good citizens might call the police, they had never encountered gangsters reporting themselves. The Bold Gang is actually confessing. Li Moli was equally astonished. She had certainly heard of the Bold Gang and was familiar with Brother Scorpion's notoriety. The 52nd District, being Jeonju's largest criminal territory, was dominated by the Bold Gang, and Scorpion's name was well known in the police precinct. What on earth is happening? Li Moli's mind was filled with questions as she glanced at the unscathed Li Anyang, and a flicker of suspicion ignited within her. She approached Li Anyang to inquire about the situation, and he willingly cooperated, albeit omitting the part about his extortion. After his explanation, Li Anyang was eager to leave, preoccupied with thoughts of the jade guanyin, but was halted by Li Moli. Are you going to the police station to make a statement? Li Anyang frowned, surprised by the icy demeanor of the beautiful officer. Everyone in Jiangsu knew what the 52nd district was like. The bold gangsters were practically branded as criminals. Typically, such situations would involve a brief inquiry followed by detention. Li Angyang had already provided a detailed account to the officers. By insisting on taking him to the police station, it was evident that they were escalating the matter. "Sir, please cooperate," Li Moli said, her expression unyielding. "Officer Li, this matter has nothing to do with me. I have other commitments. Is it possible to avoid going to the station? You must know they are gangsters, while I am a law-abiding citizen," Li Angyang protested. "That is not an option. Assisting police duties is a civic duty, and if you intentionally refuse, we will have to employ certain forceful measures," Li Moli stated. "Officer, you are either overflowing with a sense of justice and have too much time on your hands, or you are simply brainless and habitually fail to think critically. What does my cooperation or lack thereof have to do with your investigation?" Li Anyang's temper flared. "Are you daring to call me brainless?" Li Moli exclaimed, pointing at Li Anyang, nearly exploding with rage. "Am I incorrect, Officer Li? I have already explained thoroughly. These bold men attempted to extort me, which led to the call for help, prompting your arrival. Surely you know what the 52nd district is and who Brother Scorpion is." Li Anyang retorted coldly. "Criminals are hardly virtuous. Your presence in the 52nd district suggests you are not a good person either. How do you explain the injuries on his face?" Li Moli's expression remained frosty as she pointed to the visible bruises on Scorpion's face. "Hey, miss, are you suggesting that self-defense is also a crime? Just because these gangsters cornered me, should I allow myself to be beaten without retaliating?" Li Anyang shrugged. "Self-defense, sir, an ordinary citizen cannot emerge unscathed from an attack by multiple assailants while managing to defeat them. I now have reason to suspect you are a wanted criminal. Please accompany us to the station for questioning," Li Moli retorted, her voice a chilling hiss. Li Anyang hesitated, noticing the armed officers closing in, and he could only helplessly raise his hands in resignation. Assaulting a police officer is a serious offense. Though he was extremely reluctant to embark on this unwelcome excursion to the police station, it was clear that if he did not intend to resist, he had no choice but to comply. Chapter 6, The Marvelous Use of Clairvoyance. Women, by nature, are creatures of vendetta, and this trait is particularly pronounced in those of exceptional beauty. At the age of 24, Li Moli embodies this sentiment, harboring a deep-seated aversion to malevolence. Having joined the Jiangsu Public Security Bureau 3 years ago, her tenure as a police officer may be brief, yet through her diligence and resolute decisiveness, she has ascended from an intern to the captain of the 3rd Squad at an astonishing pace. What Li Moli cherishes most is the acknowledgement of her hard work by her peers, while conversely, she harbors a profound resentment for anyone who insinuates that her rise is attributed to her looks. The notion of being labelled as big-breasted and brainless is utterly intolerable to her, despite the undeniable fact that she possesses a rather ample bosom. In the office of the Bureau, tension filled the air. "Are you certain this investigation report is accurate?" Li Moli inquired, her voice directed at the visibly uneasy officer before her, a report clenched in her hand, her delicate features marred by inexplicable anger. "Captain Li, I assure you, there is no mistake. Li Anyang is indeed a good person. His records are pristine, devoid of any anomalies," the officer responsible for the investigation replied cautiously, stealing a glance at Li Moli before hesitating to continue. "This is inconceivable." Li Moli's expression hardened, her gaze meticulously scouring the report in her hand, only to concede defeat shortly thereafter. It must be said, the clarity of Li Anyang's records was almost too immaculate. A young man hailing from a rural background, he had diligently gained admission to Jiangsu University, and post-graduation, he had committed himself to the struggles of urban life, even assisting elderly citizens across the street on occasion. His ordinariness was almost astonishing. Even the most fastidious critic would find it impossible to unearth a single blemish on his character, let alone a criminal record. Frustration gnawed at Li Moli's teeth. "Captain Li, should we not release him? This fellow is genuinely innocent. The interrogation room is no place for him, and our treatment of him seems somewhat against protocol," the junior officer hesitated to voice, observing Li Moli's ire. The police station's interrogation room is typically constructed with a view towards coercion, designed meticulously to elicit confessions through psychological pressure. "Release him? Absolutely not," Li Moli retorted, her face impassive, shaking her head resolutely. It was her suggestion to restrain Li Anyang in the interrogation room for 2 hours without a word. As the captain of the criminal investigation team, she was acutely aware that holding an innocent individual for an extended period without justification was a violation of protocol, yet her resolve to release him was non-existent. Today's events had unfolded in an exceedingly bizarre manner. A criminal syndicate had called the police on themselves. Surely, the sun must have risen from the west for such an absurdity to occur. Li Moli vividly recalled the peculiar expressions on the faces of the officers interrogating the members of the criminal organization, who, as rumored, confessed their crimes as if they were greeting a long-lost mother. It was as if failing to apprehend them would be an affront to their dignity. What kind of individual could instill such fear in hardened criminals? There had to be a connection to that young man. The junior officer, seeing her unwavering resolve, hesitated once more, but was swiftly cut off by Lee Moley's dismissive wave. Enough, there are no buts. This fellow is evidently more complicated than he appears. I need to ponder this further. Lee Moley rubbed her temples, feeling a headache brewing. Moley, why overthink? He is merely a country bumpkin. If you suspect something is amiss, I will accompany you during the interrogation. I guarantee he will spill everything, interjected a nearby officer who had been eavesdropping for some time, wearing a sycophantic grin. Vice Captain Wang, we are not on such familiar terms. This matter does not concern you, Lee Moley replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the man. Moley, do not say that. Your concerns are my concerns. I am quite adept at interrogations. Look at him, he clearly exudes bad intentions. How could I allow you to face him alone? The male officer remained undeterred by her frosty demeanor, inching closer with an air of false camaraderie. Clearly, he is a repeat offender. There must be some error in his records. What kind of normal person would be so at ease as to fall asleep in an interrogation room? At this, Lee Moley turned her gaze towards the surveillance feed, nearly exploding with rage. There, on the monitor, the insolent young man slumbered blissfully against the interrogation chair, emitting faint snores that punctuated the silence. Her decision to restrain Li Angyang for 2 hours without any interaction was partly due to her suspicion of him, but also stemmed from a desire to temper his arrogance. Yet, he had the audacity to sleep. Lee Moley's breath hitched in her throat, her anger boiling over as she disregarded Vice Captain Wang's obsequiousness and strode towards the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, Li Angyang was indeed enjoying a deep slumber. Typically, a normal person would fidget restlessly in such a chair, unable to find comfort. However, with his foundation in Baghuazhang, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. After enduring a series of inexplicable events, Li Angyang found himself utterly exhausted, sprawled out and sleeping soundly. Li Angyang. A sharp rap on the table accompanied by a cold reprimand shattered his dream. He blinked awake, lifting his head to see Lee Moley glaring at him, her expression a mask of fury. Hey, Officer Lee, have you truly investigated this matter thoroughly? I am a law-abiding citizen, and your focus on me instead of interrogating those bald-headed gang members is perplexing. Do I really appear so villainous? Li Angyang shook his head, voicing his discontent. Li Angyang, you better behave yourself. Do you think this is a joke? It is not your place to act unruly here. If you have any sense, confess your connections to the Bald Gang now, or you might find yourself regretting it, Vice Captain Wang interjected, rising to his feet with an authoritarian demeanor. And who might you be? Li Angyang regarded the male officer, momentarily taken aback as a flash of realization coursed through him. A smile crept onto his lips. Who I am is of no concern to you. Do you intend to play the connections card? Here, I am in charge. It matters not how powerful your connections are. You'd best confess your crimes, or you will face dire consequences. Vice Captain Wang asserted, reveling in his own bravado while casting a glance at Lee Moley, brimming with arrogance. Is he pursuing you? Li Angyang raised an eyebrow, observing the flustered vice captain, but chose to remain silent, instead addressing Lee Moley. You'd do well to keep your wits about you. Who I pursue is none of your concern, you mere suspect. Vice Captain Wang's facade crumbled at Li Anyang's pointed words, and he stormed closer, his anger palpable. To speak plainly, you have no chance. You are about to find yourself behind bars. Li Angyang shrugged nonchalantly. Me, in prison, what a grand joke. It seems you truly need a dose of reality. Vice Captain Wang, incensed, burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jests. I have no time for your nonsense. Tell me, where were you 3 days ago at 3 in the afternoon? 3 days ago at 3 in the afternoon, what do you know? Vice Captain Wang was prepared to teach this impudent country boy a lesson, but Li Anyang's question caused an immediate shift in his demeanor. Grabbing Li Anyang's collar, he bellowed, What have you done? I know exactly what you've done. This officer must be enjoying the perks of being an informant for the gang. Li Anyang merely smiled faintly. You are spouting nonsense. That is defamation, and I will sue you. Moley, do not believe a word he says. He is fabricating lies. I am the vice captain of our squad. How could I possibly collude with gangsters? Vice Captain Wang, flustered, shouted in desperation, I am not lying. This officer is too cautious. 3 days have passed, yet you still dare not cash in the gang's bribe. I suspect that check is still tucked away in your pocket. Li Anyang's smile widened. Wang Feng, you. Even Lee Moley, accustomed to high-stakes situations, was taken aback by Li Anyang's words. 3 days prior, the Bureau had orchestrated a zero-tolerance initiative aimed at curtailing the rampant criminal activity in District 52, intending to strike a decisive blow against organized crime. However, the gang appeared to have received a tip-off in advance. Despite the Bureau deploying substantial manpower, they managed to apprehend only a handful of minor players, while the true ringleaders behaved more innocently than the law-abiding citizens. At that time, suspicions arose regarding an internal mole within the police force. Was it truly Wang Feng? Officer Li, it's quite simple. Just search Vice Captain Wang's pockets, and you will find your answer, Li Angyang suggested, seemingly attuned to Li Moli's thoughts. No, Moli, Captain Li, you cannot. Vice Captain Wang retreated hastily, attempting to flee the interrogation room. Li Moli, having discerned the truth from Wang Feng's countenance, drew her firearm and aimed it at his head, commanding, Wang Feng, I now suspect you of colluding with the gang. Get on the ground, and empty your pockets of any items. The commotion in the interrogation room naturally attracted the attention of officers outside and even drew the attention of a deputy chief. Upon witnessing Li Moli with her gun drawn, the deputy chief was taken aback. Li Moli promptly recounted the unfolding events, inciting a furious response from the deputy chief, who personally entered the room to search Wang Feng. As expected, a check for 300,000 was discovered hidden within Wang Feng's waistband, issued by a notorious figure in District 52. The gathered officers regarded Li Angyang with expressions of sheer awe, as if they were in the presence of a deity. The deputy chief, incensed, ordered a thorough investigation, while the officers, eager to show their gratitude, hastily removed Li Angyang's handcuffs. Am I free to go? Li Angyang inquired, flexing his wrists with a grin. Certainly. Mr.Li is a commendable citizen and a role model for the youth of Songjiang City, the deputy chief replied warmly, shaking Li Angyang's hands vigorously, exuding enthusiasm. The revelation of corruption within the bureau was a scandal of monumental proportions. It was akin to a plot from a spy thriller. Should this news break, it could jeopardize the positions of the entire leadership team. Yet, having successfully exposed Wang Feng as the rotten apple, the deputy chief was poised to claim a significant victory. However, Chief, his case, Li Moli began, finally regaining her composure, only to be interrupted. Nonsense. I have thoroughly investigated Mr. Li's case. His records are entirely clean. There is no conceivable way he could be connected to the Bold Gang. It is evident that those gang members are attempting to extort him. Thanks to Mr.Li, we shall close this case immediately, the deputy chief concluded, shooting a pained glance at the indignant Li Moli as he gritted his teeth. Well then, it's settled. Officer Li, do not forget to thank me for facilitating such a significant favor, Li Angyang remarked with a slight smile, playfully tugging at the corner of his mouth as he prepared to leave. Do not let me catch you again, Li Moli sighed inwardly, wishing she could deliver a punch to his insufferably smug face. She muttered under her breath before turning on her heel and re-entering her office. Chapter 7, The Jade Guanyin. Where are you headed, my friend? To Hujiang Avenue. After exiting the police station, Li Angyang hailed a taxi, his destination set for Hujiang Avenue. This avenue boasted an antique street, bustling with activity, where an array of precious antiquities circulated, and the art of buying and selling was a commonplace affair. Clutching the Jade Guanyin, extorted from the Scorpion, Li Angyang hoped to secure a handsome price amidst the vibrant marketplace. He was in dire need of funds, having lived in poverty for most of his life. Such an opportunity was not one to be squandered. Strolling along the street, amidst the ebb and flow of passers-by, Li Angyang's gaze fell upon a jade shop. The shop's exquisite decor and well-placed displays revealed that the proprietor was both affluent and discerning. With such a remarkable piece of Jade Guanyin in his possession, he wished to avoid wasting it on someone lacking appreciation. Thus, he stepped inside, where two attendants were busily engaged. Upon his entry, one of the attendants approached him with enthusiasm. Sir, may I assist you with something? We have a selection of fine pieces. Feel free to browse, and we'll offer you a discount on any selection you choose. The attendant beamed with a smile. Li Angyang cast a casual glance at the attendant, replying coolly, I am here to sell. Kindly summon your boss, I wish to speak with him. The attendant chuckled, rubbing his hands together. What treasures do you have to offer? Although we may not be important figures, we have seen our fair share and can certainly provide you with a fair price. Enough with the chatter. You lack the authority to negotiate. Fetch your boss, or I shall take my leave. There's nothing I stand to lose. Li Angyang's impatience was palpable. It was not disdain for the attendant, but rather the understanding that, regardless of the attendant's acumen, the final price was ultimately determined by the owner. Why waste time? The attendant hesitated momentarily before conceding. Very well, please wait a moment. He then retreated to summon the owner. Before long, a portly man with a ruddy complexion emerged, donning polished black leather shoes. He approached Li Angyang with an air of arrogance and inquired, What do you have to show me? Let us see how much it's worth. Li Angyang regarded him, discomfited by the man's demeanor, but reminded himself that his goal was profit, so he endured. He produced the Jade Guanyin and handed it over. The middle-aged man took the piece, examining it with an air of professionalism, scrutinizing it for some time. Finally, he lifted his gaze and declared, I'll offer you 5,000. Will you sell? 5,000, pray, repeat that. Li Anyang's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dislodging from their sockets. To think that such a superior artifact, a high-quality jade, was being insultingly appraised at a mere 5,000. Not only did this demean the jade, but it also affronted his own discernment and the expertise of the master who had appraised it. How could such an offer be accepted? Yet the middle-aged man seemed oblivious to Li Anyang's outrage, frowning as he asked, "What, is that too little? How about 4,005? Speak too much and it might not even be worth that. How dare you? This is an egregious affront." Li Anyang's anger flared. As the esteemed proprietor of a pawn shop on Seoul Town, to be bullied in such a manner was intolerable. He glared, asserting, "Let me be clear. I will not sell this for anything less than 100,000. Have you lost your senses, trying to run a business? Hey, what did you say? How dare you insult me? Do you have no manners?" The middle-aged man retorted, equally vexed. Just as tempers flared, footsteps echoed at the entrance, drawing both their gazes. Two figures entered, a man and a woman, one elderly and the other youthful. The woman, in particular, captivated Li Anyang's attention. With long lashes, luminous eyes, and skin as fair as snow, her exquisitely perfect features were complemented by cascading hair. Clad in a white short dress and knee-high white stockings, her ensemble was enough to stir the blood of any normal man, and her angelic visage was breathtakingly enchanting, aptly described by the ancient saying of drowning fish and falling geese. "Is the owner here?" the beauty inquired, her voice melodious and delightful. "Yes, yes." The middle-aged man's face instantly lit up with a smile. This was clearly a distinguished guest, unlike Li Angyang, and thus, he could not afford to be negligent. The middle-aged man disregarded Li Angyang and approached the beauty with a smile. "How may I assist you?" Expressionless, she replied, "I wish to purchase some jade. Do you have any fine pieces to recommend?" "Indeed, we have plenty. Please, come inside," the middle-aged man responded enthusiastically. "Such a mercenary!" Li Angyang muttered under his breath, frustrated, as he approached the middle-aged man. "If you have no interest in my jade guanine, return it to me. Do not attempt to abscond with it. Who would want your worthless trinket?" The middle-aged man shot Li Angyang a disdainful glance, carelessly tossing the jade guanine back to him. Li Angyang quickly caught it, angered, wishing he could give the scoundrel a thrashing. However, this was not the time for conflict. He prepared to leave, but suddenly, the elderly man accompanying the beauty reached out, smiling. "Young man, could I take a look at your jade guanine?" "What is the meaning of this?" Li Angyang questioned, puzzled by the old man's request. The beauty glanced at the elderly man, seemingly understanding something, and stepped forward to introduce herself. "Hello, I am Lin Xian. This is Mr. Mai, who is quite knowledgeable about antiques and jade. He is highly respected in this field. If Mr. Mai finds your jade guanine worthy, I can purchase it for you. After all, you are looking to sell, aren't you?" Li Angyang paused, contemplating the implications. It appeared that Mr. Mai held significant stature, so he decided to allow him a look. Perhaps a fair price could be negotiated. "Very well, I shall see how discerning Mr. Mai's eye is. I hope it does not resemble that of some others who inflate their worth." "Whom are you referring to?" The jade shop owner, catching the veiled insult, glared at Li Angyang with indignation. Mr. Mai paid no heed to the altercation, instead retrieving a magnifying glass from his pocket to examine the jade guanine closely. The wrinkles around his eyes deepened as he scrutinized the piece, his expression shifting as he murmured his appreciation. "What a treasure! Such exquisite jade!" Finally, he lowered the magnifying glass and addressed Lin Xian. "Miss, this is indeed a remarkable jade. If you acquire this piece, I assure you, the elderly lady will be overjoyed." "Really?" Lin Xian's face lit up with joy. The jade shop owner, incredulous, interjected, "Mr. Mai, I have heard of your esteemed name. However, are you certain you are not mistaken? You claim this is good jade." Mr. Mai shot the shop owner a cool glance. "I have examined more jade than you have consumed meals. Are you questioning my expertise? If I were to misjudge your appearance, I would never overlook a fine jade." "That is impossible," the shop owner protested. "I, too, am in the jade business and possess a discerning eye. This jade guanine is green yet opaque, with a lifeless core. Such a piece is akin to a mere stone. How could it be deemed good jade? Preposterous nonsense." Mr. Mai's temper flared, glaring at the middle-aged man. "Do you understand what it means for jade to contain spirit and essence? You know nothing and dare to challenge my insights. Perhaps you should spend a few more years studying before you come to argue with me." The shop owner was left speechless. Li Angyang found the exchange amusing, finally encountering someone with discernment. Witnessing the shop owner's humiliation brought him immense satisfaction. With a smile, he remarked to the elderly man, "Mr. Mai, you truly live up to your reputation for keen insight. You immediately recognized the essence of this jade. In that case, I shall sell it to you." Lin Xian, delighted, played with the jade guanine, her beauty even more radiant as she inquired, "What price do you seek?" You may propose a price. With your expertise, I trust you will not undervalue this jade. Li Angyang grinned, maintaining his wits. He would not foolishly disclose his price, fearing he might undervalue it. Lin Xian turned to confer with Mr. Mai for a moment before returning to Li Angyang, seemingly having reached a consensus. How about this? It is indeed a fine jade, and we shall not shortchange you. We can offer you 50,000. Li Angyang was taken aback. He had thought he had found someone perceptive, yet they were still offering a paltry sum. His conservative price was 100,000, and now they were proposing half of that. What was this? His expression darkened as he replied, Mr. Mai, you yourself have affirmed this is good jade. Is it truly worth only 50,000? Mr. Mai responded, young man, do not be hasty. While it is indeed a fine jade, I am quoting you the market price. This is what it is worth in the current market. Impossible. Li Angyang, in a fit of rage, snatched the jade guanyin back from Lin Xian, coldly declaring, I see now, you are all cut from the same cloth, attempting to swindle me. No way. I inform you, I shall not sell this jade guanyin today. Do as you please. With that, he clutched the jade and made for the exit. Lin Xian exchanged a glance with Mr. Mai and hurriedly approached Li Angyang, grasping his arm. Wait, let us discuss this. I truly desire that jade guanyin. How about this? I shall add another 10,000 to the offer. Get away from me. Enraged, Li Angyang's demeanor was unyielding even toward the beauty. He declared, even if you offered me 100,000, I would not sell, for I disdain your character and would not wish for this jade guanyin to be solid in your possession. You scoundrel! How dare you speak to me like that? Lin Xian retorted, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. Li Angyang sneered, what is the matter? Are you trying to intimidate me? Let me assure you, I am not easily cowed. Not even the king of hell could compel me to sell. His anger was genuine. Repeatedly testing his limits was a grave miscalculation. He was not to be trifled with. Lin Xian glared at Li Angyang, her small fists clenched, her fair complexion flushed with indignation. Li Angyang chuckled, are you contemplating violence? I advise against making such a foolish decision. Chapter 8, strutting with pride. Having now mastered Baghuazhang, he feared no one. After all, he considered himself a martial arts expert and would never demean himself. All right, everyone calm down. Allow me to speak, Mr. Mai interjected, addressing Li Angyang. He inquired, young brother, if you believe our offered price is too low, what sum do you desire? Moreover, on what basis do you assert that your jade is worth more? Are you particularly knowledgeable about jade? Li Angyang chuckled, recognizing the attempt to leverage expertise against him, a futile endeavor. In the past, he might have hesitated, but now, endowed with his clairvoyance, who could rival his knowledge? With a smile, he replied, I wouldn't claim to be an expert, but I possess a clear understanding of this jade. Then enlighten us, what type of jade is this? Where does it originate? Mr. Mai squinted, realizing this was no longer merely a matter of price, but rather a challenge to his discernment and insight. Li Angyang smirked, fully aware of the old man's intent. Casting a cold glance at the others present, he spoke slowly, this jade is South Lake Emperor Green, a glass variety, sourced from South Lake. Unlike the prolific regions for jadeite, South Lake jadeite is exceedingly rare, yet it is transparent, spirited, and possesses a high saturation. Though incomplete, it is often set within statues of guanyin, yet its flaws do not overshadow its brilliance. He articulated the information conveyed by his clairvoyance without alteration. Mr. Mai listened intently, his mouth agape in astonishment. He had not anticipated Li Angyang's profound understanding of the jade, a depth of insight he himself could not perceive. His aged visage flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, who informed you of this information? Li Angyang replied nonchalantly, that is of no concern to you. Just tell me, am I correct? Do you have any objections? Well, Mr. Mai found himself at a loss for words, unable to voice his discomfort. It pained him to realize that after a lifetime in the antiques business, known for his keen eye, he was rendered speechless by a mere youth. Have you nothing to say? Li Angyang exclaimed triumphantly. What a delightful sensation! It was akin to sweeping away the riffraff of the world, a feeling he relished. Noticing Mr. Mai's silence, Lin Xian's mood lightened somewhat as she turned to Li Angyang, asking, so, how much do you intend to ask for it? With a smile, Li Angyang replied, not much, just 200,000. This commotion had vexed him, and he decided to double his initial estimate. He was indifferent to whether they chose to buy. Fine goods required no forced appreciation. 200,000, you are bold indeed. Lin Xian retorted, her face flushed with indignation. She swiftly turned to Mr. Mai, demanding, Mr. Mai, do you believe this jade merits such a price? Mr. Mai, his dignity shattered, sighed heavily. What he says is indeed correct. Upon his remarks, I can see that the jade is worth that price. How can this be? Lin Xian felt cornered, clenching the jade tightly. Finally, she stamped her foot, conceding, fine, 200,000 it is, to please my grandmother. However, I do not have that much on me, you must accompany me to the bank. Of course, Li Angyang replied joyfully, taken aback by her willingness to purchase. Eagerly, he contemplated how to spend the windfall of 200,000, he had never possessed such a sum before. Spending money is quite the headache, he lamented, lost in his delightful imaginings. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Don't you want the money anymore? Lin Xian shouted at him as they exited the store. Li Angyang snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up. The bank was not far, just a few steps away. He closely followed Lin Xian and Mr. Mai, his gaze involuntarily drawn to Lin Xian's graceful figure. Her swaying gait was truly captivating. If it weren't for her slightly foul temper, she would indeed be an extraordinary beauty. Suddenly, a series of ominous messages flashed before his eyes. Lin Xian, lifespan 85 years, age 19, will encounter a calamity in 3 days, at risk of being harmed. If she cannot overcome this calamity, her life will end at 19. What was this? Li Angyang was taken aback. How could such a vibrant young woman's life be in jeopardy? Was this what they meant by the capriciousness of fate? What should he do now? Should he warn Lin Xian? Yet, altering fate, wasn't that tantamount to defying the heavens? Would he be struck down by divine retribution? He found himself in a state of indecision. He wasn't inherently malevolent, nor did he wish to stand by while someone perished, especially not a beauty such as her. The thought of her untimely demise filled him with regret. However, he was oblivious to the implications of altering another's destiny. What if doing so cost him his own life? What would be the point? He was unable to reach a conclusion. At the bank, Lin Xian efficiently withdrew the money, placing a large bag filled with cash into Li Angyang's hands. Here you go, this is 200,000. It should keep you entertained for a while, but I advise you to cherish this money. Once it's gone, you will have nothing left. This is wealth that an ordinary person takes years to earn. Li Angyang held the money, feeling somewhat off-kilter. Finally, he could no longer contain himself and, biting his lip, said to Lin Xian, you remind me, so I will remind you, in 3 days, you will face danger. I advise you to prepare yourself. Otherwise, your life may be at stake. With that, he promptly closed his eyes. Strike me down if you must, it is I who cannot keep my mouth shut and reveal the secrets of fate, he muttered to himself, awaiting the thunderbolt. You deserve to be struck down. Who do you think you are? Lin Xian retorted, furious. You just received money and now you curse me. What have I done to deserve this? Li Angyang opened his eyes, bewildered yet pleasantly surprised. What did this mean? Was there truly no punishment for revealing the secrets of fate? He burst into laughter, addressing Lin Xian. I have said what needed to be said, whether you believe it is up to you. Farewell. He was eager to squander his newfound wealth. Lin Xian shot back, farewell, no, it's never see you again. With that, they parted ways, each striding off in opposite directions. Li Angyang, clutching the money, walked with a lightness in his step. He had said all that he needed to. Whether Lin Xian believed him was no longer his concern. He had nearly soiled himself out of fear in revealing the truth, yet she failed to recognize his good intentions. Now how to spend this money? Wow, having money yet not knowing how to spend it. Was he foolish? Of course, it was time to buy. Thus, Li Angyang first visited a clothing store, purchasing a fine suit that made him look quite distinguished. Then he indulged himself at a high-end restaurant, feasting lavishly. Afterward, he splurged on a watch costing several thousand, instantly feeling transformed, exuding a newfound air of sophistication. Upon returning to his shabby, disorderly rental apartment, he scoffed at his surroundings. I am a wealthy man now. I shan't live in a doghouse any longer. In his excitement, he kicked over the table before him. Oh, what a temper, can't find a job again, taking it out on my belongings. I truly have no words for you, a shrill voice called from the doorway. A hefty landlady stood there, her expression dripping with disdain. This landlady was notorious for demanding rent and mocking Li Angyang at every opportunity. Li Angyang turned to glare at her, his confidence soaring as he replied, let me inform you, I am now quite different. Do you see this suit, these shoes, genuine leather, something you could never afford, and this watch, look how it sparkles. He revelled in boasting, all the pent-up resentment from the past flooding out, especially towards this landlady. If only he weren't at her mercy, he would never have tolerated her antics, but now, he had no need to endure any longer. Enough, stop your boasting. I don't know where you scavenged these items. Since you are so different now, pay your rent, utilities included, that's a total of 1,300. And for the table you just kicked over, that adds up to 1,005. The landlady barked, her tone brusque. A table hardly warranted a $200 valuation. She was simply irked by Li Anyang's arrogant demeanor and sought to make things difficult for him. Seeing him unable to produce the money, she revelled in her victory. But she had not anticipated that Li Anyang would nonchalantly pull out a thick wad of cash from his suit pocket, several thousand, to be exact, and toss it at her face, grinning as he declared, is this enough? If not, I can certainly offer you more. And by the way, I didn't just kick your table, I also kicked your cabinet, your cups, and your entire house. Li Angyang strutted around the room, kicking everything in sight, leaving chaos in his wake, thoroughly venting his frustrations. Straightening his suit, he departed with confidence. The landlady, holding the wad of cash, stood dumbfounded, watching Li Angyang's retreating figure in disbelief. Trembling, she muttered, "Has this kid gone mad?" What a thrilling experience. Li Angyang stood on the street, arms outstretched, letting out a triumphant roar, banishing all his grievances. Onlookers regarded him with wary eyes, keeping their distance, but he was unfazed. He was now a force to be reckoned with. Who could stop him? Suddenly, he regained his composure. There was one thing he still needed to do, confront his ex-girlfriend, Chen Yuan, who had broken up with him just days prior. His unemployment had not crushed him, but the breakup had left him utterly devastated. Truth be told, Chen Yuan had cited incompatibility as the reason for their split. However, he knew full well it was because she had become involved with a wealthy heir from her company. A gentleman does not forget a slight, and this was a grievance that must be avenged. With that thought, Li Angyang boarded a bus heading to Chen Yuan's company. Once on the bus, he realized he was now wealthy and yet still riding public transportation, a habit he had yet to shake off. But since he was already aboard, he decided to make the best of it. Joyfully, he envisioned the complex expression on Chen Yuan's face upon witnessing his transformation. Suddenly, he was struck by a wave of dizziness, as if his very soul were being drawn away. He recognized this sensation. It felt as though he were about to be transported to the underworld. Of all times to experience this, it had to be on a bus. Chapter 9, Suchier in the dimly lit pawnshop of the Seoul town. Li Angyang stood with a vacant expression, as urgent knocking echoed from the door. A clerk silently glided past him and opened the door. Although it was not his first time in this peculiar place, Li Angyang felt as if he were caught in a dream. Imagine a normal person, suddenly yanked from the realm of the living and thrust into the underworld. How could one possibly accept such a fate? As the door creaked open, a ragged old man stumbled in, his disheveled appearance an overwhelming stench of alcohol filling the air. Clutching a wine jug, he cheerfully exclaimed to Li Angyang, "Shopkeeper, you finally opened the door. I've come to pawn something, otherwise, I won't even be able to afford a drink." Li Angyang gazed at the beggar with a stony expression, before suddenly covering his mouth and rushing to the back, retching violently. The old beggar frowned and muttered, "Is it really necessary? Though I am a beggar, must your reaction be so extreme? It's quite hurtful." After a moment, Li Angyang returned, wiping his mouth and looking pale. "It has nothing to do with you. I've just been pulled down from the realm of the living and am still adjusting. Now, what do you wish to pawn?" "This," the beggar replied, pulling out a worn book from his tattered cloak and presenting it to Li Angyang. "It's my unique secret manual. It should be worth some merit points." Li Angyang took the book and examined it. Drunken Fist, it read, an original manual by Su Kan, valued at 50 merit points. Su Kan. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Li Angyang as he stared incredulously at the drunken old man before him. "Could you be Suchier?" "Indeed, that's what everyone calls me," Suchier replied, his eyes glazed with inebriation. "Remarkable. You are indeed Suchier. I have long admired you. Growing up, I watched you on television. Your drunken fist is legendary. Even inebriated, you were so formidable." Hanjongli, the drunken steps, holding the vat atop your head, Li Angyang exclaimed, mimicking the drunken martial arts moves he had seen on screen. Suchier chuckled. "A shopkeeper. Enough of the antics. Focus on your business. Your imitation of drunken fist is a poor representation. Such an affront might anger me." Right. Li Angyang cleared his throat awkwardly, regaining his composure. "How much do you wish to pawn?" "Just give me what you deem appropriate." "You should know better than I do. I just need enough to buy some wine," Suchier replied amiably. Li Angyang suggested, "How about 50 points? If that seems fair, I can give you that amount." "Perfect. 50 points will suffice." Suchier beamed. Li Angyang was about to process the transaction when he realized his available merit points were quite limited. Recalling a promotion he had previously implemented, he smiled and said, "Mr. Su, have you heard about our installment payment plan? If you choose that option, you might receive additional merit points." Suchier shook his head with a grin. "No need for that, it's just 50 points. I'll take that, and off I go for my drink." "Very well, if that's your wish, I shall grant you 50 points, Li Angyang said, transferring the scant merit points he had left to Suchier. Suchier left with a cheerful demeanor. However, Li Angyang felt quite disheartened. Setting aside the value of the drunken fist, the flow of merit points in the shop was alarmingly low. If more customers came to pawn items, how would he manage? Pondering this, Li Angyang turned to the clerk and inquired, "How do we acquire merit points in our shop? There are hardly any left, and how shall we conduct business moving forward?" The clerk smiled reassuringly. "There's no need for concern. If we run out, we can report to the underworld, and they will allocate a sum of merit points for us, which we must repay within a month. Additionally, every month, Lord Nyoto will come to assess our performance, at which point he will take all items pawned and replace them with the corresponding merit points. I see. Li Angyang contemplated this information. He then asked, when does Lord Nyoto come? I'm not certain, but he should be arriving soon, the clerk replied, before asking, shopkeeper, business seems to be thriving, should I report for more merit points? Absolutely. Li Angyang nodded vigorously. Without merit points, how can our shop function? Hurry and make the request for more. Understood, I'll take care of it right away, the clerk said, gliding out of the pawnshop. Left alone, Li Angyang picked up the Drunken Fist manual to study. Although he had already mastered the 8 trigrams palm, he believed there was no harm in learning more, especially a skill like Drunken Fist, which he had long desired. It would be quite beneficial to defend himself when intoxicated. However, as he prepared to learn, he discovered that it required 20 merit points. What on earth? Wasn't he at only 10 points before? Filled with questions, he consulted the shop's ledger, which revealed that learning these manuals came with restrictions. Each time one learned, the cost doubled. Thus, he now needed 20 points, and the next time he attempted to learn a different manual, it would escalate to 40 points. This was absurd. His commission was merely 1%. How could he afford such expenses? He needed to devise a new strategy. Fortunately, the Drunken Fist was relatively inexpensive to learn, so Li Angyang opted for the installment plan, intending to find ways to earn more merit points. The clerk had gone to report for merit points, and it was uncertain when he would return. Thus, Li Angyang was left to manage the shop alone. After a while without any customers, just as he was growing weary, several individuals suddenly squeezed through the door, crowding around the counter with excitement. Shopkeeper, I heard you're offering installment payments. We all want to pawn items and use the installment plan. Could you appraise these for us? A jumble of miscellaneous items was placed on the table before him. Li Angyang glanced at the items and felt dismayed. Most were of little value, and the shop's appraisal would be low. Clearly, these customers were hoping to benefit from the installment plan. Li Angyang swiftly addressed the crowd. Firstly, this promotion is intended for esteemed and loyal customers, not just anyone. Moreover, the items you present hold little worth. If everyone wants to use installments, I would incur significant losses. Therefore, I can only select a few for this option. Please be patient. Just as he calmed the throng, another group surged through the entrance, causing Li Angyang to widen his eyes in astonishment. What on earth? The business had suddenly exploded, and he was overwhelmed. Moreover, with his current liquidity already low, how could he manage such a rush? In the midst of this chaos, Li Angyang received a notification that 100,000 merit points had been credited to his account, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the clerk had reported in a timely manner. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to proceed. After nearly 3 hours of bustling activity, he managed to assist all the customers, albeit only a few were on installment plans. Most transactions were straightforward pawns. He had to be resolute in his dealings, for in business, any negligence could lead to disaster. If he were to incur losses, the 1-month evaluation period would arrive, and both his pawnshop and his life would be forfeit. Once the customers were attended to, Li Angyang barely had a moment to catch his breath before another batch of patrons flooded in. Thus, he continued this frenetic pace until closing time. Looking at the mountain of pawned items in the back, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Among them were manuals, valuable items, treasure maps, an assortment of the most peculiar goods. His primary focus was on the manuals, yet what could possibly be significant about the treasure maps? Did the underworld hold treasures as well? He picked one up for inspection and discovered that these maps did not lead to the underworld but rather to the realm of the living. During ancient uprisings, numerous treasure sites were established. Though centuries had passed, the hidden gold and silver remained intact. With these maps, could he not prosper? Merely digging for treasures could make him immensely wealthy. For now, however, he set aside the treasure maps to sift through the manuals, hoping to uncover something useful. After completing such a profitable day, he received his earnings, totaling 220 merit points, indicating that he had generated a profit exceeding 20,000 merit points for the pawnshop. Was there anyone more successful in business than he? If this trend continued, his earnings would soon multiply, allowing him to become quite affluent in the underworld. As Li Angyang eagerly perused the manuals, contemplating his bright future, a knock echoed at the door. No need to knock. We reclosed for the day. Please return tomorrow, he called out. A deep voice responded, I am not here to pawn anything. Not to pawn. Li Angyang rose, puzzled. What could this individual possibly want? Had a wandering spirit come to visit? Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find a familiar ghostly figure standing outside. Uncle, he exclaimed, bewildered. Before him stood none other than his distant uncle, who had entrusted the pawnshop to him. Though they had only met once, he recognized him instantly. Angyang, I see business is thriving, his uncle remarked, a smile gracing his face as he observed Li Angyang. Uncle, what brings you here? Please come inside, I have some questions for you, Li Angyang urged, stepping aside to allow his uncle to enter. Once inside, his uncle navigated the back with ease, his eyes widening at the sight of the towering pile of pawned items. Turning to Li Angyang in astonishment, he asked, "What have you done? How did you acquire so many items? Is business truly this good?" Li Angyang, bewildered, replied, "Isn't this a sign that my business is flourishing?" With a sigh of resignation, his uncle responded, "I came here to remind you of a few important matters. I know this is your first time managing a pawnshop, and you may not be aware of all the rules. It's not that having more items pawned is necessarily better. Generally, low-value items will be appraised at half price when the underworld comes to collect them." Chapter 10, The Rescue. That is to say, if you pawn 2,000 worth of low-grade items, when the Minotaur comes to collect, you will only receive 1,000 in return. Can you fathom the amount of moral points you would be losing? Such a thing exists. Why has no one informed me of this? Li Anyang's eyes widened in disbelief. This was an egregious trap, assuming he was an easy target simply because he was a newcomer. That is precisely why I am here to warn you. You must be vigilant going forward. The moral points you lose will be deducted from your salary. Understand this. If your salary falls into the negative, you will be erased, forever barred from returning to the realm of the living. Though his uncle spoke with a certain calmness, the implications of his words were profoundly alarming. Goodness! Li Anyang was filled with regret. Today, he had earned 2,000 moral points, most of which comprised low-grade items, meaning he was on the verge of losing nearly 1,000 if they deducted from his salary. His earnings would be woefully insufficient, and it seemed he would need to tread carefully henceforth. Contemplating this, Li Anyang raised his gaze and inquired, "Uncle, thank goodness you arrived, or I would have been doomed. I still have some questions. These moral points are so crucial, akin to RMB in the mortal realm, but what exactly are their functions? Are those who labor tirelessly for these points merely utilizing them for purchases? What is there to buy in this underworld?" His uncle replied, "Moral points are indeed vital. They serve purposes beyond mere transactions. Those seeking to send dreams or return to the living world require moral points. A single dream request consumes nearly 10,000 moral points. Wouldn't you say that is significant? Moreover, once your moral points accumulate to a certain extent, you may choose not to reincarnate and can remain here as an official, or even ascend to the heavens as a deity." I see. Li Anyang exclaimed in realization. He had wondered why so many were so desperate for moral points. Now it was clear they had numerous applications. "But uncle, if you are faring well, why do you continue to manage this pawn shop? And why have you chosen me as your successor?" His uncle sighed. "The situation is such. My business was relatively prosperous, at least enough to avoid having my lifespan erased. However, the underworld conducts an annual purge of souls, meaning that the souls that exist here will be replaced after a year. An unexpected incident occurred, resulting in poor management, and I was forcibly stripped of my lifespan. Such a thing can happen?" Li Anyang's expression darkened. He realized there were many unknowns that could lead him to a precarious fate. Life in the underworld adhered to no logic whatsoever. "What do you plan to do next, uncle?" Li Anyang asked. His uncle managed a wry smile. "What else can I do? I am already dead. My physical body has been buried in the mortal realm. I am now free of ties, preparing to drink Mengpo's soup and reincarnate." "How can this be?" Li Anyang was taken aback, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. "Uncle, you've been in this underworld for so long. You must have accumulated numerous moral points. Why the haste to reincarnate? Don't you wish to stay and accomplish something?" His uncle shook his head. "I have considered it, but you are unaware of the rules for managers in this pawn shop. Upon death, one must immediately reincarnate and cannot linger. After I clarify matters with you, I must proceed to reincarnate. Otherwise, my soul will also be erased, and I shall never attain rebirth." Upon hearing this, Li Anyang looked up and sighed. "And now it makes sense. I was wondering how such a windfall could fall upon me. It appears this is not a stroke of fortune, but rather a perilous situation. This is why you did not seek your children to take over, but instead turned to a distant relative like me. You are not entirely foolish." His uncle chuckled. "Well, I have said all I needed to say. It is time for me to leave. Do your best, not only for your own glory but to survive." With that, his uncle departed the pawn shop without a backward glance. As he gazed into the endless night, Li Anyang felt a weight settle upon his heart, rendering him breathless for a moment. How had things spiraled out of control like this? The situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. With the agreement already in place, it was too late to reconsider. He could only persist and prevent the pawn shop from closing. He resolved to alter the business model. Henceforth, all low-grade items would be pawned at half price, or he would surely face ruin within the month. Installment payments would be restricted to high-grade items. He could no longer operate recklessly. Having made these preparations, he awaited the return of his assistant before closing the shop for the day. A flash of white light enveloped him, and his soul was once again transported back to the mortal realm. This was the second time, and he was gradually growing accustomed to the sensation of his soul being pulled away. It was no longer as jarring as the first time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to find himself on a bus, which was currently in motion, the roar of the engine filling his ears. The surroundings appeared almost unchanged. Checking the time, he was astonished. His venture to the underworld had lasted a mere 10 minutes. Previously, he had worried that his soul might be absent, leaving only his body behind, but it seemed he had overthought the matter. Time in the underworld did not correlate directly with time in the mortal realm. If one had to assign a ratio, it would likely be 10 to 1. It was no wonder that the underworld was often described as a torment. Indeed, that prolonged duration was unbearable for anyone. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside his worries. Now that he had returned, there was no need to concern himself with matters back in the Soul Town. He would first address his own aspirations before planning what to do next. Upon arriving at his stop, he looked up and spotted his ex-girlfriend's workplace. He stepped inside, only to see Chen Yuan getting into a car. If he was not mistaken, the owner of that car was the wealthy young man who had taken her from him. The vehicle drove away, and the occupants were oblivious to Li Angyang standing nearby. Where were they headed? After a moment of hesitation, he quickly hailed a cab to follow them. The car sped off and eventually stopped in front of a KTV establishment. Li Angyang saw Chen Yuan, arm in arm with a man in a suit, entering the KTV. He hastily exited the cab and stealthily followed. Having learned the 8 trigrams palm, his footsteps were significantly quicker than those of an average person, and he could easily control his movements. He closely trailed Chen Yuan and the man, who remained unaware of his presence. They took the elevator to the 4th floor, where Chen Yuan and the man entered a private room. This was awkward. Li Angyang could not simply barge in, as that would serve no purpose and would likely lead to humiliation, yet waiting outside seemed equally pointless. Who knew how long these individuals intended to stay? Reluctant to leave without resolution, he pondered for a moment before deciding to enter. He approached swiftly, flinging open the door to the room, and was immediately confronted with a shocking scene. Inside, Chen Yuan was bound hand and foot, struggling helplessly on the couch, while 2 burly men restrained her and covered her mouth to stifle her cries. At the far end of the room, the suited man sat with a sinister grin, smoking a cigarette. Upon Li Angyang's entrance, everyone in the room froze, turning to stare at him in disbelief. "Who are you?" the suited man barked, rising in anger. Li Angyang replied with a cold smirk, "You ask who I am. I want to know what you are doing here," as several grown men ganging up on a single woman. "What business is it of yours? I'll give you a chance, get lost, or you won't leave here alive," the suited man roared. Li Angyang narrowed his eyes. He genuinely considered turning and walking away. After all, the situation had nothing to do with him, and Chen Yuan had abandoned him for this man. This was the consequence she had brought upon herself. But as he hesitated, Chen Yuan managed to wriggle free from the grip of the 2 men for a moment, her face streaked with tears as she cried out to Li Angyang, "Li Angyang, help me. They want to rape me." The suited man stepped forward, placing a hand on Li Anyang's shoulder with a mocking smile. "I don't care who you are, it's best you mind your own business, or you'll find it hard to leave this place alive. Be smart and scram." How infuriating. Li Angyang gritted his teeth. Regardless of how Chen Yuan had treated him, she was still his ex-girlfriend. He could not stand by and do nothing. With a sudden motion, he seized the suited man's arm and yanked it aside, resulting in a sharp crack as the man's shoulder dislocated. He cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, sweat pouring from his forehead. The other men, initially stunned, quickly regained their composure and charged at Li Angyang. He extended his palms, demonstrating the 8 trigrams palm he had learned, and with a single strike, the feeble assailants were sent sprawling. Though they appeared tall and robust, they were merely marginally stronger than the average person. Compared to Li Angyang, who had trained in martial arts, they were as weak as insects. In an instant, they were all on the floor, and Li Angyang stepped over their bodies to scoop Chen Yuan into his arms. Exiting the KTV room, once outside, he carried Chen Yuan to a nearby garden and untied her restraints. At that moment, she was utterly bewildered, staring at Li Angyang in disbelief. While she had been rescued, she still struggled to comprehend the reality before her. Li Angyang was someone she knew well, meek, lacking any skills, and prone to enduring hardships in silence. When had he become so formidable, and where had he learned those skills to dispatch a group of men so effortlessly? Was this truly the Li Angyang she had once known? As the cool breeze blew, Chen Yuan, still shaken, hugged her shoulders, trembling slightly. Li Angyang removed his jacket and draped it over her, then rushed to a nearby convenience store to buy a bottle of water to help her calm down. "Are you all right?" he asked, sitting beside her with a stoic expression. "I'm fine." Chen Yuan sipped the water, casting furtive glances at Li Angyang out of the corner of her eye. Chapter 11, The Trap. After a prolonged silence, she finally inquired, "How did you come to be here? Did you already foresee my peril and come to my rescue?" Li Anyang chuckled, a mocking grin gracing his lips, and replied, wrong. I am here to exact revenge on you for abandoning me and running off with another man, hence, I have been following you. Chen Yuan could hardly believe her ears. Angrily, she retorted, you are still as pathetic as ever, then why did you bother to save me? I was humiliated by those men, and you should be delighted, as your goal would have been achieved. True, that was initially my thought, but I could not bear to witness you being violated by those beasts. That is my moral boundary. Li Anyang stated solemnly. Both parties fell into silence, and after a moment, Li Anyang asked, so, tell me, how did this happen? Since you chose him, he should treat you well. I never anticipated he would treat me this way. Chen Yuan, her emotions calming, continued with a pained expression. He initially invited me to accompany him to drink with a friend, to curry favor. I agreed on the first occasion, but after drinking, I discovered that man was quite inappropriate, so I stealthily slipped away. Subsequently, he begged me to accompany him once more, and out of sheer helplessness, I consented, which was tonight. I never imagined he would conspire with his friend to attempt to assault me. HMPH. Li Anyang scoffed coldly, rising to his feet and exclaiming, now you see, did you think all wealthy individuals were benevolent? Let me tell you, this world is rife with all sorts of individuals, some are simply not good by nature. You ought to reconsider your beliefs. What does wealth matter if it does not guarantee kindness? Li Anyang erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Yuan, unleashing a torrent of reprimands. Yes, you are absolutely right. Are you satisfied now that I have found myself in this predicament? Chen Yuan, tears streaming down her face, shouted back defiantly at Li Anyang. Stubborn as ever, I can no longer concern myself with you. Li Anyang shot a glance at Chen Yuan and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan reached out, grasping his arm, her voice quivering, please don't go, please don't be like this. I was wrong, can't you see? Li Anyang turned to her, a mix of rage and mockery in his expression. Since you disagree with my perspective, why not follow him and see how he treats you? His anger was palpable, the situation was glaringly evident, yet Chen Yuan remained unrepentant. With her lips trembling, Chen Yuan gazed at Li Anyang through tear-filled eyes. I was wrong. That is all in the past now, please do not remain angry. I have been living with him, and if you abandon me, I will have nowhere to go. Horror. Li Anyang let out a hollow laugh. He genuinely wished to sever ties entirely, however, a flicker of compassion prevented him from doing so. After all, they had been in a relationship since their school days, and having spent so long together, it was impossible to simply discard such feelings. If he could easily let go, he would not have succumbed to despair after their breakup, nor would he have been driven to seek revenge. Speaking of revenge was perhaps not entirely accurate. Perhaps he merely wished to see how Chen Yuan fared after leaving him. With that thought in mind, Li Anyang took a deep breath, releasing his pent-up resentment, and smiled at Chen Yuan. You must be hungry. Let me take you to have some braised pig's trotters. Chen Yuan's tears instantly transformed into laughter. All right, it's been ages since I've had some. Braised pig's trotters were not expensive and were indeed Chen Yuan's favorite dish. During their previous romance, she would often pester Li Anyang to take her out for it. He had often wondered how she could indulge in such rich food without gaining weight. However, upon seeing the fullness of her bosom, all his doubts were laid to rest. The flesh had simply settled where it was meant to be. Arriving at the familiar eatery, he promptly ordered several dishes for Chen Yuan. Upon seeing the spread, she smiled and said, what are you doing? Trying to make me explode from overeating with all this food? Li Anyang responded with a casual smile. I just want you to realize that not all wealthy individuals will allow you to indulge in your favorite dishes until you are sick. All right, let's not dwell on the past. It is over now, stop being so petty, Chen Yuan said, her face alight with happiness as she savored the braised pig's trotters while gazing at him. In that moment, his resolve wavered. Perhaps rekindling their romance was not entirely out of reach. Now that he had financial stability, earning money would not be a challenge. With wealth, he could share a blissful life with Chen Yuan, which was precisely the life he had always yearned for. After their meal, Li Anyang took Chen Yuan to a hotel to book a room. It was not due to any intentions upon their reunion, but rather because he himself had no place to stay after having boasted to his landlord and not yet finding a new residence. Chen Yuan seemed unfazed. Despite their breakup, their familiarity rendered the notion of sharing a bed unremarkable. That night, despite initially intending to do nothing, Li Anyang found himself unable to resist the allure of intimacy with Chen Yuan. They both succumbed to exhaustion and satisfaction before drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, upon awakening, he saw Chen Yuan dressing. After she finished, she placed a gentle kiss on his forehead and sweetly said, I must go to work now. You rest for a bit. I will call you after my shift. You haven't changed your number, have you? No, go ahead. Be careful, and remember to let me know if anything happens. Li Anyang nodded. Okay, I will. Chen Yuan waved goodbye as she exited the hotel room. Li Anyang lay back down, drifting into a second round of sleep. By midday, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Chen Yuan, he hurriedly picked up. Is everything all right? Has something happened? He asked anxiously. On the other end, Chen Yuan spoke softly. Well, when I returned to the office today, I saw that guy again. He has been pestering me. I told him I wanted to break up, and he agreed, but it seems he knows I am back with you. So he wants you to have lunch with him today. I don't know what he intends. Li Angyang pondered for a moment and replied gravely, if you are unsure of his intentions, then decline his invitation on my behalf. Chen Yuan hesitated before saying, I initially thought that way too, but he is in the office, and we might cross paths in the future. Please, just do me this favor and meet him for lunch to clarify things. Fine, I will be there shortly. After a moment's hesitation, Li Angyang acquiesced, not for any other reason but to ensure Chen Yuan remained by his side. This lunch was worth attending. Once dressed, Li Angyang left the hotel and headed to the restaurant Chen Yuan had mentioned. At the Haitang restaurant, a 5-star establishment, he arrived and entered the private room that Chen Yuan had described. Upon entering, he discovered the man in the suit from the previous night, along with a few unfamiliar faces, already waiting for him. Chen Yuan sat at the table, waving him over. Li Angyang approached and took a seat next to Chen Yuan, whispering, what is the meaning of this? Did you invite so many people to intimidate me? Chen Yuan playfully nudged him and laughed, don't overthink it. These are just colleagues from work. Wang Dafu has no ulterior motives, he simply wants to share a meal with us. Wang Dafu, what a ludicrous name, Li Angyang scoffed disdainfully. Wang Dafu was presumably the man in the suit, who had been involved with Chen Yuan. Seeing Li Angyang sparked irritation within him, but since it was in the past, he decided to endure it for Chen Yuan's sake. Once everyone had gathered, Wang Dafu called for the meal to commence and raised his glass, smiling at Li Angyang. Brother, I admit I was in the wrong yesterday, and I apologize to both you and Chen Yuan. Today, I wish to make amends, so I will drink first as a gesture of goodwill. With that, he tilted his head back and downed his glass of liquor in one go. Li Angyang was taken aback. This was strong liquor, and he could hardly believe how readily Wang Dafu consumed it. Moreover, his own tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high. Chen Yuan interjected, speaking on Li Angyang's behalf. Dafu, Li Angyang doesn't drink well. Perhaps he should sit this one out. I can drink in his stead. Wang Dafu chuckled, that is of no consequence, but it seems rather unreasonable for Li Angyang to let a woman drink on his behalf. How will he take care of you in the future? Those words struck a nerve with Li Angyang, and he waved his hand dismissively, irritated. Enough with the chatter. I will drink. I refuse to believe that a single cup of liquor can incapacitate me. With that, he snatched the glass from Chen Yuan's hand and downed it in one gulp. Chen Yuan looked at him with admiration. Wang Dafu laughed heartily. That's the spirit. Now, let me toast you again. A man's character is reflected in how he handles his liquor, and those who can drink are good men. Li Angyang found himself thrust into the spotlight and could not refuse. Moreover, with the alcohol taking effect, he found himself drinking several more cups alongside Wang Dafu. Afterward, he suddenly felt disoriented, his body was ablaze, his head spun, and he felt an immense weight upon his skull, rendering his words slurred and incoherent. Ultimately, his head thudded against the table, and he fell into unconsciousness. Wang Dafu, wearing a smile, inquired, Li Angyang, my good brother, are you done for? You got drunk so quickly, your tolerance is quite poor. Li Angyang waved his hand dismissively, slurring, who is drunk? Come on, let us drink more, you're a coward if you don't. All right, let's drink, damn it. Wang Dafu suddenly turned hostile, rising to kick Li Angyang to the ground. He then advanced and began to kick him mercilessly. How dare you hit me? Did you enjoy it yesterday? I don't believe I can't teach you a lesson. Are you satisfied now for trying to steal my woman? Seeing the situation escalate, Chen Yuan rushed forward to restrain Wang Dafu. That's enough. You wanted me to invite him out, and I did. Do you really want to kill him? Get lost, you shameless hussy. Wang Dafu slapped Chen Yuan across the face, sneering, do you think I don't know what you're after? Being with me is just for my money, right? I can give you money, just obey me and stop pretending to be high and mighty, and after this little incident, I will deal with you. Chapter 12. The revelation. Chen Yuan stood in the corner, her face buried in her hands, too terrified to utter a word. Why did you hit me? Li Angyang, sprawled on the ground, gazed at Wang Dafu with bleary, drunken eyes. I won't just hit you today. I intend to kill you. Wang Dafu's face was contorted with fury as he continued to kick Li Angyang mercilessly. Turning to the others, he barked, what are you all standing there for? Come help me beat him, I'll take the blame for whatever happens. Exchanging glances, a few of them surged forward, joining in the brutal assault on Li Angyang. The scene was utterly horrific. A drunken man had no means of defense, while these thugs unleashed their wrath upon him without a shred of compassion, leaving him blooded and battered. In such a dire situation, it was likely that a life would be lost. Chen Yuan turned away, unable to watch any longer, though the circumstances were of her own making. She never wished for such a dreadful fate to befall Li Angyang, yet, at that moment, the tide of events shifted dramatically. Lu Dongbin, drunken steps, beware of the top. Suddenly, Li Angyang, who had been lying prone, let out a thunderous roar, springing to his feet and sending two of his assailants crashing to the ground with a mere flick of his hand. Wang Dafu, the leader, was violently thrown back, crashing against the wall of the private room, feeling as though he had been struck by a freight truck, breathless and gasping for air. Ein Crutch Li, the drunken madman, kicks in a flurry. Li Anyang's movements were unsteady yet powerful, as he dispatched several more attackers with a series of well-aimed kicks. The onlookers were too stunned by the sudden turn of events to even notice their own injuries, their mouths agape in disbelief. What madness had overtaken this young man? Just moments ago, he had struggled to stand. How had he transformed into such a formidable force? After toppling several of his foes, Li Anyang seized a wine jug from the table, drained it in one gulp, and erupted into boisterous laughter. Good wine, splendid wine, just perfect. He tossed the empty bottle to the floor and charged at Wang Dafu, unleashing a ferocious beating that rendered him unconscious. Only then did Li Anyang pause, turning to leave the private room. As he reached the door, Chen Yuan rushed forward, gripping his arm and pleading with a woeful expression. Where are you going? Li Anyang turned to fix his gaze upon her. The release of his drunken fury had cleared his mind significantly. With a smirk, he replied, guess where I'm headed. Chen Yuan hurriedly implored, no matter where you go, take me with you. You've beaten them so badly, when they awaken, they won't spare me. Li Anyang laughed derisively. What happens to you is of no concern to me. When I was nearly beaten to death, did you lift a finger to help? Besides, this predicament was orchestrated by you and them from the start, wasn't it? My decision to let you off the hook is already a monumental act of mercy. I'll give you 3 seconds to let go. Chen Yuan, taken aback by Li Anyang's fierce demeanor, numbly released her grip, tears streaming down her pale cheeks as she gazed at him, pleading, you truly won't care about me anymore. Li Anyang chuckled coldly, woman, tears, your most devastating weapon. I've fallen for that trick countless times, but not anymore. I've grown indifferent, farewell. With a hearty laugh, he turned and departed. He staggered out of the hotel, leaning against a nearby flower bed, and violently expelled the contents of his stomach, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Wiping himself clean with his sleeve, he pressed on, a bittersweet smile etched upon his visage. It was over, everything had come to an end. Previously, he had naively believed he could continue a blissful life with Chen Yuan. How foolish, how dreadfully naive. From this day forth, he would have no further ties to that woman. Whether she lived or died would no longer concern him. His life was to embark on a new trajectory, one that would command respect from all. From now on, no one would dare to insult him, nor would anyone look down upon him. Although the drunkenness had dissipated somewhat, he still felt the lingering effects of the alcohol as he walked unsteadily. Upon turning into an alley, he suddenly found himself confronted by a large group of men, perhaps a dozen strong, each brandishing weapons and glaring menacingly in his direction. In a normal state of mind, an individual might have been terrified enough to flee. If Li Anyang had been sober, he would have certainly hesitated, but under the influence of alcohol, he pressed forward against the wall, determined to approach the group. One among them shouted, brothers, this fellow is drunk. What a perfect opportunity. Let us teach this punk who dares to provoke our gang a lesson. With that, the group surged forward like a tide, raising their weapons to attack Li Anyang. He had no grand plans, nor did he consider resisting. However, as each attacker drew near, he instinctively countered their moves, swiftly incapacitating them one by one, none of whom could rise again. What transpired thereafter became a blur to him. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself seated in a pawnshop on the sole street of the underworld, surrounded by eager patrons. Dazed, he sat in his chair, his head pounding, and rubbed his temples. The attendant urged him, boss, why are you just sitting there? There are too many customers, you need to attend to them. Li Anyang shook his head. I overindulged. My head is throbbing, give me a moment to regain my senses. He then retreated to the back courtyard, splashed cold water on his face, and felt significantly more alert. Returning to the shop, he inhaled deeply and greeted the patrons with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your time. Before we begin operations, I have an announcement regarding our store policy. From this day forth, all low-grade items will be pawned at half price, and high-grade items can be put on installment plans. Please assess the items in your possession and refrain from causing any disturbances. With that, he began to handle the business. After 4 exhausting hours of tending to the throng of customers, he finally managed to quell the chaos. Just as he thought he could catch his breath, he noticed a man in a long robe sitting quietly in the store, his face etched with worry, not uttering a word, seemingly lost in thought. Li Anyang approached, his curiosity piqued. Good sir, is there something troubling you? Feel free to share, I am all ears. The man looked up, his features refined, appearing to be in his 30s, and with a forlorn expression, he said, boss, I am in distress. I am unsure of the grade of the item I possess and whether it is worth pawning, hence my predicament. Li Angyang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The man clearly suffered from indecision. What is it that you wish to pawn? Show it to me, and I will assess it for you. The man, seemingly paralyzed by his own dilemma, slowly produced a book from his robe and handed it to Li Angyang. Taking it into his hands, Li Angyang employed his innate talent as a pawnshop owner to appraise it, immediately revealing a series of details before his eyes: the cloth-clad divine eye, an advanced manual, fragmentary, pawn value. 1, 300 yen virtue points. Good heavens, what a treasure! His heart raced with excitement upon seeing the information. After such a long search, he had finally encountered something of great worth. The cloth-clad divine eye. He had heard of it, even seen it on television, was renowned for its prowess in fortune-telling and geomancy. Mastery of such knowledge would be immensely beneficial. Moreover, this man possessed little discernment regarding his own item, making him an easy target for persuasion. Thus, Li Angyang concealed his smile and said to the man, I have assessed it. This is a mid-grade item, and since it is a fragment, it's worth at most 500 yen virtue points. What do you say? The man looked up. Well, 500 yen virtue points is acceptable. I will pawn it. Li Angyang hesitated. However, this is a fragment. Do you not have the complete volume? If you did, the pawn value could be higher, up to 1,000. Li Angyang was clearly attempting to dupe the man. The fragment was already worth 300 yen virtue points, yet he sought the full volume while offering only 1,000. The man pondered for a moment, then sighed. If that is the case, I will not pawn it. I do not have the complete volume. The latter half was stolen from me. Wait. Upon hearing the man's refusal, Li Angyang panicked. He could not let such a valuable item slip through his fingers. He hurriedly said, how about this? See if there is any way to retrieve the latter half, and I will offer you 1,000 yen virtue points for the complete work. Wouldn't that be splendid? I will give you 500 for the first half right now. Forget it, I will not pawn it. The man seemed to be grappling with indecision again, snatching the cloth-clad divine eye from Li Angyang's grasp and turning to leave. Li Angyang quickly grabbed his arm, perplexed. Why are you suddenly backing out? I am still willing to give you a fair price for the first half. The man, wearing a sorrowful expression, replied, because I can see you are a cunning individual, shifty-eyed and devious in appearance, with an oily smile and a thin face, exuding strong desire. You are attempting to deceive me, though I cannot discern what exactly you are trying to swindle. Li Angyang was taken aback. Indeed, the man was astute, seeing through his ruse in an instant. He had made a significant oversight by lying in front of someone skilled in fortune-telling, that was akin to courting disaster. Thus, he could only sheepishly smile. Truly, you possess exceptional insight. Your skills in fortune-telling are unparalleled. Allow me to be frank, the upper half is worth 1,000 yen virtue points. Are you now willing to pawn it? This marked the first time he had compromised in front of a customer, but he had no choice. He was dealing with a true master of divination. The man contemplated for a moment and replied, even at 1,000 yen virtue points, I will not pawn it unless you agree to one condition. What condition? Whatever it is, I shall comply. For the sake of this advanced manual, he was willing to go to great lengths. He must acquire it, as it would undoubtedly be useful in his future endeavors as a pawnshop owner. The man continued, the latter half of my manual was taken by a fellow named Bu Jingyan. If you can help me retrieve it, I will gladly pawn it to you. Chapter 13. The cloth-clad divine seer Bu Jingyan. Li Angyang's eyes widened once more, as he felt an unsettling familiarity with the name. Upon deeper reflection, it dawned on him, Nifong, Bu Jingyan, the legendary duo dominating the realm. The complexity of this situation was overwhelming. The secret scroll of the cloth-clad divine seer had been seized by Bu Jingyan. How absurd. Furthermore, Bu Jingyan was no mere novice. If the two titans united, they would be an unstoppable force, even capable of besting the formidable Xiongba. What chance did he have of reclaiming the scroll? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Li Angyang's expression morphed into one of despair, and he forced a rueful smile. Cloth-clad divine seer, you must be jesting. If you, with your prowess, have had your secrets pilfered by Bu Jingyan, how could I possibly retrieve them? I am no match for him. You must possess a solution. The cloth-clad divine seer suddenly revealed a cryptic smile. This enigmatic expression left Li Angyang even more perplexed. Just then, a coarse voice pierced the air from the entrance, grating on the ears. Well, it's been a while since I last visited. Business seems to be thriving. Li Angyang leaned out to peer, spotting a towering figure clad entirely in black. This man was at least 2 heads taller than Li Angyang, and curiously, he sported 2 curved black horns atop his head, resembling those of a bull. Simultaneously, the identity of this individual flashed through Li Angyang's mind. Bullhead, a grim reaper of the netherworld and a trusted aide to the king of hell. This was indeed Bullhead. Li Angyang's astonishment was relentless. Just as he was grappling with the implications of the cloth-clad divine seer, now he was confronted with Bullhead's unexpected arrival. Had the month of assessment already reached its conclusion? With little time to ponder, Li Angyang hastily stepped outside, wearing a broad smile to greet him. "Honorable Bullhead, what brings you here? You could have given me a heads up. I would have been ready to welcome you." Bullhead waved his hand dismissively, casting a casual glance at Li Angyang. "No need for pleasantries. I'm here on official business. Your establishment is doing quite well, and it seems you have gathered a fair number of pledged items. I am here to collect the forfeited items. Continue with your duties, no need to mind me." As Bullhead nonchalantly made his way to the back, Li Angyang found himself at a loss for words, feeling increasingly awkward. Just then, the cloth-clad divine seer nudged him. "Do you still wish to obtain the scroll of the cloth-clad divine seer? Look, an opportunity has presented itself. If others cannot defeat Bu Jingyan, does that mean Bullhead, a netherworld reaper, cannot prevail either?" Li Angyang was instantly jolted awake, casting a bewildered glance at the cloth-clad divine seer. "You can't possibly have anticipated this and then mentioned it to me, eh?" "Guess," the cloth-clad divine seer responded with a mysterious smile. This smile sent shivers down Li Angyang's spine. How terrifying! It seemed that everything was within his calculations. How could one defend against such a person? However, the thought soon arose. If he were to master the cloth-clad divine seer's techniques, might he also attain such formidable prowess? With no time to deliberate, Li Angyang approached Bullhead, following the guidance of the cloth-clad divine seer. Upon reaching the back, he witnessed Bullhead, employing some unknown method, effortlessly collecting all the forfeited items, causing them to vanish. Li Angyang sidled closer, wearing a bright smile as he spoke. "Brother Bullhead, it's not every day you come by. You must have had quite a journey. As the proprietor, I ought to take responsibility. How about I treat you to a meal and drinks? It would be a good opportunity for us to bond." Li Angyang's shameless demeanor was truly cringeworthy. Bullhead shot him a fierce glare and replied tersely, "If you wish to treat me, then just do it. No need for such nauseating theatrics. Be careful, I might just swat you dead." "All right, where shall we dine?" Bullhead seemed unbothered, as if he were accustomed to such flattery. Li Angyang promptly replied, "You choose the place, Brother Bullhead. Wherever you wish to go is fine by me." "Then let us head to the donkey meat shop at the town entrance. I haven't had it in ages. The donkey meat there is exceptionally authentic. Every time I come, I make it a point to enjoy a meal there," Bullhead stated, smacking his lips. "Excellent, let us go to the donkey meat shop. Brother Bullhead, lead the way." Li Angyang grinned. Turning back, he called to his attendant, "Young man, close the doors. We are closing for the day. The proprietor has important matters to attend to." "Understood, take care, proprietor," the attendant replied. Thus, Li Angyang and Bullhead made their way to the donkey meat shop, accompanied by the cloth-clad divine seer, for the unfolding events would necessitate the seer's presence. He might provide crucial insights at a pivotal moment. As they strolled along the street and settled down at the donkey meat shop, Bullhead took a hearty sip of water, revealing a smile as he gazed at Li Angyang. "I never expected you to be so astute and agreeable. No wonder your business is flourishing. Now, tell me, do you have something you wish for me to assist with?" Bullhead wasted no time, directly addressing the matter at hand. Li Angyang was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Bullhead's candor. All the elaborate preambles he had prepared evaporated, and he could only utter, "The situation is as follows. This cloth-clad divine seer wishes to pawn a high-level scroll, but the latter half has been stolen by a certain Bu Jingyan. I seek your assistance in this matter. However, I am no match for Bu Jingyan, which is why I turn to you, Lord Bullhead." Bullhead chuckled. So that is the case. "I apologize, but I cannot assist." How could that be?" Li Angyang exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide. "In this netherworld, is there anything that you, Lord Bullhead, cannot accomplish?" Bullhead smirked slightly. "Firstly, it's not that I am incapable, but rather that I am prohibited from intervening. Let me put it this way, I am an official and cannot involve myself in your disputes. Moreover, this is your business. It has nothing to do with me. Why would I help you? Li Angyang found himself at a loss for words. He had assumed Bullhead would be more accommodating, only to find the conversation taking a turn for the worse. Was this meal of donkey meat to be in vain after all? His eyes darted around, and he leaned closer to the cloth-clad divine seer, whispering, "Cloth-clad divine seer, what should we do now? Aren't you supposed to be quite formidable? Tell me, since Bullhead is unwilling to help, how do we proceed?" The cloth-clad divine seer merely smiled enigmatically. "Do not fret. Observe his eyes." His eyes. Li Angyang looked curiously at Bullhead's gaze, only to discover that Bullhead's attention was fixed intently on a particular spot. Following his line of sight, Li Angyang was stunned to find it directed at the voluptuous posterior of the donkey meat shop's proprietress. What the hell, how scandalous. He never expected even Bullhead from the netherworld to be so unrefined, yet, in that instant, he realized what needed to be done. He donned a smile once more and addressed Bullhead. Brother Bullhead, given your demeanor, could it be that you have taken a liking to the proprietress of this donkey meat shop? Bullhead's face flushed crimson, and he glared at Li Angyang. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely wanted to observe how the proprietress prepares her dishes, hoping to learn a few tricks to take back for myself. You must not slander me. I am quite serious. Li Angyang laughed heartily. That is true. As Lord Bullhead, you can have any woman you desire. Of course, some women are simply unattainable, and encountering such matters can be quite distressing. I thought perhaps you had developed feelings for the proprietress. I might have been able to assist. Upon hearing this, Bullhead's eyes sparkled with interest as he leaned closer to Li Angyang, whispering, do you truly have a plan? Li Angyang grinned, finding Bullhead's earlier pretense amusing. I do have a plan, but you just refused my earlier request. When did I ever say I would refuse? As long as you help me with this matter, I will assist you with anything, no matter how significant, Bullhead insisted eagerly. Li Angyang's face lit up with glee as he chuckled. Women are quite simple to acquire, especially those from the netherworld. They can be easily obtained in our realm. Here's the deal. If you can help me reclaim the latter half of the cloth-clad divine seer scroll, I will return to the mortal realm and present you with several women, of whatever preference you desire. No, I specifically want someone like the proprietress. Can you manage that? If you can, I will retrieve the scroll for you, Bullhead stated firmly. Li Angyang was taken aback. He had thought Bullhead's desires were merely for women in general, but now it seemed he was particularly smitten with the proprietress. After some contemplation, he replied, that can be arranged, but you must provide me with a portrait of the proprietress. I will take it back to the mortal realm and create a perfect likeness for you. Excellent, excellent, good brother. Bullhead exclaimed, repeatedly praising Li Angyang. He threw an arm around Li Angyang's shoulders, laughing heartily. If you assist me with this, you shall be my true brother. Your endeavors will not go unrewarded. It's merely a matter of dealing with Bu Jingyan. Once you provide me with the proprietress, I shall help you reclaim the scroll. Li Angyang raised his cup in celebration, laughing. Agreed, good brother Bullhead, rest assured, I will certainly see this through. The two then toasted and revelled in their camaraderie, dining and drinking until they were satisfied before parting ways. As Bullhead departed, he waved cheerfully at Li Angyang. Wait for me, I will send someone to deliver the portrait. As for that small matter regarding Bu Jingyan, come find me tomorrow, and I shall assist. All right, safe travels, brother Bullhead. Li Angyang bid farewell with a beaming smile. Once Bullhead had vanished from sight, Li Angyang spat disdainfully. Bar, cunning and sly, he fears I won't do my part and insists on receiving the woman first before agreeing to help. The cloth-clad divine seer chuckled beside him. One must always be wary, particularly with someone like Bullhead. Rest assured, he will fulfill his promise to assist you. It seems the scroll of the cloth-clad divine seer may indeed be within reach. Li Angyang shot a glare at the cloth-clad divine seer, exclaiming irritably, Bar. You hardly innocent yourself. With all these schemes, you likely anticipated Bullhead's return today and arranged to find me. The cloth-clad divine seer merely smiled, wiping away the drool from his face. As long as the task is accomplished, you may scold me all you wish. Li Angyang rolled his eyes. I can't be bothered with you. I am off now, farewell. With that, Li Angyang activated his teleportation ability, enveloped in a radiant white light, and returned to the mortal realm. Suddenly awakening with a start, Li Angyang gazed at the ceiling. He found himself in a hotel room. Wait a moment, what exactly had transpired? He needed to sort through the events carefully. Chapter 14, The Rescue. Initially, his ex-girlfriend Shen Yuan had orchestrated a trap for him. Following this, he had a confrontation with Wang Dafu and others, after which he returned, only to encounter another group of individuals along the way, whom he also dealt with, as they appeared to identify themselves as members of the Bald Gang. Eventually, he stumbled back to the hotel, feeling disoriented, and fell into a deep slumber, only to find his spirit descending into the underworld. Such was the unfolding of events. Li Angyang exhaled heavily, reflecting on the experience of traversing two disparate worlds, encountering various individuals, and navigating a multitude of situations. Indeed, without a robust mental fortitude, one could hardly withstand such trials. Nevertheless, it was settled at last, and now he needed to attend to his own life. First and foremost, he required a place to reside. Wandering aimlessly was hardly sustainable. Even with wealth, it wouldn't last long. Thus, he resolved to check out of the hotel. Upon unlocking his phone, he discovered a multitude of calls from Chen Yuan, which prompted him to turn off his phone completely. That woman had thoroughly broken his heart, and he had no desire to even glance in her direction. However, just as he stepped outside, he was startled by the sound of a woman's cries emanating from the adjacent room. Quietly, he approached and noticed that the door was ajar. Peering through the slight opening, he beheld a man pinning a woman down on the hotel bed. The woman was struggling desperately, yet the man was overpoweringly strong, relentlessly tearing at her clothing. What on earth was happening? A live broadcast, it seemed, as he leaned in closer, his pupils widened in disbelief. The woman being restrained beneath the man was none other than Lin Xian, the very person who had purchased his jade guanine. He recalled that during their transaction, he had warned Lin Xian that calamity would befall her within 3 days. Through his clairvoyant abilities, he had foreseen that 3 days later she would be assaulted and subsequently take her own life. To his astonishment, fate had brought him face to face with this very scenario. Indeed, it was said that foes are often drawn together. What to do now? He felt a sense of urgency. Without a moment of hesitation, Angyang kicked the door open and bellowed at the man inside, "Police, don't move. What are you doing attempting to assault an innocent woman in broad daylight? Do you realize you are committing a crime? I advise you to come to your senses quickly, or you shall find yourself engulfed in a sea of suffering." The man on the bed froze, slowly rising to face Angyang with a calm demeanor, demanding, "You claim to be a police officer. Show me your credentials, or I will report you for trespassing, and you will regret it." Angyang chuckled, finding the man's audacity amusing. "Do I need to show you my badge simply because I say I'm a police officer?" Meanwhile, Lin Xian seized the opportunity to cover herself with her clothing, tears streaming down her face as she rushed to Angyang's side. "Are you all right?" Angyang inquired, turning to her. "Yes, but how did you end up here?" Although relieved, Lin Xian was curious about how he had appeared at such a critical moment. Angyang smiled, "I just so happened to be staying next door. I heard something was amiss as I passed by. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise, things would have ended tragically." "Who is this man?" "He is my fiancé." Lin Xian wiped her tears and replied. "What? Your fiancé?" Angyang was taken aback. "Then have I intruded on your private affairs? This is a matter between you two lovebirds, and here I am, meddling out of an overzealous sense of justice." Lin Xian hurriedly insisted, "It's not what you think. Just get us out of here, and I will explain everything later." "All right." Angyang nodded, preparing to retreat with Lin Xian. However, the man glared menacingly at Angyang and questioned, "Are you really a police officer? What is your connection to Lin Xian? You're not going anywhere. I'm calling the police right now." With that, he reached for his phone. Angyang's gaze hardened, and in an instant, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen, sending the phone crashing to the ground. He stomped on the device with force, rendering it utterly destroyed, and smirked, "To dare call the police in my presence shows your audacity. In situations like this, it's wise to remain silent, for you know nothing of your opponent." The man curled on the floor, clutching his belly in pain, groaning helplessly. This was not a performance. With the various martial arts Angyang had mastered, the force behind his punch was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. "Scoundrel!" Angyang spat at the man as he turned to leave the hotel with Lin Xian. Once outside, they found a nearby restaurant and sat down. As Lin Xian slowly regained her composure, sipping a drink, she looked up at Angyang and said, "I just remembered that 3 days ago, you warned me about this. It's almost as if you have some sort of foresight. How did you know I would be in danger? Did you have prior knowledge of my situation?" Angyang wore an inscrutable smile as he replied, "Do you believe I can read fortunes and predict destiny?" "I don't believe it." Lin Xian immediately shook her head. "What era are we in? You can't possibly use such mystical reasoning to deceive me. I certainly do not buy it." Angyang shrugged, "Well, as I said 3 days ago, whether you believe me or not is beyond my control. All right, regardless, you saved me, and I must thank you. This meal is on me, and if you ever need assistance, feel free to ask." Lin Xian generously offered, having set aside any previous grievances. Angyang smiled, "You still haven't told me what exactly transpired earlier." At the mention of the situation, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn, and she spoke with a hint of despondency. "That man's name is Chu Han. He is my fiancé. However, our engagement was arranged by my family, and we have only met a few times. He returned from abroad and insisted on meeting for a meal. I didn't want to come, but my family pressured me to attend. Who would have thought he would have such ill intentions, luring me to a hotel with the aim of assaulting me? I have no affection for him. I can say I am utterly repulsed by him after this incident." "I see." After hearing her, Angyang appeared enlightened. "If you dislike him, just go back and annul the engagement. However, be wary of such a man in the future. He may not easily relinquish his desires." "Indeed, thank you for the warning," Lin Xian said, her face brightening with a sweet smile. Angyang rose to his feet, declaring, "Well, now that you are safe, I must take my leave." "Where are you going?" Lin Xian asked anxiously, grasping Angyang's arm. Although they were chatting and laughing now, it was only because Angyang was by her side. The moment he left, she would feel utterly unsettled, having just escaped a crisis and lacking any sense of security. Angyang turned back, gazing at the stunning Lin Xian, and chuckled, "What's the matter, young lady? I am not going anywhere in particular, I still need to find a place to stay. I have nowhere to go tonight." "Stay at my house," Lin Xian blurted out almost immediately after Li Angyang finished speaking. However, upon realizing the implications of her statement, her face flushed with embarrassment. Li Angyang stood frozen, stammering, "Miss, our relationship is developing rather quickly, don't you think? While I may be handsome and you quite beautiful, surely we should have a period of emotional cultivation. Your direct invitation has left me quite flustered." Lin Xian rolled her eyes playfully, her cheeks still rosy. "What are you thinking? I merely meant that we have many guest rooms at my house. If you have no place to stay, you can choose one. Also, regarding today's events, you are witness and must help me explain to my family. Otherwise, they won't believe me." "Oh, I see." Li Angyang pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of Lin Xian's words. He nodded, "Very well, I shall accompany you." Thus, Li Angyang and Lin Xian shared a ride back together. In the car, the atmosphere turned somewhat stifling, prompting Li Angyang to initiate a conversation. By the way, has the jade guanyin you purchased for me worked for you? Did you not intend it as a gift for someone?" Lin Xian replied, "Yes, I bought it for my grandmother, as she is celebrating her birthday tomorrow. You should come as well. I plan to present the jade guanyin to her, and I'm sure she will be delighted." "That's wonderful. Rest assured, the jade guanyin is of considerable value and will surely bring honor to your family." Li Angyang grinned. Before long, they arrived in front of an opulent villa, where Lin Xian instructed the taxi to stop. Upon exiting the vehicle, Li Angyang gazed in awe at the magnificent, resplendent mansion, sprawling in size, and exclaimed, "Is this your home?" "Yes, what's wrong with it?" Lin Xian asked nonchalantly. Li Angyang clicked his tongue in astonishment. "Nothing at all, it's just that it's extraordinarily lavish. This is my first encounter with such an extravagant villa. I must admit, it's quite shocking. When I become wealthy, I too shall purchase a house of this magnitude." Lin Xian chuckled, "Don't worry, you will definitely succeed. With your abilities, making money should be a breeze." "I love hearing that." Li Angyang beamed. "Now, enough idle chatter. Come inside with me," Lin Xian said, leading the way as Li Angyang followed closely behind. Upon entering the villa, they were greeted by an extensive cobblestone corridor. Initially, the length didn't seem burdensome, but after several minutes of walking, Li Angyang felt utterly fatigued. The size of the house exceeded his wildest imagination. Just reaching the living room took several minutes. Wasn't this a bit exhausting for everyday comings and goings? Noticing Li Angyang's growing discomfort, Lin Xian smiled and explained, "Usually, if we're not driving, there are electric cars to take us around. However, it seems the workers are off today, so we had to walk a bit more." Li Angyang patted his chest and laughed, "No worries, I'm fit enough to walk a few extra steps. I was merely concerned about tiring you out." Lin Xian's cheeks flushed, and she shyly replied, "Please don't be so kind, it makes me feel quite embarrassed." Li Angyang laughed heartily, "What's wrong? Are you starting to fall for me?" "Fall for you, as if." Lin Xian pouted adorably. As they chatted, they finally stepped into the living room. Two maids approached respectfully, addressing Lin Xian, "Miss, you've returned. Is there anything you need us to do?" Lin Xian shook her head and inquired, "Where are my parents?" Chapter 15, Struggles in the living room. Watching television, the servant replied, "Millimeter." Lin Xian nodded expressionlessly, her demeanor unmistakably that of a young lady. She then turned to the side, entered through the side door, and stepped into the truly vast living room. In the center, an enormous and plush white sofa sprawled, where a man and a woman were seated, engrossed in the television. Both appeared to be around 40 years of age but were remarkably well preserved, exuding the vitality of youth. Upon hearing the door open, the couple turned to see Lin Xian and Li Angyang, smiling and waving. "Xianer, you're back. Come sit with us and tell us about your date today." Fuming, Lin Xian took a seat and complained, "Don't even mention it, you almost didn't get to see your daughter again. Thankfully, Li Angyang saved me at a critical moment. Otherwise, you would have been waiting for a white-haired person to send off a black-haired one. How could that be?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's parents grew anxious, leaning in to check if she was injured, and then they inquired, "Weren't you supposed to be on a date with your fiancé, Xiaohang? What exactly happened? Please tell us everything in detail." Her parents were deeply concerned about Lin Xian's situation. Consequently, she recounted the events that transpired at the hotel, frequently mentioning Li Angyang, even describing him as exceptionally tall and imposing. This left Li Angyang, standing awkwardly nearby, feeling quite embarrassed. In reality, he had done little more than seize the opportunity to intimidate Chu Hang. Moreover, being in front of Lin Xian's parents, although he felt a sense of pride, he dared not appear too arrogant for fear of leaving a negative impression. Upon finishing her tale, Lin Xian's parents could not help but display their anger, solemnly stating, "We never imagined Xu Han could be such a person. We were mistaken. Allowing you to become engaged to him was a grave error on our part. Rest assured, we will not let this happen again. I will call his parents immediately to annul this engagement." With that, Lin Xian's father rose to make the call. Her mother turned her gaze to Li Angyang and smiled, saying, "So you are Li Angyang. What a commendable young man you are for your bravery." Li Angyang chuckled softly, "You aren't. You flatter me. I merely did what anyone would have done." Lin Xian's mother, with grace and poise, replied, No, you saved my daughter. It is only right that I repay you. Name your price." Her words struck a nerve, causing Li Angyang to freeze momentarily. To speak of money in this context felt like an affront. Lin Xian, unable to tolerate it any longer, frowned and said, "Mom, what are you doing? Are you trying to pay him off? Li Angyang is my friend, and I have invited him to my grandmother's birthday celebration. If you continue like this, I will be very upset." Lin Xian's mother immediately relented, laughing, All right, do not be angry, I was only joking. Li Angyang, have you eaten yet? Should I have the kitchen prepare something for you?" Li Angyang shook his head impassively, "No need, I just had a meal." Her earlier remarks had wounded him. As a man, there is nothing more intolerable than being looked down upon, especially regarding finances. While he was accustomed to his lack of wealth, it was hard to accept such indignity after having done something commendable. Noticing Li Angyang's displeasure, Lin Xian stood and took his hand, saying, "All right, Li Angyang, I will arrange a room for you to rest. Do not worry, here, if anyone tries to bully you, just let me know." Li Angyang, led by Lin Xian, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was a novel experience for a man to require protection from a woman, something he had never anticipated. After they left, Lin Xian's mother glanced sideways for a while before calling out, "Old Li, come quickly." Her husband, who had just finished negotiating over the phone, hurried over, puzzled, and asked, "What happened?" Lin Xian's mother, with concern, said, "Did you see? Just now, Xianer was holding that young man's hand. Do you think they are in a relationship?" Lin Xian's father pondered for a moment and replied, "That is only natural. Xianer is at an age where it is expected to date. Do not worry too much, as long as he has a good heart, it is sufficient. We are not lacking in wealth, character is what truly matters." While that may be true, men often change when they acquire wealth. Can you guarantee that this young man is not pretending to get close to our Xianer for ulterior motives? Lin Xian's mother remained anxious. "Enough of this worrying, dear. Have I changed for the worse because I have money? Be a bit more lenient. Besides, we are here to keep an eye on things," Lin Xian's father replied, somewhat exasperated. After arranging a room for Li Angyang, he finally settled down for a much-needed rest. However, this was not a long-term solution. Lin Xian's mother's dismissive attitude indicated he could not stay there indefinitely. Moreover, being a guest was not an ideal situation, so he planned to search for a place of his own the following day. The next morning, Li Angyang groggily opened his eyes to find it was already past 10 o'clock, and no one had called him. This was rather awkward. Just as he was about to rise, he felt a sudden, intense sensation of falling, as if he were heading to the underworld. In an instant, he realized what was happening. Whoosh! When he opened his eyes again, he found himself seated in the pawnshop. At this moment, he fully understood that the operating hours of the underworld coincided with his waking hours. While it did not significantly intrude upon his daily life, he would need to plan accordingly in the future to facilitate his activities. A clerk urged him, "Boss, you are daydreaming again. Are you still half asleep? Business has begun, and our performance for this month is still lacking." Recalling the performance, Li Angyang remembered that he had managed to attract quite a few customers over the past few days, pawning a substantial number of items. He curiously inquired, "How much do we still need to reach the performance target?" The clerk replied, "You can check that in the ledger, boss." Li Anyang's mind quickly shifted, and the information from the ledger materialized before him. The monthly target was set at 200 high-grade items, 500 mid-grade items, and 1,000 low-grade items. Currently, there were 20 high-grade items, 200 mid-grade items, and 200 low-grade items. Upon comparison, it seemed they were close to meeting the mid-grade target, which should be achievable by the end of the month. However, the low and high-grade items posed a challenge. Initially, meeting the low-grade item target should have been straightforward, but since Li Angyang announced that low-grade items could not be pawned in installments and would only be valued at half price, the number of people coming to pawn such items had drastically diminished. The mid-grade items were relatively stable, but the high-grade items were a significant headache. Not everyone possessed high-grade items to pawn. This situation left him feeling disheartened. It appeared that running a business was not as simple as he had imagined, especially for him. What was he to do now? This was no longer just about learning secrets but also about the management of the shop and whether he could survive. As the day progressed, the pawnshop's business began to wane, likely due to the previous excitement having subsided, entering a quieter season. Angyang had intended to consult the cloth-clad diviner for advice, but the diviner had not shown up today, evidently having calculated that the time to assist him in reclaiming the secret had not yet arrived. By the end of the day, he had only managed to pawn 2 high-grade items, along with several mid- and low-grade items. The shop felt more deserted than ever before. It was clear that he needed to find a way to improve the situation, yet this was where his efforts for the day would end, and Angyang prepared to have the clerk close up shop. At that moment, a wandering spirit floated by on the street, holding out a portrait to Angyang. Upon receiving it and glancing at the image, he recognized the woman depicted. It was the owner of the donkey meat shop he had visited the day before. It seemed the bull-headed spirit had quickly arranged for the portrait to be delivered. That impatient fellow clearly could not wait any longer. Angyang took the portrait and returned to the living realm. As the white light flickered around him, he found himself back in Lin Xian's room, now holding the portrait. He had previously wondered if items from the underworld could be brought into the world of the living, but it appeared to be feasible, which would greatly ease his tasks. He needed to act swiftly to resolve this matter. It was of utmost importance and the best way to enhance the pawnshop's prospects. Just as he prepared to leave in search of a funeral shop, his phone rang. Taking it out, he saw it was a call from Lin Xian. He answered, puzzled. What's the matter? What happened? Lin Xian, sounding frantic, said, "You need to come find me quickly. I can't take it anymore. I want to kill someone." "What on earth? Why do you suddenly want to kill someone? Why do you need me to come?" Angyang replied, utterly bewildered. "Never mind that, just hurry." Lin Xian then relayed the address before hanging up. Filled with confusion, Angyang had no choice but to get dressed and head to the location Lin Xian mentioned, intending to first uncover what was going on and simultaneously deal with the bull-headed spirit's matter. Upon arriving, Angyang discovered it was a cafe. Peering through the glass window, he spotted Lin Xian sitting inside, calmly sipping coffee, her demeanor starkly contrasting the urgency she had expressed over the phone. Surely, she wasn't playing him for a fool. Gripping the portrait, Angyang quickly entered the cafe and sat down across from Lin Xian, inquiring with curiosity, "What's going on? Why the rush to find me? Aren't you supposed to be at work?" Seeing Angyang, Lin Xian exhaled wearily, her frustration evident as she said, "You wouldn't believe what happened." Angyang rolled his eyes, "You won't know if I believe you unless you tell me." Lin Xian continued, "I came to work at my father's company today, and guess who I ran into? Chuhang, that scoundrel has also joined the company, and he started today, holding a position even higher than mine. This means I will now be under the thumb of that treacherous person, and he may very well try to take advantage of me at any moment." "Is that true?" Angyang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 16, the order to leave. Angyang was utterly bewildered, gazing at Lin Xian in astonishment as he inquired, "What on earth is going on? The company belongs to your father. How could Chuhang possibly take a position there? Moreover, considering the events of yesterday, you explained everything to your uncle and aunt. How could that rascal still have the opportunity to work at your company? I can't fathom it either." Lin Xian pouted her pink lips in irritation and exclaimed, "What is this nonsense? Are my parents deliberately trying to vex me? Don't they fear for my safety?" After a moment of contemplation, Angyang furrowed his brows and replied, "I sense that this matter is far more complex than it appears. I suggest you return and discuss it with your uncle. He is not a fool. He wouldn't engage in such reckless behavior. Then come back with me. Having your support would be beneficial," Lin Xian insisted, looking at Angyang earnestly. Angyang shook his head, "You should return first. I have some matters to attend to. Once I'm done, I will join you." "What do you need to do? I want to go with you." Lin Xian, almost like a piece of stubborn gum, clung to Angyang. A playful smile appeared on Angyang's face. "Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" "Of course, what's wrong with that?" Lin Xian regarded him with confusion. "Nothing at all, then let us be off." Thus, Angyang led Lin Xian away from the cafe. Using his phone, he located a nearby establishment that specialized in funeral services, and together, they made their way there. Soon, they arrived at a desolate street, and as they stepped out of the vehicle, a chill breeze swept over them. Despite it being June, the air felt unseasonably cold, sending a shiver down their spines. Lin Xian involuntarily trembled and looked around. "What kind of place is this? I had no idea there was a street like this in District 52. Angyang chuckled softly, "Quit complaining and follow me." He forged ahead, and moments later, they halted in front of a shop. The establishment bore no sign, yet was filled with wreaths, coffins, and paper effigies. Lin Xian's face paled as she turned to Angyang, her complexion now ghostly white. "What are we doing in a place like this? Let's leave, it's bad luck." Angyang smiled reassuringly, "Don't be anxious, I'm merely here to purchase a few items. Initially, Li Angyang had intended to acquire a simple paper effigy from a regular funeral shop, but realizing he needed a customized one for Nyoto, he understood that only a specialized store could fulfill such a request, lest the smaller shops produce something subpar. In such a case, would Nyoto even accept the offering? This was a matter of great importance and could not be trifled with. Upon entering the shop, a stooped old woman, leaning on a cane, emerged slowly. Her face was a tapestry of wrinkles, her skin resembling dry bark, and her scant white hair gave her an eerie resemblance to a spectre from the underworld. However, Li Angyang had grown accustomed to such sights. After all, he was a manager in the realm of the afterlife and had encountered countless wandering spirits. Lin Xian, on the other hand, clung to him like a frightened rabbit, peeking cautiously from behind him. Li Angyang greeted the elderly woman with a gentle smile. "Excuse me, can I commission a paper effigy here?" "Certainly," the old woman replied, revealing her few remaining teeth. Li Angyang observed the intricately crafted effigies displayed within the shop. If not for the materials, they appeared remarkably lifelike. He handed her the image he had brought and said, "Madam, I would like you to create a paper effigy based on this likeness. I am willing to pay any price, as long as it is completed to perfection." "Very well, you can trust me with this," the old woman nodded, accepting the image and retreating to the back of the shop. As Li Angyang and Lin Xian waited, Lin Xian's mind raced with questions. Why was Li Angyang making a paper effigy? Was there a funeral to attend? Surely, one effigy could not suffice for any funeral arrangements. "Why did you come to such a place to make a paper effigy?" "Had I known, I wouldn't have come. I've already had enough bad luck these past few days," Lin Xian complained. Li Angyang smiled. "I told you to head back first, yet you insisted on tagging along. Rest assured, there is nothing to fear. Do you truly believe in ghosts and deities?" The absurdity of his statement was not lost on him, for he himself had seen ghosts. Lin Xian shook her head. "I don't believe in them." "If you don't believe, then what is there to fear?" Li Angyang found her response puzzling. "Belief and fear are not the same," Lin Xian retorted. Li Angyang was momentarily speechless. Her reasoning was irrefutable. Indeed, belief and fear were two distinct matters. Fear was a psychological issue, particularly regarding the unknown. Even the most steadfast non-believer could feel trepidation. As they idly chatted, approximately half an hour passed before the elderly woman reappeared, cradling a completed paper effigy adorned with paint, an exact replica of the image Li Angyang had provided. Li Angyang was thoroughly impressed, eagerly taking the effigy into his hands for admiration, exclaiming, "Incredible, this is indistinguishable from reality. I truly chose the right place. How much do I owe you?" 200 yuan, the seemingly amiable old woman demanded, a price quite excessive considering the materials would not exceed 10 yuan. Even with labor costs, it shouldn't surpass 50. Nonetheless, Li Angyang complied without hesitation. For him, 200 yuan was a trivial sum, and he recognized that it was not easy for an elderly person to run a business. After concluding the transaction, they returned to the car. Once inside, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief and turned to Li Angyang. "Are you foolish? She was clearly trying to swindle you. No paper effigy should cost that much." Li Angyang chuckled. "I am aware that she was taking advantage of me, but when one is out in the world, one should help others when possible. After all, there are deities watching over us. Performing good deeds is never a mistake." Lin Xian rolled her eyes. "What a peculiar person you are. Do you always hold such notions? You'll end up being the one swindled." Li Angyang grinned. "Being swindled is one thing, but to harm me is an entirely different matter. Now, enough about me. You should seriously ponder why your uncle would allow Chuhang to work at the company." At the mention of this topic, Lin Xian fell silent, for it weighed heavily on her mind. Upon returning to the opulent villa, Li Angyang, with the paper effigy in hand, stepped out of the car alongside Lin Xian. The sight of him holding the effigy startled the inhabitants of the villa, who cast curious glances in his direction. As they reached the entrance of the living room, Li Angyang said to Lin Xian, "You go in first. I need to dispose of this effigy." "All right, but make it quick. I'll be arguing with my parents soon, and you'll need to back me up," Lin Xian replied before entering the living room. Li Angyang made his way to the side yard, retrieving a lighter as he began to chant softly, "Spirits of heaven, spirits of earth, may the Supreme Lord reveal his divinity." After reciting all the incantations he could remember, he ignited the paper effigy, hoping that Nyoto would receive it. The effigy caught fire rapidly, sending curling smoke into the air, accompanied by a pungent, burning scent. "Fire! Fire!" Suddenly, a shout of alarm broke the air, as nearby workers rushed in a frenzy. Upon realizing it was Li Angyang burning a paper effigy, they were left speechless, unsure of how to react. Should they intervene or stand back? In the living room, Lin Xian and her parents hurried out, and upon witnessing the scene, Lin Xian's mother pointed accusingly at Li Angyang, her voice rising. "What are you doing?" Li Angyang scratched his nose awkwardly. "Oh, it's nothing. Just burning a paper effigy." He had not anticipated that igniting a paper effigy would cause such a commotion. "You're burning a paper effigy in our home. What are you trying to do?" "Curse us." Lin Xian's mother was livid, turning to grab a fire extinguisher from the corner, intent on dousing the flames. However, with swift reflexes, Li Angyang snatched the extinguisher from her grasp, preventing her from extinguishing the fire, waiting until the effigy had burnt down to ashes before finally setting the extinguisher down. Lin Xian's mother was seething, her voice booming. "Xianer, look at this, this is the friend you brought back, utterly lacking in manners. Not only does he show no decorum, but he also dares to burn a paper effigy in our home. What does he intend to hasten our demise, and what if a fire breaks out?" Caught in the middle, Lin Xian wore a perplexed expression as she pulled Li Angyang closer, furrowing her brow. "What exactly are you doing? Knowing full well my mother disapproves of you, why would you do something to provoke her? What are we going to do now?" Li Angyang raised his hands in surrender and bowed to Lin Xian's parents. "I apologize, uncle and aunt, my actions were thoughtless. However, I have my reasons for doing this, and I hope you can understand." "Understand what nonsense?" Lin Xian's mother retorted angrily, cursing loudly and pointing at Li Angyang. "I don't care who you are. I am warning you now, do not go near Xianer. Name your price, I will pay you whatever it takes, but keep your distance from us." Is this how one expresses ingratitude? Here was a prime example. Li Angyang had saved Lin Xian's life, and apart from her, no one else expressed gratitude. Instead, they issued an order for him to leave. Anyone would find such treatment intolerable. Yet, Li Angyang remained calm, smiling slightly. "Aunt, you are correct. It is I who have overstepped my bounds. I shall take my leave and repent for my transgressions." Just as he turned to depart, a cascade of information flooded his mind. The Eye of Heaven had activated. He stood there, dazed, absorbing the details before him. Chen Shu, female, lifespan 72 years, has consumed 39 years of her life. A calamity is imminent tomorrow, involving potential bloodshed that could threaten her life, limited to the age of 40. This information pertained to Lin Xian's mother, and the looming peril was set to occur within a day. Despite Li Angyang's formidable mental prowess, he found himself momentarily at a loss. How could Lin Xian's mother, who appeared so vibrant and full of life before him, face calamity within a mere day? Chapter 17. 2 Matters unable to comprehend the situation, yet out of consideration for Lin Xian's mother, Li Angyang kindly reminded her, "Auntie, before you leave, I must warn you that in a day, you will encounter a calamity. Please be cautious and vigilant of your surroundings. You will face a calamity. Your entire family will face a calamity. Get lost. Just get out." Chen Shu was so furious that she nearly spat blood. She had never encountered such a shameless individual who, even upon departing, turned back to cast curses. What a narrow-minded person. It seemed her decision to send Li Angyang away from Lin Xian was indeed a profoundly wise one. Li Angyang smiled and nodded, choosing not to say more as he turned to leave. Truth be told, kind words often fall on deaf ears. He had already spoken his piece. Whether or not they believed him was not his concern. Lin Xian glanced around, wishing to leave with Li Angyang, but was halted by Chen Shu's sharp voice. "Xianer, come back here. Where do you think you're going? Do you want to suffer alongside that man?" Lin Xian halted, tears of anxiety welling in her eyes as she watched Li Angyang walk away. She called out, "Mom, can you please say less? Li Angyang is a good person." Chen Shu scoffed. "A good person? I've encountered plenty of those, but I've never met someone as misguided as this one. Once outside the villa, Li Angyang felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He exhaled in relief. It wasn't that he was overly sentimental, but being a guest under someone else's roof was truly uncomfortable. In Lin Xian's home, he constantly felt the need to gauge others' expressions, bowing and raising his head in accordance with their moods. He was not one to bow to others, especially now that he possessed certain abilities. He had no intention of compromising his dignity. Leaving was for the best. He could finally seek a place of his own without any burdens. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret for not having proposed a high price to Lin Xian's mother before departing, as money was something no one would ever refuse, right? Now, Li Angyang was no longer picky. He strolled down the street, calling about rental advertisements he encountered. Before long, he found a rather decent apartment not far from Lin Xian's residence. It wasn't that he had lingering feelings for her, he was merely looking for any available option, as he was now free and unencumbered. Moreover, having a connection to Lin Xian might prove convenient for future encounters. That very day, he moved into the rental, purchasing furniture and daily necessities, keeping himself busy throughout the day. By afternoon, he finally managed to rest on the sofa, but his phone rang again. Without needing to check the caller ID, he answered, "Hello, Lin Xian, what can I do for you?" Given his current circumstances, he had no other contacts aside from Lin Xian. "Where are you? I need to see you," Lin Xian stated directly. Li Angyang chuckled. "Perhaps it's best not to. Your parents wouldn't approve of you associating with someone like me. There's no benefit in it. Don't you say that? Tell me your location. I have important matters to discuss with you." Lin Xian's tone was insistent. Li Angyang had never experienced such treatment before, being urged to meet by a stunning beauty. Hence, he relayed his address to her. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Clearly Lin Xian had arrived. Upon opening the door, he found Lin Xian, dressed in an elegant dress, her expression icy as she surveyed the room. She asked, "Is this your new place? Living alone seems fine, but why do you have to hold a grudge against my parents? Can't you just apologize and stay with us?" Li Angyang rolled his eyes. "Miss, your way of speaking is quite insulting. Please refrain from imposing your benevolent views on others. Everyone has their pride." Lin Xian, exasperated, retorted, "What is pride worth? Your pride will only confine you to places like this." Li Angyang waved a hand dismissively. "This is merely temporary. Now, enough of this idle chatter. You mentioned on the phone that you had something important to discuss. What is it?" Lin Xian settled onto the sofa, her legs elegantly crossed as she replied, "Earlier, you mentioned my mother would encounter a disaster in a day's time. Is that true or not?" Li Angyang replied nonchalantly, "If you believe it, then it is true. If you don't, then it is false. Of course I believe it, otherwise, why would I be here? And don't adopt that tone with me. Your quarrel with my parents is irrelevant. We are still friends, right?" Lin Xian's face flushed with indignation. Taking a deep breath, Li Angyang sat down. "All right, my lady friend, why do you believe what I said is the truth?" Lin Xian bit her lip. "Because you predicted that I would encounter a disaster 3 days later, and it truly happened. At the time, I didn't believe it, yet I nearly lost my life. Now you say the same about my mother, and I cannot dismiss it. Despite her fiery temper, she is my mother, and I do not wish to see her come to harm. Can you help me?" Li Angyang hesitated. Aside from his connection to Lin Xian, he had no rapport with her family, and her request left him in a difficult position. Ultimately, he could only say, "Firstly, it's not that I won't even have the chance to approach her. How can I assist? With telepathy, with mere glances. Do you think I'm a god?" Lin Xian had not considered this aspect. After pondering Li Angyang's words, she suggested, "How about this? Since the calamity is tomorrow, and it's my mother's 40th birthday, I will bring you in. Your only task will be to secretly protect her. If you help me with this, I will agree to anything you ask." "Tomorrow is your mother's 40th birthday?" Li Angyang was taken aback. Previously, he had not understood the significance of the phrase regarding the age limit of 40, but now it dawned on him. If Chen Shu did not survive until tomorrow, her lifespan would indeed cease at 40. All his doubts were resolved, and Li Angyang nodded. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. But are you certain you can truly agree to anything I ask?" Just as Lin Xian was about to confirm, she caught sight of Li Angyang's mischievous gaze and felt a pang of unease. Cautiously, she inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Li Angyang stroked his chin, grinning. "At present, I lack for nothing. Money can be earned gradually, and I have ample time. However, I am particularly interested in the female form, and miss, your physique is quite exquisite. Why not allow me to study it? Get away from me, you filthy rogue." Lin Xian jumped up in fright, pulling out a can of pepper spray from her pocket, pointing it at Li Angyang and shouting, "Don't come near me. If you do, don't blame me for being rude." Li Angyang shrugged with a smile. "See, just moments ago, you said you would agree to anything. Indeed, a woman's word is hardly reliable." Lin Xian, blushing, retorted, "Aside from my body, I can agree to anything else you ask." Li Angyang pursed his lips, taking a sip of water. "All right, I was merely joking. Who would be interested in your body? If I were to attempt anything, your parents would surely kill me." "Really?" Lin Xian shot him a glance, feeling perplexed by his intentions. This man oscillated between seriousness and jest, leaving her utterly confused. Li Angyang waved his hand. "All right, the important matter you wish to discuss has been addressed. Now, please leave. I need to take a shower." Lin Xian headed toward the door, but paused midway to say, "Oh, there's one more thing. Miss, why do you have so many matters to discuss? Could you not say them all at once?" Li Angyang felt exasperated. He was already quite tired, and Lin Xian's incessant chatter was pushing him to the brink. With a smile, Lin Xian replied, "Don't be alarmed, this matter will benefit you. Do you remember the old Mr. Mai we visited at the jade shop?" Li Angyang contemplated for a moment before responding, "Yes, that arrogant old codger." Lin Xian felt a twinge of discomfort at his choice of words, as Mr. Mai was someone she greatly respected, but she maintained her composure and continued, "Since our last meeting, Mr. Mai has been eager to see you. He specifically instructed me to inform him if I encountered you again. While I have promised him, whether or not you meet him is entirely up to you." Lin Xian's approach was fair, at least she had not betrayed him. Li Angyang inquired, "What does that old coot want with me? I hardly know him." Lin Xian laughed, "You've struck gold. Mr. Mai is quite impressed with your ability to appraise the jade guanyin. If you could work with him, it would undoubtedly lead to great fortune." Li Angyang rolled his eyes. "Spare me. That old man can make me rich. He can't even discern for himself." Lin Xian shot him a reproachful glance. "You are quite arrogant. You have no idea of Mr. Mai's standing in the antique world. He is akin to the unmatched master in the realm of ancient artifacts. Who wouldn't he give him a modicum of respect? To be recognized by Mr. Mai is a privilege." All right. Li Angyang rubbed his temples in frustration. "You can make the arrangements. I always seem to be in the wrong in your eyes. Lin Xian stuck out her pink tongue, stifling a giggle. Glancing at Li Angyang, she said, I'll call Mr. Mai now. Since you're free, it's a good opportunity to arrange a meeting. Very well, do it quickly, Li Angyang replied, feeling somewhat impatient. He planned to cautiously assess Mr. Mai during their meeting to gauge whether he possessed genuine skills. Otherwise, he had no intention of engaging in conversation with the old coot. Should Mr. Mai hear such thoughts, he would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. The esteemed master of the antique world, renowned for his expertise, would be tested by a mere youth. Afterward, Lin Xian called Mr. Mai to report the situation while Li Angyang took a shower and changed into clean clothes. When he emerged, Lin Xian was already seated on the sofa, urging him, hurry up. Mr. Mai is waiting for you at the restaurant. Stop dawdling like a woman. Li Angyang raised his fist. Have you ever seen a woman with muscles this big? Have you ever seen a woman with such strength? The two playfully bantered as they left the apartment and headed to the restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Li Angyang noticed a broken pot discarded beside a trash bin. He bent down to pick it up and ascended the stairs with Lin Xian. Entering the private room, they indeed found Mr. Mai waiting, accompanied by a young man clad in a black Zhongshan suit, his face dark as if the world owed him a debt. Chapter 18. A broken pot. Upon encountering Li Angyang, the venerable Mr. Mai hurriedly rose to greet him, a broad smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, my young friend, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. You have finally come. Please, take a seat. Since our last parting, I have missed you dearly. Li Angyang grinned widely and replied, too kind, it is I who has been most concerned about you, Mr. Mai. I even inscribed your name upon the inflatable doll on my bed. Mr. Mai's smile faltered momentarily, but he quickly masked his surprise and, gesturing towards the young man beside him, introduced with a chuckle, this is my disciple, Jiao Fei, who possesses quite a reputation in the antique world. You may find it beneficial to engage with him and impart some of your knowledge regarding the appraisal of antiques. The youth cast a disdainful glance at Li Angyang, exhibiting a rather haughty demeanor. Li Angyang chuckled, it is evident that Mr. Mai's esteemed disciple possesses a great deal of confidence. By chance, I have an antique in my possession, a family heirloom I brought from my hometown. I wonder if Mr. Jiao might be able to discern its authenticity. Jiao Fei, adjusting his hair, looked down his nose at Li Angyang and sneered, there is nothing that Jiao Fei cannot identify. What a worthless piece of junk, let me see it. Li Angyang presented the broken pot he had retrieved from beside a garbage bin. Jiao Fei took it, scrutinizing it intently, even producing a magnifying glass from his pocket to examine it thoroughly, assuming a rather professional air. Mr. Mai observed from the sidelines, his expression shifting to one of inscrutable amusement. After a prolonged inspection, Jiao Fei set down the magnifying glass, his face alight with astonishment as he proclaimed, a fine pot indeed. If I am not mistaken, this is a product from the Ming dynasty. With a playful smile, Li Angyang urged, do continue. Jiao Fei, casting a sidelong glance at Li Angyang, resumed his examination of the pot, exclaiming, based on its condition, it indeed appears to be a Ming artifact. The layers of grime that age it suggested has only recently been unearthed. Such antiques must not be washed, the stains should only be gently removed by hand to preserve their original historical essence. Many who come across antiques mistakenly clean them, which severely diminishes their value. This type of item is quite rare in the world today. I had thought I would never encounter it again, yet I find myself fortunate enough to behold it today. Li Angyang chuckled, bemused by Jiao Fei's ability to wax eloquent about what was merely a broken pot, truly a talent in fabrication. Evidently, Mr. Mai could no longer contain himself, as he snatched the broken pot from Jiao Fei's hands and smashed it onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Jiao Fei looked on in shock, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, Master, what are you doing? Why would you destroy such a valuable antique? Mr. Mai glared fiercely at Jiao Fei, rebuking, how disgraceful, all the teachings I imparted to you have been squandered. Why are you scolding me? Jiao Fei asked, utterly bewildered, not comprehending his transgression. Li Angyang finally burst into hearty laughter. Brother Jiao Fei, I must commend your talent for embellishment. This broken pot was merely something I picked up beside the garbage bin, and yet you managed to imbue it with so much value. I suggest you abandon the antique appraisal and delve into the realm of speculation. You would surely excel. Jiao Fei glared at Li Angyang, the realization that he had been extolling the virtues of a worthless pot nearly overwhelming him with despair. He hastily grabbed a few tissues from nearby and began to wipe his hands vigorously. Li Angyang chuckled, you cannot erase it, for it is not your hands that are tarnished, but your spirit. Turning to Mr. Mai, he added with a smile, Mr. Mai, if this is the caliber of expertise you speak of, I am most impressed. Mr. Mai's expression turned somewhat awkward as he cleared his throat and said, it is my incompetent disciple who has brought you this embarrassment. However, this also proves that your own abilities in this domain are indeed exceptional. Originally, Mr. Mai had intended to invite Li Angyang as a disciple, but now he felt too embarrassed to broach the subject, having lost all face. Li Angyang waved his hand dismissively, smiling. I was merely jesting, Mr. Mai, do not take offense. Speaking of which, what was the purpose of your invitation? With a sigh, Mr. Mai replied, the matter is thus. I have observed your discerning eye, and there is an upcoming antique appraisal event. I wish to invite you to accompany me. Not only will it hone your skills, but you may also stumble upon some hidden treasures, a splendid opportunity for profit. It seemed that the allure of merely appreciating antiques was insufficient to capture Li Angyang's interest, prompting Mr. Mai to emphasize the potential for financial gain. Li Angyang nodded. I see, you must know many influential people. Mr. Mai, why, then, would such a splendid opportunity fall to me? Mr. Mai exhaled deeply. Since we are on this subject, I shall not conceal the truth from you. This antique appraisal event serves not only as a chance to acquire items but also as a platform for experts to showcase their skills. I had initially intended to bring my disciple, but as you can see, he is utterly lacking in talent, and his presence would only bring me shame. Thus, if you are willing to accompany me, it would greatly ease my burden. I understand now. Li Angyang realized that Mr. Mai sought his presence to enhance his own reputation, a task beyond the capabilities of the superficial Gao Fei. Hence, this fortunate opportunity had been bestowed upon him. Given that Li Angyang was currently in need of money, he had no reason to decline. He inquired, when does this antique appraisal event commence, and where will it be held? Mr. Mai smiled as he replied, in 5 days, it will take place on Antique Street in District 52, quite nearby. All you need to do is spare some time to accompany me. Very well, I accept. Li Angyang nodded with a smile. If Mr. Mai intended to make him a disciple or offer him employment, Li Angyang would flatly refuse. It was not out of arrogance, rather, he possessed the eye of heaven and intended to learn the secrets of the cloth garment divination. Soon, he would no longer need to rely on anyone, and even a figure as esteemed as Mr. Mai would be of little consequence before him. You agreed? Mr. Mai exclaimed in delight, rising and unable to suppress his joy. Li Angyang chuckled, it is hardly a matter of great significance, and given the benefits to me, I would have no reason to refuse. Splendid, splendid, let us eat quickly, and afterward we can return to study some antique knowledge together, Mr. Mai beamed as he beckoned. As they dined and engaged in light conversation, they soon parted ways after a satisfying meal. Li Angyang politely declined Mr. Mai's invitation to study antiques further, feeling quite fatigued. He returned with Lin Xian instead. In the car, Lin Xian smiled and remarked, now that Mr. Mai holds you in such high regard, you need not worry about finances any longer. If Mr. Mai is pleased, he might even reward you with a couple of antiques to sell, enough to indulge for a lifetime. Li Angyang smiled but remained silent. He understood Mr. Mai's significant status, yet this matter did not weigh heavily on his mind. Changing the subject, he inquired, by the way, did you manage to ask your father about Chu Hang? What is the situation? Why is he still working at your company? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's expression turned somber, her troubles evident. She sighed, my father informed me that our company has a collaboration with Chu Hang's family business, and it is a substantial project that concerns the interests of the company. Therefore, when Chu Hang requested to join our company, my father felt he could not refuse. He advised me to endure for a while, and once the collaboration is complete, we can have Chu Hang removed from the company. Li Angyang rolled his eyes, what nonsense is this? Chu Hang sought to work here with clear intentions. It is obvious he is after you. I suggest you avoid the company for the next few days to steer clear of that fellow and prevent any trouble. I understand, which is why I sought you out today. Let us go have some fun, I do not wish to sleep. Lin Xian replied, her frustration palpable. Li Angyang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the beautiful Lin Xian, and asked, where would you like to go? Let us go singing. It has been ages since I last sang. Lin Xian declared. Li Angyang did not decline, he had no other plans, and although he felt weary, singing would serve as a delightful distraction. Thus, they entered a KTV establishment, where they sang for 3 to 4 hours, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol. It was only when Lin Xian became so intoxicated that she could barely walk that Li Angyang assisted her, unsteadily exiting the KTV and heading back to their residence. Initially, he intended to escort Lin Xian back to her villa, but considering how her parents would react to the sight of her in such a state, he decided it best for Lin Xian to return home once she sobered up. Once inside his rented room, Li Angyang placed Lin Xian on the sofa and then collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. It felt like an eternity had passed when he awoke to find himself seated in the familiar shop within the Seoul town, his expression one of bewilderment as he glanced around. Evidently, he had descended into the underworld once more. How utterly inconvenient, could they not refrain from dragging him down while he slept? This incessant experience of waking up in an unfamiliar place was rather disorienting. He resolved to speak to Niu Chu about this peculiar realm at the earliest opportunity. It could not continue this way. The shopkeeper was opening the doors, preparing to commence another day of business. As the door swung open, a customer appeared to have been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon closer inspection, Angyang realized it was none other than the cloth garment divination practitioner. This fellow had indeed timed his appearance perfectly, having deduced that Angyang had burned the paper effigy for Niu Chu. Arriving without delay, his precision was nothing short of terrifying. The cloth garment divination practitioner stepped inside, adopting a woeful expression as he inquired, "Shopkeeper, how have you fared these past few days?" Angyang glanced at him, allowing a smile to tug at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "Quite well, indeed. In both the mortal realm and the netherworld, I feel positively splendid." Chapter 19 Trouble with Bu Jinghyun. The cloth-clad diviner chuckled. "Those who are capable bear more burdens. Being entrusted with this position signifies that you are indeed a rare talent among countless individuals." Angyang forced a laugh. "Indeed, it's a matter of life and death. The underworld treats its talents in such a manner. Enough of idle chatter. You are here today regarding the retrieval of the manual, aren't you?" "Precisely," the cloth-clad diviner nodded with a smile. "I believe the time is ripe. We should seek out Lord Nuto. The sooner we resolve this matter, the better." Angyang turned to his assistant and instructed, "You shall oversee the shop today. If any customers arrive, appraise their items according to the shop's valuation. I have urgent business to attend to." "Master, this seems against protocol. I could face consequences," the assistant called out anxiously from behind, but Angyang had already waved his sleeve and departed, ignoring him entirely. As he and the cloth-clad diviner walked down the street, Angyang turned to him and said, "By the way, I have no idea where Lord Nuto resides." The cloth-clad diviner smiled. "That's easy to find. There's a government residence in every street of the underworld, and typically, Lord Nuto can be found within the official precincts." Angyang inquired, puzzled, "How many streets does this underworld actually have? Is there only one Nuto?" The cloth-clad diviner explained, "There are many streets. According to incomplete statistics, there are 108. Each street is patrolled by its own Nuto and Manian, but indeed, there is only one King Yang. Unless there is a massive uprising of spirits, King Yang rarely makes an appearance. It's been several hundred years since he last showed himself." "Wow!" Angyang exclaimed, astonished. "It's truly remarkable that King Yang has not made an appearance for centuries. He seems rather negligent in his duties. Isn't it shocking?" The cloth-clad diviner chuckled at Angyang's expression. "From our perspective as spirits, this is quite normal. The only flaw of the underworld is its weak sense of time. A few hundred years feels akin to a mere few months in your realm. A normal spirit can easily languish for centuries. Generally, one must drink Mengpo's soup to reincarnate after 800 years, unless they are in special circumstances, in which case they must swiftly reincarnate." "I see." Angyang nodded in sudden realization. Viewing it through the lens of a human was evidently impractical. He recalled his second uncle. He must have been a special case, forced to reincarnate without any option for negotiation. Reflecting on this in relation to himself, he considered that as the inheritor of his uncle's pawnshop, should he meet his demise, would he too face a similar fate, compelled to reincarnate lest he fade into oblivion? The thought sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to shake his head and dismiss such chaotic notions. With a smile, he gazed at the cloth-clad diviner and remarked, "You seem to possess quite a wealth of knowledge. How many years have you lived? Furthermore, this endeavor to reclaim the manual seems to be orchestrated by you, as every step appears to be calculated." The cloth-clad diviner chuckled lightly. "You flatter me. I merely understand a few more patterns than most. Everything in existence follows a certain order. As for how many years I have spent in the underworld, let's see, it should be over 500 years now." "Over 500 years," Angyang mused, scratching his nose. While he recognized that such a duration was typical in the underworld, one would think he would have attained some level of enlightenment by now. After a moment's contemplation, he posed a different question. "My friend, I must earnestly seek your guidance on a pressing matter." "Please, go ahead," the cloth-clad diviner replied with a gentle demeanor, neither hurried nor slow. Angyang sighed. "I have recently taken up the role of manager at a pawnshop in this old town, but there is a rule that mandates a monthly review. Unfortunately, I have yet to meet the required quota for this month's pawns. If I fail the review, I risk obliteration. Do you possess any means to help me navigate this predicament?" The cloth-clad diviner fell silent for a moment before shaking his head with a wry smile. "You are putting me in a difficult position. Although I can read fortunes, the intricacies of business elude me." Angyang was taken aback. "But aren't you knowledgeable in all matters under heaven and earth? Surely you have some solution." The cloth-clad diviner wore a look of exasperation. "I am not a deity. How could I possibly know everything? Since you've asked, I shall offer my humble opinion. Your shop was bustling just days ago. What has changed? It seems you've eliminated all the promotions that allowed customers to gain a little advantage." Consequently, no one is inclined to visit. While I may not grasp the nuances of commerce, the human heart is universally predictable. If you wish for patrons to pawn their items, you must create an environment where they feel they can benefit. Now I understand. Angyang felt a wave of clarity wash over him. The cloth-clad diviner's words had illuminated the truth. Indeed, upon learning of the shop's various drawbacks, he had rigidly removed all the advantageous offers, leading to a decline in customers. It was time to rethink his business strategy to attract patrons, but what approach should he take? His experience was limited, and he realized he would need to consult some resources from the human realm. As he pondered, he engaged in light conversation with the cloth-clad diviner, and soon they arrived at the government residence of Sultan. The imposing structure resembled an ancient official's mansion, yet the interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any human presence. Upon entering, as they crossed the threshold, it felt as though they had traversed time itself. The scene before them transformed entirely, revealing a bright and expansive interior. Of course, even in its brightness, the underworld maintained an air of lifelessness. Who goes there? This is the official residence. Trespassing is not permitted. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the side, followed by the sharp jab of a pitchfork against Angyang's shoulder. Startled, Angyang turned to see a headless spirit, its appearance quite unsettling. He hurriedly explained, I am a good friend of Lord Nyoto and the manager of the pawnshop on this street. I seek an audience with him. I implore you to show some leniency. If Lord Nyoto were to take offense, neither of us would be able to bear the consequences. From the headless spirit came a voice that seemed to emerge from nowhere. Wait here. I shall inform Lord Nyoto. With that, it drifted away. Angyang wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled wryly. To be honest, I was once a living human being in the realm of the living, but now I find myself in such a place. It is truly unbearable. I feel as though I could develop a phobia at any moment. The cloth-clad diviner smiled. I can empathize. When I first arrived here after my death, I felt equally out of place. However, over time, I grew accustomed to it. It has become strangely endearing, regardless of whether they lack heads or hands. They are generally quite amiable. Angyang rolled his eyes, retorting, amiable, indeed. If they were so friendly, why would your cloth-clad diviner manual have been stolen by Bu Jingyun? Well, the cloth-clad diviner found himself at a loss for words. Moments later, a towering figure of Lord Nyoto strode out, and upon spotting Angyang, his face broke into a broad smile. Brother, you've arrived. Please, come in. You handled that matter I entrusted to you splendidly, and I must express my gratitude. Angyang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. As long as Lord Nyoto is satisfied, you remember you promised to assist me with something, right? Now that we are here, let us set off. Certainly, let us depart immediately. Allow me to change into another set of clothes first, Lord Nyoto replied eagerly, turning to head back inside. Angyang rolled his eyes. Even as a spirit, you are still particular about your attire. The cloth-clad diviner chuckled. Spirits are merely transformed beings. Moreover, Lord Nyoto holds a distinguished position. Before long, Lord Nyoto emerged wearing an entirely black outfit, and the trio made their way out. However, Angyang noticed that Lord Nyoto walked with a peculiar gait, one foot stepping higher than the other. Curiously, he inquired, Lord Nyoto, what troubles you? Are you injured? Lord Nyoto shook his head, chuckling, the lady you sent me was quite vigorous. After 2 nights of revelry, my legs are now quite weak. Angyang burst into laughter, truly a seasoned veteran. By the way, do you know where that rogue who stole the manual is? Lord Nyoto asked Angyang. Angyang glanced over at the cloth-clad diviner, who nodded. I know where he is. I will lead the way. However, he is formidable. An ordinary individual would be no match for him. Lord Nyoto, please prepare yourself mentally. Lord Nyoto laughed. This entire street is under my command. No matter how powerful he may be, what can he possibly do against me? Angyang remained silent, understanding that the cloth-clad diviner was not merely trying to frighten them. Having grown up watching dramas, he was well aware of the character that Bu Jingyun represented. His famed Paoyun palm was indeed earth-shattering. Most importantly, he possessed the legendary Chilean arm and a peerless sword. In later developments, Bu Jingyun could single-handedly take on Xiongbiei, showcasing his immense strength. What Angyang feared most was whether Bu Jingyun had knife phone by his side. If the duo were united, it was uncertain whether Lord Nyoto could handle the situation. Therefore, Angyang decided to keep his distance and watch from afar, leaving the rest to Lord Nyoto to manage, lest he become collateral damage. The cloth-clad diviner led the way to a 2-story tavern, where the 3 of them paused. He pointed at the establishment, saying, I have observed that Bu Jingyun frequents the 2nd floor of this tavern daily. He should still be there now. Let us ascend. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Angyang spotted 2 individuals seated by the window, one with long, flowing hair, dressed in a red robe, and the other cloaked with a manet of curly hair. He immediately recognized the latter as Bu Jingyun, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to the character depicted in novels and dramas, with only slight variations in appearance. The cloth-clad diviner gestured toward the long-haired man. That is Bu Jingyun. This scoundrel has committed numerous atrocities and ruled with an iron fist. Not only did he steal my manual, but many spirits have also suffered at his hands. I hope, Lord Nyoto, that you will deliver justice. Chapter 20. The convergence of wind and cloud. The bullhead cast a casual glance, grinning as he said, "No problem, leave it to me." With that, he strode over to where Bu Jingyun and his companion were reveling in their drinks. Li Angyang squinted. If he wasn't mistaken, the one seated beside Bu Jingyun was indeed Naifeng. Just as he had surmised, the two were inseparable, after all. Furthermore, Naifeng was clad in crimson, clearly indicative of the demonic transformation he had undergone, which made the situation even more dire. It was uncertain how the bullhead intended to handle this. As the bullhead approached the two, he placed a hand firmly on Bu Jingyun's shoulder and inquired with a grave tone, "You are Bu Jingyun. I've heard you've been pilfering from others." Get lost. Bu Jingyun, known for his fierce temper, didn't even spare the bullhead a glance. With a flick of his Korean arm, a tremendous force surged forth, forcing the bullhead's hand away. "Who do you think you are, acting so arrogantly? Do you want to fight?" The bullhead was equally incensed, slamming his palm onto the table, causing the wine jars and cups to tremble. Bu Jingyun shot a cold glance at the bullhead, slowly rising to his feet with his fists clenched, even neglecting to touch the exquisite sword beside him. Naifeng calmly interjected, "Brother Yun, mind your manners." Bu Jingyun nodded slightly. The bullhead, eyes wide with fury, exclaimed, "How audacious, you wish to engage me in combat. Very well, today I shall teach you insolent wretches a lesson." With that, he turned to search for a weapon. After a fruitless search, he finally picked up a stool, wielding it awkwardly. Li Angyang couldn't help but chuckle at the bullhead's comical display. After all, he was an official of the underworld. Could he not be a bit more serious? Compared to the imposing Bu Jingyun, he seemed to be from entirely different realms. Bu Jingyun ignored the bullhead entirely, raising his right hand to shatter the wine jar on the table. Wine splattered everywhere as he swiftly drew a circle in the air with one hand, absorbing all the spilled liquid into a swirling mass in his palm. Li Angyang's eyes widened in terror as he stumbled back 2 paces. This was the cloud-dispelling palm, a technique he had witnessed on television. Its immense power had once forced back a formidable opponent, allowing Bu Jingyun to escape. He had mastered the technique to perfection, and now witnessing it in action made Li Angyang panic, fearing he might become an accidental casualty. He hurriedly retreated to the stairwell, peeking cautiously. With a single wave of his hand, the wine shot forth with tremendous force, creating a whirlwind within the tavern. Splendid technique. The bullhead laughed heartily, stepping back as he swung the stool, effortlessly dispersing the swirling mass of wine. Li Anyang's eyes widened. It seemed the bullhead was indeed formidable enough to guard the Soul Street. Bu Jingyun's expression momentarily flickered with surprise but quickly vanished as he charged towards the bullhead, his left arm ablaze as if it were a heated iron, delivering a powerful punch to the bullhead's chest. With a muffled thud, the bullhead stood unmoving, not even swaying. He chuckled, looking at Bu Jingyun. "Your arm is quite interesting. It even glows. However, it seems your strength is somewhat lacking." As he finished speaking, he swung the stool, striking Bu Jingyun on the head. Bu Jingyun staggered back several steps, staring blankly at the bullhead, unable to comprehend how his proud Korean arm had failed to inflict any damage. Who on earth was this man? Was his body forged of iron? Seeing that the situation was amiss, Naifeng sprang into action, leaping into the air and transforming his legs into countless phantoms that enveloped the bullhead. Good leg technique. The bullhead guffawed. With a sudden motion, he reached out, seizing one of Naifeng's legs and throwing him heavily to the ground. With a loud crash, Naifeng landed in a heap, looking quite disheveled as he scrambled back to his feet. Sharing a glance with Bu Jingyun, they called out in unison, the convergence of wind and cloud. Their hands rose high into the air, causing the entire tavern to tremble as the skies above darkened and a tempest arose, as if an unseen force were coalescing around the two. Li Anyang stood agape, witnessing the convergence of wind and cloud unfold before him, exactly as he had envisioned. It was his first time experiencing such a powerful event up close, and the overwhelming sensation of impending doom instilled within him a profound fear of helplessness. Who could withstand the might of heaven and earth? Yet, at that moment, the bullhead charged forward, reaching the two with a swift motion, delivering 2 resounding slaps to their faces. The tremendous momentum of their convergence was abruptly halted, as if the power had been snuffed out like a television losing its signal, plunging the space into silence. The two stared blankly at the bullhead, momentarily at a loss for words. The convergence of wind and cloud, so formidable, yet who could have imagined it would be interrupted by the bullhead slaps? Li Anyang finally grasped the absurdity of the situation. What a ridiculous scene, 2 men quarreling for convergence, how disgusting. The bullhead looked down at the two with disdain. After a protracted silence, Naifeng finally asked, "Who exactly are you?" The bullhead cleared his throat twice. "I am the bullhead of this street." I intended to inform you earlier, but you insisted on provoking me. This entire street is under my jurisdiction. If you continue to defy me, I shall obliterate your souls without hesitation. Convergence of wind and cloud, how shameless. Naifeng was left speechless, unable to utter a word, while Bu Jingyan gritted his teeth in frustration, clearly unwilling to accept this, yet powerless to change the situation. The bullhead was the ruler of this street, wielding life and death at his command. Challenging him would be akin to courting death. Lord Bullhead, what business do you have with my brother and me? Naifeng was obliged to concede, asking with a softened demeanor, what other option did he have? They couldn't win in a fight, nor could they argue their case. Surrender was their only recourse. The bullhead grinned, his gaze fixated on Bu Jingyan, stating solemnly, your master brother has stolen someone else's manual. As an official of this street, it is my duty to intervene. I shan't make things difficult for you, simply return the manual, and I'll let this matter rest. However, you must mend your ways. Should I catch wind of your misdeeds again, you won't even have a chance to reincarnate. I see, Naifeng replied, turning to Bu Jingyan with a furrowed brow. Brother Yun, why did you steal from others? Such behavior is unethical. Return it at once. Bu Jingyan retorted angrily, it's not my fault. Blame that old fool for his outrageous words. I couldn't stand it, so I took his things. What did he say? Naifeng inquired, puzzled. Bu Jingyan explained, that day, I bumped into this fellow in the tavern. He pointed at me and said my eyebrows were short, my eyes large, that I had a fierce temperament, a high forehead and low cheeks, that I was destined for a short life. When I asked how he could tell, he demanded 500 points of virtue as payment for the answer. I couldn't take it anymore and seized his belongings. Li Angyang, upon hearing this, stared incredulously at the fortune teller. You dared to extort Bu Jingyan. I must say, fortune teller, that this was your folly. Why resort to such tactics? It's only natural you were robbed. The fortune teller sighed in defeat. What could I do? At that time, I had no points of virtue left and was at my wit's end. Even fortune-telling wouldn't draw any customers here in the underworld. I couldn't think of another way. That day was my first attempt. Who knew I would encounter such a brutish man who would take my belongings? The fortune-teller lamented, a rueful expression on his face. Li Angyang couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. It was hard to determine who was in the right, while the fortune-teller's extortion was wrong. Bu Jingyan's theft was equally questionable, leading to this entire debacle. Naifeng continued, all right, return the items to him. He acted without malice and didn't he truly gain anything from it? Bu Jingyan, though visibly reluctant, finally produced the lower half of the fortune-teller's manual from his pocket and tossed it to him, saying, here you go, old fool. Be more careful with your words in the future. This guy even threatened me. Lord Bullhead, did you hear that? The fortune-teller huffed, receiving the manual and beginning to complain. The bullhead rolled his eyes. You lot are simply idle and childish. Enough of this, the matter is resolved, and I can't be bothered with your trivialities. I have a beautiful maiden waiting for me at home. Farewell. With a wave of his hand, he turned and leapt out of the tavern window. Departing, Naifeng finally let out a sigh of relief. Li Angyang hurried over, grinning broadly as he said, Naifeng, Bu Jingyan, I have long admired your esteemed names. If you wouldn't mind, I'd love to befriend you both. Naifeng frowned, eyeing Li Angyang, and who might you be? Given the stature of wind and cloud, it was rare for anyone to qualify as their friend. Li Angyang hastily explained, I am the proprietor of the pawnshop on this street. Should you need to pawn any valuable items, you are welcome to my establishment, where I can offer you a fair price. Moreover, Lord Bullhead is a good friend of mine. More friends mean more connections, and it would be mutually beneficial. I see you are the pawnshop owner, Bu Jingyan replied, his tone tinged with disdain. Nevertheless, he retrieved a manual from his robe and handed it to Li Angyang, saying, this is my unique manual, the Cloud Dispelling Palm. Tell me, what is it worth? Chapter 21. Misunderstanding, Li Angyang took the Paiyun palm, his gaze briefly sweeping over Bu Jingyan's right arm, and smiled, in truth, this arm of yours is even more valuable. What did you say? Bu Jingyan glared fiercely. Li Angyang hastily shook his head, saying, I didn't say anything, nothing at all. He then utilized the unique functionality of the pawnshop to scan the Paiyun palm in his hands, revealing an extensive amount of information. Paiyun palm, intermediate martial arts, pawn value 800 yen to points. Upon comprehending the information, Li Angyang maintained his composure and looked up at the ferocious Bu Jingyan with a smile. According to the pawn evaluation, it's worth 500 yen to points. Will you pawn it? He scrutinized Bu Jingyan, contemplating that if Bu Jingyan agreed to pawn it, he would profit 300 points. Of course, if Bu Jingyan declined, it mattered little to him, as the shop had plenty of intermediate martial arts. It could not be said that he was a swindler. In business, one seeks to maximize their own benefits. That is the essence of commerce. Bu Jingyan glanced at Li Angyang, and after a moment, spoke in a deep voice. 500 it is. I shall always be at your service. With that, he turned and exited the tavern with the attire god. You swindled him, didn't you? Remarked the attire god nonchalantly as they stepped out of the tavern. What? Li Angyang turned his head, feigning ignorance as he looked at the attire god. The attire god chuckled. Though your expression is one of confusion, your eyes shine brightly, and there's a hint of evasion in your gaze, which indicates you're merely concealing the truth. The Paiyun palm is undoubtedly worth more than 500 Yinda points. He is unaware of its market value, and as the shopkeeper, you can dictate the price. He cannot challenge you. Li Angyang was initially taken aback but then laughed. As expected of the attire god, you see through everything. However, I did not swindle him. It was a fair transaction, one willing to trade, the other willing to accept. And no one can object. Did you swindle me? The attire god asked, with a smirk. Absolutely not. Li Angyang replied firmly, maintaining unwavering eye contact with the attire god, not even blinking. The attire god smiled faintly. Knowing I can read faces, you've chosen the most conventional method to mislead me. Thus, you have indeed swindled me. You informed me that my attire god's secret manual, consisting of 2 scrolls, is priced at a total of 1,000 Yinda points, when in fact, it must be worth even more, correct? Li Angyang felt a pang of despair, throwing his head back as tears nearly streamed down his cheeks. His head throbbed, and his heart ached. This fellow was too astute. Whether in strategy or cunning, he was outmatched. There was simply no way to outsmart the attire god. All he could do was smile wryly and ask, so what do you wish to do? To speak candidly, your attire god's secret manual is a high-level item, valued at a total of 2,600 points, which is already the shop's assessed price. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I can tell you are not lying this time. The attire god laughed heartily. In that case, you may pawn it to me at the assessed price. I shall not take advantage of you. After all, I may need you to pawn items in the future. It is wise to leave a line of retreat. Li Angyang rolled his eyes. Leave a line of retreat. You are the first to have pushed me to such an extent. Very well, 2006 it is. With a determined grit of his teeth, Li Angyang declared, hand over the manual, and I shall transfer the Yinda points to you immediately. In his eagerness to acquire the attire god's secret manual, he endured the pain and transferred 2,600 points. This item was extraordinarily powerful. He yearned to possess it. From the attire god's demeanor, one could discern its remarkable value. Once he mastered this manual, he could thrive, effortlessly discerning others' thoughts, who would dare to confront him. The attire god handed the manual to Li Angyang, and the transaction was successfully completed. Li Angyang, elated, took the manual and waved, grinning, farewell, attire god, I must return to my business endeavors. The attire god merely gazed enigmatically at his departing figure, pondering what schemes were unfolding in his mind. Upon returning to the pawnshop, Li Angyang eagerly immersed himself in studying the attire god's manual. To master this knowledge, he nearly exhausted his resources from this past period. Even with installment payments, the cost was exorbitant. After acquiring the manual, Li Angyang promptly instructed his staff to close the shop, activating his soul transfer to return to the mortal realm. He opened his eyes to find himself in the rental apartment he had just leased. Reflecting on the previous events, it was no surprise. He had gotten drunk with Lin Xian and returned to the apartment to rest. However, the peculiarities arose when he turned and spotted a woman lying beside him. He realized the gravity of the situation. This was dire, unexpected, and the consequences were severe. He gently brushed aside the strands of hair from the woman's face, and indeed, it was Lin Xian. What the hell? Li Angyang exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, startling Lin Xian awake. Lin Xian rubbed her eyes, bleary and confused, gazing at him. What is going on? Why are you so startled so early in the morning? Go back to sleep. Sleep? Have you not grasped the current situation? You are sharing a bed with me. I distinctly placed you on the sofa. Li Angyang ran his hands through his hair, succumbing to chaos, nearly on the verge of madness. Lin Xian, however, remained remarkably calm, stating nonchalantly, what is the big deal? You just slept with me, that is all. You slept with me. Lin Xian paused, seemingly realizing something, and let out a sharp gasp, sitting up to cover her chest with her hands, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Angyang, shouting, you beast. If you had ulterior motives when we went drinking last night, you must have gotten me drunk to seize your opportunity, right? Li Angyang rolled his eyes. For heaven's sake, can you get your facts straight? You were the one who suggested drinking, and when I helped you back, I placed you on the sofa. You climbed into my bed on your own. If anyone is the victim, it's me. I don't care. You must take responsibility, or I'll resort to self-harm. Lin Xian glared at him, her eyes wide. Li Angyang rolled his eyes again. Responsibility for what? Look at yourself, dressed impeccably, and I'm fully clothed as well. Besides, we were both intoxicated last night. I had no inclination to take advantage of you. He refused to be wronged, asserting that he had been thoroughly inebriated and had even ventured into the underworld, meaning he could not have engaged in any other activities throughout the night, even if he had wished to. That is impossible. My underwear is missing. Lin Xian exclaimed, her face flushed. Angyang rolled his eyes and suddenly wore a mischievous grin, saying, if you insist on putting it that way, check if you experience any discomfort down there or see if you can stand. Given my stamina and capability, if I were to have taken advantage of you, it would surely have left you in a state of difficulty to even stand. His blunt remarks rendered Lin Xian's cheeks crimson, and she shouted, you jerk, before seizing a pillow and hurling it at him. Angyang caught the pillow, smiling, all right, enough of this. Do you remember me saying your mother would encounter a calamity today? You need to get ready quickly. Nothing happened between us, and while I feel a tad regretful, there will be opportunities in the future. You wish? There won't be any future opportunities. Lin Xian shot him a fierce glare before rolling out of bed. After freshening up, she stood in the living room and said to Angyang, my parents absolutely detest you. If you return home with me like this, they will surely kick you out, so I plan to have you disguise yourself and subtly infiltrate my home. Angyang sighed, shaking his head, I truly cannot comprehend the state of the world. Even doing good deeds requires stealth. Enough complaining, just consider it a favor for me, you can't just stand by and let something happen to my mother. Lin Xian insisted, pulling Angyang's hand as they exited. First, we need to buy some clothes and items to facilitate your disguise. Once on the street, Lin Xian took the initiative to hold Angyang's hand. Feeling the warmth of Lin Xian's palm, Angyang stepped closer, walking alongside her, smiling as he asked, do we not resemble a couple now? Lin Xian suddenly realized how intimate their cut that out, walking with you is embarrassing enough, how could we be a couple? Angyang rolled his eyes, speechless. This woman was ever-changing, her disposition shifting faster than a page could turn. They then entered a clothing store, where Lin Xian purchased a suit for Angyang and instructed him to try it on in the fitting room while she waited outside. Shortly thereafter, Angyang emerged in the suit, examining himself in the mirror, feeling discontented. Why do I feel like I resemble a waiter in this suit? That is precisely the point, Lin Xian chuckled, then tousled Angyang's hair, styling it with gel to lay flat upon his forehead, giving him a rather rustic appearance. Lin Xian clapped her hands, smiling, all done, in this guise, unless someone approaches closely to scrutinize, they will find it hard to recognize your true identity. Let us go to my house. Angyang was puzzled, is this really sufficient? Your disguise technique seems rather rudimentary, I expected you would apply some makeup or something. No need for such fuss, today is my mother's birthday, and there will be many guests present. My parents won't have the time or inclination to pay attention to you, however, you must always keep a watchful eye on my mother, should anything happen to her, I won't let you off easily. Lin Xian warned, shaking her tiny fist in mock threat, though it appeared rather endearing. Angyang chuckled, all right, whatever you say, my lady. I'll heed your words. With that, he followed Lin Xian to the lavish villa. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a multitude of luxury cars coming and going. Chapter 22, the fortune-telling of the murderer. Lin Xian's family is engaged in business and is considered one of the wealthiest in District 52, thus it is quite normal for them to associate with dignitaries and receive congratulations on birthdays. Angyang followed Lin Xian through a side entrance, weaving through the throngs of guests until they entered the grand hall. The hall was already teeming with countless people, most of whom were seated at the banquet tables. Standing beside Lin Xian, Angyang craned his neck, scanning the room before asking with a hint of confusion, where are your parents? I haven't seen them. If I can't locate them, I won't be able to ensure their safety. They probably won't emerge just yet. It's still the reception time. We have about another hour before the birthday wishes and dinner commence, so let's wait a bit. Lin Xian replied. Another hour? Why arrive so early then? You aren't trying to save money on hiring staff and making me serve tea and refreshments, are you? Angyang cast a discontented glance at Lin Xian. Don't assume everyone is as unscrupulous as you are, Lin Xian retorted. As they spoke, Angyang suddenly noticed a young man approaching with 2 glasses of wine. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Chu Han. To his dismay, Chu Han was also at this birthday banquet. This could complicate matters. If Chu Han recognized him, his disguise would be blown. Hastily, he turned away, presenting his back to the approaching figure. Chu Han approached Lin Xian, offering her a glass of red wine with a smile. Lin Xian, it's been a while. The last incident was merely a misunderstanding. I had a bit too much to drink with friends before our date, and that impulsive act was meaningless. We are bound to marry eventually. Raising a ruckus then served no purpose. Allow me to toast you as an apology. Lin Xian scrutinized Chu Han, a smirk gracing her lips as she mockingly replied, if you act recklessly when inebriated, perhaps it's best that I do not partake in this drink. Who knows what you might do next? Chu Han, unfazed, continued with a smile, today is your mother's grand birthday, I have come to apologize, surely you won't deny me this courtesy. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xian accepted the glass and downed it in one gulp. Chu Hang also drained his glass, proclaiming, "Now that we've cleared the air, you remain my fiancé, and there's no need to call off the engagement." Lin Xian chuckled lightly. "You believe a single glass of wine can alter so much? You are rather naive. Call it what you will, I've already discussed with your father, and our wedding is set for next Wednesday. You will have no choice but to comply," Chu Hang said, his smile tinged with arrogance. Li Angyang, listening nearby, could hardly contain himself. This man was insufferably shameless, clinging on with an audacity he had never witnessed. To his astonishment, Chu Hang even patted his shoulder, handing him the empty wine glass as if he were merely a waiter. Taking a deep breath, Li Angyang clenched his teeth, reminding himself not to succumb to anger, yet his fists were tightly balled, wishing he could knock Chu Hang to the ground at that very moment. Ultimately, prioritizing the bigger picture, he suppressed his fury, silently extending a hand to accept the glass, also taking the one from Lin Xian, and made his way to the refreshment table. While Chu Hang continued to pester Lin Xian, Li Angyang felt no concern. With so many witnesses present, even if Chu Hang harbored malicious intent, he would surely think twice. As time leisurely passed, at last, Lin Xian's parents emerged hand in hand. Lin Xian's mother donned a modest crimson gown, exuding an air of elegance and approachability, complemented by exquisite jewelry that demonstrated the meticulous attention affluent individuals pay to their attire. After all, one's appearance can reveal much about their character and dignity. In contrast, Lin Xian's father was clad in a sharp blue suit, projecting sophistication and seriousness. The couple walked through the banquet, graciously accepting congratulations from numerous guests, as a server wheeled in a towering cake adorned with candles. Chen Shu stepped forward, clasping her hands together to make a wish. Just then, Li Angyang observed that the grand crystal chandelier above her head appeared to be swaying precariously. Disaster was imminent. In an instant, Li Angyang reacted. He pushed through the crowd and swiftly tackled Chen Shu to the side. Moments later, the chandelier crashed down with a cacophony, obliterating the multi-tiered cake and sending shards of glass flying in all directions. The guests, startled, scrambled to avoid the falling debris. Li Angyang shielded Chen Shu beneath him, emerging unscathed. After a few seconds, as the din subsided, he looked down to meet Chen Shu's gaze, their eyes locking momentarily. Lin Xian's mother stared at Li Angyang, her face flushed with embarrassment. Li Angyang felt the weight of the awkwardness, realizing the precariousness of their position. He had merely intended to save her, yet the circumstances rendered the situation indefinable. Lin Xian's father, regaining his composure, rushed over and yanked Li Angyang to his feet, bellowing, "What do you think you're doing?" Upon seeing Li Angyang's face, Lin Xian's father's fury ignited. "So it's you. I was wondering who had the audacity to approach my daughter. Now you dare to make advances on my wife. What is your intention? Do you want me to kill you?" Lin Xian's father glared menacingly at Li Angyang. Li Angyang opened his mouth, feeling utterly speechless, unable to articulate a single word. Fortunately, Chen Shu, in that moment of chaos, found her clarity and stood, saying, "All right, old Lin, don't blame him. He was only trying to save me. Look at that chandelier. What on earth happened?" Lin Xian's father shot her an irritated glance. "What do you mean? What happened? It's probably just old and broken." Li Angyang gradually stood, offering a calm smile. "I don't believe it's that simple. This is a luxurious villa, and your rooms were undoubtedly decorated by professional contractors. Even if the chandelier were faulty, it shouldn't have fallen. There's something amiss here." "What do you mean?" Lin Xian's father furrowed his brow, the crowd around them sharing puzzled expressions. Instead of answering, Li Angyang approached the shattered chandelier, inspecting the remnants closely. Although the chandelier lay in ruins, revealing nothing to the untrained eye, he discerned a critical detail. He peered at the hanging mechanism above it, a smile creeping onto his lips. "The screws are loose. Clearly, someone tampered with it." Chen Shu's eyes widened in astonishment, mirroring Lin Xian's expression, as she asked, "Are you suggesting someone intended to harm me, who possesses such malice?" Li Angyang replied with a smile, "It's not difficult to deduce. Why was your cake positioned directly beneath the chandelier? Why did the screws loosen and allow it to fall? These are no mere coincidences. The truth is singular. Someone orchestrated this entire scenario, and I firmly believe the culprit is still within this very room." Upon finishing his declaration, he felt the theme song of Kulan echoing in his mind, his thoughts racing with renewed urgency. He remained composed, confidence radiating from him as he surveyed the tense faces of the gathered crowd. Chen Shu stepped forward anxiously, her eyes fixed on Li Angyang. "What's next? Do you know who the perpetrator is?" Li Angyang smirked, "Not yet." The crowd collectively rolled their eyes, exasperated by his cryptic demeanor. Li Angyang maintained his composed smile. "While I may not know the identity of the culprit, I do possess a method to uncover them." "And how will you do that?" "Quite simply, we need to locate the server from earlier," Li Angyang stated. To his surprise, Chen Shu obediently complied, instructing someone to fetch the server. Shortly thereafter, the server stood before Li Angyang, visibly nervous and unable to meet his gaze. Chen Shu, sensing the tension, pointed at the server and demanded, "Speak. You were involved, weren't you? Who sent you?" And no. It wasn't me, the server stammered, panic evident in his voice. If it wasn't you, then why are you so anxious? Speak, or you will regret it. Chen Shu's expression turned icy. Li Angyang interjected hastily, Aunt, don't press him. He didn't do it. He is not guilty, he is simply frightened. His trembling legs and pale complexion tell the tale. Perhaps it was indeed a coincidence that he placed the cake beneath the chandelier. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Chen Shu was increasingly baffled by Li Angyang's reasoning, looking at him quizzically. Without responding, Li Angyang summoned the knowledge from their Buyishanxiang secret manual. As he scanned the crowd, a wealth of information flooded his mind, a testament to the brilliance of the manual. Anyone within his line of sight revealed their truths. Soon, his gaze locked onto a stout woman, and he pointed decisively, exclaiming, the culprit is her. All eyes followed his finger, converging on the woman. The overweight woman trembled slightly, a stiff smile plastered on her face as she addressed Li Angyang. Young man, you shouldn't make unfounded accusations. If you slander me, I have grounds to sue you for defamation. Wang Tai. Chen Shu exclaimed in surprise, turning to Li Angyang. Wang Tai is my good friend. She has no reason to harm me. You claim she is the culprit. You must explain yourself. Li Angyang smiled, his demeanor unfazed, responding calmly. Her high brows and low eyelids betray a deep-seated jealousy and resentment that she cannot conceal. The slight tremor in her body indicates guilt, and the sweat forming on her forehead reveals excessive anxiety. If you doubt me, feel her hands. I assure you they will be cold to the touch. Li Angyang's argument was methodical, compelling those around to reconsider their doubts. Chapter 23, The Provocative Test. Is this for real? Chen Shu approached with a hint of skepticism, reaching out to touch Wang Tai's hand. However, the corpulent woman could no longer contain herself, retreating several steps in alarm and shouting at Chen Shu with a tense and fearful expression, do not come any closer, or I will not hesitate to fight you. Chen Shu was taken aback, and everyone present widened their eyes. It was evident to all but the foolish that this debacle was instigated by the overweight woman. Why? Chen Shu asked, bewildered, her mouth agape. Aren't we good sisters, good friends? Why would you want to harm me? What have I done wrong? You can only blame yourself. Wang Tai retorted, gritting her teeth in fury. You are always flaunting how well you live, how good your husband is to you. So, I wanted to test how my husband treats me. When I returned home and asked him to buy something for me, not only did he refuse, but he also scolded me and threatened to divorce me. Out of suspicion, I had someone follow him, and it turned out he indeed had mistresses, more than one. So all of this is your fault. The root of it all lies with you. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen to such depths? You have caused my family to fall apart, and I certainly cannot allow you to live in peace. Chen Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined that her dear friend would attribute all her misfortunes to her. It was utterly outrageous. After a moment of silence, Chen Shu summoned a few security guards and commanded, take her to the police station for the authorities to handle. This is no longer my concern. The guards moved to apprehend the overweight woman, who continued to scream, why are you arresting me? It is all your fault, you wretched woman, you won't compensate me, and now you want to take me away. I will not let you off easily. Though Wang Tai was led away, the onlookers remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend how a birthday celebration had devolved into such chaos. Chen Shu waved her hand and sighed, all right, everyone, that was merely a minor incident. Please continue to eat and drink without reservation. I am feeling unwell and will return to rest. She then turned to Lin Xian's father and said, darling, please take charge for a moment. I need to rest. Of course, go ahead. I will handle it. Lin Xian's father nodded. Chen Shu turned to leave, whispering to Li Angyang as she passed, come with me. Li Angyang glanced around before following her upstairs to a room. This chamber appeared to be a guest bedroom, furnished with 2 small sofas. Chen Shu poured 2 glasses of red wine, smiling at Li Angyang as she said, come, let us drink a couple of glasses. After what just happened, everyone's spirits are low. Moreover, I must sincerely thank you. If it weren't for you, I might be lying in a hospital right now. Li Angyang nodded and sat down, captivated by Chen Shu's delicate, rosy profile. She was indeed beautiful, well-maintained despite being in her 30s, appearing as youthful as a woman in her 20s. Her resemblance to Lin Xian was striking. Lin Xian was a beauty, while Chen Shu exuded a regal charm that few could emulate. Handing Li Angyang a glass, Chen Shu took a sip of her own and gazed at him with keen interest, smiling as she asked, by the way, how did you know I would be in danger? Just 2 days ago, you mentioned I would encounter a calamity, which turned out to be today. At the time, I didn't believe you, but now I cannot help but trust you. Could you explain how you knew? Li Angyang admired Chen Shu's composure. After such an incident, most would be shaken, yet she was able to engage in light conversation, truly a woman of the world. He chuckled softly and replied, if I were to say I can read fortunes, would you believe me, auntie? Chen Shu smiled and nodded, I believe you, but please don't call me auntie. It feels too distant, just call me Sister Chen. If you can read fortunes, then take a look at mine. With that, Chen Shu lifted her wine glass and moved closer to Li Angyang, sitting intimately beside him. Her smooth, fair thigh brushed against his, causing his heart to race inexplicably. Perhaps it was the lack of experience with women since he had only dated Chen Yuan since graduating. The atmosphere felt overly suggestive, and he wondered if it was merely his own imagination. Perhaps to those in their social circles, this was merely a way to foster closeness without ulterior motives. Chen Shu extended her delicate hand toward him, her smile radiant as she urged, "Read my palm." Li Anyang's gaze focused on her palm, and as he concentrated, the ancient secrets of fortune-telling activated within him, revealing a fragment of information. He recited what he saw: "Your career line is short, yet your lifeline is robust, indicating a life of wealth and privilege from birth with little effort required. However, your emotional line is quite complex and extensive, suggesting that your affections will endure many trials before achieving fulfillment." Chen Shu chuckled, "I have been married for over a decade. What do I need to know about the emotional line? Did you not see it clearly? Perhaps you need to get closer to discern it." As she spoke, Chen Shu leaned forward, the plunging neckline of her dress revealing a glimpse of her alabaster skin before Li Anyang's eyes. His heart raced, and he instinctively leaned back, bewildered as he stammered, "Auntie, what are you doing? I can read fortunes, but I am not so adept at other matters." This was unambiguous seduction. He could now be certain no ordinary woman would adopt such a posture or demeanor in conversation. With a playful smile, Chen Shu inquired, "If you can read fortunes, what do you think of me?" "Beautiful, very beautiful." Li Anyang managed to utter those two words. "Then do you prefer my daughter, or do you favor me more? Surely, you must have some interest in engaging in something more intriguing." Before he could respond, Chen Shu had already leaned against his chest, enveloped by a delightful fragrance that was intoxicating. Li Anyang could hardly withstand it. He was a normal man. Chen Shu, blushing, gazed at Li Anyang and remarked, "I didn't expect that youth has its advantages." He could take no more. Such blatant provocation pushed him to the brink of losing control. He abruptly stood up, pushing Chen Shu away, rubbing his face vigorously with both hands, and sighed, "Auntie, please stop this. Regardless of what you are thinking, I truly cannot accept this. Such behavior will lead to great misunderstandings, and I cannot allow any mistakes to occur." Chen Shu was momentarily stunned, staring at Li Anyang in disbelief as she asked, "Do you mean to say that you do not find me appealing at all? If you did not like me, why would you exert yourself to save me today, especially after I treated you as I did before?" Li Anyang sighed, "Let me be frank, I had no intention of coming here today. Your fate was of no concern to me. I said what I needed to say before. It was only because Lin Xian sought me out and implored me to protect you that I found myself at this birthday celebration." "You are overthinking it. It is not as you imagine." "I see," Chen Shu said, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes, before she smiled and added, "All right then, I will cease my jesting." "Jesting?" Li Anyang asked, puzzled. Chen Shu smiled, "I merely wish to discern your true intentions in approaching us and your feelings for my daughter. What just transpired was a test, and well done, you passed. Henceforth, I will not interfere with your interactions with my daughter, and I hope you will take good care of her." Li Anyang was left dumbfounded. That was merely a test. "Auntie, are you not concerned that I could truly be a scoundrel? What if I had violated you?" Chen Shu narrowed her enchanting eyes, a hint of allure in her gaze as she smiled. "Perhaps I was waiting for you to do just that." This woman. Li Anyang's head throbbed. She was certainly not to be underestimated. He was relieved he had managed to control himself. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. At that moment, the door swung open, and Lin Xian hurried in, spotting Chen Shu and Li Anyang. After a brief pause, she exclaimed, "Oh, there you two are. I've been looking for you everywhere. Mom, are you all right?" Lin Xian settled beside Chen Shu. Chen Shu smiled gently. "Thanks to Li Anyang, I am fine." Lin Xian turned to Li Anyang, grinning as she said, "Thank you. You truly came through. As we discussed, anything you desire in return for this favor is yours." Li Anyang exhaled, "I want nothing. It was merely a coincidence that I found myself involved. Friends help each other, so it was natural for me to assist. Now that everything is resolved, I must take my leave." With that, Li Anyang turned to exit, unwilling to linger. The complexities of high society were not to his liking. However, as he reached the door, he found a man standing there, staring fixedly at him. It was Lin Xian's father. Lin Xian's father said coolly, "After such a significant favor, you are leaving so soon without proper gratitude." Li Anyang furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had committed a grave wrongdoing rather than saving someone. He questioned, "Uncle, is there something else you wish to discuss? If not, I will take my leave, as I have matters to attend to." "Well, as a matter of fact, I do have something to discuss with you. Please come in and sit down." Lin Xian's father beckoned Li Anyang back into the room. Li Anyang rolled his eyes, feeling resigned, and returned to the room to sit once more. Chapter 24. Jie Chen seated opposite Lin Xian's father, he regarded Li Angyang with a slight smile and remarked, I must admit, I underestimated your capabilities. Very well, let us dispense with pleasantries. There is a matter on which I seek your assistance. Uncle, please feel free to speak candidly, Li Angyang responded, listening calmly. You are undoubtedly aware of the situation between Xianer and Chu Hang. Currently, Chu Hang is employed at my company, and I find myself unable to dismiss him, Lin Xian's father articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, Li Angyang frowned and replied, I understand the predicament, but what can I do? You cannot remove him, and I have no means to confront him either. Lin Xian's father smiled gently and continued, I do not wish for you to expel him, rather, I am concerned about what he might do to Xianer. All I require is for you to ensure her safety. Rest assured, I will compensate you for your efforts. I only ask that you guarantee my daughter's well-being. Li Angyang hesitated to accept, as he was already burdened with numerous responsibilities. His skills were not solely intended for protection, and aside from his connection to Lin Xian, he had little affinity for the rest of her family. However, this appeared to be a lucrative opportunity. Hence, he inquired, what remuneration can you offer me monthly? Lin Xian's father did not immediately state a figure but instead asked, what amount do you desire? With a slight chuckle, Li Angyang responded, 5,000 a month seems reasonable, does it not? 5,000. Lin Xian's father exclaimed, his eyes widening. Li Angyang paused, taken aback. Is that too high? If it is, I am open to negotiation. No, Lin Xian's father waved his hand with a smile, it is not too high at all. You are quite straightforward, here's the deal, as long as you can ensure my daughter's safety, I shall pay you 10,000 a month. Of course, should anything untoward occur, the consequences will be far greater. I will draft a contract for you to sign shortly. Li Angyang was momentarily stunned. It seemed that he had undervalued himself. After all, the Lin family was a wealthy dynasty in District 52, rendering such sums trivial to them. Had he known, he would have asked for more, leading to this rather awkward situation. Rising, Li Angyang declared, very well, I shall accept this task, and I hope for a pleasant collaboration. Do not rush. I will prepare the contract now. Please, make yourself comfortable here for a moment, Lin Xian's father replied before taking his leave. Blushing slightly, Lin Xian smiled and added, why not stay here tonight? Is it necessary for you to return to that cramped little room of yours? My parents have also softened their stance towards you. Rest assured, it will be more convenient for your protection. Upon uttering the last sentence, Lin Xian's face turned crimson. Observing this exchange, Chen Shu, with a knowing smile, asked, Xian, do you harbor feelings for Li Angyang? Lin Xian quickly looked up, her face aflame as she retorted, nonsense, I could never be interested in someone like him, poor and blunt. To like him would be to invite misery. Chen Shu laughed heartily, you have always been so dramatic. If you like him, then cherish him properly. Li Angyang is a fine young man. Wealth is not everything. In this era, having skill is far more valuable than mere riches. If I were 20 years younger, I would pursue him myself. Lin Xian, blushing, lowered her gaze and played with the hem of her garment, remaining silent. Li Angyang stood to the side, amused by the banter between the two women. He found it hard to believe that either truly had feelings for him. Despite his prolonged interaction with Lin Xian, he could not easily trust any woman, having been abandoned by his girlfriend before. In this day and age, it was not only about having talent but also about possessing wealth. Without money, everything else was futile. Before long, Lin Xian's father returned with a draft contract for Li Angyang to sign, officially initiating the agreement. Originally, Li Angyang intended to retire for a well-deserved rest, but Lin Xian insisted, and he reluctantly acquiesced to stay. Furthermore, with Lin Xian's grandmother's birthday celebration the following day, it would be prudent to remain and avoid unnecessary trips. After a deep slumber, which he could hardly gauge, Li Angyang awoke to find himself within the confines of the pawnshop on Seoul Street, rubbing his temples in frustration. A nearby assistant floated over and remarked, Boss, did you not sleep well? You must think of a solution quickly, our business is dwindling. If this continues, by month's end, we shall be forced to shut down. Li Angyang nodded, I am aware, please continue with your duties. He had intended to return home and research effective pawnshop management strategies, but Lin Xian's visit had consumed the day, leaving him no time to attend to business. Now he regretted accepting Lin Xian's father's assignment, especially when his own enterprise was struggling. He recalled the words of the previous fortune teller, who advised that customers must perceive potential benefits to be drawn in, yet if the customers profited, he would incur losses. What, then, should he do? As his headache intensified, an epiphany struck him. I understand now, our shop lacks a woman. If we could hire a beautiful assistant, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of customers, thus boosting our performance. The assistant's expression morphed into one of despair as he looked at Li Angyang, asking, Boss, are you planning to fire me? Please, do not, I may lack merit, but I have put in hard work. If you dismiss me, I truly would not know what to do. Li Angyang rolled his eyes. Do not be so sensitive. I am merely suggesting we hire a woman to enhance our shop's appeal. With just the two of us, the atmosphere is rather dull. Customers would be disinclined to enter. This is a marketing strategy. Just look at other shops. Regardless of their business success, they always have beautiful attendants. The assistant enlightened. I see, but where shall we find such a beauty? And do not forget, this is the underworld. There is hardly any vitality here. Li Angyang sighed. Enough, I was merely speaking hypothetically. We will find someone eventually. Just as he finished speaking, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Li Angyang looked up, his eyes widening in astonishment. At the entrance stood a tall woman, her figure alluring and strikingly beautiful, one of those rare individuals who left a lasting impression at first glance. Just as he had hoped for a beautiful assistant, one had appeared at his doorstep. Li Angyang approached with a broad smile. Hello there, how may I assist you? Are you looking for someone? The woman smiled and shook her head. I am not seeking anyone, I am here to pawn something. Heaven above. Her smile was enchanting, and Li Angyang felt himself entranced, asking, May I inquire what you wish to pawn? Just this. The beauty seemingly performed a magic trick, producing a long weapon from behind her, an exquisite halberd. If Li Angyang was not mistaken, its surface gleamed with a flawless sheen, a clear indication of its high quality. As he took it into his hands, he examined it closely, declaring, Fangqian Huerji, a high-level item, with a pawn value of 1,000 points of yin virtue. Wow, Fangqian Huerji. Li Angyang exclaimed in surprise, then looked up at the beauty, asking incredulously, how did you come by such a weapon? What is your identity? The woman replied with a smile, my name is Renhongchang. Renhongchang. Li Angyang furrowed his brow, feeling the name was familiar yet struggling to recall its significance. After a moment, he slapped his thigh in realization, I remember now. You are Jie Chan, the Fangqian Huerji in your possession must belong to LBU, but how could it be in your hands? It was no wonder she was so beautiful. She was Jie Chan, one of the 4 great beauties of antiquity, an exceedingly rare title, with a history spanning 5,000 years. Only a few beauties existed in the annals of Chinese history, and Jie Chan held one of those coveted places, a reputation not lightly earned. Even LBU, the mightiest of men, had succumbed to Jie Chan's charms, going so far as to defy Dawnshore. Jie Chan maintained her smile, though with a hint of derision. Boss, are you here to assess my wares or to investigate my background? One might think you were running a different kind of establishment. Kindly disclose how much this item can be pawned for without further inquiries. Li Angyang quickly responded, it can be pawned for 1,000 yin virtue points, Miss Jie Chan. I assure you, I am not trying to cheat you, that is the fair valuation. Will you proceed with the transaction? However, you must clarify how this Fangqian Huerji came into your possession. I wish to avoid complications after the fact. It would be preposterous to pawn an item of LBU's. Should he take it and LBU come seeking retribution, what could he do? LBU's prowess was legendary, even the combined efforts of Liu, Guan, and Zhang could not best him. If LBU were to confront him, how could he possibly defend himself? Jie Chen sighed, conceding, very well, I shall be forthright. I acquired this Fangqian Huerji by stealing it from LBU. Initially, I had no intention of doing so, but he has pursued me relentlessly for a millennium in the underworld. I could no longer endure it, so I resolved to pawn his belongings and reincarnate. I see. Li Angyang nodded, his expression growing serious as he handed the Fangqian Huerji back, stating, I regret to inform you, Miss Jie Chan, that I cannot proceed with this pawn. Accepting it would implicate me in collusion, and should LBU come after me, I would be utterly helpless. Jie Chan furrowed her delicate brows. As a shopkeeper, how can you lack such courage? As a denizen of the underworld, what could LBU possibly do to you? Unless he wishes to court death, you must pawn it for me, or else he will not let me off easily. Surely, you cannot allow a frail woman to endure the wrath of such a brutish man. Jie Chen cast a beguiling glance at Li Angyang, ensnaring his very soul, leaving him speechless. Her smile could topple cities and captivate nations, and such was the power of her allure. Chapter 25, The Beauty Trap. With merely a glance, Li Angyang felt as though his heart had taken flight. He hastily bit his tongue, managing to pull himself back from the depths of confusion. This Jie Chan possessed an innate charm, a bewitching allure that no ordinary man could withstand. However, fortunate for Li Angyang, he was not an ordinary man, he was a man of experience. He had withstood the temptations posed by Chen Shu. What could other women possibly mean to him? No matter how beautiful Jie Chen may be, if he could perceive her merely as a piece of wood, a rock, or an unfeeling object, then no emotions would arise. Li Angyang averted his gaze from Jie Chan's enchanting eyes and smiled wryly, saying, It is not that I lack courage, but rather that I wish to avoid unnecessary troubles. Let us make a deal. If you agree to my condition, I will gladly pawn this Fangqian Huerji for you. What condition? Speak. Jie Chan's eyes glimmered with surprise. She had not anticipated that her mesmerizing gaze, which had never failed her before, could be so effortlessly evaded by Li Angyang. This fellow was no simpleton. Li Angyang continued with a smile, as long as you agree to stay here and assist me in managing the pawn shop, I shall pawn the Fangtian Huaji for you. You mean you wish to employ me? Jie Chan was taken aback, entirely unprepared for such a proposition. She had never imagined she could find work in this place. Stammering, she replied, but I lack any skills, and even if I were to become an assistant, what benefits would you provide? I will not work without compensation. Li Angyang chuckled. It seems that no matter the era, people remain ever so practical. Fear not, working for me will undoubtedly yield benefits. First, I can pawn the Fangtian Huaji for you. Secondly, should LBU come seeking trouble, I will help shield you. Otherwise, even if I pawned the weapon for you, if LBU were to find you outside, you would still be doomed. Additionally, in my employ, I shall pay you a salary, and you will avoid being transferred elsewhere each month. Is that not a myriad of advantages? Moreover, when your time comes, you need not rush to reincarnate, understand? Jie Chan's mouth fell agape in astonishment, staring at Li Angyang in disbelief. She truly had not expected such numerous benefits from this job. Li Angyang continued with a smile, and lastly, the most significant point, working here means you have a handsome proprietor like me accompanying you. Does that not satisfy you? Jie Chan was rendered speechless by Li Angyang's audacity and asked in bewilderment, if working here offers such advantages, why do you seek me out? Surely many would be clamoring for the position. Li Angyang replied with a grin, because what I desire is beauty, and others are unaware of the benefits of working for me. You need not do anything but linger in my shop, casting flirtatious glances at passers-by. I understand now, Jie Chan exclaimed, a light dawning upon her. You want me to help attract customers? Precisely, Li Angyang snapped his fingers. Not only beautiful but also clever. I truly have not misjudged you. In that case, there should be no issue. Come, let us sign a contract. With that, Li Angyang returned to the counter and swiftly drafted a contract, beckoning Jie Chan with a smile, just a signature here, and all will be set. Elated, Jie Chan stepped forward and signed her name, realizing she could not let such an advantageous opportunity slip away. Fortune had smiled upon her today, allowing her to find work even in such circumstances. After she signed, Li Angyang held up the contract, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent, you are now a member of our establishment. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply inform me. I, as the proprietor, am not to be trifled with. Really, thank you, master. Jie Chan exclaimed, throwing her arms around Li Angyang's arm. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, and as his arm brushed against the softness of Jie Chan's chest, Li Angyang felt a surge of unexpected emotions. He could not comprehend why he reacted so strongly to a spirit. After all, Jie Chan was thousands of years old, she could very well be his ancestor. He quickly stepped back, maintaining a respectful distance while smiling. There is one more thing I must inform you. If our performance review for the month does not meet standards, the entire pawn shop will face obliteration, including all of us employees. What? Jie Chan nearly leapt in fright, her bosom heaving. Li Angyang's gaze inadvertently followed the movement. Why did you not mention this earlier? That's terrifying. I refuse to work now. I do not want to vanish without cause. I still wish to reincarnate. Jie Chan's face turned pale as she protested. Li Angyang rolled his eyes. Every situation has its pros and cons given the plethora of benefits. What do these minor drawbacks amount to? It is too late for you to back out now. The contract has already been signed, and breaching it would lead to your immediate obliteration. You scoundrel. Jie Chan glared fiercely at Li Angyang, wishing to confront him. Li Angyang laughed heartily. In the game of business, deception is commonplace. You sought to deceive me with the pawn of the Fangtian Huaji, yet I was simply not taken in. Enough of this idle chatter, I shall pawn the Fangtian Huaji for you now. With that, Li Angyang transferred 1,000 points of yin virtue to Jie Chan, completing the transaction. Seeing the sudden influx of yin virtue points, Jie Chan's expression softened somewhat. Li Angyang smiled. Rest assured, only if our performance fails to meet standards will we face obliteration. As long as you diligently assist me, I guarantee you will not be mistreated. Your future will be bright. Who knows? For now, I can only take it one step at a time. Jie Chan sighed resignedly. Enough with the complaints, let us commence work. Channer, you shall attract customers outside. If you feel fatigued, you may bring a stool to sit on. As long as you can draw in customers, anything is negotiable, Li Angyang said, beaming. What did you call me? Jie Chan turned, surprised at Li Angyang's words. Li Angyang, equally astonished, replied, Channer, you are now my assistant. This is a more affectionate term. What, do you not like it? It's fine. Jie Chan waved her hand dismissively and stepped outside. Li Angyang then began to assess the current items in pawn and the disparity in monthly performance. After calculating, he discovered that he still needed about 100 high-level items, over 200 mid-level items, and more than 600 low-level items. It seemed a distant goal, none of the categories were up to standard. He hoped that his plan would succeed, and that hiring Jia Chan would invigorate the business. In fact, his decision proved astute. Within half an hour of Jia Chan sitting at the entrance, customers began to flood in. However, an unexpected issue arose. Upon entering the shop, none of the customers seemed interested in pawning items. Only a handful would actually do so, while the majority leered at Jia Chan with greedy eyes. Angyang felt disheartened. This was a completely unforeseen outcome, and some even attempted to touch Jia Chan. Hey, what are you doing? Angyang strode out, addressing the crowd sharply. You are not even pawning items. What are you loitering here for? Channer is my assistant, and if you wish to touch her, do you have a death wish? A young man in the crowd scoffed. You place such a stunning beauty at the entrance. Is it not to attract us? Must we pawn something just to touch her? Angyang's mind whirled, and a clever idea struck him. He smiled at the crowd. Here's the deal. If you pawn a low-level item in my shop, you may touch Jia Chan's hand, just once. The more you pawn, the more opportunities you will have. Pawn a mid-level item, and you shall receive something that Jia Chan has used. Pawn a high-level item, and you will earn a chance to embrace her. How does that sound? Is that for real? The crowd erupted with excitement, staring at Angyang. Master, do not tease us. Angyang chuckled. In business, credibility is paramount. I speak only the truth, but first, you must pawn something. Should anyone dare to misbehave, I will report your names to Lord Nyoto, and have them erased from the Book of Life and Death. So, maintain order, understood. As Angyang finished speaking, Jia Chan added fuel to the fire, casting a captivating glance at the crowd and alluringly saying, Brothers, go ahead and pawn. Once you do, you can touch me. With a roar, the primal instincts of the crowd surged, and they rushed toward the counter, clamoring to pawn their items. Angyang's face lit up with joy. This was the solution he had been waiting for, and he no longer feared falling short of performance standards. However, Jia Chan pulled Angyang aside, her expression filled with discontent. Master, what are you doing? Do you take me for? You are completely disregarding my reputation for the sake of business, allowing others to touch me. Have you considered my feelings? Angyang rolled his eyes and reassured her, calm down. It is merely a touch of the hand, nothing more. As for reputation, what dignity exists in this place? Besides, your reputation in life was hardly admirable, given to Domshua, then snatched away by Lbu. You have changed men more times than one can count. What reputation do you seek? Master, if you speak to me that way, I shall be displeased, Jia Chan warned, her beautiful eyes narrowing dangerously. Angyang chuckled. Do not be angry, I was merely jesting. In any case, the people on this street refresh every month. Who will remember you? I will ensure they do not overstep their boundaries, and should business improve, I can offer you a raise. Surely, that is acceptable, my dear Channer. HMPH, smooth-tongued as ever, I shall trust you this once, Jia Chan replied, pouting slightly before returning to her post at the entrance. The shop bustled with activity, unprecedentedly thriving, as customers flocked to the counter, eager to pawn their items for a chance at a fleeting connection with Jia Chan. The first half of the day passed in a whirlwind of activity, leaving Angyang exhausted. His back ached from the toil, yet, as he watched the number of pawns increase, his spirits soared. The latter half of the day saw an influx of customers, spurred on by the excitement of the ongoing promotion, drawing in even more people. Just then, a roar echoed from the entrance. Channer, why are you here? Where is my Fangtian Huaji? Chapter 26, The Battle with Lbu. However, due to the raucous uproar within the shop, Angyang failed to hear the shouts, yet, Lbu had already appeared at the entrance, towering and imposing, embodying the legendary 9-foot man, roughly equivalent to a height of about 1.89 meters in contemporary terms. With a robust physique, he reached out to seize Jia Chan's arm, bellowing, Come with me, retrieve my Fangtian Huaji, or I shall not spare you. Unable to tolerate the scene, a nearby customer surged forward to shove Lbu, irately scolding, What manner of man are you? Is Jia Chan someone you can just lay hands on? You must pawn items before you dare to touch her, do you understand? Get the hell out of my way. An enraged Lbu retaliated, sending the man flying with a single punch. The resounding impact instantly silenced the entire room, transforming the previously boisterous atmosphere into one where even a pin drop could be heard. Angyang's gaze pierced through the crowd, spotting Lbu grappling with Jia Chan. Tears of desperation brimmed in Jia Chan's eyes as she cried out to Angyang, Shopkeeper, please save me, he means to harm me. Furrowing his brow, Angyang strode forward, cursing, Where did this brute come from? How dare he lay a hand on my people? Does he seek death? Upon reaching the entrance, he shouted at Lbu, Clear off, otherwise, face the consequences. Do you think you can just touch Channer at will? Channer is what you call her. Lbu's fury ignited instantly, his fierce gaze locking onto Angyang. With a swift motion, he swung his massive fist towards Li Angyang. Indeed, after such a prolonged stay in this underworld, Li Angyang had yet to engage in combat with anyone, not out of cowardice, but because he wished to avoid trouble, as there were still many unknowns in this realm, and no one could resolve the chaos that arose. Yet now, he would no longer yield. LBU's attempt to abduct Jiao Chan was a direct affront to his business, and it was tantamount to slapping him in the face. He had previously vowed to protect Jiao Chan. If he backed down now, it would be tantamount to breaking his word and being duplicitous. What of LBU, the man among men? Today, he would thoroughly assess the might of the legendary war god, LBU. With this thought, Li Angyang raised his hand, employing the 8 trigrams palm to block LBU's punch. The collision of fists sent Li Angyang staggering back several steps, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded LBU. Truly, LBU's strength was formidable, his punch was incredibly powerful, even challenging Li Angyang's 8 trigrams palm. A flicker of surprise crossed LBU's eyes, for he had not expected Li Angyang to withstand his blow. He released Jiao Chan, regarding Li Angyang with a cold smirk. I never imagined a mere shopkeeper could possess such remarkable skill. Today, I shall engage you in a proper contest. LBU was a warrior at heart. For him, the thrill of battle far surpassed any interest in women. Even Jiao Chan could be disregarded in the heat of combat, with his focus solely on the fight. Li Angyang beckoned for Jiao Chan to retreat, while the customers within the shop, wishing to avoid collateral damage, all stepped outside to watch the spectacle unfold. Everyone loves a good show. Li Angyang smiled at LBU, saying, if you wish to fight, let us do so outside. I cannot afford to have my shop's belongings damaged. You wouldn't be able to compensate for that. That suits me just fine. LBU grinned, and together they exited the shop, taking their positions on the bustling street. At that moment, a shop assistant rushed out, drawing close to Li Angyang, anxiety etched on his face. Shopkeeper, what are you doing? If you engage in a brawl, what will become of our business? Li Angyang replied with a grave tone, this fight is necessary. It pertains to my reputation, otherwise, others will think I am easy to bully, and we would be besieged daily, rendering our business untenable. Do you think you can defeat him? The assistant asked, puzzled. Li Angyang shook his head, I cannot say for certain, but to be on the safe side, you must hurry to the street and find Lord Nyoto. Tell him that if he comes to assist, I will grant him any request he desires. Understood, I will go at once. The assistant nodded and swiftly departed towards the street. LBU, cracking his knuckles, regarded Li Angyang with a sneer. If I had my Fang Tianhuerji in hand, you would be in for a far worse fate. However, it matters not. Against a fool like you, my fists are more than sufficient. Li Angyang replied with a nonchalant smile, do not boast too grandly, lest you find yourself in dire straits. You insolent brat, perish. LBU roared, his massive frame lunging forward, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Li Angyang's chest, imbued with an overwhelming force that seemed unstoppable. Li Angyang observed the oncoming attack, his expression unperturbed. He sidestepped swiftly, extending one hand to deploy the 8 trigrams palm, attempting to suppress LBU's punch, yet, he was soon struck with astonishment as LBU's fist remained unyielding, surging directly toward his chest. The strength of this man was staggering. Li Angyang realized that engaging in a direct confrontation would inevitably lead to his own detriment. If this punch landed, it could very well leave him grievously injured. With this grim thought, Li Angyang summoned all his strength, channeling the entirety of his 8 trigrams palm, yet he could only slightly deflect LBU's punch. And the next instant, LBU's fist collided with his abdomen, forcing him back 5 or 6 steps, his feet thudding against the ground, breath caught in his chest, struggling for air. What seemed complex unfolded in mere moments. The crowd erupted in exclamations, all discerning that Li Angyang was no match for LBU. If this continued, he would surely be beaten to a pulp. Yet, LBU showed no sign of relenting. He advanced a few steps and delivered another punch aimed at Li Angyang's head, his expression fierce and merciless. Li Angyang's pupils dilated in alarm as he beheld the colossal fist hurtling toward him. The onlookers collectively held their breath, and Jiao Chan's face turned tense, her palms clammy with sweat. She fervently wished for Li Angyang's victory, for only then could she live in safety. But how could Li Angyang possibly contend with LBU? What was to be done? The fist was mere inches from Li Angyang's head when he finally snapped out of his stupor, hastily rolling to the side and clumsily evading LBU's punch, darting swiftly into the crowd to shield himself from LBU's assault. You despicable coward, stop hiding and fight me. LBU bellowed in fury. At that moment, Li Angyang noticed a man in the crowd drinking. He dashed over, shattering the man's wine jug with a punch, instantly splattering the liquid everywhere. The man stood dumbfounded, utterly oblivious to Li Angyang's intentions. As the wine sprayed forth, Li Angyang swiftly cupped his hand, absorbing the airborne liquid, then pivoted to unleash a palm strike at LBU, the torrent of wine erupting from his palm like a bolt of lightning directed at LBU. The Rainstone palm, having learned the technique immediately after porting the manual from Bu Jingyun, this was its inaugural application, yet the results were striking. The potency of the Rainstone palm was no exaggeration, ferociously targeting Lbu. Furrowing his brow, Lbu did not evade but instead struck the deluge with a punch. The resounding impact echoed as wine splattered across the ground, dousing the spectators, who felt a sharp sting upon contact, revealing the formidable strength of the Rainstone palm, its residual force capable of causing harm. Lbu staggered back several steps, regaining his composure and gazing at Li Angyang with astonishment. What kind of palm technique is this? Li Angyang grinned. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. You scoundrel, perish! Lbu roared, charging at Li Angyang once more, delivering a fierce punch. Li Angyang, taken aback, scrambled to escape, his eyes scanning for any liquid to utilize. Though the Rainstone palm was indeed powerful, its sole limitation was the necessity of liquid. He could not, after all, resort to severing his own arm like Bu Jingyun to perform it. Unfortunately, he lacked a second Korean arm. With Lbu relentlessly pursuing him, Li Angyang found himself in a desperate predicament. Aside from the Rainstone palm, he possessed no other technique capable of matching Lbu's prowess. As Lbu closed in, despair overwhelmed Li Angyang. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly turned, kneeling before Lbu and clasping his legs, exclaiming, "Brother, please spare me, I concede, do not strike me. If you must, then please, do not strike my face." Lbu froze, his fist hovering in the air without descending. Not only he, but the surrounding crowd was equally dumbfounded, utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, Li Angyang had displayed such defiance. How could he suddenly grovel and plead for mercy? This sudden shift was utterly bewildering. Are you not a man? Stand up and fight me again. A true man faces death with dignity. Lbu thundered. Li Angyang chuckled. I am no man in your eyes. Consider me what you will. If you find me appealing, I would not hesitate to offer myself to you. If you have a penchant for delicate flowers, I willingly present my pristine bud. You vile wretch, perish! Lbu scowled in disgust, launching a punch toward Li Angyang's head, his patience worn thin. He typically refrained from harming those who posed no resistance, but this individual was insufferably annoying. Li Angyang's eyes widened, watching the fist descend, thinking to himself, this is it, I'm done for. What can I do now? As the fist drew ever closer to his head, a hand suddenly reached out, grasping Lbu's fist, a deep voice intoning, Brother, spare him, must you truly drive him to the brink of annihilation? Li Angyang turned to see Nyoto had arrived just in time, intervening to halt Lbu. Lbu, exerting his strength, wrenched free from the grasp, coldly glaring at Nyoto, demanding, and who are you? Nyoto smiled faintly, do not concern yourself with my identity, I merely advise you to leave promptly. Let today's affair end here, or bear the consequences. At this moment, Li Angyang found his courage, springing to his feet and pointing at Lbu, berating, you three surname family slave, come on. Aren't you incredibly formidable? Come strike me, let me see just how powerful you truly are, unable to even handle a woman, yet you seek to flaunt your heroics before me. With Nyoto's appearance, he suddenly braved the act of posturing, and the surrounding crowd scoffed, finding his behavior utterly disgraceful. Chapter 27, the cunning thief Lbu, who could not tolerate any form of insult, was particularly incensed by being labelled a traitor to three surnames, as it struck a deep nerve within him. In a fit of rage, he disregarded the presence of Nyochu and rushed forward in a flurry, throwing a powerful punch at Li Angyang, bellowing, Today, I shall surely rid the world of you, this shameless scoundrel. His fist, fueled by an intense fury, roared through the air like thunder, with the gust of wind preceding it. Li Angyang, taken aback, hastily retreated 2 steps, realizing that a direct hit from such a blow could very well be fatal. However, his punch never reached its target, as Nyochu effortlessly intercepted it mid-air, casting a cold gaze at Lbu. You really think you can ignore the consequences of your actions? It seems you have a death wish, he remarked. Before Lbu could react further, Nyochu forcefully tossed his fist aside, sending Lbu's formidable frame flying, crashing against the wall of the pawnshop with a resounding thud that left a sizable hole in its wake. Dusting himself off, Lbu emerged from the wreckage, his face smeared with grime and his demeanor utterly disheveled. He pointed angrily at Li Angyang and Nyochu, cursing, You two rascals, are you relying on your strength to bully me? Just wait, I, Lbu, shall not let this go unpunished. With that, he turned and fled. Li Angyang couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, Look at this guy, even in retreat he maintains such arrogance. Thank goodness for you, brother Nyochu, or I would have truly been at his mercy. Nyochu smirked, Don't flatter yourself, it wasn't that you had no means to deal with him, but rather that you were likely to end up dead at his hands. Now that I have rendered you such a significant service, how do you intend to show your gratitude? Li Angyang grinned, Come now, brother Nyochu, why expose me? Let's discuss this inside. As the crowd dispersed and customers resumed their business, Li Angyang instructed his assistant to manage the shop while he and Nyochu took a seat nearby, with Jie Chan also present. Niu Chu had a singular passion, an affinity for beautiful women. Upon seeing the stunning Jie Chan, his eyes widened in awe, nearly popping out of their sockets. Li Angyang noticed this and playfully waved a hand in front of Niu Chu's face, breaking his line of sight. Brother Niu Chu, it seems you have forgotten our conversation in the presence of such beauty, he chuckled. Yes, our conversation. What do you wish for me to do in return for my assistance? Niu Chu replied, though his gaze continued to wander toward Jie Chan pretending to be shy. Jie Chan lowered her head, her flushed cheeks making her even more captivating, leaving Niu Chu utterly entranced. Li Angyang shot Jie Chan a warning glance, signaling her to rein in her charms, before addressing Niu Chu. Brother Niu Chu, your help has been invaluable, and I certainly wish to repay you. However, you did cause quite a bit of damage to the wall in the process. Shouldn't we address that matter? Huh. Niu Chu blinked in surprise, snapping back to reality. You little rascal, what do you mean? I saved your life, and you dare to quibble about a wall. Li Angyang chuckled, fair is fair, no doubt you saved my life, and I will repay you for that, but the wall's damage must be accounted for. After scrutinizing Li Angyang for a moment, Niu Chu grumbled, truly shameless, aren't you? No wonder you were chosen to manage this pawnshop, your cunning nature would surely hamper its success. Li Angyang quickly responded, oh, you flatter me. What do you expect me to do? Should I assist you in repairing the wall? Niu Chu inquired, clearly displeased. Of course not. With your esteemed status, it would be beneath you to undertake such menial tasks. I will arrange for repairs myself, but if you could help me with one small favor, I assure you this incident will be forgotten. Additionally, I will grant you a rather splendid wish. What is this favor you speak of? Niu Chu focused intently on Li Angyang. Li Angyang smiled, you see, I feel that my earnings from the pawnshop are rather paltry. A mere 1% commission is hardly sufficient for a high-value item. I only earn 10 points, which is simply absurd. Therefore, I hope you can assist me in negotiating a raise to 10%. Niu Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. You greedy little rascal. 10% means 1,000 points of yin virtue for 100, that would be a total loss. At most, I could manage 3%. 9%. Li Angyang countered immediately. 4%. 8%, it cannot be any less. 5% at most, Niu Chu retorted. Deal. Li Angyang exclaimed, slapping the table triumphantly. Turning away, he felt a twinge of discontent, realizing he had likely fallen into a trap. Li Anyang's initial intention was probably to secure 5%. Li Angyang laughed heartily, let us agree on this then. Brother Niu Chu, make sure to handle it promptly, and one more thing, when you come to collect pawned items, could you please purchase lower-tier items at standard prices, otherwise, it becomes exceedingly difficult for me to manage. You would want to pawn something at half price, even if it is merely a low-tier item. Niu Chu scoffed, how did one favor turn into two? Furthermore, this is non-negotiable, it's a rule. Unless you can persuade the King of Hell, I have no authority over this matter. Very well, I was merely asking, Li Angyang chuckled, glancing at Jie Chan before pulling Niu Chu aside to whisper, do you fancy Jie Chan? To repay your life-saving favor, I could arrange for her to be gifted to you. Niu Chu shook his head vehemently. No way, Jie Chan is already a part of your establishment. If I were to do anything inappropriate, the King of Hell would ensure my demise. This is out of the question. Li Angyang rolled his eyes. You said anything about giving her away, I meant I could arrange for a Jie Chan from the mortal realm to be sent down for you. Moreover, this time, you can have the final say, you can modify her likeness in the portrait to your specifications. Wouldn't that be preferable to the current Jie Chan? I see now, Niu Chu's eyes lit up with excitement. What a splendid idea. I shall have someone paint the portrait and make the adjustments according to my desires, you can take care of the arrangements. Li Angyang smiled, then I'll leave the matter of my commission in your capable hands. Rest assured, it's a trivial matter. Leave it to me, Niu Chu waved cheerfully as he turned to depart. Li Angyang returned to his table, sipped his tea, and exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. With Jie Chan to attract customers and a commission set at 5%, the future seemed bright. What more could one desire than to be invincible? As he pondered this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Jie Chan eyed Li Angyang suspiciously. What were you two discussing just now? You both seem rather conspiratorial, and you keep glancing at me. Surely, you don't have any nefarious intentions. Li Angyang laughed heartily. Oh, don't be silly, we were merely reveling in good fortune. We have no thoughts of wrongdoing. You are, after all, under my protection. He was under your protection. Jie Chan blushed. Returning to their work at the pawnshop, Li Angyang instructed his assistant to post a notice seeking someone to repair the wall, offering 50 points of yin virtue for the task. 50 points was quite a sum, and he anticipated many eager applicants. By evening, the day's work came to a close, and the shop was shuttered. As Li Anyang's spirit returned to the mortal realm, he had yet to open his eyes when he heard a persistent knocking at the door. Rising, he approached and opened it, grumbling, "Who is it? So early in the morning, can't you let a person be?" To his surprise, he found Lin Xian standing outside. "Lin Xian, is there something urgent you need?" he inquired, puzzled. Just as Lin Xian was about to speak, she noticed Li Anyang's state of undress and blushed, turning her back to him. "Could you please go put on some clothes first?" Glancing down, Li Anyang realized he was in the nude. Apologizing, he hastily covered himself and said, "My apologies for startling you, just a moment." He returned to his room, donned his attire, and reappeared at the door. "What is it that you need?" Lin Xian, peering over her shoulder to confirm he was dressed, turned back and said, "Today is my grandmother's birthday." "Did you forget? Hurry up and come help with the preparations. A grandmother's birthday is far more significant than my mother's, and there is much to be done." Li Anyang frowned. "Isn't your family quite wealthy? Why not just hire a few workers? What can I possibly contribute?" "Come with me." Lin Xian took his hand and rushed down the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, she pushed open a side door, revealing a hidden basement. Entering, Li Anyang discovered it was a lavishly decorated family KTV. "You brought me here to sing this early in the morning?" he asked incredulously. Lin Xian explained, "I plan to perform a special program for my grandmother's birthday. After much consideration, I decided to sing, and I would like you to join me. Can you sing? Let me hear a few lines." Li Anyang, resigned, asked, "What song do you want to sing?" "Let's sing Little Dimples," Lin Xian replied eagerly. Li Anyang's eyes widened in disbelief. "You must be joking. Singing Little Dimples at your grandmother's birthday. If you're going to perform, it should be something more appropriate for her generation, like Liu Sanjiaoyan lady." Lin Xian shot him a glare. "As long as it sounds good, my grandmother will be pleased. You think she doesn't keep up with the trends? Will you sing or not? If you're not confident, we have time to practice." "Fine, I'll sing." Li Anyang relented, taking the microphone and lazily belting out a couple of lines of Little Dimples. It wasn't terrible, but it certainly wasn't impressive either. Chapter 28, A Spectacle of Talent. Lin Xian furrowed her brows and exclaimed, No, what on earth are you singing? Practice here for a while, and I'll call you when you're ready." Li Anyang, on the verge of tears, replied, "Miss, I haven't even had breakfast yet, and you expect me to practice singing? Don't worry, you can eat whatever you want afterward. Now focus on your practice." Lin Xian said, darting out with little steps. Exhausted, Li Anyang sang listlessly in the karaoke room. After 2 hours of relentless effort, his voice felt as if it might burst into flames. Finally, Lin Xian returned, hurriedly asking, "How's the practice going? Sing for me." Li Anyang began anew, but after finishing the entire song, Lin Xian's frown deepened. Despite his extensive practice, his singing had not only failed to improve but had somehow become even more unpleasant. Frustrated, Lin Xian inquired, "What on earth is wrong with you? Why are you regressing? We barely have any time left. The celebration for grandmother's birthday starts at 11, and the banquet is already prepared. We need to perform." Li Anyang rolled his eyes and retorted, "Why don't you try singing for 2 hours and see how your voice holds up? Given how I sound, I'm doing remarkably well." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian raised her head and proposed, "Let us do this. Since we're in this situation, we'll still go on stage to perform. I'll sing the lead for the chorus, and you can join me in the middle, but keep your voice a little softer so that no one can tell." Li Anyang's frustration mounted. "How is that any different from you singing solo? Why drag me up there?" "No way, you must sing with me," Lin Xian insisted, pouting stubbornly. Defeated, Li Anyang waved his hand in resignation. Fine, we'll do it your way, but if anything goes awry, don't blame me." Thus, Li Anyang and Lin Xian exited the karaoke room. Upon stepping outside, they were met with a grand spectacle. The living room and courtyard were adorned with tables laden with a feast, and numerous guests had already taken their seats. The scale of the event was evidently a level above that of Lin Xian's mother's birthday celebration, as it was indeed a significant milestone. As one ages, they come to cherish the remaining days of life, for none can predict when their time might come to an end. In the center of the living room, a stage had been set up, presumably the venue for the performances Lin Xian had mentioned. Amidst the banquet, Li Anyang spotted many familiar faces, many of whom he had seen the previous day at Lin Xian's mother's birthday celebration, including Chu Hang. It seemed this fellow was never absent when it came to matters concerning Lin Xian's family. At that moment, Lin Xian's parents appeared, assisting an elderly man with graying hair. The man's face was etched with wrinkles, and it seemed his teeth were nearly gone, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. As Li Anyang regarded the elder, a series of flashes of information suddenly appeared before his eyes. Jiang Chenxiang, female, lifespan 85 years, remaining lifespan 1 day. My goodness! Li Anyang exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lin Xian's grandmother had but a single day left to live. This birthday would be her last. He stood frozen, uncertain whether to disclose this grave news to Lin Xian and her parents. If he revealed it, everyone would undoubtedly be heartbroken. A birthday would transform into a day of mourning. Perhaps it was better to remain silent, for Lin Xian's grandmother was not suffering from misfortune but rather nearing the end of her natural life. Speaking of it would not alter the outcome. Could anyone truly bring the dead back to life? He certainly lacked that power, as did anyone else, except for the legendary Sun Wukong, who alone had the audacity to remove names from the Book of Life and Death. A sense of melancholy washed over him. This was his first experience witnessing someone else's life nearing its end through his heavenly insight. The knowledge that another's life was fading was not a pleasant feeling. Watching a vibrant existence slip away helplessly was unbearable. If Lin Xian were to learn this, she would likely go mad, for knowing a loved one was destined to die yet being unable to change it was the greatest sorrow. Therefore, he resolved to say nothing, pretending to be oblivious and allowing events to unfold as they would. As the elder made his entrance, countless individuals rushed forward, offering smiles and congratulations, though it was evident that most were there due to Lin Xian's parent status. After the greetings, everyone returned to their seats, and the elder took a place beside Lin Xian's parents, ready to enjoy the performances. The first few acts were performed by hired entertainers, serving to warm up the atmosphere and garner applause. The host, holding a microphone, cleared his throat and smiled. Weren't those acts splendid? A plethora of handsome and beautiful faces to delight the eyes, but the best is yet to come. Next, we have our young lady, Lin Xian, who will sing a song titled Little Dimples, dedicated to our esteemed grandmother. Let us welcome our young lady to the stage. Lin Xian took the microphone and ascended the stage alongside Li Angyang, offering a polite smile to the audience as the music began to play. Meanwhile, Li Angyang stood motionless beside her, as if he were merely a prop on stage. As Lin Xian began to sing, her voice was sweet and melodious, utterly enchanting. The audience was captivated, gazing at her in awe. After she completed the first half of the chorus, the music paused, and just as she was about to continue, Li Angyang stepped forward, microphone in hand. His deep, resonant voice blended seamlessly with the music, leaving the entire audience, including Lin Xian's parents, in stunned silence. They had never expected Li Angyang to sing so beautifully, rivaling even professional singers. Who is this young man? Did you hire him specifically? His singing is marvelous. Lin Xian's grandmother exclaimed, turning to Chen Shu with a beaming smile. Chen Shu responded, he isn't a hired performer, he is a good friend of Xianer, here to celebrate your birthday. I had no idea he possessed such a talent. With that, Chen Shu became engrossed in the performance, captivated by Li Angyang's singing. Lin Xian watched in disbelief, thinking to herself, just a moment ago, he was singing terribly, how did he suddenly become so good? He must have been pretending. As Li Angyang finished the latter part of the chorus, he and Lin Xian harmonized beautifully during the climax. Little dimples, long eyelashes, are your perfect marks. Their voices intertwined flawlessly, creating a sweet sensation that seemed to transport the audience into the song itself, leaving them spellbound. When the song concluded, the audience remained entranced, struggling to regain their composure until a thunderous applause erupted just before the host could take the stage again. Li Angyang smirked, a hint of pride on his face. He had once been dubbed the karaoke prince of District 52, with no rival in sight. After his appearances, KTV establishments ceased hosting scoring events for fear of his flawless performances, as he consistently achieved perfect scores, leaving with an abundance of prizes. Previously, Li Angyang had no desire to sing in public, as it was not his habit, but upon discovering that Lin Xian's grandmother had but a day left to live, he had resolved to perform a heartfelt song for her. Lin Xian was elated, for Li Angyang's performance had earned her abundant admiration on stage. Amidst envious gazes, she took Li Angyang's hand and led him off the stage. Watching from below, Chu Hang sneered disdainfully, HMPH, I wonder if that was a pre-recorded performance. What a pretentious display, this guy is a thorn in my side, he must be eliminated. Lin Xian seated herself beside Li Angyang at Chen Shu's table and sweetly inquired, Grandmother, we did quite well, didn't we? We practiced for a long time just to make you happy. Lin Xian's grandmother beamed, her eyes nearly disappearing in joy. Indeed, especially this young man, he sang exceptionally well, just like a star. Come, eat some meat. As she served them both, Lin Xian's grandmother playfully asked, when are you two getting married? I want to hold my grandchild. Lin Xian blushed, lowering her head shyly. Grandma, no, we aren't a couple. You see, my little granddaughter is shy. But I can tell there is something between you two, no need to deceive me. You're not so young anymore, find someone you like and get married. While I'm still alive, I'd love to hold my grandchild. That would bring me great joy, for generations under one roof, living in harmony. Lin Xian's grandmother laughed heartily. Li Angyang sighed inwardly, it was a pity he wouldn't be able to witness that moment. Lin Xian's grandmother only had one day left to live. Even if he and Lin Xian were a couple, they couldn't conceive a child overnight. What a shame, she was such a kind-hearted elder. Grandma, enough of that. I have a gift for you, take a look. Lin Xian said, reaching into her pocket and pulling out a gift box to present to her grandmother. Upon opening the box, inside lay a jade guanyin statue that Lin Xian had purchased for 200,000 from Li Angyang. The elder's delight was palpable as she poked Lin Xian's forehead playfully with her frail finger. You little rascal, always full of clever ideas, I'm glad I didn't dote on you in vain. But from now on, no more gifts, we are family. Mom, I have a gift too. Lin Xian's father chimed in, thus commenced the gift-giving segment, with Li Angyang standing awkwardly to the side, empty-handed. The day passed in a lively atmosphere, and around 8 in the evening, surrounded by her family, Lin Xian's grandmother began to make a wish and blow out the candles to celebrate her grand birthday. Originally, this segment was supposed to occur at midnight, but due to Lin Xian's grandmother's advanced age, they decided to complete it earlier. After making her wish and extinguishing the candles, Lin Xian mischievously asked, Grandma, what did you wish for? The grandmother chuckled, ruffling Lin Xian's hair as she replied, I hope you all continue to live happily and healthily. I am getting old and want to be around for much longer. As long as you all live well, I can rest easy. At that moment, Li Angyang's eyes widened in surprise, not because of Lin Xian's grandmother's words, but because he saw a wisp of a ghostly figure materialize nearby, cloaked in black, tall and imposing. Wasn't he that the ox head? Chapter 29, The Enchantment. As the figure of the bull demon materialized, he noticed Li Angyang standing in a daze. With a smile, he approached Li Angyang and said, What a coincidence, what brings you here? Li Angyang, surprised, replied, That's what I want to ask you. How did you come up here? The bull demon chuckled, I am here on a mission. Just as Li Angyang was about to respond, he noticed that Lin Xian and her family were gazing at him with peculiar expressions. Lin Xian, puzzled, inquired, Who are you talking to? Li Angyang froze, realizing that the bull demon was merely a wisp of a ghost, invisible to others, making him appear as if he were conversing with thin air. He quickly fell silent, ignoring the bull demon. Once the attention of the others had shifted away, he discreetly gestured to the bull demon and together they stepped outside. Once outside, Li Angyang lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before asking, Are you here to collect old Madame Jian's soul? You already know, the bull demon replied, astonished. Yes. Li Angyang nodded, contemplating for a moment before asking, I wish to understand if there is a way to extend someone's life when it is nearly at an end, even for just a year or two. His inquiry was not merely to aid old Madame Jiang but to gather knowledge that might prove valuable in critical moments in the future. The bull demon looked at him in shock, asking, Are you out of your mind? When one's time is up, it is up. Wishing to extend it is rather excessive. Li Angyang rolled his eyes. If it's not possible, then it's not. No need to be so agitated. The bull demon laughed lightly. Well, there are a couple of options. Unless you can persuade King Yarmer to personally extend the life on the Book of Life and Death, the other way is to exchange for life using yin virtue points. Li Anyang's eyes widened in astonishment. You can exchange yin virtue points for life. The bull demon nodded. Indeed, but the cost is exorbitant, 100,000 yin virtue points for a single day of life. If you possess such a vast amount, you could extend someone else's life. That's insane. Li Anyang retorted irritably, 800,000 for a day, that's 3 million for a month. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't earn that many in virtue points. Glad you understand. The bull demon turned away with a smile. All right, enough idle chatter. Time is of the essence. I must escort this old lady's soul to the underworld. What? It's still early. I can see with my heavenly eye that she has a day left. We should at least wait until midnight, Li Anyang protested immediately. The bull demon rolled his eyes. Come on, don't be ridiculous. I have other tasks to attend to. Do you expect me to wait a few more hours? What difference does it make if she passes a few hours earlier or later? Feeling frustrated, Li Anyang replied, Can you take your job more seriously? What justification do you have for snatching away someone's remaining hours? Stop nagging me. You're in no position to instruct me on my duties. Just prepare what you promised me, the bull demon retorted before returning to the living room. He approached old Madame Jiang, gestured slightly, and in the next instant, the elderly lady, who was conversing with Lin Xian's family, suddenly swayed and collapsed. Panic ensued as Lin Xian and her family hurried to catch old Madame Jiang, only to discover her eyes were tightly shut, and she had ceased to breathe. Lin Xian's parents were momentarily stunned. They had been engaged in conversation, and suddenly she was gone. After a brief moment of shock, heart-wrenching cries filled the air as Lin Xian threw herself onto old Madame Jiang, calling out, Grandma, Grandma, please wake up. Don't sleep, Grandma. Her delicate face turned crimson with tears, and as Li Anyang witnessed this, his heart ached. Having traversed the underworld, he thought he had grown indifferent to life and death, yet witnessing a vibrant life depart before his eyes stirred something within him. Simultaneously, he observed old Madame Jiang's spirit detach from her body, standing vacantly beside the bull demon. The bull demon appeared to cast a spell on her, and old Madame Jiang seemed to accept her fate without question. She glanced at Lin Xian and her family before her gaze settled on Li Angyang, causing her to freeze momentarily. Li Angyang exchanged glances with the bull demon, then slowly retreated to the hallway. The bull demon led old Madame Jiang out of the living room, his expression a mix of annoyance and curiosity. What do you want now? Ignoring the bull demon, Li Angyang focused on old Madame Jiang and sighed, Grandma, your departure seems serene. Is there anything left undone? Perhaps I can assist you. Old Madame Jiang looked at Li Angyang in surprise. Young man, can you see me? Had this been a solitary night, such a statement might have terrified him, but Li Angyang was unfazed. He had encountered countless spirits and was no longer frightened. Smiling, he replied, Grandma, I am different from others. I can indeed see you. Once you reach the underworld, feel free to find me at the Pawnshop on Seoul Street. I'll be here to talk with you. Really? Old Madame Jiang's eyes widened, igniting with hope. She had thought death meant the end of all, yet here was someone familiar. After a long pause, she sighed, I have no lingering attachments, but I worry for Xian'er. She is still so young, you are her good friend, please take care of her, and I will rest easy. Rest assured. Li Angyang nodded earnestly, I will look after her well. Enough with the chatter. This is not the time for idle talk. We must go, the bull demon interjected impatiently, waving his hand at old Madame Jiang. Her spirit gradually became translucent as she departed with the bull demon for the underworld. Once they had left, Li Angyang exhaled deeply and returned to the living room, where Lin Xian was still weeping, and her parents wore somber expressions. The atmosphere was heavy with grief. No one acknowledged him, leaving Li Angyang to retreat to his room to prepare for old Madame Jiang's funeral. Having just celebrated a birthday, no one anticipated such a turn of events. Li Angyang himself was taken aback. Had it not been for his heavenly eye, he would not have comprehended the situation. Nevertheless, old Madame Jiang's passing was relatively smooth, free from pain and illness. She departed joyfully. Isn't that what one seeks throughout life, to live peacefully and to die with tranquility? When he encountered Lin Xian, he found her eyes swollen and red from crying. At the funeral, he gently patted her shoulder and softly consoled, don't be too sorrowful. Grandma has left without attachments, that is a blessing, your grief will only worry her. You make it sound so easy, but she is my grandmother, no matter what, I cannot bear to let her go. Lin Xian wept uncontrollably. Li Angyang sighed resignedly. What was happening day after day, a life once filled with normalcy, had swiftly turned into heart-wrenching farewells. The funeral was profoundly somber, with nearly all relatives and friends in attendance, including those who had celebrated old Madame Jiang's birthday just yesterday. The atmosphere was heavy and grave. Li Angyang stood quietly when he suddenly felt a pair of eyes upon him. He looked up to see Mr. Mai standing amidst the crowd, gazing in his direction, accompanied by his disciple, Jiao Fei. Li Angyang approached Mr. Mai slowly. Mr. Mai nodded at Li Angyang, saying, I hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. By the way, tomorrow is the antique appraisal conference, as we agreed. I will come to your residence in the morning. Yes. I understand. Li Angyang replied with a stoic expression. The deceased had departed, yet life must continue. Mourning and sorrow could not reverse fate. This time, Li Angyang truly grasped the inevitability of death. It is a fate none can escape, and all that remains is to fulfill one's aspirations while alive. The funeral lasted all day, with a light rain falling from the sky, as if in tribute to the occasion. By evening, Lin Xian had succumbed to her grief and exhaustion, drifting into a deep slumber. Li Angyang and the others retreated to their own rooms to rest. He too felt weary and soon fell asleep, only to awaken in the pawnshop on Seoul Street, where the attendant was opening the shop door. Rubbing his eyes, he fought off drowsiness. In a rather poor state, a sweet voice nearby playfully asked, Shopkeeper, what's the matter? You don't seem well, are you sure you weren't out too late with a girlfriend? Li Angyang looked up to see the enchanting Jiao Chan nearby, a smile creeping onto his face. I have no girlfriend, and no woman could keep me awake unless it were you, Chan'er. If I were to spend time with you, I'd gladly forego sleep and tire myself out in bed. Humph, smooth talker. Jiao Chan playfully glared at Li Angyang. Her gaze was captivating, and for a moment, Li Angyang was momentarily entranced before regaining his composure. Although Jiao Chan's allure was mesmerizing, he was gradually becoming accustomed to it. Stretching at the door, he noticed a large hole in the wall, filled with melancholy. This hole was created during a scuffle between the bull demon and Liu Biyu. He had instructed the attendant to post a notice seeking someone to repair it, yet a day had passed, and still, no one had come forward. What could be the reason? Turning to the attendant, he inquired, Did you perhaps set the requirements too high? Why has no one shown up to fix the wall? The attendant replied, puzzled, No, my demands are quite low. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. Li Angyang approached the wall and examined the notice. Indeed, the requirements were minimal, no restrictions on gender, height, or type, merely the ability to repair and patch the wall, with a reward of 50 in virtue points. Such a low offer, and yet no one had come. Was there truly no one in the underworld capable of repairing walls, or was the compensation simply too meager? Thus, Li Angyang took up the brush and amended the reward, raising it from 50 to 100 yin virtue points, effectively doubling it. If this adjustment still yielded no responses, he would have no recourse. While deep in thought, a voice from behind interrupted him. "Shopkeeper, are you looking for someone to repair the wall? I happen to have some expertise in that area." Chapter 30, Mechanisms. Indeed, it is a matter of price. Just look, someone has come knocking at the door. He turned around to see a frail, somewhat hunchbacked old man with hair as white as snow. Li Angyang, perplexed, inquired, "Are you certain you can mend walls? You appear so frail that a gust of wind might topple you. Surely you can barely lift a brick. You aren't here to swindle me out of my money, are you?" The old man, unfazed, merely smiled gently and replied, "Whether you believe me or not, I must be given a chance to demonstrate." Li Angyang immediately chuckled, "No problem. Feel free to try. If you succeed, I shall compensate you." "Very well, please wait a moment," the old man said, then set down a wooden box he had been carrying on his back and began rummaging through its contents, though it was unclear what he was searching for. Li Angyang stood by, arms crossed, observing with a nonchalant expression. Before long, the old man extracted several pieces of wood from the box and began to assemble them into a frame, placing it on the ground. To everyone's astonishment, the frame began to move autonomously, scuttling away like a robot. The old man assembled 3 or 4 such frames, and these little contraptions darted off in various directions, shortly returning with water, soil, and other materials, proceeding to repair the shattered wall. Li Angyang stood there, dumbfounded, marveling at the spectacle. How could this old man possibly create such mechanisms? Even if he could, the intelligence displayed in the wall repairs was astonishing. The old man merely watched with a smile, not needing to intervene. Once the wall was mended, the frames disassembled into wooden pieces, which the old man gathered back into the box. Observing this, Li Angyang stepped forward, exclaiming in awe, "This is nothing short of miraculous. May I inquire your esteemed name, old master?" The old man chuckled warmly, "No need to call me master, I am merely Gongshu Ban, a creator of some clever contraptions." Gongshu Ban. Li Angyang paused, contemplating the name. It was unfamiliar, and he struggled to recall it from his studies of history. Finally, it struck him, and he exclaimed, "Lu Ban, so you are the great Lu Ban. My insight is indeed limited. I have heard of the master Lu Ban." Lu Ban waved his hand dismissively. "There is no such thing. Here in the underworld, we are all but spirits. Titles like master are mere relics of the past." Despite his words, Li Angyang was still astounded. Who would have thought that a simple wall repair would summon the legendary master Lu Ban? The phrase showing off one's skill in front of an expert often echoed in conversation, yet here he was, face to face with the very embodiment of it. Li Angyang quickly added, "You are too modest, master. Please, come inside, allow me to reward you." Upon entering the pawnshop, Li Angyang transferred the promised 100 points of yin virtue to Lu Ban and inquired with a smile, "Master Lu Ban, your mechanism skills are truly remarkable, a sight to behold. As this is a pawnshop, do you have anything you wish to pawn? I assure you a fair price." Even though the shop was adorned with the beauty of Jia Chan, Lu Ban remained composed, his gaze unwavering. Slowly, he retrieved a book from his bosom, smiling as he stated, "In truth, I do have something to pawn. This book of Lu Ban contains all I have learned throughout my life. However, it has little use for me now. Please, judge its worth." Li Anyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He instinctively knew this was a treasure. Within it surely lay the ingenious mechanisms of Lu Ban, and if he could master them, he would be capable of boundless feats, elevating himself to the status of an inventor. Lu Ban's compendium contained a wealth of physical knowledge, still remarkably advanced by today's standards. He hastily accepted the book, treating it like a precious gem, and as he glanced through it, a wealth of information unfolded before him. Lu Ban's book, a top-tier secret manual, pawn value 100,000 points of yin virtue. "My goodness!" Li Anyang exclaimed, leaping into the air, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. A top-tier secret manual, 100,000 points of yin virtue. He had never even heard of such a value before. This item was indeed priceless. To part with 100,000 points would decimate his working capital, which barely exceeded 100,000 itself. How could he afford to lose such an amount for a single tome? Surely, he could not allow himself to be financially ruined over this. Lu Ban was taken aback by Li Anyang's fervent reaction, his wrinkled eyes widening in surprise as he asked, "Shopkeeper, is something amiss? Is this item truly so worthless? If so, simply tell me how much you are willing to offer." Li Anyang's mind raced, and he fell silent, a multitude of thoughts whirling in his head. He had to acquire this top-tier manual, but he needed to consider how to do so. With this in mind, Li Anyang activated his cloak of the commoner secret manual, fixating his gaze on Lu Ban. With a broad forehead, a large face, an honest demeanor, a flat nose, and thick brows, he appeared to have led a hard life. His thin, pale lips suggested a pure heart. His eyes gleamed with intelligence, showcasing a singular mastery of a remarkable skill. From these observations, it became clear that Master Lu Ban was a simple-minded, honest individual, a genius, albeit naive to the ways of the world. In simpler terms, Lu Ban was easily deceived, yet he could not deceive him too brazenly. Holding the Lu Ban book, he gently tapped his fingers against it, and with a smile, Li Angyang said, "Master Lu Ban, I will not hide the truth from you. This manual is indeed extraordinary. In my estimation, it is worth 50,000 points of yin virtue. What do you say?" "Only 50,000 points." Lu Ban's expression shifted to disappointment as he shook his head. Li Anyang's heart sank. Could it be that Lu Ban was well aware of the value of his own manual? What if he angered Lu Ban and the deal fell through? He could not afford to lose out on this opportunity. Just as he was about to amend his offer, a booming voice echoed from outside, like thunder crashing. "Old Ban, are you hiding in here? Come out and face me. I, Mosey, have been searching for you." "Mosey?" Li Anyang was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the identity of the speaker. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Ban's expression darkened, and with a resigned sigh, he rose to step outside. There, he confronted a figure clad in a black robe, with long hair and a flowing beard, and spoke with a hint of frustration. "Mosey, why do you pursue me relentlessly? What grievances exist between us that compel you to trouble me so?" Mosey sneered, "We bear no enmity, yet my Mo family's mechanisms dominate the world, while your reputation eclipses mine. How can I swallow this humiliation? Thus, it is imperative we determine a victor. Only one of us can prevail." Li Anyang edged closer to the door, his eyes wide with astonishment at this exchange. The Mo family, the masters of mechanisms, he now comprehended the situation. This individual was Mosey, the founder of the Mo family school. During the spring and autumn period, their mechanisms were renowned, capable of astonishing even the gods. The fact that these two titans had crossed paths was beyond comprehension. Li Anyang dared not imagine the outcome but found himself eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Two paramount masters meeting. What fireworks might ensue? Jie Chen leaned against the doorframe, asking Li Anyang, "Shopkeeper, who are these two old men? Are they truly formidable?" Li Anyang replied, still in a daze, "Indeed, they are extraordinarily formidable. Pay close attention and learn well. However, we must exercise caution to avoid further damage to our walls." Just then, Mosey opened a pouch at his waist, spilling a collection of wooden sticks, which he began to assemble, all the while sneering, "Wait right there. You helped the state of Chu in countless victories, yet I allowed you the luxury of peace to focus on your research, but you chose to invent instruments of war. As such, today I shall teach you a lesson, so you may witness what true mechanisms entail." Lu Ban shook his head with a wry smile. "Why are you so persistent? Those were merely my youthful endeavors, long forgotten. Why must you bring them up now?" With that, Lu Ban took down the wooden box from his back and tipped it onto the ground, swiftly assembling his own mechanisms. Li Anyang observed in disbelief. This old man was quite combative, despite his words of peace. In less than a minute, both sides had completed their constructions. Li Anyang beheld in awe as Mosey's towering wooden construct stood erect, resembling a diminutive transformer wielding a massive sword, imposing and formidable. On Lu Ban's side, his creation was somewhat shorter, lacking the grandeur of Mosey's mechanism, resembling a peculiar wooden dog. In the next moment, Mosey's colossal robot charged at Lu Ban, swinging its sword towards Lu Ban's wooden dog. Li Anyang thought to himself, this is disastrous. How can Lu Ban's small creation possibly withstand Mosey's gigantic monstrosity? Yet, in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. Lu Ban's wooden dog did not engage in a direct confrontation with the giant robot. Instead, it swiftly maneuvered, darting to the side, and leaped to collide with the giant robot's waist. Li Anyang watched in disbelief. Was this not akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot? How could such a small wooden dog possibly impact the giant robot? Surely, it would be obliterated. But the next moment, he witnessed an astonishing sight. The wooden dog, upon crashing into the giant robot's waist, extended a sharp protrusion from its head, spinning rapidly and carving a substantial hole into the giant robot's torso. Chapter 31, The Indirect Strategy. The colossal automaton swayed precariously for a moment, as if on the verge of toppling over, before it suddenly swung its blade, sending the wooden dog flying and dislodging two wooden sticks in the process. Both parties found themselves in a dire predicament, teetering on the brink of collapse, unable to ascertain a victor. The spectacle was truly exhilarating. Although the skirmish was brief, it was filled with dramatic twists and turns that left one breathless. Moreover, it was the first time Li Angyang had witnessed such a clash between two wooden robots, and the impact on him was profoundly astonishing. He felt compelled to intervene before the situation escalated further. If both sides were to become enraged and engage in a full-blown fight, who could predict what chaos might ensue? With this thought in mind, Li Angyang briskly stepped forward, offering a smile as he urged, "Masters, let us cease hostilities. Why must there be a need to determine a victor? In the eyes of us juniors, both of you are irreplaceable masters. There is no first or second. After all, you are both unrivaled in the world." Old Luban, visibly agitated, retorted, I have long ceased to desire any contention with him, but this old man has been fixated on me for millennia. What do you expect me to do? If a fight is to be had, then I shall battle him to the bitter end, so he may gain some awareness of his own limitations. Angyang quickly turned to Mosey, saying, Master Mosey, you advocate for the Mo family philosophy of universal love and non-aggression, do you not? I am aware of your disdain for warfare, why then have you become so aggressive now? Mosey paused, turning to regard Angyang with a puzzled expression. And who might you be? He inquired. Angyang contemplated briefly before responding, I am the appointed custodian of items collected for the underworld. What? Mosey's face bore an expression of bewilderment, unable to comprehend Angyang's words. In simpler terms, I am an official of the underworld, Angyang chuckled. He could hardly admit to being a pawnshop manager before such prominent figures, as it would be rather embarrassing. With a continuing smile, Angyang added, you both are esteemed individuals, there is no need to vie for fame and fortune, lest you end up battered and bruised. Moreover, even if you were to determine a victor here in the underworld, it would bear no significance, as the underworld does not recognize it, nor would anyone else take it to heart. Instead, let us engage in civilized discourse. Thus, Angyang invited the two into the pawnshop. They momentarily set aside their animosities and took a seat within. Angyang instructed the attendant to serve tea, his gaze resting on Luban as he smiled and inquired, Master Luban, what are your thoughts on our earlier discussion? I have pledged 50,000 points of dark virtue for your Luban book. What? Upon hearing this, Mosey immediately straightened in his seat, staring intently at Angyang. Are you saying this fellow's Luban book is worth 50,000 points of dark virtue? Angyang was taken aback, cautiously asking, is there a problem? If not, I could always increase the amount. Mosey slammed his hand on the table, rising indignantly. Impossible, this fellow's Luban book cannot possibly be worth 50,000 points of dark virtue. I possess a volume of Moses' secret teachings. Take it, and I will require only 40,000 points of dark virtue, do not pawn his Luban book. Angyang accepted the volume of Moses' teachings, his eyes scanning the information displayed. Moses' teachings were classified as an advanced secret, with a pawn value of 50,000 points of dark virtue. Angyang couldn't help but smile. This manuscript barely reached half the value of the Luban book, indicating that in the realm of mechanism arts, Moses' teachings could not rival the Luban book. Angyang remarked, Master Mosey, forgive my candor, but your Mosey teachings do not merit the price you are demanding. Mosey glared, what did you say? Are you implying that my teachings are inferior to this Luban book? Do you dare challenge me to demonstrate my mechanical skills and swat you down? Angyang smiled, even if you were to swat me down, it would not warrant that price, for this is the pawnshop's valuation. I am merely conveying the truth to you. Very well, then tell me, how much do you value it? Whatever you say, I will offer you half the price, as long as you do not pawn that fellow's item, Mosey said through gritted teeth. Angyang chuckled, at most, it is worth 20,000 points of dark virtue. Typically, when good items came into his possession, he would negotiate down to half the price, and if the other party agreed to pawn, he would reap a substantial profit. This was his customary business tactic. Now, seeing Moses' competitive spirit, he was eager to negotiate even further down from that half-price offer, leading to a significant gain. As expected, Mosey responded, then it shall be for 10,000 points of dark virtue. Angyang nodded with a smile, very well, since Master Mosey has proposed it, I am left with no choice. He returned the Luban book to Luban and said with a grin, Master Luban, I apologize, but this is Master Moses' request. I can only comply, this item cannot be pawned. Securing 10,000 points of dark virtue for Moses' teachings, which, though slightly inferior to the Luban book, would suffice. To his surprise, Luban spoke up, then mine shall also be for 10,000. What? Angyang's eyes widened in shock, and he clasped his head in disbelief. This was simply too good to be true. Was there anything cheaper than this? Two masters of mechanical arts were competing to sell their manuscripts at a price akin to that of cheap cabbage. Should he successfully pawn both manuscripts, he could afford to relax for the entire month, for the dark virtue points gained would allow him to indulge for quite some time. Of course, the criteria for valuation seemed unrelated to the quality of these two manuscripts. Angyang pondered deeply, his eyes darting around, before proposing, how about this? I will pawn both of your manuscripts, and I will not claim any unfair advantage. Thus, I shall acquire each for 20,000, and accept them both. It was not merely an unfair advantage, he was reaping a tremendous profit, and his heart brimmed with joy. Unacceptable, Mosey replied impassively. I have already stated that while I am willing to pawn my manuscript at a low price, I shall not permit the pawning of his item. Otherwise, I shall withdraw my offer. Li Angyang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had finally grasped the crux of the matter. The reason they were willing to pawn at such low prices was due to their competitive spirits, leaving him with no choice but to select one. If given the option, he would unhesitatingly choose the Luban book, for 10,000 points of dark virtue would yield him a substantial profit. However, his objective was to acquire both. What to do now, he contemplated gravely, and after a while, he sighed resignedly. If that is the case, I shall choose to pawn Master Mo's teachings. Mosey beamed, bursting into triumphant laughter as he pointed at Luban, taunting, "Do you see? Your item is worthless, I tell you, you cannot compete with me. I suggest you announce to the world that your Luban is inferior to mine." Madman! Luban rolled his eyes. Thus, Mosey pawned the Mosey teachings to Li Angyang, delighting in the acquisition of 10,000 points of dark virtue. Before departing, he couldn't resist mocking Luban once more. "Are you angry now? It's futile, just sit tight, I must take my leave." After delivering his jibes, Mosey exited in high spirits. Luban also rose to leave, but Li Angyang quickly restrained him, smiling as he asked, "Master Luban, where are you off to? What concern is it of yours?" Luban replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Li Angyang. "You cowardly wretch, I went to assist you with your wall, yet you chose not to pawn my item while opting to pawn Moses instead. I see through you, I have nothing further to say to you, release me." Luban spoke sharply, yet Li Angyang held firm, chuckling, "Master Luban, why must you be so agitated? To be honest, I was merely trying to avenge you. Consider this, Moses' manuscript is originally worth 40,000 points of dark virtue, and I acquired it for 10,000. He is at a significant loss. I did this to help you vent your frustrations. Look, he has already departed, we can continue our discussion. I will also pawn your manuscript at the original price of 50,000 points of dark virtue, what say you?" Li Angyang smiled, revealing his strategy. If Mosey remained present, he could not secure both manuscripts, and a price so low was simply illogical. Thus, he adopted this indirect approach. "Really?" Luban regarded Li Angyang with surprise, skepticism evident in his eyes. "Then why would you assist me?" Li Angyang replied with a grin, "Did we not meet previously? Moreover, that Mosey is tyrannical and clearly a rogue, I certainly must teach him a lesson. So, Master Luban, are you still willing to pawn your manuscript?" Luban exhaled deeply, realization dawning upon him. "I see now. I was mistaken. Very well, since you helped me, I am willing to pawn my Luban book. No need for 50,000, let it be 40,000 points of dark virtue, considering your assistance." Li Angyang happily agreed, "That sounds fair. It is the least I could do." They promptly concluded the transaction, and after transferring 40,000 points of dark virtue to Luban, he bid farewell with a smile. Li Angyang cradled both manuscripts, standing in the shop, grinning ear to ear. Jie Chan, standing nearby, remarked with a playful smile, "Master, what a splendid maneuver, a bit of negotiation, and you've acquired both manuscripts for less than a third of their original price. You must be rolling in profits now." As Jie Chan was now a staff member, she too could see the true pawn values and transaction prices. Li Angyang tossed his hair back nonchalantly, chuckling, "Impressive, isn't it? As I said, it would be difficult not to prosper while following me. Continue attending to the customers, I shall delve into these two manuscripts." With that, Li Angyang gleefully carried the two manuscripts to the back room, eager to study the Luban book. However, just as he prepared to learn, he received a reminder that his funds were insufficient. Upon checking, he was nearly overcome with despair. The Luban book was a premier manuscript, valued at 100,000 points of dark virtue, requiring a down payment of 10,000 points even for installment learning. His salary, even after another month of work, would not suffice. What a predicament. It felt as though a treasure lay before him, yet he lacked the key to unlock it. Setting the Luban book on the table, Li Angyang felt a wave of despair, rubbing his temples, utterly bereft of a solution. After a lengthy pause, he sighed. It seemed the Luban book would have to wait. He could only settle for studying the Mosey teachings for the time being. Chapter 32, The Antique Appreciation Conference. The original price of the ink studies was 50,000, but with a discount and installment plan, he only needed to pay a few hundred points to acquire it. Li Angyang placed a hand on the ink studies, and after paying the merits, the secret tome radiated a burst of white light, indicating that he had successfully learned the ink studies. Rising to his feet, Li Angyang realized that time was of the essence. He needed to devise a way to earn money to study the Luban book, otherwise, when the month-end pawnshop visit by the ox had occurred, he would lose all his secret tomes, making it too late for him to learn. Stepping out from the back, he was met with the shop's desolation. With only an occasional customer, Jie Chan sat listlessly at the entrance, furrowing his brows in confusion. Li Angyang inquired, "What is going on here? Where is your spirit? Are we no longer conducting business? Why are there no customers? With a beauty like Jie Chan present, it should have been bustling with activity. How could there be a lack of customers?" The attendant shook his head and replied, "Boss, I believe that the allure of the beautiful Jie Chan has become commonplace to them. Normal people are often infatuated with novelty, leading to a natural decline in visitors. Moreover, one must pawn something to interact with Jie Chan, who possesses enough items to pawn. It's only natural that our clientele has diminished." Li Angyang frowned, beginning to sift through the records of pawned items from recent times to see if they met the requirements. First, for high-level items, the target was 200, and currently, there were 181, leaving a shortfall of 19. This target should be achievable. Next, for medium-level items, the goal was 500, which had already been met and even exceeded, so there was no need for concern. Lastly, for low-level items, the target was 1,000, and there were currently over 600, leaving a deficit of 400. This was indeed a pressing issue. He needed to find a solution. The strategy of using Jie Chan to attract customers had evidently failed. What other means could he employ? Rubbing his temples, he sat on the threshold, feeling utterly at a loss. Sensing Li Angyang's distress, Jie Chan approached him gently and asked, "Boss, have you encountered a dilemma? Is there any way I may assist you?" A waft of fragrant air enveloped him as Li Angyang looked up at Jie Chan's enchanting visage. His spirits lifted significantly. He smiled and said, "Channer, your concern is truly heartwarming, unlike my wooden-headed attendant." The attendant, busy with cleaning, nearly choked in disbelief. "Boss, do share your troubles with me," Jie Chan implored, her face adorned with charm and her voice sweetly alluring, even causing Li Angyang, a seasoned man of the world, to feel a stir in his heart. After a moment, he explained, "The situation is as follows. Our shop needs to meet the monthly assessment targets, but we still have a considerable distance to cover. With the absence of customers, I am quite troubled. If we fail the monthly review, the shop will be doomed, and so will we. How can I not be vexed?" "I see." Jie Chan pondered for a moment before responding, "Boss, I have a dear friend who is also a great beauty. If I invite her to assist you, she will surely draw in many customers." "Is that so?" Li Angyang's eyes widened with excitement, sparkling with hope. If Jie Chan referred to someone as a great beauty, she must be extraordinary. He eagerly asked, "Who is she?" Jie Chan replied, "Her name is Shi Guang, known as Shisha." "Shisha?" Li Angyang exclaimed, suddenly rising to his feet, nearly colliding with Jie Chan. Astonished, he said, "I never imagined you would know Shisha. If she could lend a hand, it would be nothing short of miraculous." Many have heard the tale of Shisha, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and charm. It is said that during the spring and autumn period, when beauty was being judged in the state of view, her stunning presence caused a throng so immense that one had to pay to catch a glimpse of her. Though the fee was but a small sum, in that era, it was equivalent to a substantial amount today. The fact that one had to pay 100 coins to see her speaks volumes of her beauty. With this thought, Li Angyang's spirits soared. He embraced Jie Chan, exclaiming, "Channer, thank you. I never expected you to assist me in such a significant way. If you can bring Shisha here, my shop will be saved." However, how did you come to know Shisha? To his knowledge, Jie Chan and Shisha were from entirely different eras, separated by more than a century. The convergence of two such beauties was indeed rare. Jie Chan, blushing from his embrace, gently extricated herself and shyly said, "Boss, please don't be like that. I met Shisha in a tavern, and I often find myself compared to her. However, after getting to know each other, we developed a close friendship. She is a very gentle person." "My apologies for my earlier exuberance. I did not mean to overstep," Li Angyang said, scratching his head. "It makes sense that in the underworld, there are no distinctions of status or era. It is only natural for you to know each other. Please, do bring Shisha to assist me." The attendant muttered irritably, "I see the boss is intent on taking advantage of the beautiful Jie Chan. Mind your tongue, or I shall replace you entirely with beauties." Li Angyang shot a fierce glare at him. The attendant quickly fell silent, turning back to his cleaning duties. Jie Chan smiled brightly and nodded, "No problem, I will bring Shisha tomorrow. She will surely be willing to help." "Very well, since there are no customers today, we shall close the shop early." "You all must be quite exhausted from your day's work," Li Angyang said with a smile, gesturing for the attendant to close the doors. After the shop was shut, Jie Chan stood by his side, and Li Angyang, puzzled, asked, "Channer, why do you linger? Do you wish to stay and keep me company? I would not refuse, given that a beauty like you is a rare sight indeed." Jie Chan flushed, "No, I merely wish to know where you go after closing. Why do you vanish once the shop shuts?" Li Angyang smiled, "After closing, I naturally return home." "Where is your home?" Jie Chan inquired with curiosity. Li Angyang smiled enigmatically, "In a distant place. Could you take me to see it?" Jie Chan's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Li Angyang sighed inwardly. His home lay in the realm of the living, a place far beyond her reach. Otherwise, he would have readily invited her over. Thus, he maintained an air of mystery, saying, "Not just yet. Perhaps in the future, you may have the chance to visit. One day, I shall go." Jie Chen waved goodbye to Li Angyang, her long skirt billowing as she departed swiftly. Li Angyang chuckled to himself, knowing that such a day was impossible. Spirits cannot traverse to the realm of the living, except for himself. Once Jie Chen had left, Li Angyang activated his soul transfer and returned to the realm of the living. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying in Lin Xian's home, daylight streaming through the window. Li Angyang rose to wash up, organizing his thoughts and setting aside the events from the underworld to reflect on what had transpired previously. This was the most perplexing aspect. Every time he returned from the underworld, everything felt surreal, and he had to recollect the occurrences of his life. He feared that if this continued, he would eventually suffer a mental breakdown. Soon enough, he recalled that he had attended the funeral of Lin Xian's grandmother. Afterward, everyone had returned to their rooms to rest, their expressions weary from the emotional toll. He wondered how Lin Xian was faring now. Was she still mourning her grandmother's passing? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Li Angyang walked over to open the door and found Lin Xian standing outside, her eyes red and swollen, dark circles prominent beneath them, staring blankly at him. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Li Angyang gently asked, "What is the matter? Did you not sleep last night?" Lin Xian shook her head. "How could I sleep? Every time I close my eyes, I see my grandmother, and the tears just flow. I'm feeling quite low. Would you accompany me for a walk to ease my mind?" Li Angyang frowned. He had promised Lin Xian's father to keep her safe, and accompanying her to shop seemed like a necessary task. Yet, he hesitated and said, "But today I must attend the Antique Appreciation Conference with Mr. Mai. I cannot join you for shopping." "Then I shall accompany you to the Appreciation Conference," Lin Xian immediately proposed. For her, it was merely a means to alleviate her heartache, and any destination would suffice. Li Angyang nodded. "Very well, this works too. I can protect you. Please wait a moment while I change into another outfit." After changing, the sound of a car horn echoed from downstairs. Li Angyang and Lin Xian descended the stairs, where they encountered Mr. Mai and his apprentice, Jiao Fei, entering. Upon spotting Li Angyang, Mr. Mai smiled warmly. "Brother Li Angyang, it seems you are ready. Shall we head out? Let us make a grand impression at today's appreciation conference." Li Angyang smiled faintly. "I shall do my best." Following Mr. Mai outside, they entered the car, which Mr. Mai drove away. During the ride, Li Angyang asked, "Mr. Mai, what is the primary objective of this appreciation conference? What will my responsibilities entail?" Mr. Mai replied while driving, "The main goal is to appraise various antiques, but there is no need to rush. I will remind you when the time comes. You can also take the opportunity to browse for some treasures on the street. If you find something appealing, you might just strike it rich. Then I shall rely on you for guidance, Mr. Mai." Li Angyang smiled. Mr. Mai drove slowly and steadily, and after about 10 minutes, they entered a bustling street. Chapter 33, A Grand Performance. Li Angyang gazed out of the car window. Though the street was bustling with life, it bore the weight of antiquity, with vestiges of ancient architecture surrounding it. Truly, it was deserving of the title Antique Street, for the entire locale exuded an air of classical charm. The vehicle halted before a hotel, and as Mr. Mai and Li Angyang alighted, a young man in a suit, his complexion fair and adorned with a broad smile, approached them eagerly, extending his hand to Mr. Mai. "Mr. Mai, you have finally arrived. My father has been awaiting your presence inside the restaurant for quite some time, and who might these esteemed individuals be?" The young man's gaze settled upon Li Angyang and Lin Xian. "Allow me to introduce them. This is Li Angyang, a dear friend of mine whom I invited to assist in appraising antiques, and this is Lin Xian, the young lady from the Lin Group in District 52, perhaps you've heard of it. She is indeed the heiress of the Lin family." Mr. Mai smiled as he introduced the two. "So it is Miss Lin, a pleasure to make your acquaintance." The young man's eyes sparkled as he stepped forward to shake Lin Xian's hand, only to have Li Angyang preemptively grasp his hand, smiling as he remarked, "You appear quite distinguished yourself. I presume you are a person of considerable importance as well. May I inquire your name?" Mr. Mai chuckled. "His name is Zhao, the scion of the Zhao Group." Li Angyang beamed. "So it is Master Zhao. I have long admired your family's repute." Zhao rolled his eyes, breaking free from Li Angyang's grip with a hint of annoyance, replying coolly, "When it comes to the appraisal of antiques, Mr. Mai is more than sufficient. My father only trusts Mr. Mai's judgment. Why involve unrelated individuals? Flattery will get you nowhere. Do not underestimate my friend Li Angyang's discerning eye. Even Mr. Zhao would surely be impressed, Mr. Mai insisted with a warm smile. "Very well, let us proceed upstairs," Zhao declared, leading the way. Li Angyang followed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had grown accustomed to the arrogance of such young masters. After all, his purpose today was not to engage with such individuals, so he felt no need to be concerned. Upon entering the hotel, they ascended to a private room, where Li Angyang observed a slightly portly man with slicked back hair seated beside two professionally attired women. Upon seeing Mr. Mai, the man rose with a beaming smile, welcoming him. Mr. Mai, you have finally arrived. I trust everything has gone smoothly. Mr. Mai nodded with a smile, no issues at all. The man continued, then I am counting on you, Mr. Mai. Coincidentally, my friend has returned with a trove of antiques. Should any of them prove valuable, I will not hesitate to purchase them all. Angyang furrowed his brow, unable to grasp the nuances of their conversation. After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Mai took a seat and slightly turned towards Angyang, saying, this gentleman is Zhao Hoer, the initiator of this antique appraisal event. His intent is for me to help ascertain the value of these antiques, after which he will acquire them as per my recommendations, providing us with a fee. Angyang narrowed his eyes and replied slowly, so it is merely a pursuit for profit. In that case, I must decline this engagement. With that, he rose and beckoned to Lin Xian, preparing to leave. Mr. Mai hurriedly grasped his arm, asking, what are you doing? We had an agreement. You cannot simply walk away. Angyang replied with a heavy smile, my presence here was merely out of respect for your esteemed reputation. Mr. Mai, however, I never agreed to assist such a nouveau riche in making a profit. I shall not partake in this. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hoer's expression soured as he regarded Angyang, saying, young man, what do you mean by that? While I may not know who you are, I must express my distaste for your attitude. I have not coerced you into doing anything. If you wish to leave, then by all means, do so. Angyang scoffed dismissively, who would care? He could not pinpoint the source of his discontent. Perhaps it was his aversion to being exploited, or perhaps it stemmed from a latent resentment towards the wealthy. Yet Mr. Mai clung tightly to him, speaking earnestly, that is merely my task, you need not involve yourself, just pursue what you desire, why persist in this? Mr. Mai, do not hold him back. If he wishes to leave, let him go, Zhao Zhen interjected angrily. I have encountered many like him, who believe themselves superior after acquiring superficial knowledge. How naive. Zhao Zhen's attitude ignited Angyang's ire, and he coldly replied, rest assured, even if you were to beg me to stay, I would not. With that, Angyang took Lin Xian's hand and exited the room. In the corridor, Lin Xian looked puzzled, her large eyes questioning Angyang, what are you doing? This was a lucrative opportunity for you, why engage in a quarrel with them? Do you not need money? Angyang replied with a nonchalant smile, a gentleman values wealth but acquires it justly. I refuse to engage with such ungrateful individuals. Fear not, without them, I can still earn a living. Besides, you wished for a diversion, let me accompany you for a stroll, it will serve as a respite. Lin Xian fell silent, her thoughts racing. No one would have anticipated Angyang's abrupt change of heart, especially Mr. Mai, who had exerted considerable effort to bring Angyang here, yet now, after only a few words, he was leaving Mr. Mai in an awkward position. As Angyang and Lin Xian exited the hotel, they strolled along the street, which was lined with antique shops, and vendors displaying unique artifacts on the pavement, hoping to sell them to the untrained eye at a handsome profit. Half an hour passed, and they had nearly explored the entire street when Angyang noticed a crowd gathered around a vendor's stall, animatedly discussing something. Intrigued, he led Lin Xian over to investigate. Upon closer inspection, it was not the rarity of the items on display that drew the crowd, but the vendor's eloquence, as he passionately extolled the virtues of his wares, transforming an ordinary object into something of extraordinary value. Angyang observed with keen interest as the young vendor, clutching a vase, scanned the crowd and grinned, ladies and gentlemen, do you know what this is? I am not afraid to reveal that this is a family heirloom passed down from my great-grandfather. I have hesitated to part with it, but today, I am reluctantly offering it at a bargain. Purchasing this would be akin to striking gold. Do you see the intricate patterns and craftsmanship? This is Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, a piece that adorned the palace of Zhu Yuanzhang himself. I tell you, my grandfather's grandfather was a high-ranking official in the court, and after achieving great feats, the emperor rewarded him with this exquisite porcelain, which has been cherished ever since. If you were to take this to an auction house, it would fetch millions, I assure you. Yet today, I am only asking for 100,000 because of an urgent family matter, otherwise, I would never part with it. If anyone is interested, act quickly, opportunities like this are fleeting. The vendor's words flowed effortlessly, and many were captivated by his pitch. Some had already stepped forward, magnifying glasses in hand, inspecting the item, murmuring in approval, this is genuine, truly a remarkable piece, I will take it for 100,000. Before he could finish, another voice chimed in, such a treasure for only 100,000. Ridiculous, I will offer 110,000. Angyang found the spectacle amusing. These two were merely playing off one another. With his discerning eye, he recognized the item as a modern replica, likely stamped with the District 52, manufactured by, on the bottom. Turning to Lin Xian, he smiled, would you care to witness a grand performance? Allow me to put on a show. What do you mean? Lin Xian blinked in confusion, then pulled at him, enough, let us not cause trouble. We should return promptly. Li Angyang chuckled, do not be hasty, it is not every day one encounters such entertainment, I cannot let this pass by. With that, Li Angyang stepped forward, raising his hand and declaring, how can you offer such a fine piece at such a meager price? I shall bid 500,000. His declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, all heads turned in astonishment, speculating about his identity, who was this affluent individual, casually tossing around such sums. The young vendor's eyes gleamed with delight as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, 500,000 for the first time, 500,000 for the second time, sold. He enthusiastically approached Li Angyang, shaking his hand and laughing heartily, sir, you truly have an eye for quality. This blue and white porcelain is now yours, rest assured, you will make a handsome profit upon reselling it, would you prefer to pay in cash or by card? Do not rush, I will certainly pay you, but first, let me see the item, Li Angyang replied with a smile. Of course. The young vendor handed the vase over to Li Angyang. As Li Angyang accepted it, he feigned a slip, causing the precious blue and white porcelain to crash to the ground, shattering into a myriad of pieces. The crowd fell silent, staring in shock at Li Angyang. The young vendor leaped back in fear, grabbing Li Angyang's collar. You little rascal, are you trying to cause trouble? You have shattered my blue and white porcelain, how do you intend to compensate me? You must pay the agreed 500,000. Li Angyang smiled, it was your own failure to secure it that caused the breakage, a pile of shards holds no value to me. Wait, there appears to be something inscribed here. Li Angyang feigned astonishment, bending down to pick up a fragment from the vase's base, scrutinizing it closely. He then read aloud in a daze, District 52, made by the Songqiao Kill. My heavens, how precious, this was manufactured by the Songqiao Kill. Who were they renowned during the Ming dynasty? Could it be your grandfather's grandfather? The young vendor's countenance shifted to one of distress, and the surrounding crowd suddenly realized they had been duped. Chapter 34 The competition begins. Some scoffed and turned away, while others pointed at the young man and cursed loudly, you scoundrel, how dare you deceive us? Claiming this is Ming dynasty blue and white porcelain, truly despicable. After a chorus of insults from the onlookers, they departed in disdain, the young man's face twisted in anger, as if he had just consumed something foul. He glared fiercely at Li Angyang and growled, so you are indeed looking for trouble. If you don't wish to buy, that's your prerogative, but why ruin my prospects? Have I wronged you in any way? Is it too much to ask for a little decency? A person like you wouldn't last 2 episodes in a television drama. Li Angyang chuckled, whether you survive a few episodes is of little concern to me. However, your deceitful actions are intolerable. With your limbs intact, why not earn an honest living instead of resorting to trickery? I think you are courting death, the young man retorted, his fury palpable. Li Angyang laughed lightly, oh, do you intend to strike me? Let me enlighten you, your puny limbs are no match for me. It would be wise to pack up your wares and leave. Is that so? The young man sneered, gesturing behind him. Instantly, 3 brawny men stepped forward, their muscular physiques suggesting they were not to be trifled with. They advanced, radiating an intimidating presence. And now, the young man said, his smile a veneer over malice. Apologize immediately and compensate me for the vase you shattered, or I assure you, you shall face dire consequences. Li Angyang laughed heartily, now this is entertaining. I was wondering how a mere boy like you could muster the audacity to deceive. Turns out you have quite the backing, but heed my advice, don't resort to violence, you won't be able to control the situation. You bastard. Even at death's door, you still dare to talk back, attack him, make sure this brat pays. With a clenched jaw, the young man commanded, and the 3 hulking figures launched at Li Angyang in unison. Lin Xian's face turned pale with fear. Li Angyang stepped protectively in front of Lin Xian, and as the 3 brutes struck, he too unleashed his prowess with blinding speed. The martial arts techniques he had mastered were not in vain. Bagua Zhang, Paiyun Zhang, each move was infused with lethal potential, particularly against these paper tigers who relied solely on their intimidating exterior. With a series of dull thuds, moments later, the 3 men lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, their faces bruised and battered, unable to rise. The young man stared in shock, his face draining of color, utterly unprepared for Li Angyang's formidable skills. As Li Angyang approached him, his legs turned to jelly, and he plopped down on the ground, lamenting, Big brother, please don't hit me. If you must strike, just avoid my face, it's my livelihood. Li Angyang smirked, what is your name? I am Song Qiao, the young man replied, cradling his head. So you are Song Qiao? Li Angyang exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Just moments ago, he had seen Song Qiao inscribed on the porcelain, never expecting this fellow to be the very con artist behind it. Li Angyang glared at him and inquired, why not focus on crafting porcelain properly instead of resorting to deceit? Song Qiao sighed, in this day and age, how much can one earn from their own porcelain? I was left with no choice but to sell it, but tell me, how did you discern that my porcelain was fake? So many others were convinced. Li Angyang smiled. Your wares might fool the untrained eye, but anyone with a modicum of knowledge can see through it. I came here merely to accompany Mr. Mai for a casual outing. Had you not drawn such attention, I might not have bothered to intervene. Mr. Mai. Song Qiao's eyes widened in astonishment. You mean the esteemed Mr. Mai from the antiques world? It is indeed an honor to meet one of his esteemed disciples. I beg your pardon. Li Angyang rolled his eyes. You are mistaken. I am not Mr. Mai's disciple, merely a friend. Spare the flattery, just refrain from deceiving others in the future. Song Qiao laughed, rising to dust himself off. It's all the same, since you have such keen insight, why not attend the appraisal convention? That is where your talents can truly shine, rather than wandering aimlessly on the streets. The appraisal convention. Li Angyang furrowed his brow. He had heard Mr. Mai mention it, but he had just determined that it was merely a venue for the wealthy to profit, with little relevance to discerning true value. You don't mean to say you are unaware? Song Qiao exclaimed, astonished. That place gathers many prominent figures from the antiques world, alongside numerous invaluable artifacts. When the convention commences, the host will unveil each precious item for appraisal. Those with discerning eyes can raise their hands to claim their guesses, and the host will reveal the truth, recording who identified the most items correctly. The one with the most accurate guesses will receive the top prize, a valuable antique as a reward. Such a lucrative opportunity, and you remain oblivious. Let me take you. If you secure first place, we can split the antique 50-50. What do you say? Song Qiao gazed at Li Angyang with eager anticipation. Li Angyang chuckled. He had intended to attend the appraisal convention all along, but a detour had led him astray. Now, having come full circle, he smiled and said, Are you certain about the 50-50 split? Oh, Song Qiao hesitated, then said awkwardly, 60-40 would suffice. Li Angyang merely smiled, remaining silent. 70-30, it can't go lower. After all, I am the one informing you and guiding you there, otherwise, you might remain ignorant and miss the chance to profit. Song Qiao gauged Li Angyang's reaction. Li Angyang continued to smile, unresponsive. 80-20, fine, we have a deal at 80-20. Let us go. Song Qiao grasped Li Angyang's hand and led him away. Li Angyang glanced back at Lin Xian, who followed closely behind. Song Qiao led the way, guiding them into a grand venue. Upon entering, Li Angyang was immediately struck by the difference. The interior was a spacious hall already bustling with people of all ages, each impeccably dressed and exhibiting refined manners, clearly individuals of cultured standing. As his gaze swept across the room, Li Angyang noticed Mr. Mai and the wealthy Zhao who were among them, engaged in conversation at the center of the hall. At the forefront of the hall, there stood a raised platform draped in red cloth, accompanied by an empty table, suggesting that the appraisal convention had yet to commence. Pointing to the platform, Song Qiao explained, Do you see that? Soon, the antiques will be displayed there. The appraisers will sit below, and if they recognize an item, they can raise their hands to speak. If correct, the host will reveal the truth and record how many items each person identified. The one with the most correct guesses will win first place. I understand now. Li Angyang nodded in realization, turning to Lin Xian and asking, What do you think? Why have you remained silent? Lin Xian, already in a sour mood, replied calmly, This matter doesn't significantly concern me, and I am not knowledgeable in this area. You should make your own decision. However, this could be advantageous for you. If you secure first place, your reputation will soar, and affluent individuals may seek you out for collaboration. Now I see your point. Li Angyang focused intently on the platform. Initially, he had no desire to participate, not wishing to become a mere tool for the rich to profit from, but upon reflection, it seemed beneficial after all. Very well, let us take our seats and see if I can clinch that first prize. Song Qiao gave a thumbs up, lavishly praising, Rest assured, big brother, with your discernment, winning first place is a certainty. With that, the three made their way to the central seating area. Mr. Mai also noticed Li Anyang's arrival and approached him with high fae. Li Anyang, my brother, you have returned. This is splendid. Rest assured, this will surely benefit you. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Li Anyang smiled faintly. I have decided to participate, but it has nothing to do with that wealthy individual. High fae scoffed dismissively. I cannot fathom your pretentiousness. If a wealthy individual acknowledges you, you will rise to prominence, yet here you are, putting on airs. Putting on airs. Li Anyang chuckled, choosing not to retort, and once seated, he fell silent. Time passed slowly, and soon the appraisal convention commenced. A host with a microphone took the stage, smiling as he addressed the crowd. Welcome esteemed veterans of the antiques industry, thank you for traveling from afar. Rest assured, this event will not disappoint. I urge everyone to give their all for an extraordinary appraisal convention. Without further ado, let us unveil the first item. A striking young woman stepped forward, presenting a jade pendant to the host. He showcased the pendant before the audience, then activated a projector to display an enlarged image of it on the screen, smiling as he announced, "You may now begin your analysis and discussion. You have 3 minutes. Should no one identify it within that time, this item will be removed." Song Qiao glanced at the pendant and quickly nudged Li Anyang's elbow, asking, "Have you recognized it yet?" "What is this item?" Li Anyang remained silent, activating his celestial vision. All information materialized before his eyes. A Qing dynasty jade, with a dragon-like appearance, signifying it was worn only by individuals of noble status during the Qing dynasty. Li Anyang comprehended all the details, yet he did not rush to speak, merely smiling faintly. Song Qiao, unable to contain himself, urged, "Haven't you figured it out yet? Hurry, if someone else answers first, you will miss the opportunity." Li Anyang cast him a sidelong glance and replied firmly, "Be quiet. I know what I am doing. I will speak when the time is right." Chapter 35, An opportunity. At that moment, he felt a gaze upon him. Turning his head, he discovered that it was the elderly Mr. Mai, seated not far away, smiling knowingly. Li Anyang briefly met his gaze before withdrawing his attention and remaining silent. And the next moment, Mr. Mai raised his hand and stood up, smiling as he said, "Since no one else is speaking, allow me to begin. This is an ancient jade ornament from the Qing dynasty, exquisitely crafted, meant to be worn only by individuals of noble status. If I am not mistaken, it belongs to a family of officials or perhaps someone from the royal court." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Indeed, it seemed that only Mr. Mai could discern such details in such a short time. Clap, 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 the host applauded, looking at Mr. Mai with admiration, respectfully stating, as expected of Mr. Mai, who can identify the dynasty, quality, and value of this jade at a glance. Quite right, Mr. Mai has indeed won this round. The host noted down the score, then had the jade ornament removed and replaced with another antique. Mr. Mai sat down again, casting another glance at Li Anyang, who smiled but remained silent. "You see, you should have spoken up as soon as you recognized it, otherwise, someone else would claim the first round," said Song Qiao, somewhat exasperated. The results were recorded, and if someone else answered first, even if they eventually identified a few items correctly, it would be of no use. He wondered if he had misjudged Li Anyang's capabilities. Li Anyang remained silent. The next item placed on the table was an exquisite vase, its era indiscernible from its exterior. However, discerning individuals could identify its historical period based on the patterns, size, and craftsmanship. Again, they were given 3 minutes, and the audience began to murmur. Li Anyang scanned the vase, and information flooded his mind. Tang Dynasty white porcelain, smooth as jade, snow white and flawless, a vase that was quite popular during the Tang era, representing a peak in craftsmanship that is now rarely seen and of considerable value. Having gathered this information, Li Anyang still chose not to speak. Song Qiao, unable to contain himself, urged him, "Well, can you identify it? Speak up quickly, don't pretend to be deep in thought. This is not the time for showing off, this concerns our results. Do you still want to win first place?" Just then, an elderly gentleman stood up rapidly, proclaiming the vase's era and history. The host firmly confirmed it, recording another point. "It's over, it's over." Song Qiao slumped in his chair, despondent. "I shouldn't have trusted you. Now there's no hope left, with so many answers snatched away. I doubt you'll claim first place, let us leave." Li Anyang remained motionless. The appraisal event continued, and as time passed, the competition grew fierce. Everyone was exhausting their knowledge to identify the antiques. Halfway through the event, Mr. Mai maintained a significant lead. Given his esteemed status and extensive experience, no one could surpass him. Throughout the first half, Li Anyang stayed silent, merely observing. As the second half commenced, just as the antique was placed on the table and the host had yet to finish speaking, Li Anyang stood up calmly and declared, "Ming Dynasty tea set, purple clay teapot." Everyone was taken aback. This unassuming young man could identify it in such a brief moment. Mr. Mai raised an eyebrow, smiling at Li Anyang but saying nothing. The crowd speculated that it must be luck, merely a coincidence that he was familiar with the item. Song Qiao felt a flicker of hope, gazing intently at Li Anyang. However, as the event progressed, Li Anyang's performance astonished everyone. Each time an antique was presented, he could articulate all the relevant information within 30 seconds, and with such precision that even the host was left speechless. The latter half of the appraisal became a personal showcase for Li Anyang, leaving others no chance to interject. Who is this young man? How can he identify the dynasty of antiques in such a short span? Is he perhaps a master SPROTG? I have no idea, but he certainly seems to have an extraordinary background. Amidst the murmurs, Li Anyang fluidly identified each antique, and finally, they arrived at the last item. At that moment, Li Anyang's score had vastly surpassed everyone else's, even exceeding Mr. Mai's. Of course, if Mr. Mai could answer the final piece correctly, he would still match Li Anyang's score. However, upon the final item being presented, a simple bowl adorned with obscure yellow patterns, the atmosphere turned silent, including Li Anyang. It was merely an unremarkable bowl, its intricate designs making it difficult to discern. Everyone understood that the more ordinary and ancient an object appeared, the longer its historical lineage seemed, especially for bowls, which had been in use since ancient times, with some origins nearly impossible to trace. Now, this bowl stumped everyone, even causing Mr. Mai to furrow his brows in contemplation, remaining silent beside him. Song Qiao stared blankly at Li Anyang, sensing the peculiar tension in the air, and asked, "What do you think? What is this item? You could identify everything else, surely you can discern this as well. If we identify it, we win. Don't let someone else answer first." Li Anyang shook his head in silence, saying, "Don't worry, I should be able to identify it." Time ticked away, and no one spoke. The crowd's eyes were filled with deep uncertainty. 2 minutes passed, leaving only a few seconds. As the 3-minute mark approached, if no one recognized it, the bowl would be removed, and the competition would conclude. Still, no one spoke. The origins and era of the bowl remained elusive to everyone. In the midst of all the anxious gazes, the host gently struck the table with his gavel and smiled, "Time's up. It seems no one could identify the origins of this bowl, so the competition must come to an end." At this moment, Li Anyang finally rose slowly, letting out a resigned sigh. "I am truly disappointed. With so many people present, I expected someone would recognize it, yet it seems none have." His words left the audience in shock, all eyes wide upon him. His tone was bold. If no one else could identify it, could it be that Li Anyang had discerned it? Amidst the astonished gazes, Li Anyang continued, "This is not an antique, it is merely a clay bowl. Anyone who has lived in the countryside would know that this type of bowl is shaped using molds and then fired. The craftsmanship is not particularly sophisticated, yet it evokes a profound sense of rustic nostalgia. I believe you have all fallen into a misconception, thinking that anything presented must be an antique. By focusing solely on antiques, you overlook the obvious. Sometimes, being overly specialized can lead one to miss the truth." Upon hearing Li Anyang's words, everyone stared in disbelief at the host on stage, wondering if this event was truly attempting to deceive them with a simple clay bowl. The host smiled and replied, "Indeed, this gentleman is entirely correct. Please do not feel deceived. This was the intent of the organizers. Since you are all esteemed professionals in this field, you should be able to distinguish various items, yet it appears none could provide an answer. However, the 3 minutes are up, and even if this gentleman identifies it now, it cannot be counted as a score. Finally, I announce that the champion is this young gentleman. Please come up to receive your award." The host carefully reviewed the score sheet before declaring Li Anyang the winner. Li Anyang walked steadily to the stage, standing at the center as the host, Zhao Hua, approached to present him with the medal and prize. The medal was merely a specially crafted gold-plated award, and the prize was the aforementioned Tang Dynasty white porcelain. Li Anyang held it in his hands, accepting the applause and congratulations from the crowd. Zhao Hua regarded Li Anyang with a complex expression, remarking, "Your performance has truly impressed me. No wonder Mr. Mai recommended you so highly. With this level of skill, you certainly have a promising future ahead." Li Anyang smiled without responding. After the awards ceremony concluded, Li Anyang descended the stage, and Mr. Mai, accompanied by his apprentice, approached with broad smiles, shaking Li Anyang's hand and saying, "Congratulations, I knew I was right about you. Your discernment is remarkable. Though we are not on the same side, I am genuinely happy for your success." Li Anyang smiled faintly, "Yet, I must say, Mr. Mai, your performance was quite disappointing. Given your status, you should have easily identified it, yet you too were unable to answer." Mr. Mai chuckled, unperturbed, "I am getting old, it is time for the younger generation to shine." At that moment, Zhao Hua stepped forward, handing Li Anyang a contract with a smile. "Brother Li Anyang, I have a proposal for you. I would like to offer you a position as my personal antique appraiser. In addition to a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, you will also receive commission for each antique you authenticate." 30,000 yuan. Li Anyang's eyes widened slightly. It seemed the figure might be even higher. This was indeed a lucrative opportunity, suggesting that by accepting this job, he could earn what others could only dream of. Should he accept it? Li Anyang hesitated, as he was reluctant to work for such nouveau riche and did not wish to be dictated by others or beholden to their whims. He turned to Lin Xian and said, "But if I take this job, I won't be able to protect you anymore." Chapter 36, stirring up trouble beside him, Zhao Hua hastily interjected with a beaming smile, "Not at all. This job is quite flexible. I will only call you in when there are antiques that need appraisal or when assistance is required, otherwise, you are entirely free." "I see," Li Anyang responded, taking the pen and inscribing his name at the bottom of the contract. Setting aside other considerations, securing this position meant earning money and ultimately achieving his freedom. Suddenly, he recalled that Mr. Mai also seemed to be working for this Zhao Hua fellow. After signing, Li Anyang turned to Mr. Mayan smiled. Mr. Mai, we shall be colleagues from now on. I look forward to your guidance. Not at all, I have already been dismissed. Mr. Mai replied with a smile, his demeanor calm. What? Li Anyang's eyes widened in confusion, unable to comprehend why Mr. Mai had been let go so abruptly. Zhao Hua explained, you see, antique appraisers hold significant economic value in our company. Mr. Mai had previously informed me of his intention to retire. We simply cannot afford to employ 2 antique appraisers, hence Mr. Mai has retired, and you are now to take his place. How can this be? Li Anyang stared blankly at Mr. Mai, suddenly gripped by a sense of guilt for having taken someone else's job. Mr. Mai seemed to sense Li Anyang's turmoil and patted his shoulder with a smile. Do not take it to heart, I am quite old. In fact, I brought you here precisely for this reason. With you as my successor, I feel at ease, work hard, and I hope to hear your name celebrated in due time. With that, Mr. Mai turned to leave with his apprentice, Jiao Fei, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. Li Anyang sighed, realizing he could not dwell on such matters. The world was indeed cruel. Did he possess the luxury to sympathize with others when he himself was on the brink of despair? Had fate not intervened, taking over his uncle's pawn shop in the underworld, he might have died alone in his rented room, with no one the wiser, only the landlady discovering his body during her rent collection, perhaps spitting on him in disdain. Zhao Hua smiled at Li Anyang. Well then, as of today, you are officially on duty. I will advance you half of your salary, but you must keep your phone available so I can reach you when necessary. Any objections? None whatsoever. Li Anyang nodded with a smile. Zhao Hua, satisfied, turned to leave. Great, a bright future awaits. I knew I had not misjudged you. Song Qiao chimed in, grinning. You've certainly secured that top spot, but your earlier confidence nearly made me break into a sweat. Now, you have a lucrative job and a prize to boot. Do you recall our prior agreement? The prize is split 80-20. Li Anyang nodded. 80-20 is acceptable, but it's merely a vase at this point. How am I to divide that with you? Shall I smash the vase and share the pieces? Please, don't. If that fine item is broken, it loses its value, Song Qiao replied, his eyes darting. How about this? You give me the vase, and I will sell it for a good price. You see, I am quite knowledgeable in this field. I can double the standard price. Once sold, I will call you to collect your share. Li Anyang furrowed his brow skeptically. How can I trust you? You a known trickster. What if you run off with the vase? What then? Song Qiao sulked. Otherwise, you'll just be holding onto the vase indefinitely, and I won't see a penny. Isn't he that somewhat immoral? After a moment of contemplation, Li Anyang smiled. How about this? You leave something valuable with me as collateral, and once you sell it, I will return your item. That works. Song Qiao nodded, retrieving a jade pendant from his pocket and presenting it to Li Anyang. This is a family heirloom. Take it. Once the money is made, ensure I get it back. It means a lot to me. Li Anyang cast a quick glance, rolling his eyes, and replied irritably, are you trying to play tricks on me? Don't you think I can't see through you? That jade pendant is nothing more than roadside trinket. Attempting such lowly maneuvers in front of me is beneath you. Just leave your ID here. If you dare deceive me, I have 100 ways to ensure you cannot manage on your own. Reluctantly, Song Qiao produced his identification and handed it over. After the exchange, he clutched the vase and departed with a grin. Do you really believe him? Lin Xian inquired, puzzled, as she turned to Li Anyang. Li Anyang smiled slightly. Whether I believe him or not is irrelevant, unless he is utterly unconcerned about being found. Besides, the vase holds little significance for me. It is merely a prize I won. Now, let us not dwell on this. Are you feeling better? Allow me to escort you home. Your parents must be worried with you out so late. Millimeter. Lin Xian nodded silently. As they exited the antique street and retraced their route, they had just reached the villa entrance when a red sports car abruptly cut them off, forcing Li Anyang's vehicle to the side of the road. The car door swung open, and a sharply dressed Shuhang stepped out, approaching their window. Lin Xian, why are you avoiding me? I have invited you numerous times, yet you have declined. I am, after all, your fiancé. Now I invite you to dinner, and you must accompany me. Lin Xian's mood had already soured. She glanced at Shuhang coldly and replied, I do not wish to see you, nor do I want to go to dinner with you. Li Anyang chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. Did you hear that? The lady has declined your advances. Do you not have any shame? Besides, is this how one invites someone? Be wise and move along, or I shall report you for harassment. You bastard. Shuhang glared at Li Anyang, grinding his teeth. What does my relationship with my fiancé have to do with you? Who are you to interject? You're merely a murderer. You should be the one the police are after. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Li Anyang's expression turned icy in an instant. Shuhang dared to label him a murderer. When had he ever killed anyone? On what grounds did Shuhang make such a claim? If he had killed someone, how could he not know? Lin Xian looked at him, equally bewildered. Zhu Hang sneered, "Stop pretending you think I'm unaware. Remember the alley outside the Changhong Hotel in District 52? 2 people died there. I have investigated your background. You were there with your ex-girlfriend, Chen Yuan, and after dining at the hotel, you passed through that alley. You cannot deny your connection. I have already reported you to the police. You cannot escape." Li Angyang was taken aback. That incident had occurred quite some time ago. It wasn't long ago at all, merely last week, before he had met Lin Xian. At that time, he had been lured by his ex-girlfriend, falling into a trap, and after drinking excessively, he had encountered a brawl with some thugs on his way out. His memory was hazy, and he could not ascertain what had transpired. Could it be that he had actually killed someone in that alley? As he pondered this, the sound of police sirens echoed from behind. Li Angyang turned to see 3 to 4 police cars racing towards them, surrounding Li Angyang and Zhu Hang's vehicle. The officers poured out, led by a striking female officer in uniform, her figure alluring, particularly her ample bosom, which would make any man's heart race. Upon closer inspection, Li Angyang realized it was Officer Li Moli, whom he had encountered upon his initial return from the underworld. She had been suspicious of him then and had even detained him at the police station for questioning. With Officer Li Moli on the scene, it was evident they were here for him. Li Moli, gun drawn, stood firm with her fellow officers, directing her voice towards the vehicle. "Li Angyang, you are surrounded. Step out of the car and surrender immediately, or do not blame us for being ungracious." Li Angyang remained expressionless, saying nothing. Zhu Hang smirked. "What do you think? I didn't deceive you, did I? Step out obediently. You are a criminal, and now you wish to implicate Lin Xian. Lin Xian has been quite kind to you, hasn't he?" Lin Xian's expression tightened with anxiety as she looked at Li Angyang. "What is going on?" "Li Angyang, I believe you did not kill anyone. You must be wrongfully accused. I will ask my father to help. He will find you the best lawyer." Li Angyang smiled faintly. "While I may not be guilty of any major crimes, I am sure there are minor infractions. You need not bother your father. I will handle this myself. Besides, I have something else in mind." With that, Li Angyang opened the car door and stepped out slowly. Under the watchful gaze of numerous officers, he raised both hands. Suddenly, however, he reached out with one hand, seizing Zhu Hang's hair and pulling him aside before delivering a powerful punch to his stomach. Zhu Hang let out a pained cry, clutching his abdomen as cold sweat poured down his face, collapsing to the ground. Li Angyang sneered, delivering another kick to Zhu Hang's foot, grinding his teeth in anger. "You troublemaker, you brought this upon yourself." Zhu Hang cried out in agony. Li Moli's expression shifted dramatically as she raised her weapon, aiming it at Li Angyang, shouting, "Li Angyang, stop this at once. If you continue to harm him, I will shoot." Li Angyang kicked Zhu Hang a couple more times before finally raising his hands and turning to face Li Moli with a smile. "Officer, there is no need to be alarmed. I am merely settling some personal matters. Please go ahead and place the handcuffs on me. I assure you I will not resist." Li Moli eyed him warily and signaled to 2 nearby officers. Cautiously, they approached Li Angyang, retrieving handcuffs and securing them around his wrists, escorting him towards the police vehicles. From behind, Lin Xian shouted at Li Angyang, "Li Angyang, do not be afraid. I will definitely find someone to help you." Hearing her voice, Li Angyang turned back to give her a radiant smile. The reason he chose to assault Zhu Hang in front of the police, thereby exacerbating his own predicament, was straightforward. Zhu Hang's actions were undoubtedly motivated by ulterior motives. Chapter 37, The Barrister. The objective was to drive him away, allowing Zhu Hang to approach Lin Xian openly, perhaps even to engage in some form of violence. Li Angyang could not permit such a thing to transpire, so even if he had to enter the police station, he resolved to first give Zhu Hang a sound thrashing, ensuring that the latter would be sent to the hospital before anything else. As they sat in the police car, Li Moli occupied the passenger seat, while Li Angyang, handcuffed, was seated in the back. Li Moli turned to him, a cold smirk playing on her lips. "I see you truly do not comprehend the gravity of your situation. Do you have any idea why I brought my team to apprehend you? You dare to strike someone in front of us officers, compounding your offences. Prepare yourself to spend a considerable time behind bars." Li Angyang remained unfazed, merely smiling as he replied, "Even if I were to commit murder, I doubt I would receive the death penalty. As long as that is the case, it matters not." Li Moli let out a light laugh. "You are woefully naive. If you were guilty of intentional homicide, receiving the death penalty would be quite straightforward." Li Angyang raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent. He was certain he had not committed murder. Once he clarified the situation at the police station, all would be well. Before long, the convoy of police vehicles entered the precinct, and Li Angyang was escorted into the interrogation room. He sat on a cold metal chair, his hands shackled to it, facing a smooth iron table where Li Moli sat opposite him, accompanied by an officer recording their exchange. "Speak up. Do you know why we have apprehended you?" Li Moli's expression was frosty as she asked in a low voice. Since their last encounter, she had harbored lingering doubts about Li Angyang. Although her superior insisted he was innocent, she was unconvinced that if he were truly innocent, how could he associate with the bold gang, and how would such a fierce group bow to a young man like him? There must be something amiss, and she could not afford to think conventionally. This time, she had to seize the opportunity to uncover the truth. Angyang lifted his gaze slightly, smiling faintly. I am aware of what you wish to ask, but I can only tell you that I have done nothing wrong. Beyond that, I have nothing to say. You may proceed as you see fit. Li slammed her fist onto the table, fury evident in her voice. Do you think saying nothing will help you? Do you believe this is some casual place? Even if you choose to remain silent, your act of assault provides us with ample grounds to detain you. If the evidence is irrefutable, we will forward your case to court. At that point, silence will be construed as an admission of guilt, and you will be convicted under the highest laws of the court. Do you understand? So you had better confess honestly. We might still be able to petition for a reduction of your charges. Angyang leaned forward slightly, smiling as he asked, Officer, may I inquire why someone as beautiful as you would choose such a taxing profession as policing? You would certainly have a promising career as a model or a star. When that time comes, I shall be sure to support you. Li's eyes turned icy. What nonsense are you spouting? Did you not hear what I just said? Angyang continued to tap his fingers on the table, smiling as he elaborated. In my opinion, while you are indeed lovely, your lips are thin, your chin sharp and gaunt, indicating a troubled life. Your forehead is narrow and short, and your eyes allow no grain of sand. Your face is petite, and your heart, fragile. I suspect your family life is quite tumultuous. If I am not mistaken, your choice to become a police officer is likely related to your family or your parents. Angyang spoke with ease, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. You scoundrel. Li's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on her forehead. Angyang revealed a playful smile. If you agree to release me, I could share a secret with you, one that holds considerable importance for you. His eyes sparkled, as though he had pierced through the facade of existence. Utilizing his extraordinary insight, Angyang gazed into Li's fate, and an extensive array of information surfaced before him. Li, female, lifespan 62, current lifespan 21, a life fraught with tribulations, destined to encounter peril in half an hour. Though he was unaware of what calamity awaited her in half an hour, he was certain it would have a significant impact. Despite his lack of fondness for this fiercely righteous policewoman, he acknowledged her diligence. In another sense, she was indeed a good officer. Even if Li chose not to relent, he would find a way to assist her. There were already too few good people in this world, and he did not wish to witness the downfall of one, especially not of such a beautiful woman. Li, gritting her teeth in frustration, found Angyang's nonchalance infuriating. Taking a deep breath, she spoke in a low voice. I do not know what you are talking about. Let me pose a different question. What is your relationship with the Bold Gang? I distinctly recall the incident involving the scorpion from the Bold Gang. I even returned to the scene to review the video footage. What did you deduce? Angyang narrowed his eyes. He was unconcerned about other matters, but the events involving the Bold Gang were ones he had indeed handled rather recklessly. If Li had seen him demolishing a wall with a single strike, he would undoubtedly find himself sent to a research facility for examination. Moreover, he bore too many secrets to divulge even a fraction. I saw everything. Are you still denying it? With your capabilities, it should be simple for you to kill someone, Li said sharply, her gaze piercing into Angyang's. A jolt of anxiety coursed through him. Had Li truly witnessed it? His expression darkened as he awkwardly chuckled. Since you have seen it all, what do you ask of me? If you wish to condemn me, please do so swiftly. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. From this moment on, whoever speaks first shall be the dog. You deserve to die. Li stood abruptly, her formidable presence causing a tremor in her chest, and then coldly declared, Then you may sit here and wait. I shall see how long you can endure. I have all the time in the world to play with you. With that, Li turned on her heel, departing alongside the officers. Angyang leaned back against the metal chair, deep in thought as he calmly analyzed the situation. Firstly, it was clear that Zhuhang would not have reported him without cause. He claimed Angyang had committed murder. There were only two possibilities. Either he had indeed killed someone while intoxicated and in a haze, or he had not committed murder at all, and someone had fabricated evidence to frame him. Regardless of the outcome, neither scenario boded well for him. Oh dear, what on earth should I do? Angyang lamented, rubbing his temples in frustration. This was the first time he had found himself in such a predicament, and he could not devise a suitable response. Moments later, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and Angyang initially assumed it was Li returning to press him further. However, it was a tall man in a suit who strode in, his hair slicked back. He took a seat across from Angyang, placing a briefcase on the table before stating, I am your attorney, please share the specifics of your case with me. My attorney? Angyang's eyes widened in surprise. When did I hire a lawyer? I was sent by Mr. Lindy, I am originally Mr. Lin's personal attorney. My name is Songjur, the lawyer replied, his expression impassive. Li Angyang chuckled. I suggest you change your name soon. It's rather easy for someone to take offense at it. What did you say? Songjur narrowed his eyes, curious. Nothing of consequence, Li Angyang smiled, continuing, so, how do you intend to assist me? As a prominent attorney, you must possess considerable skills, yes. Songjur replied calmly, my ability to assist you depends on the severity of your charges. If you are facing the death penalty, even Chen Mingji would struggle to aid you. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter and get to the crux of the matter. What exactly are you accused of? You have 23 hours and 24 minutes until you are presented in court. Li Angyang straightened up, your timing is rather precise. They accuse me of murder, but I did not kill anyone, I have not even seen the evidence against me, and I will not plead guilty. Who accused you of murder? Were you caught in the act? Songjur's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp. Li Angyang shook his head, I was reported by someone named Chu Hang. Chu Hang? Songjur pondered for a moment, is he the son of the Chu Corporation? Yes, that's the one, Li Angyang confirmed quickly. Do you have a grudge against him? Songjur, demonstrating his expertise as a top attorney, immediately honed in on the critical issue. Li Angyang nodded, he attempted to assault Lin Xian at a hotel, which I interrupted. I thwarted his plans and gave him a beating. I suspect he now harbors resentment towards me. I see, that clarifies things. Songjur pulled a notebook from his briefcase and swiftly began jotting down notes. After a short while, he looked up and said, if we can locate video evidence of Chu Hang attempting to assault someone at the hotel, it could absolve you of this predicament, as the testimony of a perpetrator is inherently unreliable. Additionally, we need to examine the evidence against you to identify any potential flaws. Li Angyang sighed, that is exactly where the problem lies. First, I have no idea if there are cameras in that hotel room. Most likely there are not. Furthermore, I have yet to see the evidence pertaining to the murder charge against me. That can be easily addressed. Songjur stood and opened the door, shortly returning with Li Moli. Li Moli carried a laptop, and after taking her seat, she wasted no time in opening it and clicking on a video. The footage revealed a street view facing a narrow alley. In the video, Li Angyang staggered into the alley, engaging in a brawl with a group of thugs, who were left reeling and writhing on the ground. The video abruptly concluded, leaving the subsequent events unseen. Why isn't there a complete video? Songjur questioned Li Moli, perplexed. Chapter 38, Salvation. Li Moli cast a glance at Li Angyang and remarked, the camera at the back has been tampered with, and we can only retrieve this segment of footage. Subsequently, we discovered 2 corpses in the alley, which have been confirmed to belong to members of the Bald Gang. The individuals who were fighting Li Angyang at that time were also affiliated with the Bald Gang. This indicates that this incident is undoubtedly linked to Li Angyang. This video alone is sufficient to establish his guilt. No. That is still insufficient. Songjur replied impassively. This footage merely proves that my client entered the alley and engaged in a scuffle, but it does not demonstrate that he committed murder. It is entirely possible that the 2 deceased were involved in an internal dispute or met their end due to other circumstances. How can you place the blame on my client? Li Moli widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. You are merely evading the issue. Those 2 individuals were brutally beaten to death. Who, apart from Li Angyang, possesses the capability to commit such savagery? Songjur chuckled. How can you be certain that my client is capable of killing? Just look at his frail physique, he can barely walk without stumbling. What grounds do you have to assume that he could kill someone? Furthermore, those individuals were members of the Bald Gang, known criminals who frequently engage in violence. If my client had been the one murdered, what would your police force have done? You should be pursuing the Bald Gang, rather than interrogating a righteous young man who stands against thugs. Songjur spoke with conviction and authority, presenting his arguments with clarity. Li Angyang watched in awe, giving Songjur a thumbs up and praising, impressive, truly worthy of being the private attorney of the esteemed Lin. In that moment, the tables had turned, and all evidence was systematically dismantled. Few could achieve such a feat. Should this continue, not only would he be exonerated of all charges, but the police might even owe him compensation for his emotional distress. He contemplated delving into the legal profession himself. It was indeed remarkable. Li Moli, incensed, found herself at a loss for words, her fists clenched, her face reddening with frustration as she hissed, you lawyers rely solely on your words, constantly opposing us officers. Do you have any idea how many criminals have evaded justice because of lawyers like you? Let me tell you, evidence is evidence, no amount of argumentation will change that. Songjur smiled slightly. I am merely fulfilling my duty. The question of guilt is not for you to decide, but for the judge. Your evidence lacks credibility, Officer Beauty. You. Li Moli trembled with rage. At that moment, a police officer hurriedly entered the room and addressed Li Moli, Officer, we have found what you asked us to investigate. The Bold Gang is currently conducting a transaction at the scrapyard in the western suburbs. Li Mo Li's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she instructed, quickly gather personnel, we cannot allow them to escape this time. Afterward, she shot a fierce glare at Angyang, declaring, you wait here. When I return, we will settle this matter, there is no way you can evade responsibility this time. With that, she strode out. Angyang laughed heartily and complimented Songja, you are truly remarkable, Lawyer Song. That argument of yours has indeed left me in awe, even that fiercely principled officer Beauty was rendered speechless by your words, I almost feel compelled to take you on as my mentor. Songja smiled indifferently. I'm merely doing my job. Well, you should be in the clear now, based on the current evidence, I am 80% confident that I can convince the judge to declare you not guilty, however, time is of the essence, and I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wait, Angyang said quickly. Is there any way you can arrange for my bail? You are currently a suspect. Securing your bail is quite complicated, what do you intend to do once you are released? Songja turned back, regarding him with curiosity. Angyang replied earnestly, I need to go find evidence to prove my innocence. Otherwise, even if you manage to exonerate me, I will still bear a stain on my record. I see, please wait a moment while I think of a solution. With that, Songja exited the room. Angyang sat quietly, contemplating. In truth, he was not seeking evidence, he scorned the notion of needing to prove his innocence, for he had committed no crime, his desire to leave stemmed from his concern for Li Mo Li. The police officer's notification suggested she was heading to confront the Bold Gang. Calculating the time, he realized it had been approximately half an hour, and the impending calamity indicated by the heavenly eye must pertain to this very incident. He had previously vowed not to let a good person like Li Mo Li come to harm, even if they often found themselves at odds. Before long, Songja returned to the interrogation room and informed Angyang, all the necessary paperwork has been completed. However, you only have 1 hour of bail. If you do not return within that time, the police will issue a warrant for your arrest. 2 officers approached to release his handcuffs. Angyang rubbed his sore wrists and smiled, 1 hour is more than sufficient. He stood and exited the police station, committing the location mentioned by the officer to memory, the scrapyard in the western suburbs. After leaving the station, he immediately hailed a cab and headed toward the scrapyard. It was a considerable distance away, and the journey would take around 10 minutes. Li Mo Li had departed first, so she should arrive shortly. He needed to hurry, urging the driver to speed up. The driver, growing impatient, retorted, what do you think I'm driving, a rocket? If you're in such a rush, why not take a plane? Angyang felt a wave of frustration and conceded, all right, you drive. You re the boss. After about 10 minutes, the car stopped near the scrapyard. Angyang disembarked and proceeded down the street. This thoroughfare was nearly deserted, and after walking a short distance, he noticed several police cars parked ahead. Li Mo Li and her team had cordoned off the entrance to the scrapyard, shouting, everyone inside, raise your hands and come out, you are surrounded and have nowhere to flee. Angyang was nearly apoplectic at the sight. Despite being an officer, how could Li Mo Li employ such crude tactics? While such dramatics were common on television, in reality, this was the most misguided approach. If they stormed in unexpectedly, they might catch the suspects off guard, potentially achieving success. However, shouting warnings merely alerted the Bold Gang to their presence, allowing them time to prepare for escape or confrontation. As anticipated, after Li Mo Li's announcement, there was no response from within. She continued to shout, you have 30 seconds to surrender, if you do not come out, we will breach the premises and leave no one standing. At that moment, the iron gate of the scrapyard swung open, and a figure slowly approached the police officers. The individual bore a blank expression, their eyes reflecting profound despair. Angyang sensed something was amiss at once. From her position behind the car, Li Mo Li signaled to a nearby officer. As the officer moved forward, the individual suddenly shouted, do not come any closer. Then, with a swift motion, they pulled down their coat, causing everyone to gasp in shock. The figure was bound from head to toe with explosives, declaring fiercely, I have 10 kilograms of explosives on me. If you dare to fire, the detonation will obliterate everything within 100 meters. Li Mo Li was left dumbfounded, utterly panicked. She had never encountered a situation like this. With a human bomb standing before them, firing was out of the question, and rushing in was equally perilous. Detonation would spell doom for all present. The officer who had been advancing inched back in fear, but suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The officer stumbled back a few steps before collapsing to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Li Mo Li was startled, shouting, who fired that shot? Who fired? The officers exchanged glances, none of them having discharged their weapons. In such a scenario, who would dare fire unless they wished to invite death? Moments later, 4 or 5 fierce-looking, menacing criminals emerged from the scrapyard, each wielding a submachine gun. Upon stepping outside, they immediately directed their weapons at the police cars and unleashed a hail of bullets. Chaos erupted as bullets flew, striking the slower officers and leaving them lifeless on the ground. The most frustrating aspect for Lee and her team was that they could not return fire. Shooting could provoke the human bomb, resulting in their own demise. The criminals, undeterred, had long since disregarded their own lives, prepared to perish together if cornered, leaving the police with no choice but to endure the assault passively. "Everyone, back to your vehicles," Lee commanded decisively. If they could not shoot, they would ram the criminals with their cars. Upon hearing her orders, the officers returned to their vehicles, starting their engines and charging toward the criminals. Although the police cars were equipped with bulletproof glass, the sheer volume of firepower was overwhelming. The initial vehicle driven by Lee quickly had its windows shattered, bullets flying inside. She frantically maneuvered the steering wheel, crashing into a nearby barrier, smoke billowing from the hood. This spectacle could not continue without intervention. Angyang narrowed his eyes, realizing that if things progressed like this, the entire police force, including Lee, would perish. He swiftly turned and dashed into a nearby convenience store, where the clerk had already fled in fear of the unfolding chaos. Angyang seized several bottles of water and stepped back out onto the street, taking refuge behind a corner. He concentrated, absorbing the water from the bottles into his palms and then thrusting his hand forward with great force. The power of his technique was formidable. A torrent of water shot forth like a cannonball, striking the human bomb squarely. The individual let out a piercing scream as they were propelled backward, crashing against the wall of the scrap yard and losing consciousness. All present stood in stunned silence, including the 5 or 6 criminals, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Chapter 39, What Identity? Why did a group of water appear out of nowhere, and then why was a human bomb sent flying? This was not the end. Angyang had continuously consumed several bottles of mineral water, relentlessly unleashing a series of cloud-splitting palm strikes, knocking down all those ferocious bandits to the ground. The remaining few, terrified, turned to flee. Sensing the opportune moment, Angyang swiftly removed his coat to conceal his identity and dashed out, leaping several steps to the side of Lee's vehicle. Upon seeing that Lee had already succumbed to unconsciousness, he extricated her from the car and turned to make his way to the hospital. He could not allow anything to happen to Lee here. As he carried Lee for a few steps, she suddenly opened her eyes and, with a sudden motion, pulled down the clothing that covered Angyang's face. Angyang was momentarily stunned, and Lee gazed at him with wide eyes, exclaiming, "Is it you?" Angyang hastily set Lee down, shielding his face with his hands, and insisted, "You don't recognize anything, you haven't seen anything." After uttering these words, he turned and quickly departed. Lee remained frozen on the street, staring at the receding figure of Angyang. Who is this guy, really? Angyang's identity was not overly complicated, yet if one were to delve into it, it would reveal itself to be rather intricate. Additionally, there were certain undisclosed matters about him that could not be easily investigated. After leaving, Angyang took a vehicle towards the hotel. Now that Lee was safe, his next objective was to seek evidence to prove his innocence. Attorney Songjer had mentioned to him that as long as he could obtain the hotel's surveillance footage, which would demonstrate Chu Hang's actions, then Chu Hang's testimony would hold no weight. Upon arriving at the hotel, Angyang sought out the staff, requesting access to the surveillance video from that time. However, the staff was quite skeptical of Angyang's identity and was reluctant to cooperate. In a desperate bid, Angyang disguised himself as a police officer, which prompted the staff to allow him to access the surveillance footage. After meticulously searching through the computer, he discovered that indeed, there were no cameras inside the hotel rooms. Only the corridors were under surveillance. Returning to the pertinent time frame, Angyang located the video of Chu Hang bringing Lin Xian into the hotel, capturing it and sending it to his phone. Having resolved everything, he checked the time and promptly returned to the police station to report in. The mission had been executed successfully. Although numerous officers had suffered casualties, the ability to subdue a den of ruthless bandits engaged in illegal dealings was largely credited to Lee. Yet, she was not particularly jubilant, remaining enveloped in silence as she sat in the vehicle. The officer driving teased, "Officer Lee, with such a significant achievement, you should be up for a promotion, right? Everyone in the precinct admires you greatly. Not only are you beautiful, but you're also incredibly capable. At this rate, the position of chief will soon be within your grasp." Lee shook her head silently. This was a failed operation. There shouldn't have been this many casualties. It was my hesitation and negligence that led to such significant loss of life. Where is the merit in that? That is not entirely accurate. Each time we managed to apprehend those criminals, the Bold Gang, it's all thanks to your judgment and decisiveness, Officer Lee. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how long it would take to carry out a mission, the officer replied with a smile. Lee replied firmly, "Enough of this chatter, let us hurry back to the precinct." At this moment, she was eager to ascertain whether Angyang was still within the police station. How could it be that Angyang was confined in the interrogation room yet appeared at the scene of her rescue? Why did he save her? Had she truly wronged him? These were secondary concerns. How did Li Anyang know she would encounter danger? He had even warned her that she would face peril half an hour later. Did this fellow possess some form of precognition? Li Moli was plagued by numerous doubts, which contributed to her furrowed brow. Upon returning to the precinct, she had little inclination to focus on the apprehended bandits. After instructing her subordinates to escort the bandits to the detention center, she swiftly made her way to the interrogation room. Pushing open the door to the interrogation room, she looked up to see Li Anyang seated calmly in the iron chair, his hands still handcuffed, with the esteemed attorney Songja sitting beside him. "Our beautiful officer, you've returned. Was the mission relatively smooth? I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Li Anyang greeted her with a beaming smile. Li Moli furrowed her brows, remaining silent. After a prolonged pause, she finally inquired, "How did you end up here? Weren't you already released? I just saw you at the scene of the case." Li Anyang laughed heartily. "Did you miss me, beautiful officer? Just a couple of hours apart, and you're already longing to see me. Alas, you may have mistaken me for someone else, for I have never set foot at any crime scene, nor have I encountered you outside." "That's impossible, I clearly saw you." "That person was undoubtedly you, my eyes cannot be deceived," Li Moli asserted with conviction. Li Anyang smiled nonchalantly, shrugging, "You may believe what you wish, I simply did not attend your crime scene. I deny everything you say." Li Moli narrowed her eyes, speaking in a low tone, "I just checked. You had your lawyer arrange for your bail for an hour. Where did you go during that hour? Furthermore, this is your identity information. Graduated at 21, then worked at a company, followed by a breakup and unemployment, leading to an ordinary life. Up to this point, you have yet to secure stable employment. This is basic information, yet I find it lacking. Who exactly are you?" Leaning forward, her gaze was icy, as if she intended to see through everything. Li Anyang chuckled, "I can answer all your questions. During that hour of bail, I was out searching for evidence to prove my innocence. This is it." Li Anyang opened his phone and handed it to Li Moli, displaying the video he had captured at the hotel. In the footage, Zhu Han was seen dragging Lin Xian into the hotel, clearly showing Lin Xian's resistance and wariness. "What are you showing me this for? How does this prove your innocence?" Li Moli queried, bemused. Li Anyang smiled and continued, "If I am not mistaken, the reason you came to apprehend me, suspecting me of murder, was based on a report from Zhu Han. Right, I can assure you, Zhu Han bears a grudge against me. He attempted to assault the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Xian, and I happened upon it, which led me to intervene and thwart his plans. That is why I confronted him in front of you officers." "And what about the footage from the room?" Li Moli scoffed, "A video lacking context. How am I to trust you unless you can show me footage of Zhu Han assaulting Lin Xian? All evidence is inconclusive." The lawyer, Songja, who had remained silent until now, gently cleared his throat and remarked with a smile, "Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. What matters is whether the judge and the court believe it. If you insist on bringing my client to trial, this evidence alone is sufficient to exonerate him of all charges. If you officers wish to play games, I am more than willing to engage in a protracted battle." Songja's words were assertive, and he exuded absolute confidence. With his status as a distinguished lawyer and the currently favorable evidence, he was indeed confident about winning this case. Li Moli fell silent, her expression shrouded in frost. After a moment, she opened her notebook, accessed the video reporting Li Anyang, and clicked delete. Li Anyang observed this scene with astonishment, asking, "What are you doing? How can you accuse me if you delete the evidence?" Li Moli chuckled wryly, "It's futile, even without deletion. This scant evidence is insufficient to convict you. However, I will not relinquish my suspicions of you. I will continue to investigate your identity until the truth is uncovered." Li Anyang smiled slightly, "I admire your tenacity, beautiful officer, but unfortunately, it has nothing to do with me. May I take my leave now?" "Very well." Li Moli took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. This was the second time she had caught Li Anyang, only to let him walk away unscathed. Was this fellow truly innocent, or did he possess formidable skills? "Attorney Song, let us go." Li Anyang stood up with a smile. As he passed by Li Moli, he flashed a grin, saying, "Beautiful officer, since you wish to pursue me, would it be convenient for us to exchange WeChat? I am more than willing to cooperate with your investigation until you uncover the truth." "Certainly." Li Moli nodded, and they exchanged WeChat IDs with smiles. Then, accompanied by Li Anyang and Songja, she arrived at the entrance of the police station, whereupon she noticed a beautiful car parked in the square. Lin Xian was waving at Li Anyang alongside her father. Li Anyang smiled slightly and turned to Li Moli, saying, "A beautiful officer, no need to see me off. I shall take my leave now. Let us have a meal together sometime. Goodbye." With that, Li Anyang swiftly descended the steps and approached Lin Xian. Watching Li Anyang and the others depart in the car, Li Moli's lovely face was etched with concern as she murmured, "Li Anyang, who exactly are you? I will uncover the truth. All is well now, right?" In the car, Lin Xian's father inquired as he drove. Li Angyang smiled in response. Everything is fine, it was merely a misunderstanding, and it has been clarified. That's good to hear. Lin Xian's father nodded, refraining from further comments. Li Angyang smiled at Lin Xian and asked, what is the situation with that Chu Hang fellow? At the mention of this matter, Lin Xian also smiled. He has been taken to the hospital. His right leg was broken due to your actions. You've avenged me, which is wonderful. Wonderful, indeed. Lin Xian's father maintained a serious expression. Li Angyang, while I prefer not to pry into your affairs, you may have gone a bit too far this time. Chu Hang has quite a significant background, and you confronted him in front of the police. He will certainly seek legal counsel to sue you, so be mentally prepared. Chapter 40, Shisha. Li Angyang chuckled. What is there to fear? We have Lawyer Song with us. Besides, that brat Chu Hang deserves a good thrashing. If he dares to use the police against me, I shall certainly ensure he ends up in the hospital. I cannot rest easy knowing Lin Xian's safety is at stake. Though my methods may seem extreme, it is a necessity. Lin Xian's cheeks flushed as she realized how much Li Angyang cared for her, leaving her too shy to lift her gaze. After returning to Lin Xian's villa and having endured a long day, Li Angyang felt weary. Following dinner, he retreated to his room to rest, only to awaken, as per usual, in the underworld pawnbroker's establishment. Boss, did you sleep well? It's time to open shop. We have only 5 days left before the assessment arrives. The assistant lazily floated towards the door, opening it with a lackluster demeanor. Only 5 days. Li Angyang took a deep breath, rising with renewed vigor and announcing loudly, let us rally our spirits. With only 5 days remaining, we must exert ourselves to fulfill our tasks. This is my inaugural month as the proprietor. I cannot disappoint Lord Nyoto. The assistant continued to drift about, and urging him to muster enthusiasm proved a daunting task. Where is Chan? Why hasn't she arrived? Tardiness will result in a salary deduction, Li Angyang inquired, glancing around. Before he could finish, Jia Chan appeared at the entrance, accompanied by an enchanting beauty. Li Angyang looked up, instantly captivated, his eyes glazed over, and he stood motionless. The woman beside Jia Chan wore a simple, elegant white dress, exuding purity akin to a lotus blossom emerging from the water, untouched by the world's makeup. Unlike Jia Chan's allure, she resembled a celestial being, ethereal and untainted. Just gazing upon her was a delight. This must be the Shisha Jia Chan spoke of. Indeed, she is renowned as the most beautiful of the 4 great beauties of China, possessing a beauty so profound it could make fish sink. Any man who laid eyes upon her would find it impossible to maintain composure. Boss, what's wrong? I know Shisha is breathtaking, but staring at her like that is bound to make her shy, Jia Chan remarked, a hint of displeasure in her tone. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Li Angyang hadn't reacted so dramatically upon seeing her. Finally snapping back to reality, Li Angyang laughed heartily. Such a beauty is a rare sight indeed. I must take a moment to appreciate her. Dear Shisha, your beauty is utterly astonishing. Please do not mind my admiration. It inspires me to compose a poem to express my feelings. Boss, you can write poetry. Jia Chan looked at Li Angyang incredulously. Li Angyang smirked. I, Li Angyang, possess knowledge of the heavens and the earth. What can I not do? Allow me to recite. He cleared his throat and, with great emotion, began to recite. There are so many beauties in this world, yet there is but one Shisha. Dear sister Shisha, you are truly a vision of loveliness. Oh, how beautiful you are. Both Jia Chan and Shisha erupted into giggles, and even the assistant struggled to contain laughter. His face flushed. Li Angyang turned to them, somewhat displeased. What is the matter? Is my poetry not melodious? Your reactions are quite ungracious. Jia Chan laughed. Boss, with such limited talent, there is no need to show off. Shisha, with a hint of uncertainty, inquired, speaking of which, boss, I truly do not know how I can be of assistance. Li Angyang smiled reassuringly. You need not do anything, simply sit with Jia Chan at the entrance. I will manage the rest. All right. Shisha, endearingly obedient, quietly joined Jia Chan at the door. Even in silence, her beauty was enough to captivate all passers-by. Soon, countless customers flocked in, entranced by Shisha's allure. Li Angyang observed with a smile, his mind racing with thoughts. He realized he must devise a clever strategy. Previously, Jia Chan had attracted many patrons with her beauty, but due to a lack of planning, her value diminished too rapidly, causing interest to wane. The same could happen with Shisha. If everyone approached her too eagerly, her allure would be exhausted. After all, people are often drawn to the new and dismissive of the old. The unattainable becomes the most desired. Standing by the counter, Li Angyang addressed the throng with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, we are hosting an event. The top 3 individuals who bring in the most items today will have the opportunity to shake hands with Shisha. Those who bring in 50 items shall also be granted the chance to hear a sweet confession from her. Do not miss out. This event lasts only 5 days. He set stringent requirements, ensuring that those with items would rush to pawn them, while those without would devise means to acquire them. His aim was to empty everyone's pockets within 5 days. As soon as his words fell, the crowd surged forward, nearly bursting the pawnshop at the seams. The level of business was unprecedented. Li Angyang and the assistant worked tirelessly throughout the day. Though exhausted to the point of near collapse, Li Angyang reaped substantial rewards. They were merely 200 items shy of their low-tier target. The mid-tier items were in abundance, and only a handful of high-tier items remained to meet the goal. Once business concluded, it was time for the event's rewards. The top 3 pawners were chosen to shake hands with Shisha. Her face flushed crimson, enhancing her already radiant beauty, leaving the men utterly mesmerized. Though shy, Shisha complied with Li Angyang's instructions. Among them was indeed a man who had pawned 50 items, albeit mostly low-tier. However, Li Angyang had promised that anyone who pawned 50 items would receive a confession from Shisha. Now he had no choice but to fulfill that promise. The man eagerly awaited, his gaze fixed on Shisha. Blushing, she turned to Li Angyang and whispered, "Boss, what exactly should I confess?" "I know nothing," Li Angyang pondered briefly. "Just say something simple, like praising his looks, and conclude with 'I like you,' but try to sound a bit coy and gentle. That will truly enchant him. As for your expression, the shy demeanor you have now is perfect, but I don't know how to be coy." Shisha was visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Li Angyang cleared his throat and mimicked an anime character. "Watch closely, I will demonstrate for you. Just follow my lead, and you'll surely captivate him." "Brother, bad guy, I'm so shy. Why must you make me say such things?" "Bad guy, I'll punch you with my little fists." "Bad guy, can't you just comfort me?" After delivering the lines, Li Angyang nearly broke down, unable to bear the absurdity of it all. Such insipid dialogue was certainly not something a man could utter, especially not a rugged straight man like him. Shisha watched in astonishment, eyes wide. "Boss, how do you do it? How can you be so coy?" Li Angyang replied, face darkened. "Please, no need for mockery. I am on the verge of retching myself. Just do as I instructed with that guy. Truly, it's a disgrace to him. I never received such treatment. I can't do it." Jia Chan whimpered, nearly in tears. Li Angyang quickly reassured her. "It's all right. Just give it a try. There's no need to mimic me entirely, or it will be nauseating. I'll be right here to support you, so hurry." Under Li Angyang's encouragement, Shisha turned to the man, hesitating for quite some time before managing to utter, "Brother, bad guy, I'm so shy. How should one describe it?" Shisha didn't he deliberately act coy? Perhaps she simply didn't he understand how to do so. Yet, when the words rolled off her tongue, they carried an enchanting quality that left hearts fluttering, rendering those present spellbound. Even Li Angyang, observing from the side, felt overwhelmed, his pulse racing, yearning to sweep Shisha into his embrace. The man receiving the confession appeared utterly entranced, his eyes solely reflecting Shisha's beauty. After she finished speaking, he remained in a daze, blood trickling from his nose. Li Angyang surmised the man was utterly captivated. His mind would likely be filled solely with thoughts of Shisha from that moment onward. Indeed, moments later, the man snapped back to reality, letting out a primal roar as he opened his arms to embrace Shisha. Quick as lightning, Li Angyang grasped the man's arm, executing a swift shoulder throw that sent him tumbling out onto the street. "Out you go." After tossing the man outside, Li Angyang dusted off his hands, sneering, "To receive a confession from a beauty like Shisha is a fortune earned over several lifetimes. To seek further is sheer folly." With a thud, the door swung shut, followed by silence. Li Angyang instructed the assistant to close up shop. He then gathered Jia Chan, the assistant, and Shisha around a table for a meeting. His gaze softened as it landed on Shisha. "Sister Shisha, you performed splendidly today, as evidenced by the bustling crowd. As a reward, I shall grant you 100 points of yin virtue. However, before that, I must ask, are you willing to join our establishment and work with us? I will distribute wages based on customer flow." "Really?" Shisha's eyes widened with delight. "You truly wish for me to work here, even though I know nothing?" Li Angyang smiled gently. "You are far too modest. Your beauty is your greatest asset. It is my honor to have you in my establishment. Henceforth, do not call me boss, refer to me as Brother Li Angyang." Chapter 41, The Appointment. Brother Li Angyang. Shisha shyly lowered her head. Li Angyang gazed at her in a daze for a moment, utterly astonished that the foremost among the 4 great beauties could be so introverted and bashful. It was simply adorable. After signing a contract with Shisha, he transferred 100 points of yin virtue to her. What about me? What about me? Brother Li Angyang, I've been busy all day too. Why haven't I received anything? You been too biased. Jia Chan pouted at Li Angyang, casting him flirtatious glances, yet, Li Angyang had long grown accustomed to Jia Chan's seductive wiles and was unfazed, responding coolly, "Tell me, how many of today's guests came specifically to see you?" "I don't care. I am exhausted too. If not, I could perform what Shisha said for you. If you enjoy it, would you grant me 100 points of yin virtue?" Jia Chan insisted stubbornly. Li Angyang chuckled, "All right then, let us see your performance." He was genuinely curious about Jia Chan's version of the performance, and enjoying some perks would certainly be delightful. Jie Chan, being naturally skilled in the art of seduction and now facing someone like Li Angyang, delivered an exceptionally enchanting rendition. With sultry eyes and a teasing bite of her crimson lips, she coyly addressed Li Angyang. "Brother Li Angyang, you're so mean, not giving me even 100. I feel utterly miserable." Li Angyang stared, dumbfounded, and after hearing her, he shivered, covered in goosebumps, hastily waving his hands. "No, I can't take it anymore. Where's my knife?" Jie Chan huffed in displeasure. "What else with that? Why do you react like this when I perform for you? It's infuriating. If you continue like this, I'll take Sister Shishir away tomorrow, and your business will suffer." Li Angyang frowned. "Your performance was so underwhelming that I'm not deducting points from you. Fine, considering you've worked hard today, I'll give you 50 points of yin virtue, but no more overstepping." 50 points of yin virtue will do. Jie Chan transformed her anger into a smile. "What about me? Boss, I've worked hard all day too." The assistant looked at Li Angyang with a pitiful expression. Li Angyang rolled his eyes. "All right, enough of the antics. I'm not a wealthy man who can endure this kind of consumption. Let us call it a day. Be punctual for work tomorrow. We can't delay our duties." With that, he firmly closed the door, and they all returned to their respective homes. Li Angyang allowed his soul to return, opened his eyes in his room, stretched lazily toward the bright sunlight, traveling back and forth between two worlds. A single day for him felt like two, which was quite taxing on his spirit. Yet, he felt remarkably energetic. Perhaps it was the result of studying martial arts that endowed him with more vitality than the average person. However, everything seemed to be going smoothly for now, with no significant troubles on the horizon. After having breakfast, Lin Xian appeared to have recovered well, seemingly emerging from the sorrow of her grandmother's passing. After finishing her meal, Lin Xian said to Li Angyang, "Come with me to the company today." "To the company?" Li Angyang looked at Lin Xian in astonishment. "Do you actually want to work? That's not like you at all." At her age, Lin Xian should be focused on dating, and work was the last thing on her mind. Moreover, unlike Li Angyang, Lin Xian's family was well off, and she didn't need to toil for a living. A happy life was the best outcome, yet, her sudden desire to go to the company was difficult for him to comprehend. Lin Xian affirmed, "Of course I want to work. I can't just laze around for a lifetime. My parents are getting older, they can't support me forever." Li Angyang gazed at Lin Xian in shock, his eyes wide. "My goodness, did you really just say that? Is this still the Lin Xian I know? Something feels off. Did the sun rise from the west today?" Lin Xian, feeling exasperated, glared at him. "What is so hard to understand about what I said? Just answer me. Are you coming or not? If not, I'll go by myself." Li Angyang laughed heartily. "No problem, I'm more than happy to accompany you. I would never dream of not supporting such a commendable decision." Thus, after breakfast, Li Angyang and Lin Xian took a vehicle to the company. As they rode the elevator upward, Li Angyang turned to ask, "What is your position in the company, and what do you do?" Lin Xian replied, "I've always been the nominal deputy manager, but since I rarely come to work, most of the responsibilities fall on the general manager. If I don't mention it, I doubt anyone in the company even knows what I do. This is also why I dislike working there. Others only know I'm the chairman's daughter without knowing my actual contributions." Li Angyang chuckled. "That's only to be expected. Just like in ancient times, who knew what the crown prince did? Most thought the crown prince merely indulged in pleasure, living a leisurely life. It's only after the emperor passes that everyone learns of the crown prince's true role. However, now that Zhuhan has been sent to the hospital, the threat to you has been eliminated. You shouldn't need my protection anymore, right?" Lin Xian shifted her gaze, asking Li Angyang with a hint of frustration. "Are you so unwilling to protect me? I don't require much from you, and you'd even receive a salary every month." Li Angyang remained silent, as he had far too many matters to handle at present. Moreover, he was still engaged in his role as an antique appraiser with Zhao Hua while also providing protection for Lin Xian. The police were still investigating him, and he had to balance his work at the underworld pawnshop. Despite appearing to have little to do each day, he was perpetually occupied. Upon entering the office building, Lin Xian pushed open a door, saying, "This is my office, though I hardly use it." However, upon opening the door, both Lin Xian and Li Angyang were taken aback to find a stranger in a suit sitting inside. Li Angyang asked, bewildered, "You mean this is your office?" Lin Xian was equally surprised to see someone there. After a moment of shock, she approached and asked, "Who are you?" The unfamiliar man smiled at Lin Xian. "Hello, miss. What can I do for you? I'm the deputy manager here. If you have any requests, feel free to let me know. If I can't help, I'll consult someone else." "You're the deputy manager? Then what am I?" Lin Xian looked at him incredulously, her expression one of disbelief. The stranger chuckled, amused. "How would I know what you are? I haven't had the pleasure of learning your name yet." Lin Xian, furious, retorted, "I am the chairman's daughter, the deputy manager here. Tell me, who arranged your position? I intend to clarify this matter." "I see. The stranger remained calm, pulling out a business card and handing it to Lin Xian with a smile. My position was arranged by Chu Hang, Manager Chu. He mentioned that if anyone inquires about this matter, they could reach out to him. Feel free to do as you wish. Just wait, I will find out how Chu Hang has the audacity to arrange someone at will, Lin Xian said coldly before pulling out her phone to call Chu Hang. When the call connected, Lin Xian confronted Chu Hang. Li Angyang couldn't clearly hear what Chu Hang said, but once Lin Xian hung up, he inquired, what did that brat say? Lin Xian's face darkened. He claimed he is acting as the general manager, and seeing that the position of deputy manager has been vacant for a long time, he took it upon himself to fill it. He also mentioned that he consulted my father about this. Furthermore, he said one more thing. What was that? Li Anyang's brow furrowed as he pressed for details. That scoundrel had already landed in the hospital, yet still dared to stir trouble. He was clearly itching for a fight. Li Anyang wouldn't he hesitate to storm into the hospital to teach Chu Hang a lesson, ensuring he spent the rest of his life in a hospital bed. Lin Xian replied slowly. He said he wanted to invite you out to dinner to clarify previous matters. Har har, Li Anyang chuckled dryly, a smile devoid of warmth. That kid actually has the audacity to invite me to dinner. It seems my previous lesson wasn't sufficient. Well, did he mention the time and place? I shall attend the appointment punctually. He did, this afternoon at Qianfu Hotel. He has already reserved a room and insists you must go. But I don't think you should entertain him. He undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives, and if he sets a trap for you, that could be troublesome. Lin Xian expressed her concerns, visibly worried. Indeed, Chu Hang's style had always been cunning and treacherous. This invitation was likely a setup. However, Li Anyang merely smiled indifferently. Even if he schemes, so what? That will only provoke me, and he has yet to experience the consequences of angering me. Focus on your matters. After a brief rest, I will attend the appointment this afternoon to see what tricks that brat is up to. Li Anyang, with his fiery temper, would not back down when confronted. Before long, it was afternoon. After sitting in the office for the entire morning, Li Anyang rose to keep his appointment. Lin Xian approached him, saying, I'm going with you. Li Anyang frowned. What do you want to accompany me for? This isn't just a simple meal. If Chu Hang has any tricks up his sleeve, you might end up in trouble too. It's fine. Lin Xian replied, he wouldn't dare harm me now. Accompanying you provides an extra layer of safety. After a moment of contemplation, Li Anyang agreed. Indeed, considering that Chu Hang was still in a cooperative relationship with Lin Xian's father, he wouldn't dare to break the peace now. Nodding, he said, all right, you can come with me, but no matter what happens, your first priority is to ensure your own safety. Don't worry about me. I understand. Lin Xian responded calmly. The two then exited the company building and took a car to Qianfu Hotel for their appointment. Upon arriving and parking, as they entered the hotel, a service attendant approached them with a smile, addressing Li Anyang. Are you Mr. Li and Miss Lin? Mr. Chu Hang instructed that if you both arrived, you should be taken to his private room. Chapter 42, a brutal beating. Li Anyang's lips curled into a smirk. This lad has indeed made quite comprehensive arrangements. The waiter walked ahead, leading the way, while Li Angyang and Lin Xian closely followed. They ascended the staircase and, upon reaching the upper floor, traversed the corridor until they arrived at the door of an opulent private room. The waiter courteously announced, this is it, you two may enter at your leisure. I shall take my leave now. Li Angyang, unaccustomed to knocking, especially on a room opened by Chu Hang, grasped the doorknob, gently twisting it before pushing the door open. As soon as the door creaked ajar, his eyes widened in surprise. The room was filled with numerous individuals. Chu Hang sat in a chair, his complexion pale and pained, likely still suffering from the injuries inflicted by Li Angyang earlier. Beside him was a man with short hair and a scarred face, his skin dark and marred by a long, jagged scar stretching from his brow to his chin, reminiscent of a centipede crawling across his visage. Each movement of his face caused the scar to writhe, rendering him a fearsome sight. Though only these two occupied the room, a multitude of men in black stood ominously behind the scarred man. Each one bore a stern expression, resembling wooden mannequins, silent and unsmiling. A quick glance suggested there were roughly 13 or 14 of them. Li Angyang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What a formidable display. Yet, regardless of their numbers, they were mere decorations before him. The techniques of Paiyun Palm and Bagua Palm were not mere boasts. Upon entering the room, Li Angyang and Lin Xian were immediately met by black-clad figures who swiftly shut the door behind them. Chu Hang offered a pale smile to Li Angyang, saying, Brother Li Angyang, Lin Xian, please come and sit. This feast has been specially prepared for you. Li Angyang approached, pulling out a chair to sit down, and coldly retorted, what feast? A banquet of treachery. Chu Hang smiled faintly. How could you view me in such a light? Let bygones be bygones. If you must bring it up, then let us discuss it. Do you know why I have yet to report you to the authorities for publicly assaulting me? Why? Li Angyang asked nonchalantly, though he held little interest in the answer. Whether Chu Hang pressed charges or not mattered little to him, as he had ways to handle it. A smirk crept onto Chu Hang's lips as he replied, "Because I wish to offer you a chance. Allow me to introduce you. This gentleman is known as Ju Jing, colloquially referred to as Violent Tiger. He is a general of the Bald Head Gang, and I am a close friend of Tiger. His presence here today is to oversee matters for me. I am offering you a chance to apologize, and I will consider the past as though it never occurred. However, should you remain obstinate, I may spare you, but Tiger will not." Li Angyang chuckled. Indeed, it was a banquet of treachery, even involving members of the Bald Head Gang. It seemed Chu Hang truly harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. Li Angyang scoffed. "How intriguing. Unable to succeed through subterfuge, you now opt for brute force. Very well, but I have yet to settle the score regarding your false accusation of murder and the police report." Turning slightly, he fixed his gaze on Violent Tiger and smiled. "So, Tiger, I previously heard that your gang suffered a crushing defeat, with even your notorious member Scorpion imprisoned, still behind bars, I presume. What gives you the audacity to be so brazen now? Are you not afraid of being beaten down again?" With a resounding thud, Violent Tiger slammed his machete onto the table, glaring fiercely at Li Angyang as he coldly declared, "Anyone who provokes the Bald Head Gang shall not be spared. I will certainly track down the one who inflicted that earlier injury, but today, we settle accounts with you. The name Violent Tiger is not merely a moniker, it reflects my temperament. Your time is running out. Apologize to Chu Hang, or face the consequences." Li Angyang stood, a smile gracing his lips. "It appears this meal shall not transpire. Apologizing is out of the question. I intend to leave now, and I am curious to see who among you can stop me." With that, he took Lin Xian's hand and started toward the exit. In an instant, a dozen black-clad men surged forward to block the door, preventing Li Angyang's escape. Chu Hang chuckled lightly. "At a time like this, you still seek to play games. Kneel and apologize. It's the only way you might find a way out, otherwise, death awaits you." "Chu Hang, what exactly do you intend to do?" Lin Xian could no longer contain her anger, turning to glare at Chu Hang as she scolded. "You, of all people, have studied abroad and yet possess no semblance of decency. My father must have been blind to collaborate with your company, and now you associate with these thugs from the Bald Head Gang. I believe the police should be apprehending you." Chu Hang smirked disdainfully. "What I do is of no concern to you, little girl. Originally, you were to be my fiancée, simply to accompany me for a night of comfort. As long as you took care of me, I would ensure you reaped the rewards. Yet you feign purity, dare to oppose me, and even invite this ruffian to confront me. Everything today is a result of your own actions. Resolving this predicament is simple. All you need to do is strip and serve me for one night according to my whims, and I will let this fellow go. How does that sound?" Lin Xian's face flushed crimson with rage, her teeth clenched, yet she found herself powerless to counter, eventually exclaiming, "You are a shameless scoundrel. I would rather die than be with you." Chu Hang laughed heartily. "Shameless scoundrel, well said. Then both of you can meet your demise." With that, he turned to Violent Tiger, signaling him to take action, but at that moment, Li Angyang had already struck. His fists flew like lightning, landing a powerful blow on one of the black-clad men's face. The man's head snapped back, crashing against the wall, blood splattering as he fell unconscious before he could even scream. The other black-clad men quickly reacted, charging at Li Angyang with a roar. Remaining calm, he shielded Lin Xian behind him, unleashing his bagua palm as his fists danced in the air. Each strike sent black-clad figures tumbling to the ground, his immense strength rendering them powerless against him. Though they appeared formidable, in truth, these men were merely brawlers, slightly stronger than the average individual. Compared to Li Angyang, a master versed in various martial arts, they were as fragile as paper, falling to the ground like leaves in a storm. Despite their numbers, within 3 minutes, they lay scattered about the room. Yet at that moment, a swift wind announced Violent Tiger's approach, brandishing a gleaming machete aimed directly at Li Angyang's head. "Watch out!" Lin Xian cried out in alarm. Li Angyang whirled around, seeing the blade descending upon him. With no means to evade and lacking any weapon, he realized that no amount of martial prowess could shield his flesh against the keen edge. His pupils dilated as thoughts raced through his mind. He could no longer conceal his true capabilities. Continuing to hide could very well lead to his demise. He inhaled slightly, summoning the alcohol and hot soup from the table into his palm with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, he unleashed the contents, crushing them against Violent Tiger's chest. The force sent Violent Tiger hurtling backward, colliding with the wall with a resounding thud, the beautifully adorned wall cracking upon impact. Chu Hang sat dumbfounded in his chair, incredulity etched across his face. What seemed complex had transpired in an instant. Just moments before Li Angyang executed his Paiyun palm, the blade had been mere centimeters from his head, poised to descend. Yet, in a heartbeat, he had unleashed the technique, sending Violent Tiger flying, cowering in the corner, clutching his chest in agony. Violent Tiger curled up, blood seeping from his lips, unable to withstand the might of Li Angyang's palm strike. This was a legendary technique, even the martial arts masters of yore might struggle to endure it, let alone an ordinary man like Violent Tiger, who possessed no martial skills whatsoever. Li Angyang, though not fully proficient, had still delivered a blow sufficient to nearly obliterate Violent Tiger's insides. After dispatching the others, Li Angyang's gaze fixed upon Chu Hang, the color drained from Chu Hang's face, leaving him pallid and terrified as he stammered, "What do you intend to do? Please, don't kill me. If you do, you'll end up in prison. Do you know who I am? I am the heir of the Chu Corporation. Do you comprehend the significance of the Chu Corporation in District 52? In a state of agitation, Chu Hang collapsed to the floor, attempting to rise despite the injury to his leg. Li Angyang approached swiftly, placing his foot on Chu Hang's head, sneering, "What was that you just said? You claim to be the heir of the Chu Corporation. Is the heir meant to be special, possessing 9 lives? How much effort do you think it would take for me to end your life?" Chu Hang trembled in fear. Li Angyang grinned, "It seems my previous lesson was insufficient. You dare to provoke me again. This time, I shall impart a bloodier lesson." With that, he forcefully stomped down on Chu Hang's already injured leg, once more targeting the limb that had yet to heal. Li Angyang's brutal assault would likely render it permanently damaged. Gritting his teeth, he pressed down hard, his eyes blazing with fury, not out of cruelty, but because this insufferable brat had repeatedly crossed his threshold. He had never encountered anyone so odious. As blood began to seep from Chu Hang's leg, Lin Xian could no longer bear to watch. She rushed forward, pleading, "Brother Li Angyang, let him go. You'll kill him like this." At last, Li Angyang ceased his assault. Chu Hang lay on the ground, rolling his eyes back, devoid of the strength to scream, having succumbed to the pain and lost consciousness. Chapter 43. The gamble on Jade. Li Angyang exhibited ruthless decisiveness, and it is likely that, following this incident, Chu Hang will no longer possess the audacity to provoke him again. The fate of the bald-headed thug, Bao Hu, was equally grim. After enduring a devastating blow from Li Angyang's cloud-pushing palm, he was left severely injured, and it would take at least half a month before he could rise from his bed. Upon departing the hotel suite, Li Angyang retrieved his phone and dialed 120, summoning an ambulance to transport both Chu Hang and the bald-headed thugs to the hospital. Once they arrived, it was certain that the police would be notified and would take those miscreants into custody. Of course, Bao Hu could choose not to go to the hospital, but given the severity of his injuries, that would be tantamount to a death sentence. After ending the call, he exhaled deeply. The fate of those individuals was no longer his concern. "Brother Li Angyang, are you truly just a freshly graduated university student? With your skills, that seems implausible. You are far more formidable than those who have served in the military," Lin Xian remarked, having long harbored such suspicions but refraining from voicing them until now. Li Angyang smiled faintly. "I anticipated your curiosity. However, such matters are not for me to divulge. Just know that I harbor no intention of harming anyone." "Millimeter," Lin Xian replied, smiling, and did not press further. After escorting Lin Xian back to the company, she sought out the boss, Lin Da, to reassign her position, then commenced her work. Once Li Angyang confirmed that everything was in order, he left the company, contemplating if there were any remaining matters to attend to. It appeared that there was nothing left. Zhao Huer had not called him to work, and he certainly would not seek out trouble for himself. Now, he found himself standing on the street, feeling somewhat disoriented. After being so occupied for so long, could it be that he suddenly had nothing to do? A sense of bewilderment crept into his heart. Just then, his phone rang. Pulling it out, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Frowning, he answered. A man's voice came through. "Is this Li Angyang? The vase has been sold. Bring my ID to meet me, and I will give you the money." Initially, Li Angyang did not recognize the voice but quickly realized it was that fellow, Song Qiao. He had won first prize at the appraisal conference, with the reward being a Tang Dynasty white porcelain vase, which he had entrusted to Song Qiao for sale. Amidst the flurry of his recent activities, he had nearly forgotten about it. Recalling this, Li Angyang smiled. "Where are you? Hold on, I will be there shortly." After Song Qiao provided the address, Li Angyang hung up and took a vehicle to the specified location. Upon arriving at the entrance of an antique shop, he spotted Song Qiao standing outside, beaming and waving at him even before he exited the car. Li Angyang alighted and followed Song Qiao inside, where Song Qiao, radiating enthusiasm, poured him a cup of tea. Li Angyang waved his hand dismissively. "No need for all this pleasantry. How much did it sell for?" 80-20 split. Now show me the money." "Just a moment," Song Qiao replied, turning to retrieve a black handbag from a drawer. He returned and handed it to Li Angyang, smiling. "The money is all inside. Feel free to count it." Li Angyang opened the handbag to find it filled with stacks of cash, each containing 1,000 yuan, totaling 10 stacks, 400,000 yuan. He raised his gaze slightly, frowning as he inquired, "Did it only sell for 500,000? 80-20 means you should have taken 100,000. This doesn't seem quite right." Song Qiao chuckled. "What do you mean it's not right? 500,000, I take 100,000, isn't that a reasonable 80-20 split?" Li Angyang smiled. "I see. Well, thank you. 400,000 is sufficient. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, but Song Qiao hastily rose, anxiously asking, Brother Li Angyang, it seems you have forgotten something. What is it? Li Angyang turned back with a smirk. My ID. They had agreed that once the vase was sold and the money divided, he would return the ID, yet Li Angyang had not mentioned it at all. Oh, is that what you meant? Li Angyang laughed, pulling Song Qiao's ID from his pocket, snapping it in half, and offering one half back to him. Song Qiao stood in shock, holding the severed ID in disbelief. What does this mean? Li Angyang replied coolly, 50-50, since you've discounted the price of my vase, I can only return half of your ID. You Song Qiao's smile evaporated, and he said with displeasure, what use is an ID that you've torn? Moreover, how can you assert that I did not provide the true sale price? The vase only sold for 500,000, believe it or not, but tearing my ID demands an explanation. Li Angyang studied Song Qiao, a playful smile curling at his lips, your averted gaze, the twitching of your lips, and the tension in your clenched fists all suggest you are lying. If I am not mistaken, that vase must have sold for at least 800,000. You only gave me 400,000, which is no longer an 80-20 split. You have essentially taken an extra 400,000 from me. Song Qiao appeared as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, stammering, how do you know all this so precisely? Li Angyang smiled lightly, you think you can outsmart me. You are not up to the task, I am also in the business. If you choose not to pay me the remaining amount, consider it a gift from me. With that, Li Angyang turned to leave. Song Qiao hurriedly called after him, wait, don't rush off, let us discuss this. Li Angyang turned back with a grin, you don't expect me to compensate you for your torn ID, do you? Song Qiao shook his head in frustration, no need for that. I can apply for a new one, but there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. It's a highly lucrative business opportunity. You wouldn't refuse a chance for profit, would you? Oh. Li Angyang furrowed his brow and turned back to sit down. Pray tell, what is this business? Song Qiao retrieved another black handbag from behind the counter, placing it before Li Angyang, and said solemnly, this is the total sum, 800,000. I ask for nothing, only that you agree to collaborate with me on another venture, and we can negotiate further. First, tell me what this venture entails. Li Angyang opened the other handbag, silently withdrawing 300,000 and placing it into his pocket. He was not so heartless, after all, Song Qiao had assisted him in selling the vase, and he deserved some compensation for his efforts. Song Qiao observed this but calmly inquired, are you familiar with gambling on jade? Gambling on jade? I've heard of it. It involves sellers bringing in a batch of stones, and others pay a certain price to purchase them. If jade is revealed, they gain a substantial profit, and if not, they incur losses, Li Angyang replied, sealing the bag. Exactly. Song Qiao nodded earnestly, I happen to have a connection for such an event. If you're willing to collaborate, with your discerning eye, we can split the profits evenly if jade is revealed. What do you say? Li Angyang chuckled, I am an antique appraiser, not a jade appraiser. Are you so certain that I can guarantee a jade reveal, and who will provide the funds for purchasing the stones? I have faith in you. Song Qiao asserted confidently, I can cover the cost of the stones. As long as we collaborate, we are bound to make a fortune. Li Angyang laughed heartily, lifting the handbag as he turned to leave, I'm sorry, but I am not greedy. I have taken my share, the remaining funds are yours. I shall take my leave. To his surprise, Song Qiao did not rise to urge him to stay but rather calmly stated, 60-40 split. You take 60, I take 40. I will handle the sale of the jade. Li Angyang did not pause his steps, already nearing the exit of the shop. 70-30 split, you take 70, I take 30. This is my final offer, if not, I will have to seek others. Li Angyang halted, turned back with a broad smile, approached Song Qiao, and extended his right hand, saying, I told you, you are a person of great credibility and vision. My admiration for you knows no bounds, here's to a fruitful partnership. Song Qiao shook Li Angyang's hand, feeling frustrated. It was his first encounter with someone so obstinately difficult. Were it not for Li Angyang's keen insight, he might have hesitated to collaborate, but he recognized that partnering with Li Angyang would guarantee success, and he could not afford to let such a golden opportunity slip away. When does this jade gambling event commence? Li Angyang inquired with a smile after finalizing everything. It's about to begin. Let us head out. With that, Song Qiao returned to change into a sharp suit before exiting with Li Angyang. In the car, Song Qiao explained, this is a private event, as gambling on jade is illegal, hence it is conducted discreetly. Once we arrive, we must not draw too much attention, just signal me if you spot something worthwhile, and I will make the purchase. Once we have what we need, we will leave promptly. We must not get too deeply involved, or we may find it hard to escape. Song Qiao's reasoning was sound. Such events were undoubtedly shielded by powerful figures, and regardless of how keen one's eye may be, greed could lead to ruin. Therefore, quietly amassing wealth was indeed the wisest approach. Before long, they arrived at a dimly lit hair salon, where Li Angyang and Song Qiao entered. Li Angyang was curious. Could it be that the jade gambling event was taking place within a hair salon? Such a simplistic disguise seemed rather inadequate. Upon entering, a young barber approached with a bright smile, asking, "How would you like your hair cut, gentlemen?" Li Angyang remained silent. Song Qiao replied, "We'll have it cut by hand." That was quite the cheeky retort. Making such a jest in an ordinary salon could easily lead to trouble. However, it was evident this was no ordinary establishment. The barber continued grinning, "And if you had no hands? Then we would cut it with our eyes," Song Qiao replied without hesitation, matching the quip with ease. "Please follow me." The barber smiled and led the two men to the back, exiting through a rear door. They walked a short distance and came upon a large iron room. Pushing the door open, they were greeted by a spacious interior, where several individuals were already gathered, observing and whispering amongst themselves, each bearing an expression of solemnity. Chapter 44, A Windfall. Indiana. The center of the room stood several men clad in black, facing an array of stones of various shapes and textures, some smooth and spherical, others angular and unrecognizable, each about the size of a fist. It was challenging to discern which stones concealed jade, as they were scattered haphazardly, surrounded by a throng of hesitant onlookers, each reluctant to make a move. Li Angyang and Song Qiao observed from the periphery, their understated demeanor ensuring they attracted little attention. "Is there no one in charge here?" Li Angyang inquired quietly of Song Qiao. "Of course there is, but they won't reveal themselves easily. They only show up when someone offers jade," Song Qiao replied. "So, do you sense anything promising?" Li Angyang scrutinized the stones in silence, his gaze sweeping methodically over each one. At that moment, if anyone were to closely examine his eyes, they would notice a sharp glimmer, for his clairvoyance had activated. After surveying the stones, he had mentally catalogued those that contained jade. The jade within varied in quality. Some pieces could be worth millions, while others might only fetch a few thousand or tens of thousands. He nudged Song Qiao's elbow and whispered, "Go ask how much a stone costs." Nodding, Song Qiao approached to inquire about the price. Moments later, he returned to Li Angyang and reported, "Each stone is 50,000. 50,000 per stone meant that only those of superior jade quality would yield profit. Purchasing inferior stones would guarantee a loss. Initially, he had considered acquiring a few lower quality jade pieces to remain inconspicuous, but it was now imperative to secure a good jade stone. However, having made the decision to pursue quality, Li Angyang chose to observe how the others engaged in the transaction. At that moment, a corpulent nouveau riche adorned with a gold ring strode forward, waving his hand grandly, proclaiming, "I'll take all these dozen stones." The black-clad seller remained silent, and upon receiving the payment, handed over the stones to the wealthy man. The latter waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need to give them to me, just polish them right here. I want to see if I can uncover jade today." Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the dozen stones, attention riveted upon them. The black-clad men brought over polishing machines and began to work on the stones. "Nothing," came the report for the first stone. "Nothing, nothing, nothing." After all the stones were polished, not a trace of jade was found. The nouveau riche stood in stunned silence, fists clenched and eyes reddening with frustration. He bellowed, "Bring me 10 more stones to open." He then recklessly spent another 500,000, having squandered 1 million in such a short span. Even if he managed to uncover something, the likelihood of a loss remained high, unless he stumbled upon jade worth millions. Li Angyang, with his clairvoyance, assessed that among the 10 stones the nouveau riche was about to buy, only 2 or 3 contained jade, and they were of mediocre quality at best, likely to yield only a few tens of thousands. "This guy is already in over his head," Li Angyang remarked to Song Qiao. "What do you mean? Can he really not open even 20 stones?" Song Qiao responded incredulously. Li Angyang smiled faintly, "He might open them, but he will suffer a significant loss." Indeed, when the remaining stones were polished, the nouveau riche held a few lackluster, inferior jade pieces in his hands, his expression teetering on the brink of despair, bloodshot eyes glaring as he furiously smashed the jade against the ground, shouting at the black-clad men, "What the hell is this? Is this a scam? I spent 1 million and got this worthless junk. Refund me, I'm done here." The nouveau riche was seething with rage. The 2 black-clad men maintained polite smiles, addressing him, "Sir, please don't be agitated. It's all part of the game. However, you indeed suffered a considerable loss. Come with us, and we will compensate you." With that, the 2 black-clad men led the nouveau riche into a small room nearby, from which the sounds of blows and anguished cries soon echoed. The small room had a transparent glass wall, allowing everyone outside to witness the scene clearly. The nouveau riche emerged, battered and blooded, dragged out with a long trail of blood left behind, discarded outside to fend for himself. Fear gripped the crowd, realizing that this was a place where dissent could lead to brutal consequences. The two black-clad men returned to the center, and the atmosphere grew tense and silent, everyone too afraid to utter a word. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not tyrants. We merely adhere to the rules of the game. No one forces you to play. If you're afraid of losing, then don't participate. If you lose and attempt to cause a scene in my establishment, the outcome will not be pleasant, a sultry voice interjected from the side. Everyone turned to see a stunning woman in a cheongsam, her long, fair legs exposed, her voluptuous figure captivating any normal man's desire. Her porcelain skin and striking features were complemented by cascading, softly curled hair over her shoulders, as she leisurely took a drag from a black smoking rod, exhaling a cloud of dense smoke that radiated an air of mature allure. Following her were two black-clad bodyguards, slowly making their way over as she continued with a charming smile. That was merely a minor incident. Such oblivious individuals pop up daily. I hope it won't dampen your spirits. Please, continue your games. This is the one in charge here, Gao Yang, known as Madame Gao. She's single and has never been married, Song Qiao elaborated. Angyang rolled his eyes. What does it matter whether she's married? I'm not here to flirt. It's time we buy some stones. Have you already discerned something? Song Qiao looked at Angyang in surprise, speaking gravely. In matters like this, one must not rush. Otherwise, you'll end up like that nouveau riche. Angyang smiled lightly, pointing to one of the stones. If you trust me, go buy that stone. Song Qiao furrowed his brow, studying Angyang for a moment before nodding decisively. All right, I trust you. He approached, spending 50,000 to purchase the stone, but as he turned to leave, the black-clad man smiled and asked, Sir, where are you going? Song Qiao glanced back and replied, Of course, I want to take it back and see if I can reveal jade. Madame Gao, taking a deep puff of her smoke, interjected with a smile, I'm afraid we have a rule here. Purchased stones must be polished on site and cannot be taken away. If you're unwilling to comply, then that's fine, we won't force you. Embarrassed, Song Qiao cast a glance at Angyang, unsure of this rule, which seemed to be a private stipulation. Typically, in larger jade gambling markets, once a stone was bought, it was the buyers to do with as they pleased. Angyang nodded at Song Qiao, saying, In that case, let's polish it here. He handed the stone to the black-clad man for processing, while Song Qiao wore a tense expression, watching his 50,000 slowly dissolve in the machine, realizing the outcome hinged on this moment and whether Angyang's judgment was indeed as astute as he claimed. Nearby, someone jested, that stone looks so dark and lacks luster, it seems hopeless. Besides, the rich guy bought 20 stones earlier and didn't uncover anything of value. This comment sent a chill through Song Qiao, realizing that profit from jade was not easily attained. Yet, moments later, everyone fell silent, even Madame Gao's eyes widening involuntarily as the stone, gradually polished, revealed a vibrant green sheen, indicative of high-quality jade, unmistakable to all. Could it be that they had truly struck gold? Everyone's eyes widened, tension palpable in the air. However, this was merely the beginning, as some jade types, known as hollow jade, possess only a thin outer layer, revealing emptiness within, significantly diminishing their value. Thus, it remained to be seen whether they had indeed secured something of worth. Finally, the outer layer of the stone was fully polished away, unveiling a pigeon-excised gem of vivid green. Gasps of astonishment filled the room as onlookers marveled, unable to fathom the luck of Song Qiao. This was merely the first stone, and it had yielded premium jade of such considerable size. The black-clad man looked up at Song Qiao and asked, Shall we break it open to see if it's hollow jade? Seeing the jade, Song Qiao was ecstatic, his smile reaching ear to ear as he chuckled, No need. There's no need to break it open. He understood the value of an intact jade stone versus one that had been damaged. Breaking it would reduce its worth by 10%. Just as he was about to retrieve the jade, Angyang stepped forward and placed a hand on his, grinning, Break it open. Song Qiao panicked, exclaiming, What are you doing? If you break it, it won't sell for as high a price. Even if it's hollow jade, I can still sell it at a good price. Madame Gao, observing the commotion, set down her smoking rod and approached, saying, Break it open. I'll buy it from you at the market price. Her gaze lingered on Angyang, a playful smile forming on her lips. No, don't break it. Song Qiao pleaded anxiously. Break it. Angyang commanded with a fierce gaze. Without hesitation, the black-clad man took up the tool and shattered the jade. To everyone's astonishment, it turned out to be solid jade. Goodness, a piece of pure, solid jade of such size, what a fortune. They had invested merely 50,000, and now they were poised to reap unimaginable profits. Song Qiao was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes almost rolling back in disbelief. They had struck it rich. Chapter 45, You almost died. Angyang turned his head and smiled at Madame Gao. You mentioned earlier that you were willing to pay for this jade. Madame Gao gazed directly at Angyang, her smile laced with allure as she replied, Of course I want to buy it. Is 500,000 enough? You purchased it for 50,000, that's a tenfold profit, quite a windfall, isn't it? Li Angyang chuckled heartily. Don't be ridiculous, this is pure green jade. Just look at its quality and vibrant hue, it's worth at least 2 million. Are you willing to buy it? If not, I'll sell it to someone else. Before his heavenly vision, no one could pull the wool over his eyes. Madame Gao laughed, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes, before she said with a charming smile, so you're quite the connoisseur. Very well, I'm willing to pay 2 million for this green jade. Go fetch the money. She instructed the men in black behind her, and one of them promptly turned and left, while Li Angyang patiently awaited his fortune. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Who would have thought that Li Angyang would secure such a high price for the jade in a single gamble? Indeed, the world of jade gambling is one where fortunes can be made or lost in an instant. Madame Gao stepped forward, extending her delicate, fair hand toward Li Angyang for a handshake, smiling sweetly. I am Gao Yang, commonly referred to as Madame Gao. Li Angyang nodded with a smile. I know. You can call me Xiao Li. Unable to suppress a giggle, Madame Gao replied, your discerning eye and luck cannot simply be described as Xiao Li. I have purchased the jade. Do you have time to join me for a meal? I'd love to learn more about jade from you. Is it just about discussing jade? Li Angyang said playfully, his gaze fixed on the enticing curve of Madame Gao's décolletage. A hint of seduction graced her expression as she smiled. Of course, we can discuss other matters as well, provided you are interested. Madame Gao was undoubtedly an exceptionally mature and beautiful woman, possessing a charm that ordinary girls lacked. Even Lin Xian, despite her beauty, paled in comparison to Madame Gao's alluring aura. To put it simply, Lin Xian incited a desire for revenge, while Madame Gao made any man yearn to indulge in her intimately. Li Angyang chuckled, but I'm not interested, hurry and give me the money. Joking aside, he could resist even the alluring charms of Jiao Chan. What were Madame Gao's little tricks to him? Madame Gao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend that her usual charms had no effect on Li Angyang. Moments later, a man in black approached, carrying a large duffel bag, and presented it to Li Angyang. He opened it to find it filled with stacks of cash, a sight that dazzled the eyes. Madame Gao frowned and said, you should count it to ensure it's all there. Li Angyang smiled, no need to count. I trust you, a beauty surely wouldn't lie. With that, he grabbed the bag and left with Song Qiao, heading towards the exit. Although he had just made a substantial sum, he wasn't foolish enough to count it in public. He understood the principle of keeping wealth hidden. Behind them, Madame Gao smiled brightly at Li Angyang, saying, Mr. Li, I hope you'll visit often. With your keen eye, you're bound to make a fortune in our establishment. Li Angyang had no interest in replying, his figure disappearing around the corner. The smile on Madame Gao's face slowly faded as she turned to the black-clad man, speaking in a low voice, find out who this young man is. I've never encountered anyone who could secure such top-notch jade on their first visit. Once outside the salon, Song Qiao questioned Li Angyang in confusion, why did you sell the jade to Madame Gao right there? She only offered market price. If I had taken it to the black market, it could have fetched double. Li Angyang shot him a wary glance and replied, don't speak, just hurry. He pulled Song Qiao into the car, instructing the driver to return to Song Qiao's shop. What are you so nervous about? We've already got the money, can they possibly back out now? Song Qiao asked, puzzled. Are you foolish? Li Angyang glared at him. We just made 2 million in front of so many people. Regardless of Madame Gao's intentions, there are bound to be others who are envious of our fortune. With just the two of us, carrying this money is like moving a target. Who wouldn't want to take a shot at us? Song Qiao quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, falling silent as he frequently glanced around, yet saw no one suspicious. However, just as they halted at a traffic light, a large truck suddenly collided with their taxi, slamming it against the railing. With a deafening crash, the entire vehicle crumpled under the weight of the truck. The hood billowed with smoke, a grim indication of the pressure endured by its occupants. The truck's door swung open, and 4 or 5 men armed with iron rods and knives dashed out, approaching the taxi. They had no interest in the jade, their aim was to rob the cash, a tactic they were all too familiar with. This was 2 million, and they were desperate to seize it. As they neared the taxi, it became evident that the driver had been struck, his head shattered against the window, blood flowing freely. Lifeless, the assailants turned their gaze towards the back seat, but at that moment, a fist smashed through the window, seizing one of them by the neck and yanking him back with such force that he collided with the roof, creating a deep dent and knocking him unconscious instantly. The others were taken aback but quickly reacted, launching an assault on the interior of the taxi. However, before they could swing their weapons, Li Angyang kicked the door open with such force that it sent everyone sprawling to the ground. He burst out like a bolt of lightning, delivering several kicks to those still on the ground, eliciting cries of agony as bones broke and noses were shattered. The scene was utterly chaotic. They had never anticipated that their target would be so formidable. Li Angyang turned and pulled Song Qiao away. Song Qiao, dazed and unsteady, stumbled as he walked. The impact from the crash had left him reeling. Had Li Angyang not shielded him, he might have met the same fate as the driver. After switching to another vehicle, Song Qiao gradually regained his senses, turning to Li Angyang with a bewildered expression. What just happened? Li Angyang sighed, frustrated. This guy truly was blissfully oblivious to the dangers they had just faced. What do you think happened? You nearly died. Upon returning to Song Qiao's shop, they exited the car and entered the establishment. Li Angyang opened the bag and began to divide the money. Their prior agreement had stipulated a 70-30 split, and Li Angyang, not wanting to be greedy, took just over $1 million. He then stood and said to Song Qiao, "All right, let us call it a day. This should be enough for you to indulge for a while. However, I advise you to lay low and avoid drawing attention. Those individuals we just outsmarted will not let this go easily. Be cautious." With that, Li Angyang turned and left. As he drove back to Lin Xian's home, holding over $1 million in his hands, his spirits soared. To think that he had earned such a sum in a single outing, it would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't thrilled. Just a few months ago, he was a penniless nobody, never imagining he would possess so much wealth. If Chen Yuan knew he had turned his life around, she would surely regret her decisions. In truth, Chen Yuan had already begun to regret, but the final betrayal had left him heartbroken, and from that moment, he vowed that her fate was no longer of any concern to him. Upon reaching the vicinity of Lin Xian's home, instead of going inside, he wandered around until he found a rather decent building, contacted an agent, and purchased a flat on the upper floor. Following that were the tedious tasks of furnishing and acquiring everyday necessities. Once he finished, he collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. In the underworld, at the Seoul Town Pawnshop, it had been 3 days since Shisha began working at the pawnshop, and now on the 4th day, Li Angyang stood at the entrance, feeling melancholic as he lit a cigarette and smoked in silence. You might be curious where he got the cigarettes. This was no challenge for him. During his time in the mortal realm, he had deliberately burned several packs for himself. Though it seemed a bit odd, it was an experiment, and the result was that he indeed had cigarettes in the underworld. It appears that in the future, if he needed any unique supplies, he could simply burn them from the mortal world. Brother Li Angyang, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Shisha stepped out, her large, doe-like eyes fixed on him. Li Angyang exhaled a cloud of smoke, sighing, "Yes, tomorrow is the end-of-month evaluation." Shisha looked puzzled. That shouldn't be a problem. Our business has been thriving these past few days. We should have met all the standards. Li Angyang shook his head with a bitter smile. While that may be true, we are still short one high-grade item, and those are difficult to come by. Not everyone possesses them. With time running out, where can I possibly find a high-grade item? This was Li Angyang's dilemma. If he couldn't secure that last high-grade item, all their efforts would be in vain. Shisha fell silent, wanting to assist Li Angyang but knowing she was powerless in such matters. Shisha asked, "Is there anything I can do? Perhaps I could try to bring in more customers. Who knows, we might come across a high-grade item." Li Angyang turned to look at Shisha's enchanting demeanor, feeling a softness in his heart, nearly inclining to pull her into an embrace. He smiled and said, "It's all right, I'll figure it out. You should return to your work. Leave this to me. After all, I am the shopkeeper. If I can't handle such a trivial matter, what kind of shopkeeper am I?" "Okay." Shisha nodded and turned to re-enter the shop. Chapter 46, Confrontation with Xiongbi. Li Angyang sighed once more. Could this truly be a trivial matter? If it were insignificant, he would not be so troubled. Why had no prominent figures visited him in recent days? It was a mere hair's breadth away. Was he truly destined to falter at such a critical juncture and be obliterated? No, it could not be so. Clenching his fists, Li Angyang resolved that his good fortune was just beginning, and he refused to let it end like this. He recalled the exceptional martial artists Naifeng and Bu Jingyun he had encountered at the tavern. Both were formidable experts, undoubtedly possessing valuable items. If they were willing to pawn something, it could save him from his dire predicament. Without hesitation, he set out, for opportunities must be seized rather than awaited. To do otherwise would be akin to courting death. With a cigarette clenched between his teeth, he hurried towards the tavern, which he remembered vividly and found easily. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he indeed spotted Naifeng and Bu Jingyun seated by the window, engaged in jovial conversation over drinks. It appeared this was their habitual meeting place, ensuring that his search would not be in vain. As he approached, the innate vigilance of the two masters kicked in, and they turned to scrutinize him. Startled, Li Angyang quickly forced a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, please do not be alarmed. Do you remember me? Who are you?" Bu Jingyun inquired coldly. Li Angyang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Had just a few days passed, and he had already been forgotten. Was he truly so inconsequential? He smiled and explained, "We met not long ago, regarding the matter of the cloth-clad divine seer. I am the pawnbroker involved in that incident." "Ah, it is you." Bu Jingyun recalled, though his brow furrowed, his demeanor remaining unfriendly as he asked, "What brings you to us?" Li Angyang replied with a smile, I wish to inquire whether either of you has any high-grade items for pawn. My pawnshop's very survival hinges upon acquiring just one such item. If either of you would be willing to pawn something, it could save my life. You are both heroes who save nations and people. Surely you would not stand by and watch me perish. In his desperation to save his shop, Li Angyang had cast aside all semblance of pride. In truth, the situation was rather inverted. It was usually experts seeking him out for transactions, yet here he was, the one in need. However, when life and death were at stake, one must resort to any means necessary to secure a high-grade item. To his dismay, Bu Jingyan merely responded with indifference, your life or death is of no concern to us. Do not disturb us while we drink. Li Angyang froze, Bu Jingyan's apathetic reply leaving him at a loss. He had come seeking a transaction, and they had outright rejected him. Was this arrogance beyond measure? Perhaps they were simply detached from material concerns and indifferent to such trivial exchanges. Summoning his courage, Li Angyang brazenly asked, what must I do to persuade you to pawn me a high-grade item? I am willing to comply with any request. Naifeng suddenly turned with a smile, really, anything at all. That smile sent a chill down Li Angyang's spine, and he instinctively took a step back, clutching his chest in fear. What do you intend? While I am indeed willing to do anything, I cannot engage in any sordid dealings. Naifeng smiled reassuringly, do not be afraid, little brother, we are not virtuous men. Have you heard of Xiong-Bie? Xiong-Bie? Li Angyang's eyes widened in shock. Of course, I know him. He is the sworn enemy of you two brothers, a figure of unparalleled strength, dominating the realm. Precisely. Naifeng agreed, nodding. We have arranged a decisive battle with Xiong-Bie at the summit ridge, 2 kilometers from here. If you are willing to assist us in eliminating him, we shall gladly pawn you a high-grade item. Confront Xiong-Bie. Li Angyang's eyes bulged in disbelief. How could such a grand conflict occur in the netherworld? By rights, Xiong-Bie should have perished hundreds, if not thousands, of years ago. Why then was he embroiled in such matters? Yet, Li Angyang quickly realized this was akin to a side quest in an online game. Completing this task could yield a high-grade item as a reward, thus saving his shop. But I cannot possibly defeat Xiong-Bie. Li Angyang lamented, his face contorted in despair. What manner of being is he? He is nearly a demigod, I wouldn't stand a chance against him. Naifeng reassured him, fear not, with us two brothers leading the charge, you need only to provide support from the rear. If you can lend us your strength, that would be ideal. However, we do not compel you. If you are unwilling, then forget the matter of pawning high-grade items. I understand, Li Angyang said through gritted teeth. Very well, I shall go, but could I request half an hour to prepare? Take your time. Naifeng smiled warmly. Li Angyang turned and left, uncertain of his next steps. Bu Jingyan, maintaining a stoic expression, asked Naifeng, Feng, do you believe this lad can truly assist us? He does not appear to be a formidable warrior. Bringing him along seems like inviting disaster. You misunderstand, Naifeng replied with an enigmatic smile. He hails from the netherworld, and the fact that he previously managed to summon the ox head suggests he possesses some skill. Though he may not seem intimidating, this situation concerns his life. He will find a way to help us. Why should we worry? I see, Bu Jingyan nodded in realization. Half an hour later, Li Angyang returned, showing no signs of change, save for the dark wooden box he carried on his back. He smiled at Naifeng and Bu Jingyan, declaring, I am ready. Then let us depart. Naifeng announced, gripping his snow drink blade, while Bu Jingyan wielded his unparalleled sword. The two heroes strode forth, with Li Angyang trailing behind, burdened by his dark wooden box. Compared to the imposing figures of Naifeng and Bu Jingyan, he appeared rather meek, embodying the essence of a mere underdog. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. The box he carried held significant potential. They journeyed for another half hour until they arrived at the summit ridge, as described by Naifeng and Bu Jingyan. It was a grassy expanse overlooking a towering cliff, where a man clad in a black robe stood, long beard billowing in the wind. You have arrived. The man did not turn, yet he sensed the approach of Naifeng and Bu Jingyan. Such was the prowess of a true master. Stealthy attacks were futile. Bu Jingyan raised his unparalleled sword, pointing it at the man with fury. Xiong-Bie, today we shall settle the score between us once and for all. Whether you live or die will be determined here. Xiong-Bie slowly turned, his square face pale and imposing, exuding an air of overwhelming authority. Li Angyang stared in awe. This was the legendary Xiong-Bie, truly formidable, his presence and demeanor far surpassing that of mere mortals. He was far more imposing than any actor portraying him on screen. You two whelps were once my disciples, and now you dare to rebel against me, and you've brought this greenhorn along as well. Are you seeking to lead him to his doom? Xiong-Bie laughed heartily, his voice booming with power. Enough of your prattle. Prepare to die. Bu Jingyan bellowed, raising his Korean arm and extending his palm towards the nearby woods. In an instant, moisture from every leaf and blade of grass converged into a torrent, flowing into his palm. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Angyang's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the genuine cloud-dispelling palm. In comparison, his previous attempts seemed laughably simplistic, akin to child's play. He had never imagined the cloud-dispelling palm could absorb moisture from plants to bolster its power. But that was not all. Xiongbier was equally astounding. With a single hand pointing towards the depths of the cliff, he summoned the river water from hundreds of meters below, causing the skies to darken and swirl with ominous winds. Har! Bu Jingyan roared, unleashing the torrent he had gathered with the cloud-dispelling palm. In response, Xiongbier, unfazed, swept his hand before him, releasing the river water he had absorbed. The two waves collided with a thunderous crash, shaking the very earth beneath them, causing the mountain to tremble. In the aftermath of their clash, rain began to pour from the mountaintop. Angyang's perception of reality had been utterly transformed. What was he witnessing? Was he observing a celestial battle? Previously, watching such feats on television had not elicited much reaction, but witnessing it firsthand left him utterly stunned. After executing a cloud-dispelling palm, Bu Jingyan staggered back, breathless, while Xiongbier remained steady, his expression calm. Clearly, the exchange had favored Xiongbier. Xiongbier chuckled. Jingyan, your cloud-dispelling palm has improved, but have you forgotten that I taught you this technique? How could you possibly best me with my own creation? You remain as impulsive as ever, lacking wisdom. Allow me to impart a lesson. Xiongbier, silence. Our bond has long been severed. Everything I have learned is unrelated to you. Bu Jingyan retorted, gritting his teeth. Xiongbier laughed heartily. Jingyan, you are still as impetuous as ever. Naifeng narrowed his eyes, unable to contain himself any longer. Angyang quickly stepped forward, saying, Gentlemen, please pause for a moment. Allow me to intervene. Xiongbier is all too familiar with your techniques, and engaging him directly will not yield favorable results. With that, Angyang strode forward, unfastening the wooden box from his back and placing it before him. Xiongbier looked at Angyang with amusement. Where did this brash child come from, speaking so boldly? Without uttering a word, Angyang began to extract wooden sticks from the box, swiftly assembling them according to the mechanical techniques he had learned. This box was a temporary loan from Lu Ban. Though he had acquired some skill in mechanisms, crafting such a device was somewhat intricate. Time was of the essence, so he resorted to utilizing Lu Ban's materials. Strangely, during this assembly, Xiongbier did not attack but instead observed Angyang's actions with an amused and curious expression. Chapter 47, A Confluence of Winds and Clouds. A few minutes later, Angyang assembled a colossal contraption, a mechanical giant wielding a formidable sword. Each step it took left a profound imprint upon the ground, its imposing stature nothing short of awe-inspiring. The mechanical giant charged fiercely at Xiongbier, raising its sword high before bringing it crashing down. An intriguing contraption, Xiongbier remarked, utterly unfazed, erupting into hearty laughter. Rather than evading the giant's assault, he raised both hands, astonishingly absorbing the blow. With a resounding crash, he withstood the strike, though a portion of his lower leg sank into the earth, evidencing the giant's tremendous power. 3 parts returned to essence. Xiongbier bellowed, as a tempest surged around him, energy coalescing into a brilliant white sphere in his hands, which he unleashed upon the giant's chest. The sphere struck with a dull thud, forcing the mechanical giant to stagger back several paces, its wooden core splintering. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the fragments rejoined seamlessly, restoring it to its original form, unharmed. Angyang, who had been watching with bated breath, could not help but express his delight. He had not anticipated that the mechanism would possess self-repairing capabilities, a serendipitous discovery indeed. Previously, he had observed the mechanical arts of Lu Ban and Mozi without witnessing such regenerative effects. Although baffled as to why the mechanical giant he had constructed could self-repair, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing it could contend with Xiongbier. Emulating Xiongbiers' earlier laughter, he declared, 3 parts return to essence. I rely on 7 parts through sheer effort. Meet your demise, old Xiongbier. The mechanical giant surged forward once more, akin to an armored tank, trampling all in its path, its sword sweeping menacingly. Xiongbier's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly clasped his hands together, gathering his essence, but it was too late. The mechanical giant was upon him, its blade slicing toward him. Before Xiongbier could unleash his energy sphere, the blade had already crossed his midsection, seemingly poised to cleave him in 2. Yet, astonishingly, the blade met nothing but air, as if Xiongbier had become incorporeal. The sword passed through him without resistance, leaving him entirely unscathed, even his garments intact. Angyang, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief, his frustration boiling over as he exclaimed, "What in the world is this? Cheating? How can he not be harmed? What is the point of this fight?" Even Naifeng and Bu Jingyan were momentarily taken aback, before breaking into inexplicable laughter. After a moment, they turned to Angyang, grinning, and said, "Little brother, why not withdraw your mechanical giant?" We'll take care of this fellow. Fine, go ahead and fight. I'm curious to see what you can achieve. If you can manage to defeat him, I'd be amazed. Li Angyang retorted, exasperated, before summoning the giant back to him, causing it to disassemble into countless wooden sticks, which he gradually collected into a wooden box. Meanwhile, Naifeng and Bu Jingyun joined forces against Xiongbian. The clash of techniques, Jilin arm, cloud-pushing palm, snow-drinking blade, wind god leg, and the unparalleled good sword, created a cacophony of sounds, a chaotic melee. Yet, curiously, no one made an effort to evade. Each combatant met the other's strikes head-on. The result was a fruitless display of effort, with no injuries sustained, rendering the battle utterly meaningless. After gathering the wooden sticks, Li Angyang seated himself, resting his chin on his hands, watching with disinterest. The fervor of their duel failed to pique his interest, akin to watching a film from close range. He soon realized that they were all in a spiritual form, impervious to death, unless the King of Hell chose to erase their names from the Book of Life and Death. Even the mightiest could not slay one another, stripping their combat of any significance. Li Angyang stifled a long yawn, glancing down at a procession of ants carrying their burdens, too apathetic to pay them any heed. Time passed, and eventually, the trio ceased their attacks, forming a triangle as they exchanged glances, erupting into hearty laughter. Xiongbian was the first to speak. Have you both fulfilled your wishes? For centuries, you yearned for a duel with me, and indeed, with your combined prowess, I am no match, yet it matters little. We are all spirits now. What is the point of fighting? Naifeng added with a chuckle, indeed, after all this, it's quite dull. We may as well return to the tavern for a drink. Xiongbian, it has been ages since we last met. Let's share a cup. Xiongbian stroked his beard, laughing heartily. Very well, I shall not decline. In an instant, the trio transformed from bitter foes into jovial companions, discussing where to enjoy their libations. Li Angyang stood, a look of exasperation on his face. Are you done with your brawl? You truly are the epitome of idleness. I see no reason why you shouldn't engage in a bout whenever you have time to spare. Only then did they seem to recall Li Angyang's presence, turning to him with laughter. Xiongbian inquired, little brother, what was that technique of yours? How did you manage to create such a formidable mechanical giant? Even I struggled against it, nearly scaring me to death. Li Angyang rolled his eyes. Oh, it's nothing, just a little trick I learned. It pales in comparison to your 3 parts return to essence. If it's not too much trouble, little brother, why not join us at the tavern for a drink? Xiongbian suggested with a smile. Absolutely. Li Angyang nodded, realizing he still had matters to settle regarding the porning. The group returned to the tavern, resuming their previous seats, ordering drinks as they chatted merrily. After a couple of cups, Li Angyang could no longer tolerate it. He slammed the table and looked at Feng and Yun, displeased. Have you two forgotten something? Forgotten what? They asked, their faces still adorned with smiles, looking at Li Angyang in confusion. Li Angyang, exasperated, replied, what else could it be? You both promised me that if I agreed to face Xiongbian alongside you, you would pawn high-quality items for me. Now it's time to deliver. That matter? No problem, we're grateful to you for clarifying everything for us. How could we possibly deny your request? Naifeng laughed, producing an array of items and pushing them toward Li Angyang, grinning, take a look and see if there's anything you desire. Li Angyang's eyes scanned the perplexed, he wondered how this could be. How could 2 top-tier experts possess such inexpensive items? Had he truly wasted an entire day for nothing? Regret washed over him as he lamented his fruitless efforts. Noticing Li Angyang's discontent, Xiongbian retrieved his own 3 parts return to essence manual and handed it to him, chuckling, is it not enough? Little brother, you seem to be the pawnbroker. How much do you think this can fetch? Li Angyang rolled his eyes. What is the point of looking? None of this is what I want. It's utterly infuriating. Though he voiced his frustration, Li Angyang couldn't help but glance at the 3 parts returned to essence, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Upon inspection, he nearly leaped with joy. Information displayed. 3 parts returned to essence, advanced martial art, pawn value, 2000 yen virtue points. The coveted high-quality item he had yearned for had finally appeared before him. Li Angyang, ecstatic, clutched the manual to his chest, caressing and kissing it as though it were his dearest beloved. No one could fathom the elation of recovering what had once been lost. He eagerly asked Xiongbian, are you willing to pawn this? Xiongbian laughed heartily, if I can present it, I certainly wish to pawn it. Name your price. Li Angyang quickly replied, 2000 yen virtue points, I shall pawn it immediately. This time, he had no intentions of trickery, nor would he haggle over the price. This was the last manual he needed to secure his safety, and he would pay the full amount without hesitation. Yet, just as he prepared to claim his prize, it slipped from his grasp. He swiftly transferred 2000 yen virtue points to Xiongbian, cradling the manual as he turned to leave, glancing back with a grin, farewell, I shall miss you all. As he reached the staircase, he heard the sounds of an argument behind him. Xiongba, why is it that the lad is willing to pawn your item but refuses ours? Are you plotting something? Furious, Xiongba retorted, who knows, now you question me, do you wish to fight? Bring it on, came the reply, accompanied by the sounds of a scuffle. It appeared that even the slightest disagreement could lead to a brawl. Yet, the fates of these individuals no longer concerned Angyang. He left with the manual, in high spirits, awaiting the arrival of Niochu for the assessment. At last, he had survived the month unscathed. Of course, business for the day was concluded, and the assessment would have to wait until the following day, after closing time. Angyang's spirit returned to the mortal realm, awakening in the suite he had purchased. Morning had broken. After freshening up, he picked up his new iPhone 7s, glancing down to see numerous missed calls, several from Lin Xian and many more from Song Qiao, almost 20 in total. Angyang furrowed his brow deeply. What could be so urgent that Song Qiao had been calling him repeatedly? Was he attempting to lure him back into gambling on jade? That seemed rather greedy. Filled with trepidation, Angyang redialed the number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable, the automated response rang coldly. Angyang hung up, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. He could sense that something was amiss. Without delay, he descended the stairs and took a vehicle towards Song Qiao's shop. Chapter 48, a game within a game. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Song Qiao shop, an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. Angyang turned his head from side to side, ensuring there were no unexpected intrusions. Before stepping inside the establishment. As he crossed the threshold, he was momentarily taken aback by the chaos that lay before him. The shop was in disarray, with merchandise and decorative items strewn about, shards of glass littering the floor. Ahead, Song Qiao lay slumped on the sofa, dried blood staining his temple, his eyes wide open in disbelief, as if he could not fathom the reality of his demise. Song Qiao was dead, his skull pierced by a bullet. Angyang approached slowly, squinting at Song Qiao. The latter still clutched his phone, though it had died, a testament to the harrowing moments prior to his death, undoubtedly coerced into incessant calls until his battery was drained. Angyang, having descended into the underworld in spirit, was oblivious to the phone's desperate call for help, and thus, Song Qiao met his tragic end. Without a doubt, Angyang surmised that it was the gambling den's associates who were responsible, as they had already plundered the riches Song Qiao had acquired from his gambling ventures. He picked up Song Qiao's phone, recharged it, and accessed the contact list to dial Madame Gao's number. His expression was unusually calm, perhaps even as somber as the depths of a still pond. When the call connected, a sultry voice greeted him. Hello, who is this? Are you looking for me? Angyang replied with a cold smirk. You must have seen the number. Are you not afraid that Song Qiao will come to collect his debt? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Isn't Song Qiao perfectly fine? Are you Mr.Li? Madame Gao feigned ignorance. Angyang retorted icily. Stop pretending, when can we meet? Madame Gao giggled. So you're finally willing to meet me, I am free at any time. How about 2 hours from now? I'll book a restaurant and send you the address. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Angyang fell into silence for a moment before retrieving his own phone to make another call. Hello, is this Officer Li? Can you come meet me? I'm at the Antique Street, I have something important to discuss. Minutes later, a police car pulled up outside the shop, and the stunningly beautiful Li Moli stepped out, glancing around before entering the establishment. Upon crossing the threshold, she froze, instantly aiming her gun at Angyang, exclaiming, Indeed, you scoundrel, you are no good, having killed again, raise your hands and come with me to the precinct. Angyang remained still, his demeanor unfazed as he replied, Could you first ascertain the situation? Song Qiao was murdered in a robbery. Do I look like someone who carries a firearm? If I were the murderer, why would I call you here? His name is Song Qiao. Li Moli glanced back, yet still kept her grip on the gun. Perhaps you merely wish to turn yourself in. Then explain what happened. Angyang exhaled slowly, lighting a cigarette. He took a deep breath and began. His name is Song Qiao. We met during an appraisal event on Antique Street. I entrusted him with the vase to sell. He indeed fulfilled his task and sold the vase. However, he proposed a business collaboration, to which I consented, and he took me to a gambling den. We ended up with a top-quality jade, which sold for 2 million. Afterward, we split the earnings, and I left, but today, I saw he had called me numerous times, so I came to check, only to find him dead here. I suspect he was killed by those from the gambling den. Gambling is also illegal, Li Moli stated coldly. Angyang rolled his eyes. Can you not grasp the gravity of the situation? There is a corpse, shouldn't we be focusing on finding the murderer? Li Moli furrowed her brow. What do you plan to do? Do you know who the murderer is? It should be her. I've arranged to meet her in 2 hours. I intend for you to assist me with the police to apprehend her, which would also serve as vengeance for Song Qiao. Angyang spoke slowly. Although his bond with Song Xiao was not profound, having known him was enough for Li Angyang to regard him as a friend, and with such a tragedy unfolding, he felt compelled to act. Li Moli lowered her weapon, contemplating, "You want me to collaborate with you, but I cannot ascertain the truth of your claims, especially since you have a criminal record." Li Angyang, feeling exasperated, stepped closer to Li Moli, raised his hands, and stated, devoid of emotion, "If you truly believe I am guilty, then arrest me now, unless you'd prefer to let those criminals roam free." Li Moli stared at Li Angyang in disbelief, before finally exhaling, "I will contact the precinct and request backup." "Where should we rendezvous?" "I do not yet know, just summon your team. Once she provides me with the address, we will depart together," Li Angyang replied. "Understood." Li Moli nodded, reaching for her phone to contact the police station. Before long, 3 police cars arrived, and all the officers, upon entering the shop and witnessing the scene, were taken aback, rendered utterly speechless. Li Moli explained the situation to her colleagues, then awaited Madame Gao's notification. Suddenly, a text alert chimed, prompting Li Angyang to check his phone. It was the address from Madame Gao. He showed the message to Li Moli before entering a police vehicle, ready to set off. Inside the car, Li Moli furrowed her brow. "How confident are you? Is she truly the murderer? If so, how likely are we to apprehend her?" Li Moli was visibly anxious, as she was merely following Li Angyang's lead without any comprehensive plan. Li Angyang spoke solemnly, "Do you have any listening devices?" Li Moli shook her head. Given the urgency of the situation, there was no time to prepare. Li Angyang contemplated, "That is of no consequence. Here is the plan. When I meet her, we will keep our phones connected, allowing you to overhear our conversation in its entirety. Once you ascertain the situation, initiate an immediate operation to apprehend her, but remember, maintain absolute silence on your end. Otherwise, it could cost me dearly." "I understand. We will proceed as you suggest." Li Moli affirmed. As the vehicle drew closer to the location, Li Angyang instructed Li Moli to stop when they were only a few hundred meters away. "Do not approach too closely. It may raise her suspicions." Leaving Li Moli and the others in place, he hailed a different taxi to the restaurant. It was a modest establishment, situated in a rather quiet area, lacking in vibrancy. Upon reaching the designated private room as indicated by Madame Gao, he knocked on the door. Hearing her response, he pushed the door open. Inside, Madame Gao greeted him with a smile, flanked by 2 men in black. "Please, take a seat," she said with a beaming expression. Li Angyang surveyed the room, detecting no anomalies. He eased into a chair, returning her smile. "You were so eager to meet me, let us get to the point." Employing a strategy of feigned ignorance, he sought to extract information from Madame Gao, waiting for her to lower her guard before inquiring about Song Xiao's demise. As soon as it was confirmed that her involvement in Song Xiao's death was evident, Li Moli's team would act swiftly. Madame Gao, with a radiant smile, poured wine for Li Angyang, cheerfully stating, "No need to rush. We have plenty of time. Let us savor some fine wine and delicious food before delving into our discussion." Li Angyang regarded the wine before him, harboring a profound aversion to alcohol since the incident with Chen Yuan. Thus, he opted for a cigarette instead. Pushing the wine glass aside, he smiled, "I apologize, but I do not drink. Let us speak plainly about the matter at hand." Madame Gao regarded him with surprise. "I assumed someone of your stature would have a taste for fine wine. It seems I was mistaken. Very well, let us be forthright. I know you previously collaborated with Song Xiao at our establishment. He guided you while you assessed the stones. You struck gold on your first attempt, indicating your discerning eye. I wish to partner with you." "Partner with me?" Li Angyang replied with a knowing smile. "What sort of partnership do you envision?" Madame Gao replied, "It is quite simple, akin to your previous arrangement with Song Xiao. I will take you to another venue, and you will select the stones. If successful, we can split the profits 60-40, with you receiving the larger share. In this way, you could amass wealth overnight, ensuring financial security for the future." Li Angyang chuckled heartily. What a generous offer. "But tell me, did you have a hand in Song Xiao's death?" He broached the subject of Song Xiao's demise rather abruptly, knowing that a momentary lapse in her reaction would reveal her guilt. However, Madame Gao was no fool. After a brief moment of surprise, she smiled coyly. "So, you came here for this matter. Are you truly concerned about Song Xiao's death? You were merely acquaintances, using each other to your advantage. Do not tell me you had developed such deep feelings that you would seek vengeance on his behalf." Li Angyang replied with a smile, "It seems you have conducted a thorough investigation on me. Now that we have reached this point, simply tell me, did you kill Song Xiao? Once I have your answer, I will decide whether to collaborate with you." "I see." Madame Gao smiled, settling back into her seat. "Song Xiao was nothing but a useless waste. I suspect you might even have wished for his demise." Li Angyang narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. Madame Gao continued, "If you truly wished for him to live, you would not have ignored his calls. He could not reach you. To you, He was already of no use. We merely helped you dispose of a liability. Does that not facilitate our collaboration? Li Angyang smirked. I'm afraid I no longer see the necessity for a partnership. Chapter 49. The demon having spoken, Li Angyang rose and departed the room. Strangely, Madame Gao did not attempt to stop him. As he opened the door, the situation became clear. Standing outside were more than a dozen men clad in black, effectively barricading the passageway. A gun was thrust forward, pressed against Li Angyang's chest, pushing him back into the room. Turning his head, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "Nothing much," Madame Gao replied with a beaming smile. "As long as you agree to cooperate with me, you shall leave here unscathed." "And if I refuse to cooperate?" Li Angyang retorted with a cold smirk, his gaze sharp. Few could threaten him, especially not a mere woman. Given his current prowess and status, he would not easily bow to anyone. "In that case, you shall not step foot outside this room. You have learned what you needed to know. Should you wish to leave, it will only be as a lifeless corpse." Madame Gao's smile vanished, replaced by a visage of cruelty. She stood and slowly approached Li Angyang, her delicate hand caressing his face as she seductively remarked, "There are many advantages to collaborating with me. Moreover, I can fulfill all your desires. As a man, you must understand your needs." With that, Madame Gao reached toward Li Angyang's groin. He stepped back, grasping her arm with an impassive expression. "I'm afraid we are not on the same wavelength. Cooperation is impossible." "Is that so? Are you certain you've thought this through?" Madame Gao inquired, her smile laced with mockery. "Indeed, once I make a decision, no one can deter me," Li Angyang asserted resolutely. Madame Gao smirked, turning away, prompting one of her henchmen to swiftly approach and deliver a punch to Li Angyang's abdomen. He grunted, staggering back against the wall, gritting his teeth. The assailant did not relent, landing another blow to Li Angyang's chest. Had this been the Li Angyang of old, he would have faltered under such strikes. However, after studying martial arts in the underworld, his physique had significantly strengthened, allowing him to easily absorb these attacks. Li Angyang refrained from retaliating. While he possessed the skills to overpower these men with his formidable techniques, including the earth-shattering cloud-dispersing palm and the bagua palm, he understood the necessity of restraint in this moment. Madame Li was still on the phone, and any display of his true capabilities would only solidify the suspicions surrounding the previous murder, rendering any evidence he possessed useless. His only hope was for Li Moli to act swiftly and provide assistance. No matter how resilient he was, this situation could not continue indefinitely. "If you refuse to comply, my subordinates will not cease their assault. Your life may very well rest in the balance." Madame Gao's blood-red lips curled into a smile that held no compassion. More blows rained down upon Li Angyang, forcing him to bend over in pain. An elbow struck his back, sending him crashing to the ground, gasping for breath. "Are you still intent on resisting? This cooperation would be beneficial for you. Why insist on courting misery?" Madame Gao taunted, her smile radiant. Li Angyang clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. What was Li Moli waiting for? The truth regarding Song Chia's murder. Why hadn't she brought reinforcements? He persevered, but was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Should his fury be ignited, none present would escape unscathed. A black-clad henchman stomped on Li Angyang's back, pressing down forcefully, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Madame Gao inquired with a mocking tone, "Can your frail form withstand this? Why not acquiesce to my demands? Cooperation would yield prosperous results for you." Madame Gao was genuinely perplexed. She had offered such favorable terms. Any rational person would have eagerly accepted by now. Why did Li Angyang obstinately cling to his defiance, even when faced with such punishment? If this continued, he would either die or suffer severe injury. But just then, a series of gunshots echoed from outside. "Police, everyone, freeze, you are all under arrest," came a commanding shout from nearby. Recognizing that it was Li Moli's voice, Madame Gao's expression shifted dramatically as she glared at Li Angyang. He raised his head, a smirk playing on his lips. "The devil may be higher than the path of righteousness. I knew your invitation held ill intentions, so I was prepared. Did you truly believe I would allow you to have your way with me? I will kill you now." Madame Gao exclaimed, drawing a handgun from the waist of one of her men and pointing it directly at Li Angyang's head. His eyes widened, pupils contracting. He did not doubt that she would pull the trigger. This was no time for gambling. With a sudden leap, he kicked her wrist, sending the gun soaring into the air. He pushed her into a corner, grinning. "You should be more concerned for your own safety. The police have surrounded this place. Consider how you might escape." "You bastard!" Madame Gao hissed, gritting her teeth in fury as she clutched her aching arm. "I kindly invited you here, and you dared to call the police. What you call kindness is merely a prelude to violence," Li Angyang replied with a cold laugh. Lighting a cigarette, he turned to leave. A throng of people were preoccupied with the police, entirely oblivious to his departure. Li Angyang exited the restaurant from another side. He had no intention of intervening in the chaos between Madame Gao and the police. His goal was to reach this point, allowing law enforcement to handle the situation. Madame Gao would likely not escape, avenging Song Xiao in the process. Stepping onto the cold street, Li Angyang inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke. Yet, as he approached a corner, a sudden crash resounded, the figure of a person tumbling from the restaurant window. The vivid red chapeau was unmistakable. It was Madame Gao. He hurried over. Madame Gao was covered in shards of glass, her body marred by several gashes. Li Angyang frowned, watching her with indifference. With trembling hands, Madame Gao raised her arm. "Save me, I will do anything you ask." Li Angyang chuckled coldly, glancing up before swiftly lifting her into his arms and turning to flee. Inside the restaurant, Madame Gao's men were either injured or captured. A police officer hurried to Li Moli's side, standing at attention as he reported, "Officer, Madame Gao has escaped, and Li Angyang is also missing." Li Angyang. Li Moli's expression darkened as she pondered aloud. "Since we ascended the stairs, we have not seen him. This young man initiated this operation yet has vanished. It is rather peculiar. Regardless, let us take these individuals back to the precinct." Subsequently, Li Moli led her team to regroup, this operation proving fruitful, albeit with the disappointment of Madame Gao's escape. In his newly acquired apartment, Li Angyang meticulously treated Madame Gao's wounds with antiseptic before she reclined on the sofa to rest. He sat nearby, opening his laptop to research operational data for the pawnshop. Although the pawnshop in Seoul Town had weathered this month safely, there were still the months to come, and he needed to gather more information to ensure longevity in the business. "Why did you save me?" Madame Gao asked, her pallid face turned toward Li Angyang. "What do you think?" he replied without turning. "You don't actually find my body appealing, do you?" Madame Gao gestured, her tone laced with intrigue. Li Angyang smiled, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he stepped closer to her. "You seem quite confident in the utility of your physique. Indeed, in terms of femininity, you are flawless. However, I, Li Angyang, am not a creature that thinks with his lower half. I saved you to uncover the power behind you. Additionally, I require you to take me to every gambling jade market. I intend to profit. Are you agreeing to cooperate with me?" Madame Gao exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise at the unexpected turn of events. Li Angyang replied with a casual smile, "It's not cooperation. It is exploitation. You shall be my guide, but you won't receive a dime." "You." Madame Gao nearly leaped from her seat, her beautiful eyes glaring at Li Angyang. "What do you mean? You expect me to work for you without compensation? Do you refuse?" A glint of steel flashed in Li Angyang's eyes as he drew a fruit knife from the table, its cold blade pressed against Madame Gao's throat. "How much strength do you think I would need to pierce your delicate throat? Do you dare to kill me?" Madame Gao's face turned ashen, swallowing hard. Li Angyang chuckled. "Why wouldn't I? I could slay you and leave your body in the wilderness, where wild dogs and birds would feast upon it, and no one would know it was me. Do you think there is anything I wouldn't dare to do now?" Madame Gao froze, trembling slightly, realizing she had not been saved but had fallen into the hands of another demon, in a situation far more terrifying than before. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Madame Gao stammered, her confidence evaporating in the face of such a monster. Li Angyang smiled faintly. "Are you now willing to cooperate with me? There are benefits to compliance, at least no one will harm you. Can I still refuse?" Madame Gao forced a bittersweet smile. "Not at all." Li Angyang smirked. "You must be hungry. This time, I shall cook for you. Others are not afforded such a privilege." Chapter 50, The Scoundrel in the Kitchen. Li Angyang busily clattered about, producing a cacophony reminiscent of a battlefield, and ultimately emerged with 2 bowls of egg noodles. Jiao Nyangzi rose from her seat, her expression clouded with frustration as she gazed at the humble dish before her. "You've been toiling away in the kitchen for so long, and this is what you've conjured." Li Angyang wolfed down a few bites of the noodles, retorting, "Don't underestimate it. This is my specialty. I guarantee it's so delicious it will leave you speechless." Jiao Nyangzi rolled her eyes, choosing silence as she focused on her meal. Though simple, the flavors were surprisingly delightful. Raising her bowl, Li Angyang savored the last of the broth, releasing a deep sigh of satisfaction as he patted his belly and remarked with a smile, "Don't even think about escaping. Setting aside your injuries, there's no way you could slip away from me." Jiao Nyangzi, mid-meal, froze momentarily, lifting her gaze to scrutinize Li Angyang. "You don't seem like an ordinary university graduate." "I never claimed to be," Li Angyang replied with a smirk. After finishing their meal, he reclined on the sofa to rest, while Jiao Nyangzi excused herself to the restroom. Exhausted, Li Angyang was on the verge of slumber when an urgent need jolted him awake. He made his way to the bathroom, but upon opening the door, he found himself rooted to the spot in astonishment. Before him stood Jiao Nyangzi, utterly unclothed, her alabaster skin illuminated in the light as she wiped herself down with a towel. His abrupt entrance startled her into a rigid freeze, one hand hastily covering her modesty while the other shielded her upper body, yet, her efforts were in vain. Li Angyang had already taken in the full view. To his surprise, Jiao Nyangzi did not scream or react with outrage. Instead, her eyes bore a pitiful gaze as she asked, "Have you seen enough?" Li Angyang grinned. "Beautiful things deserve to be savored slowly." "Go to hell," she retorted sharply, grabbing various toiletries and hurling them at him. Li Angyang casually deflected them, ready to tease her further when his phone rang. Turning away to answer, he asked, "Hello, who is this?" "This is Li Moli, regarding today's events. I'd like to meet and discuss." "Where are you now? I can come to you," came the somber reply from the other end. "What is there to discuss? Wasn't the operation a success?" Li Angyang replied nonchalantly. Behind him, Jiao Nyangzi had somehow procured a fruit knife and charged out of the bathroom, shouting as she lunged towards his back. Li Angyang, agilely sidestepping her, swiftly covered her mouth with one hand and restrained her in his grasp, preventing her from escaping. "Is there another woman in your life? Is it Jiao Nyangzi?" Li Moli's voice suddenly brimmed with urgency. Li Angyang chuckled. "What are you talking about? That's just my cat making a fuss. All right, I can meet you, just name the place." Li Moli fell silent for a moment, seemingly listening intently to the sounds from Li Angyang's end, but he held Jiao Nyangzi's mouth firmly shut, ensuring no noise escaped. After a lengthy pause, Li Moli relayed an address before hanging up. Li Angyang exhaled, only to let out a yelp as Jiao Nyangzi stepped on his foot. Infuriated, he lifted his hand to strike her, but she did not flinch. Instead, she tilted her face up to him and sorrowfully declared, "Go ahead, strike me dead. After such humiliation, I no longer wish to live." Li Angyang retracted his hand, scolding her, "You clearly have no idea what it means to taste death. Do you know who just called me? The police. If you provoke me further, I'll hand you over to them, and you'll find that experience far worse than death. Or perhaps I'll have them send you to a men's prison, where you can enjoy 100 encounters a day. Perfect for you, wouldn't it?" Jiao Nyangzi's face flushed crimson, her body trembling slightly as she realized that Li Angyang was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Li Angyang casually tossed a garment from the sofa at her. "Don't think just because you have a good figure you can flaunt it. I have no desire to behold such a sight. Remain here quietly. I have to meet with that police officer soon. If you dare play tricks, I will find you wherever you run." With a cold huff, Li Angyang retreated to change clothes. Jiao Nyangzi donned a coat, leaving her undergarments absent, and sat in the living room, lost in thought. Once dressed, Li Angyang emerged, casting a dispassionate glance at Jiao Nyangzi. "Did you comprehend what I just said? As long as you behave, you will live comfortably." Locking the door with multiple bolts and securing the windows with iron bars, he ensured that even if Jiao Nyangzi sprouted wings, escape was out of the question. In a serene dining establishment adorned with elegant decor and bathed in a soft hue of yellow, the atmosphere was tranquil, with few patrons present. Li Angyang and Li Moli sat across from each other in a corner booth. With a smile in his eyes, Li Angyang gazed at Li Moli for a prolonged moment, exclaiming, "My, Officer Li, with that physique and beauty, it's a shame you're not pursuing a career in stardom. You'd surely shine brightly. I wonder, do you have a boyfriend at present?" "What if I do, what if I don't?" Li Moli replied with an impassive expression. Li Angyang laughed heartily. "If you're single, I'll pursue you with fervor. If you're taken, I'll endeavor to displace your current boyfriend. Spare me your flattery." Li Moli shot him a cold glance. "Tell me, what truly transpired this morning? You claimed Jiao Nyangzi was the actual murderer, yet when we arrived, her voice was nowhere to be found. Did you rescue her? Moreover, you were not at the scene, making you the prime suspect." Li Angyang smiled. "Please don't shift the blame onto me just because your investigation faltered. First off, Jiao Nyangzi is indeed the one who killed my friend. I brought you to capture her. Why would I rescue her? That would render my efforts utterly meaningless, and why would I want to save Jiao Nyangzi?" Li Moli found herself at a loss for words, as the weight of Li Angyang's inquiries was overwhelming. Logically, he had no motive to save Jiao Nyangzi. But the only ones who vanished were the two of you. Who else could it be? Li Moli pressed, her frustration palpable. Having expended considerable effort without apprehending the true culprit, she found it difficult to accept. Li Angyang continued with a smile. "I left simply to avoid being caught in the crossfire. You heard me on the phone. I was being badly beaten by those thugs and barely managed to escape. How could I possibly think of rescuing anyone?" "You." Li Moli clenched her fists tightly, a myriad of doubts swirling in her mind, yet lacking any substantive evidence. Her words fell flat. Li Angyang chuckled. "All right, stop being so tense. It's not good for your health. Come, let me take you out for some fun and relaxation." With that, he stood and took Li Moli's hand, leading her outside. To his surprise, she did not resist, allowing him to guide her, though a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Angyang brought Li Moli to a nearby amusement park, bustling with crowds, vibrant and lively, almost he turned, delight illuminating his features as he took in the atmosphere, recalling how long it had been since he had truly relaxed. Places like this were mere echoes of carefree memories from the past. What would you like to do? He asked, beaming at Li Moli. With an impassive demeanor, she stood still and replied coldly, I have no interest in these childish amusements, I'd rather focus on solving a case. Then let us try that. Angyang suggested, pointing to a nearby roller coaster with a grin. Li Moli remained silent. What is wrong? Afraid? He teased, amusement evident in his voice. I've never been afraid. Then let us give it a go. Angyang pulled her toward the ticket booth, purchasing their entry passes, and they boarded the roller coaster, securing themselves for the exhilarating ride. Li Moli, with unwavering composure, declared, just don't get too scared and lean on me, even on a roller coaster, I won't hesitate to kick you off. That will never happen, Angyang laughed heartily. The ride jolted to life, the sound of clattering tracks echoing as they surged forward, twisting and turning, while others screamed in terror. Angyang remained at ease, smiling as he took in the scenery from various angles. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Turning to look, he found Li Moli, her expression tense as she clung desperately to his arm, clearly frightened yet suppressing her fear in silence. Angyang chuckled softly, recognizing that no matter how fierce or proud she appeared, she was still just a woman, susceptible to fear. As the ride concluded, he helped Li Moli disembark, her delicate form collapsing against him, and he found himself inexplicably enjoying the moment as he guided her to a nearby milk tea shop to rest. Still trembling, Li Moli leaned against him, gradually regaining her composure, realizing how intimate their proximity felt. Her cheeks flushed, and she hastily pulled away, averting her gaze as she murmured, "Thank you." Angyang smiled, "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for looking after me," she replied, her voice growing softer. With a playful grin, Angyang leaned in closer. "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that."